Chapter 1. Arrival to Yun. Yes, children, it is I. This narrative shall not dismantle the couples. David and Lucy, Vincent and Pannon remain intact. Provisional single. Female lead. V. Valerie, Brain Repository, March 2077, Badlands, border of Night City. Beneath an unremarkable hill lies a long-abandoned secret laboratory. On my head. He Chi-Chuan, temporary name, struggled against the pain as he clambered out of bed, his eyes fluttering open to an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? Is this still my homeland? The last moments of his memory were consumed by the impact of a massive vehicle. Damn, the massive vehicle. He Chi-Chuan grumbled, scanning his surroundings in a desperate attempt to uncover some clues. According to the logic honed from years of reading novels, he must have traversed into another world after all. It was improbable for an ordinary person to survive such a catastrophic collision. His gaze fell upon a wall adorned with peeling military technology insignias. He fell silent. Could it be that I have landed in 2077? Oh no, this is truly catastrophic. The year 2077, officially titled Cyberpunk 2077, is an open-world game under the banner of a foolish enterprise. The narrative unfolds in a dystopian world where the protagonist V. Valerie or Vincent embarks on a quest for salvation alongside the digital soul Johnny Silverhand, a washed-up rockstar and a rebellious figure. It is well known that indulging in the cyberpunk realm rarely leads to favorable outcomes, primarily due to the grotesque nature of this world. Massive corporations wield an iron grip over resources, land, and even dare to control souls. The so-called pure water consumed by the elite is often worth more than a day's wage for those at the bottom of society. Some have contemplated rebellion, but is resistance truly effective? Military technology has even employed the legendary lone wolf Morgan Blackhand, who formed 3 strike teams to assault Arasaka Tower with the ultimate goal of obliterating it, with a nuclear bomb to expel Arasaka from Night City. And a certain rockstar was also involved in this endeavor. Yet, 50 years later, the tower was rebuilt and Arasaka remained as it was. In this realm, one's birth determines their fate, leaving the underprivileged with little hope of ascending to in this distorted world. Dreams have become a laughingstock, and souls have been reduced to commodities. He Chi-Chuan felt a surge of despair. He was not just a mere bystander, but a victim, having lost his left arm to an accident, which showed no signs of recovery. The most hellish aspect is that in this damned world, being disabled has become the least of my worries. He chuckled bitterly, stepping off the bed and heading toward the door. Let's venture out, it's far better than waiting for death. The mechanical door slid open slowly, revealing the scene before him. Chaotic machinery lay scattered about, some violently damaged, yet a singular, prominent device in the center caught his eye. It resembled a high-tech precision apparatus akin to a space hibernation pod from previous sci-fi tales. In stark contrast to the surrounding disarray and dust, it appeared particularly eerie. Oi, host, you've awakened? Suddenly, a lively voice echoed within He Chi-Chuan's mind. What the hell is that noise? Of course, it is the great system. System? Is that you? He Chi-Chuan inquired with a hint of delight. After all, in this chaotic world, as a hapless individual caught in an unfortunate event, he had no background to rely on but this. External aid. Indeed. And you can communicate with me through your thoughts. How wonderful. A system, we are saved. He Chi-Chuan exhaled in relief. As a victim of circumstance, he lacked even the most basic brain-machine interface. It was likely that he would meet his end as a mere casualty in Night City. But now, things were different. Activate the cheat. Before He Chi-Chuan could pose further inquiries, the system began its self-introduction. This system features a sign-in function and a life choice reward mechanism, without imposing any limitations on the host. As for the concerns of the host, the new player, starter pack provided by this system will perfectly resolve them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a starter pack. Open it. It must be opened, since the system assured him that it could address his current dilemmas. He Chi-Chuan eagerly opened the meticulously prepared starter pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the perfect Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes template, a custom Cybernetic gift pack 1, 2 exclusive vehicles 2, 5 exclusive weapons 5, and 1 exclusive combat suit 1. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent. 4th Calamity, player weakened version, infinite resurrection, and save load features. Flesh and Blood, Arkansas, perfect Winter Soldier template, all-combat experience of Winter Soldier Bucky, enhanced with perfect super soldier serum, without undergoing brainwashing. Fourth Calamity player. You will possess a digitized health bar, and only upon its depletion will you truly perish. 2077 Weakened compensation. You will not suffer permanent disability your cybernetics, and weapons will not incur wear and energy consumption. Flesh and blood. The cybernetics installed in your body will be conceptually assimilated by your flesh. Increasing corresponding attribute points uninstalling will also return. Increasing attribute points will likewise enhance your cybernetics, not including those provided by the same cybernetics. Arc Kamen Rider 01 version. You are the human form of Arc, a walking supercomputer. You possess Arc's superior computing power, which will grow as you absorb malice negative energy, yet this negative energy will not affect you. In the realm of hacking, you will surpass the black wall. Wow, what an incredible gift. He-Chi-Chuan, upon glimpsing the succinct information within the starter pack, was utterly astonished. Is this really a starter pack? Of course, this system is renowned for its generosity toward the host. It is no wonder He-Chi-Chuan lost his composure. The talent bestowed was astonishingly overpowered. Not to mention, the sheer potential of Arc's computational prowess could render one invincible. Setting aside the foundational computational power, the unconditioned, side-defect-free absorption of malice negative energy is a staggering advantage. One must consider the vast quantities of malice present in this world. Furthermore, Arc's base computational power can stack upon this. In the cyberpunk universe, apart from the oppression of colossal corporations, the most terrifying threat remains the rogue AIs beyond the Black Wall. Due to the super virus unleashed by Bartmoss, the old net has become a haven for rogue AIs. Additionally, the generational gap has rendered even the most elite hackers ineffectual against the rogue AIs beyond the Black Wall, let alone the terrifying triad of hackers from the old era who uploaded themselves to the net, now lurking beyond the Black Wall. Johnny's former lover Alt, the hacking deity Bartmoss, and his partner Spider Murphy, alongside the game's most enigmatic figure, Mr. Blue Eyes. The only barrier against these menacing forces is the Black Wall, which, after enduring the ravages of time and the reckless actions of humanity, is now riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet for He-Chi-Chuan, these threats were no longer a concern. It was merely a matter of whose computational power reigned supreme. No skills required, just raw numbers, kid. The system had not deceived him. His most pressing fears were obliterated by a singular talent, leaving him at ease upon discovering the Winter Soldier template and cybernetic gift pack that suited him perfectly. According to the system's description, he needed to lie down in the high-tech hibernation pod he had previously seen to install the cybernetics and adapt to the talent. He-Chi-Chuan eagerly approached the cryogenic chamber and laid down within it. After confirming with the system, the chamber emitted a hypnotic gas, and soon, he fell into a deep, infant-like slumber. Time passed in an undetermined haze before He-Chi-Chuan awoke again, greeted by a progress bar indicating the system's reboot. Once the bar reached 100%, he felt his body return to his command. He reveled in the terrifying power coursing through him. Before him appeared a HUD reminiscent of the one from his previous life in 2077. The upper right corner displayed a map. The lower left showed the operating system, and the lower right displayed the weapon list. He felt a moment of disorientation when he saw Winter Soldier listed as his mechanical arm, that he had regained his left hand. He gazed at his new arm, crafted from adamantium and an unknown metal. The gleaming silver surface, the tightly fitted metallic scales, and the elegant muscle contours all resembled his right hand. It possessed the same tactile sensations, and he had the option to toggle pain perception on or off. With a mere thought, the scales on his arm moved like something out of a movie, and he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the objects before him with a resounding whoosh. He spun his arm in a full circle, reminiscent of cinematic displays. In that moment, He-Chi-Chuan felt like a child with a new favorite toy. After thoroughly enjoying the mechanical arm and adapting to his formidable strength, He-Chi-Chuan conducted a systems self-check to examine his current cybernetic enhancements. Upon viewing the list of enhancements, he fell silent. What the hell? A Cybertronian. The dazzling array of enhancements, coupled with a 4-digit armor rating and 0 for his cybernetic value, left him in contemplation. It seems I am invincible. Examining his attribute values, he recognized that due to the perfect super soldier serum and top-tier prosthetics, he had become a numerical behemoth. Physical, 21. Reflexes, 23. calmness, 20, intelligence, 25, technology, 13. 25 being the pinnacle in this world, with only the protagonist surpassing a score of 20. He was a pentagonal warrior. His technological prowess stemmed from the world's lore, and the Winter Soldier was a lethal assassin. However, he was undeterred, for this configuration of data utterly eclipsed the complete without hacks v Gen 10. Single-handedly wielding Atom's heavy hammer was not a mere dream. The only regret was that skill growth attributes such as ninja, headhunter, etc. required him to gain experience through practical combat. Next, he turned to the weapons. Beside the cryogenic chamber lay a rectangular black weapon crate. Upon opening it, he discovered two weapons: the sniper rifle breakthrough, modeled after the G28, featuring attributes: armor piercing, wall penetration, heavy damage. The long sword Incubus, forged with high-tech materials and possessing a plasma blade form, boasted attributes: true damage, burning, bloodthirsty. Both weapons were custom-made, perfectly suited to He Kixuan's current capabilities in weight and length. After placing the two weapons back in the crate, he shifted his gaze to a belt. At both ends of the belt were holsters containing two Colt M1873 revolvers, which made the cowboy and revolver enthusiast within him raise an eyebrow. He drew the revolvers, skillfully spinning them in his hands, admiring the gleaming silver body, intricate beautiful engravings, and the pristine pearl grips that struck a chord. With He Kixuan's experience points, similarly, the two revolvers' life and death possessed formidable attributes: true damage, death's eye. Lastly, hanging inconspicuously from the holster on his right was a small knife. Although it lacked the grandeur of the previous four weapons, it was nonetheless crafted from adamantium, with its sleek black appearance surpassing many market weapons. The knife Raven had attributes: bleeding, quick draw. After returning the revolvers to their holsters, he donned his specialized combat attire, a single-arm bulletproof, multi-functional combat suit akin to the Winter Soldier, paired with matching combat pants. High-tech combat boots featuring hovering, magnetic attraction, and zero-noise capabilities inspired by the shoes from the Rogue line's ending. Black trench coat, nano-bulletproof, transformable clothing, similar to what Leto wore. Securing his belt, he double-checked the revolvers, slung the weapon crate over his shoulder, and made his way to the underground parking garage of the laboratory, all the while browsing his personal information in this world. The He Kixuan, or rather now known as Yake Barnes, codename Winter Soldier, inspired by a lack of creativity. A creature emerging from a mysterious laboratory, he became a mercenary after wandering to Atlantan area ravaged by the Unified War, where resources were scarce. Thus, he planned to make a name for himself in the decadent dream city of Night City, that a tale of a self-important young man aspiring to achieve greatness. Glitch and tedious, yet the border inspection of Night City was sufficiently challenging. Such a clean record, combined with the system's additional clearance certificate, suggested that few who passed through had as legal and compliant a process as his. As Yake approached, the voice-activated lights in the underground garage flickered to life, revealing a matte black Merrymark quietly parked there, one of his signature vehicles. An SUV with a six-wheel design, modeled after a Land Rover, heavy and reassuring. The entire vehicle was bulletproof, rendering it immune to almost all bullets on the market. It even featured a mounted machine gun similar to Nick Fury's vehicle and a rudimentary AI. Upon starting the engine and watching the roll-up door slowly open, Yake took a deep breath, feeling as if he were in a dream. Transported into one of his favorite game worlds, endowed with extraordinary power, it felt surreal. Yake gazed at his mechanical left hand, feeling the astonishingly real sensations emanating from it, and smiled in relief. As the roll-up door fully opened, sunlight streamed in. Yake pressed the accelerator, the engine's roar escalating as he felt the exhilaration of speed. The Merrymark carried him out of the abandoned underground laboratory. Sunlight bathed his face, and a smile crept across Yake's lips. After confirming with the system, the laboratory behind him erupted in an explosion, masking evidence of his presence. He glanced at the flames ignited by the explosion, deftly steering the wheel onto the road of the wasteland, guided by the vehicle's navigation toward Night City. Ding! The beginner's guide has concluded. All other features have been fully activated. Reward for reaching Night City. Mysterious apartment gift pack. The system will not interfere with the host's choices. Any decision made by the host may yield rewards. After making a choice, do not let yourself regret it. Oh, by the way, host. An unnamed pawn or a globally renowned figure. Chapter 2. Is there 3 verses in Night City? After a 20-minute drive, Yake finally arrived at the border inspection of Night City. As expected, the staff glanced at his certificate and granted him passage. Shortly after passing the inspection, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. I am Dakota, a middleman in the wasteland. I've heard of you. You have some renown back in Atlanta. However, the wasteland is quite different. Should you wish to take on a commission, feel free to contact me. After hanging up, Yake reflected on the call. Being a regional middleman was no small feat. As they were well connected, it was impressive that she reached out to him so quickly after his arrival in Night City. He surmised she must have contacts at the border. Indeed, the game and reality differed immensely. The journey from the border inspection to the Sunset Hotel took Yake over an hour. Finally, I can see these towering skyscrapers. That on his way to the apartment, Yak received calls from various intermediaries, primarily from regional figures such as Old Captain Muammar Reyes and Father Sebastian Ibarra, who represented Santo Domingo and Haywood regions, respectively. Yak's apartment was situated in the valley, much like Versus' apartment in the game, albeit on a higher floor that afforded a view of most of Night City. After parking in the underground garage following system authentication, Yak hoisted his weapon case and made his way to the elevator. The 12th floor apartment was somewhat larger than in the game, merely distinguished by the addition of a dining table between the pool table and the bar. The remainder of the space closely mirrored the game's layout. At the same time, he marveled at the mysterious apartment package the system had bestowed upon him. The water in his apartment met the standards of potable water from his past life. Even the food in the refrigerator was identical to what he had known, consisting of pure organic products rather than synthetic fare. However, this bounty was exclusively for Yak, meaning that while others might draw water from the same source, Yak's supply was pristine, sourced separately from the local Night City water supply, tainted by industrial pollution, particularly in Santo Domingo and other areas. To access cleaner water, one would need to purchase real water, which was exorbitantly priced. As a partial gourmand, Yak found this intolerable, but the system had resolved the issue for him. While he could not profit from it, he was nonetheless pleased. After placing his belongings in the designated armory, Yak ascended to his room, eager for a shower and a good night's rest, for it was already 7 p.m. Though the day had been exhilarating and thrilling, fatigue had begun to set in. Lying on the bed, clad only in his upper garments, Yak drifted into thought. I hope this is not a dream, he mused, sensing a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important. Ah well, it is what it is. I shall sleep now. Upon awakening the next day, Yak found solace in the ceiling he had wished to see, feeling the tangible sensation in his left hand. He realized that this was no dream. He had truly begun anew. In high spirits, Yak descended to the first floor, humming a tune as he prepared breakfast for himself. With a flicker of blue light, the television in the living room sprang to life, showcasing a documentary about Arasaka Saburo. While the author is unsure if this documentary aired before or after Saburo's death, let's assume it has always existed. Yak instinctively remarked such grandiose claims, yet he was ultimately brought down by his own son. Soon, V will single-handedly breach the Arasaka Tower. A jolt of realization struck Yak. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. V, the renowned protagonist of the game 2077, V was affectionately dubbed by players as the super fool of Night City, the cybernetic transformer, and the king of cleaners, among other monikers. Versus achievements in the game were nothing short of extraordinary. 2 individuals stormed the Vortex Gang stronghold, stealing highly classified Arasaka relics, single-handedly infiltrated the Voodoo Boys, rescued the new American president from Dogtown, and ultimately soloed the Arasaka Tower. In the animated series Edge Runners, David, the protagonist, might later be seen through Versus' eyes as merely a green skull incident cyberpsychosis. Despite Versus' formidable prowess, he faced many irretrievable losses early in the game, the most poignant of which was the death of his close friend, Jack. Though Yak harbored no grand aspirations of altering this world, he wished to mend some of the regrets that marred it. Now, in the year 2077, the fate of Team Mann weighed heavily on his mind. His previously buoyant demeanor shifted as he contemplated the implications. The silver lining was that Arasaka Saburo was still alive, meaning Jack's regrets might still be amendable. Without hesitation, he made his way to the armory, reclined in the hacker chair, and initiated a deep dive into the network, eager to uncover the current state of affairs. Yak's first order of business was to gather intel on V, for it was already 2077. Naturally, the game's character creation feature allowed for a broad scope of searches, but thanks to his innate talents, he could harness significant computational power to aid his quest, all while preserving his mental acuity. Yet upon discovering 3 relevant records, Yak fell into silence, plagued by self-doubt about the accuracy of his findings, before clicking on the first file. Vincent, nomad mercenary, former member of the Buckler family. Excellent. This was our nomad version of V. Vincent. Yak recognized the face, well, reminiscent of the character's appearance in the game CGI. The nomad version was the first character he had played upon acquiring the game. Thus it remained fresh in his memory. He came across a surveillance clip showcasing the familiar red, nomad-modified Kanali Viper being pursued by several military-grade armored vehicles. This was the familiar beginning, the V Yak knew. What, then, were the remaining records? Driven by curiosity, Yak simultaneously opened the other 2 files. Valerie, street mercenary. Valerie, Arasaka counterintelligence chief. Once again, Yak was struck in his silence upon encountering 2 familiar faces, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The good news was that Yak had successfully located V. The bad news was that there were 3 verses in Night City? Or perhaps that was good news too. Upon closer examination, Yak discovered that these 2 female verses were sisters. Interestingly, the corporate V had not only avoided dismissal, but had actually received a promotion, while the street V had acquired a corporate dog sister. Valerie's face matched that of the street V from his last save in version 2.21. While her sister Valerie seemed to correspond with the V from his version 1.63 save. Well then, all 3 versions of V were accounted for. Yak sat in silence, his expectations exceeded. Realizing that this world was not the familiar game he once knew, he understood that many events could unfold differently. For instance, some individuals who should have perished by this time were still alive. Confirming that the all-food factory had indeed been attacked, Yak eagerly began to search for additional information. As anticipated, he stumbled upon the very details he had hoped to uncover. Years prior, the Biotechnica building had also been attacked, yet the reports indicated that no assailants had been killed or captured. Furthermore, Team Mann, the Edge Runner group, still thrived within the mercenary circles, information that was easily accessible. Yak even found a billing record from half a month ago for Mann at the Cybernetic surgeon's office. Notably, there was no record of Pilar or the others, including David's mother, Gloria. Speaking of Gloria, she currently owned a property on Japan Street, purchased in 2077. This evidence was sufficient to affirm that this world diverged from the one Yak was familiar with. Not only were there 3 verses, but it appeared that all of Team Mann's regrets had also been averted. This revelation thrilled Yak, even if his advantages through the storyline were not as pronounced. Who truly cared? Yak continued to scour the digital realm, seeking valuable information while contemplating ways to befriend these protagonists. A sleek Draymond sped down the road, its body riddled with bullet holes, pursued by a cadre of Arasaka ninjas. Amidst this chaos, a burly man in a suit, sporting a bun hairstyle, named Jack, fired a few shots out the window before retreating, shouting angrily into a holographic phone. V, we can't shake off these Arasaka scum. Damn it, Valerie is barely holding on. Beside Jack, a woman in a suit, whose appearance was strikingly similar to the streetwise V, also known as Valerie, gritted her teeth and occasionally fired at the enemies behind them. However, her wounds oozed blood, and her pallid complexion indicated that she was nearing her limits. On the other end of the call, V urged, "Damn it, hold on, Jack. I'm almost there." Upon hearing this, Jack clenched his teeth, realizing that their team's bug was likely dead. He couldn't bear to lose another comrade. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his weapon tightly. As he peeked out again, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. All the Arasaka ninjas appeared to be engulfed in flames, as if their minds had been fried by a hacker. Behind them, a man, distinct from the ninjas, sped up on a motorcycle. Clad in a black mask and goggles, his slightly disheveled black hair danced in the wind, and his professional black combat attire was accentuated by a bare silver mechanical arm. This was none other than our protagonist, Yak. Witnessing the devastation of the ninja squad, Yak twisted the throttle, accelerating to match the Draymond's speed. Meanwhile, Jack remained momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the vehicle's AI chimed in, unknown hacker intrusion detected destination forcibly modified. Jack whipped around, but the familiar bald figure on the screen had vanished. Just as he was at a loss, a magnetic male voice emerged. Don't panic, it's me. I've modified your destination. Is there a familiar cybernetic doctor for your comrade? Jack quickly processed the information, noticing Yake nodding at him from outside. He responded, yes. We know Dr. Victor, at Misty's sanctum. Dr. Victor? Good. I'm aware. Destination confirmed. Jack exhaled in relief, unaware of the identity of the man assisting him. As he turned to inquire, the Drayman had already reversed its course. With no choice but to set aside his confusion, Jack called Victor, anxiously glancing at the unconscious Valerie beside him. Hang in there, sis. Please don't let anything happen. As Yake observed Jack departing, he intended to head to the Keep It Silent Inn alone. However, a crimson Kusanagi suddenly appeared at the intersection, and the woman aboard swiftly brandished a mantis blade, leaping from the vehicle to charge at him. Yake's gaze sharpened. He sensed this woman was extraordinary. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that she seemed familiar. He swiftly leapt from his bike, using his metallic left arm to block her powerful strike. Both landed on the ground, and Yake's eyes widened as he recognized the woman's face. Company V, without hesitation. The V before him sensed the threat emanating from Yake and activated her Sandevistan to advance. Yake, astonished by her speed, activated his own Sandevistan, narrowly evading her next assault before scanning her. Wait, chameleon? For Ripple's Type 5. This V possessed a dual system configuration. Simultaneously, V was astonished that this man could evade her attacks. She too sought to scan Yake for information, but nothing surfaced. Clearly, his firewall was formidable, and his cybernetics were anything but ordinary. They remained locked in a stalemate. What about the Drayman? The spot where Jack's signal had vanished was right here. They're headed to the clinic of that Dr. Victor, V replied, her demeanor softening slightly, sensing no malice from Yake. Anxious for her sister, she nodded at him and swiftly activated her Sandevistan to leave. Yake watched her depart, astounded. Truly, this was the V without cybernetic limitations that he too did not linger, mounting a motorcycle by the roadside and heading towards the Keep It Silent Inn. Upon arrival, Yake strode purposefully to the second floor, reaching the door of room 204. A flash of crimson light flickered in his pupils, and the door swung open. The burly man at the entrance had no time to react before Yake shot him in the head, and the rotund figure inside the room was similarly taken by surprise, meeting the same fate. Yake coldly regarded the fallen Dexter, ensuring his demise with a few additional shots before vacating the scene. After leaving, Yake chose not to visit Victor's clinic, for he had gleaned from his preliminary scan that Valerie's injuries were severe. It appeared the chip had been activated, but it was certainly not as critical as it was in the games. Surgical intervention would be necessary. Going now would serve no purpose. After confirming their arrival via the Drayman's tracking, Yake returned to his apartment. 5 days passed quietly. Through the monitoring system of the Drayman, which had been stalled due to Yake's hack, he learned that Valerie was gradually recovering post-surgery. Yake resolved to visit Victor's clinic to see the protagonist of 2077. Arriving in the familiar Watson district, Chinatown, he parked his car and opened the iron gate. As he descended the stairs, he overheard Jack's voice. I told you, sis, this was unavoidable. Old Victor said it's impossible to remove it now. What should I do? I'm about to be driven mad by this washed-up rock star. That voice was unmistakably Valerie's. Who told you to take on this obviously dubious commission? Now look where we are. You got a parasite lodged in your brain, and it's a terrorist version. The tone was distinctly familiar. It must be Valerie's sister. Apologies, Valerie. The chip is lodged too tightly here, forcibly removing. It carries a 90% mortality rate. We cannot take that risk. That steady voice belonged to Victor, the cybernetic father figure. The gate sensed Yake's approach and opened automatically, and all four turned to see him standing at the entrance. Am I interrupting something? I hope I'm not a bother. Yake scanned the room, noting the presence of an ethereal digital ghost. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Johnny Silverhand, not expecting to encounter him. However, he quickly realized that this was due to his own gifted capability, as he was now akin to a semi-super AI. Johnny was equally bewildered, for this man seemed capable of seeing him, even locking eyes with him. FCK, it was already absurd enough that Valerie could see him in her mind, but now this man was able to as well. Yes, for certain reasons, Valerie could also see Johnny, despite the chip residing in her brain. "May I ask who you are?" Victor inquired politely, sensing a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from Yake. Although he attempted to convey goodwill, some things were impossible to conceal. Like a panda, which may seem playful with a gentle pat, yet can inadvertently break a few ribs, that V also noted the man before her expression tightening. She recognized the mechanical arm. It belonged to the man she had encountered just days prior. Previously, Valerie had been concerned that she hadn't paid enough attention, but now, she could distinctly sense the palpable threat of death emanating from a man before her. What a jest, she had never experienced such a feeling even when facing Adam the Hammer. This sensation caused her muscles to tense, priming her for an immediate confrontation. Valerie seemed to notice her sister's unease. Her curiosity piqued. After all, despite being a company pawn whom she despised, her sister's strength was undeniably formidable. Moreover, she felt a strange familiarity with the man before her. At that moment, Jack recognized the familiar mechanical arm on Yake's left side. "Goodness, it's you. You are the mysterious man who suddenly appeared and saved us that day." Upon hearing this, the remaining three were taken aback, and V was momentarily stunned. As well, she hadn't anticipated that the man from that day was the one who had rescued her. Sister and Jack. Though somewhat perplexed, she felt a measure of relief. Yake nodded at Jack before turning his attention to Victor. "Are you Dr. Victor?" "I am Yake Barnes, a mercenary who has recently arrived in Night City. My friend John has informed me that you are the finest cybernetic doctor in the city. It is a pleasure to meet you." Victor paused momentarily, but upon hearing John's name, he felt a degree of trust. John had indeed been one of his long-standing clients, despite having left the city. This name was, of course, something Yake had researched in advance to establish rapport. Victor responded courteously, "I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I do possess some experience." V regarded Yake with skepticism. She found it hard to believe that such unconditional assistance existed in this world. She was curious about Yake's motivations for aiding her sister. Yake noticed Valerie's gaze but chose to disregard it. The versus tension did not linger long after all. He was the one who had saved her sister. Regardless of the circumstances, she owed Yake a significant debt of gratitude. It was inappropriate to behave coldly towards someone who had rendered such a service. V quickly adjusted her expression and spoke first. "Are you the one who saved my sister?" "I am her sister, V, and I am immensely grateful for your actions. Without your assistance, Valerie might have faced dire consequences. Additionally, I must apologize for my earlier actions at that time. I was unaware that you had saved my sister. My concern led to confusion, and I hope you can understand." As she spoke, Versa's mind raced with thoughts. The only others connected to this situation, apart from Jack and her sister, were that hefty man in Tbud.1 had perished during the operation, while the other had been discovered dead at the Silent Hotel. Could it be that the so-called employer, Evelyn, had sent him? She could not discern Yake's background or his reasons for saving Valerie, so she opted to probe cautiously. Yake met Versa's gaze calmly and replied, "It's quite all right. I wasn't harmed during the incident. As for your sister, it was merely a trivial matter. However, I am quite intrigued by the chip in your sister's head. If I could conduct a detailed scan of the chip and replicate its data, we would be even, wouldn't we?" Upon hearing this, V displayed a contemplative expression, feeling an oddity she could not quite articulate. Yet, she sensed an inexplicable familiarity and trust whenever she encountered Yake. This sensation was peculiar. V turned to Valerie, who returned her sister's inquiring gaze. After a moment of reflection, Valerie nodded. After all, if Yake had intended to harm her, he would not have saved her in the first place. Seeing Valerie's agreement, V acquiesced as well. Yake then extended a personal data cable and inserted it into Valerie's port. A crimson stream of data flickered in his eyes as he meticulously analyzed the chip's specifics and copied various details. Through this data, Yake gained insight into Valerie's condition. In simpler terms, it resembled scenarios from games, but the severity was not as dire. Complete corruption would take at least 2 to 3 years, and there was a possibility of successfully extracting the chip. Unlike the games, where removal resulted in death, this was a far more favorable outcome. After withdrawing the data cable, Yake had successfully replicated most of the data from the relic, though a small portion had been damaged and could not be retrieved. Once Yake had concluded his task, V inquired, "What's the outcome?" Yake nodded subtly in acknowledgement. "I have acquired what I sought. Thank you. There is no need for such formalities. You saved Valerie's life. This is a debt we owe you." In that case, I shall take my leave. Before departing, Yake added his contact information to the communication devices of those present. Should you require assistance, feel free to call this number. I'll be most pleased to befriend you all. As Yake approached the door, an epiphany struck him, and he turned back to be by the way, Miss Valerie. Upon hearing this, Valerie turned, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Meeting Yake's inscrutable gaze, a chill ran down her spine. The ominous feeling intensified, as if he could see through her very soul, an unknown pawn, or a renowned figure. With that, Yake departed, leaving Valerie in a state of shock. Before she could recover, Johnny voiced his thoughts eagerly. Whoa, that guy could see me? He looked at me a few times. Before he left, he glanced at me again. Versus' expression shifted subtly. He can see you. Valerie spoke to her sister. What he just said was eerily similar to what that obnoxious hefty man told me earlier. Versus' demeanor grew serious, and Victor and Jack also sensed something amiss. That IT seems I must investigate Yake thoroughly. V side. Chapter 3. The first encounter with David, disinclined to title. In the future, V will refer to the company V, namely Valerie, the Winter Soldier. This time, the cyberpsychosis incident occurred in an auto repair shop along the Badlands Highway. It is said that a young man, whom the owner kindly assisted, suddenly went insane. You should go take a look that I've sent you the specific location. Try to bring him back alive. After reading the message from Regina, Yake drove towards the designated site. That IT had been 3 days since his visit to Old Way, and during this time, Yake had been inundated with commissions. Fortunately, due to his burgeoning reputation in Atlanta, he was not treated like a novice. Indeed, he caught Regina's attention and received a long-term contract for a cyberpsychosis case akin to that of V in the game. This unfortunate soul in the Badlands became Yake's first target. Luckily, the auto repair shop was not too far from the city center. Upon arrival, Yake witnessed a madman frantically smashing the roll-up door, shouting, "Come out! Come out!" After confirming the target, Yake wasted no time and activated the Sonweisten. Clock up. Yes, it was indeed the transformation sound effect of Kamen Rider Kabuto, a custom creation of Yake's. The sound effect's volume can be adjusted. Although Sonweisten seemed more in line with Freeze's acceleration, Yake preferred Kabuto. Everything before him slowed down, as if time had nearly come to a halt with a 90 acceleration. The cyberpsychotic individual had barely turned his head upon hearing the sound when a steel fist came crashing towards him, plunging him into an infantile slumber. After seeing the target on the ground, Yake examined the separation chip, seeking clues regarding his madness. The person is subdued and alive. IT appears he was forcibly implanted with a neural component developed by some laboratory. Damn, the combination of Sonweisten and a rampaging lunatic. It's violent installation. It's no wonder he has gone mad, a hapless experimental subject who slaughtered everyone in the lab and escaped. Originally, he had shown signs of improvement with the help of the auto repair shop owner. But fate had him encounter a night wanderer who attempted to rob the owner, causing him to lose control again. However, the owner's family should be safe. This kid has potential. What a pity. Regina. Received. Thanks.M. Why people will head over. The payment has been credited to the account. Upon closing the message panel, Yake noted the deposit of 5,000 euros. He finally understood why players in his former life referred to Regina's cyberpsychosis contracts as akin to a great injustice. A lunatic who requires subduing without the option of inflicting fatal harm, where ordinary mercenaries are merely glad to survive, all for the strenuous effort of only 5,000 euros. Yet, Yake merely muttered under his breath. For what he desperately needed was street reputation. If word got out that he could single-handedly subdue a cyberpsychotic and complete the contract, his reputation would surely rise. Despite the seeming injustice, who could blame him when he lacked renown? Meanwhile, V sighed upon reviewing Yake's profile, that a monster that crawled out from a secret laboratory, a place referred to as a man-eating Helldivi, had only encountered one individual who had emerged alive from such a facility without succumbing to cyberpsychosis, the current ruler of Arasaka. Arasaka Raisin's bodyguard, Atom Smasher. Yet, Valerie felt none of the oppressive pressure she experienced in Atom's presence when facing Yake. This indicated that the Winter Soldier's combat capabilities surpassed those of Atom Smasher. What a tumultuous season! V sighed again, contemplating that his rebellious sister's mind harbored a lunatic. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. upon seeing an inexplicably new contact in his address book. V chuckled at himself. Meanwhile, Valerie, after recuperating and with Old Way's assistance, ensured that the relic would not cause side effects like migraines or nosebleeds. However, its extraction remained impossible. After fruitless attempts to reach Evelyn, she and Jack sought out Judy. After acquiring some leads, they proceeded to the cloud top and, through the wooden figure there, located Fingers. Upon learning that Evelyn had been taken to shoot a super dream, the trio successfully rescued the unconscious Evelyn. Using clues from Judy's super dream, they pinpointed the Voodoo Boys. However, based on Jack's account, the two concluded that it would be challenging for just the two of them to extract anything from that group of Haitians. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and rest while seeking potential connections. Thus, half a month passed, and Valerie awaited news from Mr. Hans, the intermediary in the Pacifica region. During this time, Yake received a series of substantial commissions and assisted Regina in capturing 3 cyberpsychotics. The reputation of the Winter Soldier steadily rose, and intermediaries praised him, offering assessments of efficiency, speed, and reliability. Simultaneously, the Reborn Queen, Rogue, took notice of this formidable lone mercenary. The line of Idleness Badlands, a large cargo truck accompanied by 3 modified armored vehicles, belonging to the Night Stalkers, traversed the highway. Leading the convoy was a Mizutani Shinjin, flanked by 2 Kalbri mules at the rear, safeguarding the central cargo truck. The 3 modified vehicles bore the graffiti of the Night Stalkers. Clearly indicating this was their transport convoy on the Mizutani Shinjin. Heavy metal rock blared, and the passenger, seemingly high, gyrated in his seat. Annoyed, the driver glanced at his companion, then turned his gaze back to the road. Suddenly, he noticed a figure ahead. However, what were the Night Stalkers? A gang composed of the detritus discarded by the Wanderers, as despised as the scavengers in Night City. Thus, the driver's dark humor surged, and he pressed the accelerator, intending to ram into the figure. The passenger, noticing the unfolding scene, cheered and urged the driver to accelerate further with a string of profanities. Yet upon realizing the identity of the figure before them, their expressions shifted dramatically, and the High Brother instantly sobered. The man wore black goggles and a mask, his disheveled black hair billowing in the wind. Clad in black combat attire, he wielded an unfamiliar weapon in his right hand. Most strikingly, his exposed left arm bore a silver mechanical prosthetic. While cybernetics were common, the distinctive silver mechanical left arm, along with the Red Star insignia on his shoulder, signified that the man before them was none other than the recently renowned lone mercenary. The Winter Soldier, boasting a 100 contract completion rate. It no matter the commission, as long as the payment was sufficient, he could fulfill it even without any leads or information. Efficient and reliable, he posed minimal inquiries, earning the trust of many employers. Now, this formidable figure appeared before them, fully armed. Before they could recover from their shock, Yake raised his weapon and fired. A black circular device launched from his weapon, instantly embedding itself beneath the vehicle. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the lead Mizutani Shinjin was sent flying, tracing a perfect arc towards Yake. Unhurried, Yake stepped to the right and sidestepped the impending projectile with grace. Reference to Captain America, the Winter Soldier, the stylish assassination of Nick. The rear members of the convoy quickly reacted, slamming on the brakes to counterattack. However, clock up, bang, bang. In the next moment, Yake reappeared behind the truck, his revolver still smoking from the recent discharge. The 4 Night Stalkers in the 2 Kalbri vehicles ahead fell one after another, lifeless from a single shot to the head. Bang, bang. 2 more shots dispatched the drivers attempting to escape from the truck, while a flying knife eliminated the passenger in the front seat. With his weapons holstered, Yake calmly approached the rear of the truck. The highlighter function of his cybernetic eye indicated 2 enemies remained inside the cargo area. Inside, 2 Night Stalkers trained their guns on the rear door, prepared to turn any intruder into a sieve the moment the door opened. With a click, the door lock automatically disengaged, and the 2 men, faces taut with tension, rested their fingers on the triggers. As the door swung open unexpectedly, they disregarded all caution and began firing wildly. One of them sensed something amiss, and as both realized that nothing awaited them outside, they found themselves blinded by a flashbang that landed at their feet. Before they could react, 2 gunshots rang out, sealing the fate of the entire convoy. After confirming there were no survivors, Yake replenished the bullets in his revolvers, performed a flourish with his firearm, and returned it to its holster. He activated scan mode, searching the cargo area for the target of this commission. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered the target cargo. Securing the item, a flash of blue light emanated from his eyes as a black motorcycle autonomously approached his personal vehicle. After strapping the cargo securely, he mounted the motorcycle and departed with style. The Afterlife bar, Yake parked the motorcycle, removed his goggles and mask, and carried the cargo downstairs. He encountered no hindrance and exchanged greetings with the security at the entrance before proceeding inside. Navigating with familiarity, he arrived at Rogue's booth, where the doorman, Wylan, did not impede his entry. "Hey, Rogue, here's the cargo the client requested." Yake placed the items on the table. Rogue glanced at them before nodding. "All right, contract completed. The payment has been transferred. By the way, there's a new job. Let me know if you're interested." Yake nodded and ordered a tequila. Ready to hear about Rogue's new contract, there's a rather renowned mercenary squad preparing for a big job. They handle the frontline firepower but require a reliable lone wolf for the flanks. The risks are high, but the rewards are substantial. Are you interested? After taking a sip of his drink, Yake realized that the purpose of this lone wolf might merely be to serve as cannon fodder or a target to attract attention. Many times, the assignments given to lone wolves are akin to this. Without demonstrating the capability of a single individual to match a team, no one is inclined to engage you for serious work. In the game, V's reputation stemmed from his audacious survival after breaching the Cobalt Tower, and Yake also possessed his own notoriety in Atlanta. Otherwise, a typical lone wolf would hardly enjoy such privileges. After a moment's hesitation, Yake accepted the job. After all, he truly was a one-man army. Worst-case scenario, he could initiate a neural overclock and obliterate the data stream. Upon Yake's agreement, Rog also breathed a sigh of relief. Such tasks, even with a commendable squad reputation, seldom attracted volunteers. Lacking strength merely led to demise. Yake's prowess reassured her. "Thank you. Consider this a debt I owe you." Yake nodded, and Rog's eyes glimmered with blue light. "They re-hear this." Yake turned to survey the surroundings, soon spotting a youth with a crew cut, somewhat juvenile in appearance, clad in a yellow jacket approaching. David, Chapter 4. First encounter with Mann's team. David was in a rather foul mood today. His mother, Gloria, had discovered the injuries he sustained during an afternoon assignment. Already displeased with her son's choice to become a fringe walker, Gloria was both worried and angry upon seeing the wounds. She launched into a lecture that made David feel utterly miserable. Had it not been for a timely call from Mann, who saved him from further scolding, he shuddered to think how long his mother would have continued. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away as Gloria watched her son's vanishing figure. A mix of solace and anxiety washed over her, the latter prevailing, despite having moved to a better apartment, alleviating her from the burden of daily strenuous work. David's profession remained perilous, walking a tightrope over death. She lived in constant fear of receiving a call from the NCPD to identify David's body. Yet David was stubborn, no matter how she urged him. He refused to abandon his path. In this regard, they were remarkably alike. Upon arriving in the afterlife, David promptly received word from Mann, stating that a lone wolf sought by Torg had been located. He was instructed to bring him along, leading David to the figure seated beside Rog. The sight of the silver mechanical arm caught David off guard. Winter Soldier, a mercenary with a burgeoning reputation. He hadn't expected it to be him. He recalled Mann mentioning this individual during a previous drinking session with the squad. He seemed reliable, given his acclaim. David approached. "Hello, I'm David, one of the team members in the assignment." "Greetings, you may call me Yake. You're the famed Winter Soldier, aren't you? Our leader, Mann, has mentioned you." Yake nodded, and after exchanging greetings with Rog, the trio proceeded to the private booth of Mann's team. "Hey, Mann, do you think the lone wolf Rog found is trustworthy?" A petite girl, swinging her little legs while sipping on a drink, inquired of her captain. Rest assured, Rog would not haphazardly recommend a lone wolf to tarnish his own reputation. Mann, a muscular figure, took a sip of his drink as the door to the booth opened. The 7 members inside turned their attention towards the entrance, where David and Yake walked in. The group's focus shifted to Yake's left arm. "Mann, this is the lone wolf Yake, the Winter Soldier you mentioned." David cheerfully introduced him to his captain. Yake observed David's bright demeanor and somewhat youthful face present. He had not overloaded himself with excessive cybernetics due to the deaths of Mann and Pyrrha, evoking thoughts that David was still merely an 18-year-old boy. Numerous video analysts from the past had surmised that David's ability to endure such high cybernetic stress was attributed not only to his commendable talent, but also to the love-filled environment of his upbringing. He had a mother who cherished him, and after Gloria's untimely passing, he was fortunate enough to encounter Mann. Mann's presence was akin to that of a father, strict yet encouraging. Meanwhile, his teammates provided familial support, and he even had a girlfriend who genuinely loved him. Truth be told, David was far more fortunate than most in this city. Upon seeing familiar faces, Yake felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, none were missing. Mann was the first to rise, extending a hand to Yake. "A pleasure to finally meet you, Winter Soldier. I am Mann, the captain of this squad, responsible for frontline assault." Yake shook his hand, and Mann proceeded to introduce his teammates. Mann, Dorio, frontline fire support; David, assault; Lucy, Chiwei, Sasha, hackers; Pyrrha, sniper; and Rebecca, flex support. Each member had clearly defined roles, embodying a professional fringe walker team. After a preliminary introduction, they presented Yake with a separation chip and began outlining the specifics of the assignment. In essence, the scavengers have forcibly occupied a factory on the outskirts of Night City. The objective is to return the factory to its rightful owners. Though it appears a straightforward task, the factory has been transformed into a substantial stronghold for the scavengers, housing at least 50 individuals. After reviewing the detailed information and a 3D blueprint of the factory, Yake nodded at "Oh, you think this is feasible?" Mann expressed his concerns, given the formidable firepower and the perilous nature of the situation. Yake affirmed, "I'll take it." "When do we commence?" Mann exhaled in relief. "It will be 2 weeks before they send a portion of their men out to recruit, at which point their numbers will be at a minimum." After confirming the details, Yake departed. Watching him leave, Mann turned to his team. "What are your impressions of him?" Chiwei furrowed her brow. "Not simple. His IC is exceptionally thick. Moreover, he doesn't possess any model of combat cybernetics." Lucy chimed in, "That's normal. It's rumored he walked out of a laboratory. The last individual to do so and act so brazenly was Atom Smasher. I find him confident." Dorio offered a fair assessment. "His mechanical arm is impressive. Pyrrha, always a bit scatterbrained, nonetheless recognized the uniqueness of the arm." Mann nodded. "It seems we struck gold this time." Upon returning to his apartment, Yake noted the late hour and prepared for a shower and sleep. Just then, an unexpected call came through. "Valerie." Minutes earlier at the Wild Wolf Bar, Jack and Valerie were seated at a booth on the second floor, sipping drinks. "Hans has news. The Voodoo Boys want something done." "However, I can't shake this unsettling feeling," Valerie confessed, prompting concern from Jack. "Girl, I've noticed you've been a bit paranoid lately." "What is going on?" "I don't know. Ever since I met that Yake, I've felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. I can't shake the feeling that he knows something that I think I need to have a chat with him," Valerie declared, as if resolved to that moment. Johnny appeared beside Valerie. "I think I need to have a chat with him. How many times have you said that? And yet, you just sit there like a coward, staring at the contact screen." "Shut up, Johnny," Valerie retorted, her composure slipping as she turned crimson. Taking a deep breath to bolster her courage under Jack's watchful gaze, she dialed the number. "Hello? Ms. Valerie? Just call me Valerie. Yake, I'm reaching out because I have a few questions for you." Yake couldn't help but chuckle at Valerie's somewhat stiff demeanor displayed on the holographic projection. "Cute. Not a problem, Valerie. Regarding Relic, do you know anything about it, including Johnny? Can you see him?" "Yes," Yake replied without hesitation. "Is there any way you could help me once more? You must know this chip is threatening my life. As for a method to separate you two? No, the precision required for that procedure exceeds your imagination." Yake informed her. Valerie felt a twinge of disappointment, but wasn't overly distressed, recognizing that despite his knowledge, he was ultimately just a mercenary. Yake spoke the truth. Such high-precision separation technology was currently unavailable on the market. Perhaps it existed in space. However, to fully assist Valerie, he could only rely on the system, whose rewards would only be revealed upon task completion. The system remained tight-lipped on this matter. "Though I can't assist you right now. Should you encounter any other difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. After all, I genuinely wish to befriend you. Ms. Valerie.Yake's calm voice resonated through the phone. Is it really friendship? Valerie pondered, having heard this sentiment twice now. But she didn't dwell on it. Nodding, she ended the call. Having a powerful mercenary friend was a bad prospect. By the way, should she invite Yake for the Voodoo Boys assignment, it might enhance the safety factor. Meanwhile, Johnny remarked with a peculiar expression, this little brat wouldn't happen to have a crush on you. Would he? Go to hell, Johnny. Not to mention, he looked at me like a damn father figure. Besides, I'm a total catch, Valerie retorted, recalling how Yake's affectionate gaze during their first meeting had once again disarmed her. Jack observed Valerie with an air of detached contemplation, silently fading into the background. In Chapter 5, title Commission, Welcome to Night City, Valerie ultimately decided to invite Yak to join her in a couple of days to address matters concerning the Voodoo Boys in Pacifica. After concluding a phone call, Yak promptly fell into a deep slumber as dawn broke. Yak followed his usual morning routine, preparing a hearty breakfast for himself while turning on the television to catch the news. Although the two mainstream news outlets were under corporate control, it was still enlightening to peruse the corporate scandals they reported. While enjoying his breakfast, Yak suddenly realized the necessity of acquiring a transit pass for Dogtown. Anticipating that a certain imprisoned little bird would soon orchestrate significant events in that small locale. Naturally, the way to obtain such a pass was to contact Mr. Hans. Without delay, Yak dialed Mr. Hans' number. And shortly thereafter, the call connected. Within the holographic projection, much of Hansa's figure lay shrouded in shadow, obscuring his features and lending him an air of mystery. Ah, the illustrious Winter Soldier. Is it? You call me only when you have a matter at hand? Illustrious? I wouldn't dare claim such a title. Well, underestimating oneself is hardly commendable. Excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy. Let us dispense with frivolities. I require a transit pass for Dogtown. Can you procure one? Of course, but are you planning an incursion into Dogtown? It is understandable that Mr. Hans would be perplexed, as Yak had only undertaken commissions in the Pacifica region until now. Suddenly seeking a transit pass for Dogtown raised suspicions. No, I merely heard that the black market in Dogtown harbors many intriguing items, and I am quite interested. That is certainly feasible. However, should I assist you, you must also lend me your aid in return. Naturally, I am well aware of the protocol. I have a troublesome commission that requires your expertise, and rest assured, the payment will remain intact. I will also facilitate your acquisition of the Dogtown Transit Pass. No problem. I shall await the specifics. May our collaboration be fruitful. After hanging up, Yak refrained from hastily examining the details of the commission, instead reflecting on the background lore of Dogtown from the DLC. Dogtown, a lawless territory that in 2058, a group of investors recognized the lucrative potential of the tourism industry and sought to capitalize on it. They set their sights on the slums south of Haywood. Aspiring to transform the area into their personal gold mine, they invested a substantial sum into the Night City government to secure exclusive construction rights. They converted the slums into a tourist resort named Pacifica, swiftly taking shape thanks to an abundance of cheap labor. However, during the construction, the new United States and the Free State ignited the Unification War, and the flames of conflict rapidly spread to California. Investors lost faith in the Pacifica project and withdrew their funds. By 2070, the new United States prepared to invade Night City, with military technology commanding Colonel Kurt Hansen to lead an elite force to capture a strategic location in Pacifica. Their mission was to establish a route for a comprehensive assault on Night City. Yet after Hansen's success, the order for a full-scale attack was inexplicably delayed. The new United States and the Free State signed the Alvin Accord, with higher-ups commanding Hansen to retreat. However, this time, Colonel Hansen chose to defy the order. 7 years later, he had established a formidable foundation in Pacifica, erecting walls around his territory, which now constituted his own Dogtown, a refuge for Night City's inhabitants seeking to evade corporate tyranny, as well as a hiding place for those with troubled pasts. The black market Yak had mentioned thrived within the hollow shell of the Pacifica Stadium, an internationally recognized black market. Hansen's enterprise flourished. His power solidified, and his coffers swelled. Both the Night City government and the new United States refrained from intervening, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Dogtown, turbulent currents flowed. For both Night City and the new United States, this ticking time bomb could explode at any moment. To be frank, Yak had a certain admiration for Hansen. Unfortunately, given the overarching narrative of Shadow of the past, it appeared that this man was destined to meet his demise. Yak shook his head, casting aside such chaotic thoughts, and turned his attention to the specifics of the commission to Mr. Hans. Commission. Welcome to Night City, you know. I often believe that wealthy individuals should relish their lives rather than impulsively pursue mercenary endeavors. Our unfortunate Cole is precisely that fool, possessing a fortune yet choosing to venture into this city. Misguidedly hoping to become a legend, as fate would have it, he was captured by that voodoo boys hacker gang within 3 days of his arrival. Now, Cole's family wishes for you to rescue their foolish son, albeit without attracting too much attention. You are tasked with a visit to the Winter Soldier. Remember the client's wishes. Avoid making a scene to prevent complications. Mission coordinates have been sent. Having read the message, Yak understood the predicament. Yet another naive fool believing he could become a so-called legend. The challenge lay with the voodoo boys hackers, a particularly bothersome group, yet their hacking skills were undeniably impressive. Bolstered by a dedicated subnet known as Poseidon, the client wished to avoid drawing attention, a request that would prove challenging with such astute hackers. Nevertheless, for Yak, it was manageable, troublesome but not insurmountable. This time, however, he needed to adjust his equipment. He removed the revolver and equipped a handgun rewarded for completing 3 cyberpsycho missions. Interest-free. This model is a Taron Tactical 2011 Viper, akin to that used by John Wick. Complete with a silencer. Within a meter, only the sound of the wind can be heard. A handgun optimized for stealth. He also strapped 6 knives to his thighs. In reality, throwing knives do not return to their owner. Although stealth is best executed under the cover of night, Yak's optical camouflage was no mere decoration. The market's most advanced optical camouflage reveals a distortion of air when activated, yet Yak's version, reminiscent of the Predator from film lore, seamlessly blended with his surroundings. Arriving at the underground parking garage, he mounted his black Nazareth racer and sped away. Approximately half an hour later, he reached his target location, West Wind Apartments. Recalling that a commission in the DLC also took place here, following Mr. Hans' information, he arrived at the balcony on the 7th floor. The 8th and 9th floors belonged to the Voodoo Boys. After scanning with the cyber eye, he located the unfortunate Cole and 3 members of the Voodoo Boys. Outside the door of the room where Cole was imprisoned stood 2 guards. Yak marked all enemy units and Cole. Designating all cameras as allies, he prepared to act. Utilizing a double jump, he reached the balcony of the 8th floor, activating his optical camouflage and stealthily entering the interior. The exits on the 9th floor were blocked, necessitating access via the stairwell connecting the 2 floors. But he chanced upon 2 guards approaching, observing that they lacked a routine for regular reports. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and dispatched them with 2 precise headshots. Concealing their bodies within a nearby dumpster, Yak pressed forward. To his right, 3 individuals sat together, engrossed in conversation and watching television. Noticing the opportunity, Yak quietly crept behind one of them. Why does that idiot refuse to spend his money and insist on becoming a mercenary? Clearly, the nearest Voodoo Boys member had no inkling of death's approach, continuing his banter with his companions. If you ask me, in an instant, the other companion was silenced by a bullet to the head, while the silent woman beside him met a similar fate, both unaware of what had transpired. The one who had spoken was momentarily stunned, failing to react before Yak swiftly broke his neck. After disposing of the 3 corpses, the main door ahead swung open, prompting Yak to hide behind a nearby box. Though fully invisible, the risk of being discovered remained if they approached his direction. However, the 2 newcomers seemed entirely oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Hey, what happened to those 3 idiots? One of them, brandishing a standard-issue handgun, queried. God knows. Who cares about them? Just those 3. Yak assessed the situation, confirming that the 2 had no one behind them and, uninterested in their idle chatter, swiftly took them out with 2 well-aimed shots. Following the customary hiding of the bodies, he approached the door to a room housing 3 deep-diving hackers and 2 guards. Yak opened the door. The guards had yet to register his presence. Didn't the boss say we can't go in until shift change? One guard remarked, "That can't you see it's only just." With a decisive whoosh, 2 final bullets dispatched the guards, and Yak drew his throwing knives, 3 blades, 1 for each hacker, each meeting its target with lethal precision. Thus, the 8th floor was cleared of all adversaries. Earlier, Yak had fabricated their biological detection signals, ensuring that even if someone monitored the system, they would remain undetected. Though he doubted the competence of this group, he pressed on to the 9th floor, where he easily eliminated 2 idling members and 2 guards. With no enemies remaining on either floor, he deactivated his optical camouflage and approached the door to Cole's holding room. Thermal imaging revealed 3 remaining voodoo boys within. Evidently unaware of the chaos outside Point 2 were tormenting Cole, while 1 recorded the ordeal, likely to use as leverage against Cole's family. Upon hearing the door open, the recorder turned but did not look back. "What is going on? Did the money arrive?" The only response was a merciless bullet, followed by 2 more that dispatched the 2 brutish tormentors. Yak strode forward, forcibly moving the corpse of 1 tormentor aside to reveal a bewildered Cole. "Please don't kill me. I didn't TC anything. I have money. I can pay you." Realizing the situation, Cole pleaded for mercy, while Yak gazed at the man before him, perplexed. "Cole, I am the mercenary sent to rescue you. Your family commissioned me through an intermediary." "Really? Is that true?" Cole's doubt lingered. Yak chose not to respond immediately and sent a message to Hans. Hans quickly replied, impressed by Yak's efficiency, providing him with a location and assuring him that a vehicle would be dispatched shortly. Upon receiving the message, Yak swiftly pulled up the weak-legged Cole and led him outside. Eventually, they arrived at the designated spot, where they hurried Cole towards the vehicle. Thank you so much," Cole exclaimed as he climbed into the car sent by Mr. Hans, showering Yak with gratitude and no need for thanks. "This is merely a job, and with your cowardly demeanor, do you truly intend to be a mercenary? Perhaps it's time to reconsider. Being a mercenary is no child's play." Welcome to Night City, Rookie, Chapter 6. The glimmer of love. The job had been executed flawlessly by the Winter Soldier, swift and efficient. Moreover, the voodoo boys had yet to react. The payment had been transferred. "As for your pass, it will be ready by tomorrow." "All right, thanks, Hans. That no need to be so formal. That I hope we can continue our collaboration." Of course, Hans. After hanging up with Mr. Hans, Yak lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The pass for Dogtown was secured. He just wondered when that little bird would arrive. Attempting to arrange a meeting. Company Plaza Apartments, 5th floor. Inside the apartment, V sighed wearily after reading a message from her sister. As someone who had ascended to the position of Minister of Counterintelligence at a young age, she was not merely brawn. Yet, even someone as astute as she could not fathom Yak's true intentions in approaching them. If you can think of something, it must be suspicious. Who could imagine such a thing as traversing worlds? Besides, you 2 sisters are mere puppets in his hands. "Shall we be friends?" V murmured. Due to the circumstances surrounding the death of Arasaka Saburo, she, as the Minister of Counterintelligence, would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Officially, she was merely on temporary leave, but in reality, it was an unpaid sabbatical. As a member of the elite, her formidable personal abilities had drawn Saburo's attention. Thus, this suspension was merely a procedural formality, conveniently granting her a break, as the majority of the blame currently rested upon Takemura. The lackadaisical handling of Saburo's assassination was reflected even in the game. After Saburo's murder, V encountered almost no one from Arasaka during the progression of the plot. Even after the version update, there was a relentless pursuit by street factions, with Arasaka's pursuit of V only justified by her alleged kidnapping of Arasaka Hanako. Uncertain if there was any pursuit before the supposed kidnapping, the author had not encountered it. Moreover, Raiden was more aware than anyone of how Saburo had met his demise. Consequently, information was swiftly sealed off. Coupled with V's own hacking skills, as long as Raiden did not resolutely wish to pin the blame on Valerie, this unknown mercenary would appear to have little connection to the incident in the eyes of others. Fortunately, Raiden valued V's capabilities, and currently he was also in need of talent. Thus, he chose not to designate Valerie as Saburo's assassin. Presently, V was not concerned that the issues surrounding Valerie would spill over onto her. In fact, V had inadvertently safeguarded Valerie. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to directly summon Yak for a confrontation. Despite the fact that he had saved her sister's life, this was Night City. and she had to treat everyone with caution. Although she sensed a threat from him, V was no pushover. With that thought in mind, V dialed the phone. "Hello, Miss V." Yake's voice came through, tinged with confusion. "There's no need for such formality. Since you wish to befriend my sister, you must also want to befriend me, right? Just call me V." Yake nodded, realizing that she had indeed spoken with her sister Valerie. "All right, V. What can I do for you? Are you free now? I would like to have a chat." Yake raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse, of course, the T. Wolf's bar, where contrasts met. V sat in a booth on the second floor, sipping on a drink while gazing blankly at the first floor. Before long, she spotted Yake clad in a black trench coat and called out to him from above, "Hey, care for a drink?" "My treat." Upon hearing this, Yake looked up and saw V smiling at him. Not dressed in Arasaka's suit, it seemed she was not representing them. He then turned to the bartender. "Pepe. Whiskey, please." Afterward, he ascended to the second floor and took a seat across from V, who promptly began the conversation. "First and foremost, I want to thank you again for saving my sister. I work for Arasaka, though my position isn't high. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I owe you a significant favor, and I must apologize, Yake. After that day, I utilized my authority to investigate you. I believe you are aware of the troublesome commission my sister undertook. Now I feel like I'm on high alert. I understand." Yake bore no offense. His appearance had indeed been rather coincidental. V's demeanor shifted dramatically as she continued. "Yake Barnes, a man who emerged alive from a laboratory. There are hardly any records prior to that place. And after spending more than 6 months in Atlanta, you arrived in Night City. With your remarkable skills, you quickly became a favorite among intermediaries, executing tasks with decisiveness and efficiency, without a single misstep." Yake nodded, seemingly unfazed by V's investigation. "Are you genuinely only interested in friendship? Of course, that a mercenary capable of escaping from the Vortex Gang's lair, stealing a chip from the Cobalt Tower, and successfully making his getaway must possess formidable strength. After all, having more friends means more pathways." Yake could not simply admit to wanting to observe the protagonist of the game, as that would label him a cyber psychopath. V stared intently at Yake, who showed no signs of fear. Eventually, V nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. "I apologize, though Valerie can be a bit scattered and rebellious. She is ultimately my sister, and as her elder sister, I have an obligation to ensure her safety." Yake gazed into V's eyes and noticed a hint of envy. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You are a good sister." Taking a sip of his drink, Yake continued, "I have no choice. Valerie and I lost our parents at a young age. They left us some money, and though I am only 3 minutes older than her, I must be far more mature. She is my sister, and I love her. Sometimes I feel more like her mother than her sister." Upon seeing the envy in Yake's eyes, V inexplicably felt a part of her vigilance drop. At that moment, she finally understood why she had been so wary of Yake, whom she had only met once. Because at that moment, he resembled a real person, his gaze no longer resembling a stagnant pool. No matter what transpired, there was no hint of change, as if he were a robot, cold and unyielding. Much like his codename, V opened up to Yake, sharing numerous stories, detailing her efforts to become an employee at Arasaka, the assistance of neighbors from Haywood, and the strict yet nurturing guidance from Mrs. Wells. For the most part, it was V who spoke, while Yake listened intently. SV recounted these memories. A subtle smile graced her face, and Yake's envy deepened. In truth, after confirming his own information, Yake had been flooded with memories, those of the information he had acquired, as if he had lived through a past he wished to forget. Thus, he envied David for having a loving mother, envied Valerie for having a caring sister, and envied the two of them for having neighbors willing to lend a helping hand. Noticing Yake's emotional state, Valerie ceased her inquiries. "Are you all right?" V asked, concern etched on her face. Yake snapped back to reality, turning to V. "I'm fine, just lost in thought." Recognizing Yake's aversion to the topic, V refrained from pressing further. "In any case, I hope you are sincere in your intentions toward my sister. I trust that Valerie would also be willing to befriend you." V paused and extended her hand to Yake. "Of course, that includes me, Jack. So?" Yake politely shook her hand. "Certainly. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am V, Minister of Counterintelligence at Arasaka, Valerie's sister, but you may also call me Valerie." Yake was taken aback. He remembered that V in the game did not particularly enjoy being addressed by her real name, except by her close friends, like Jack and old V. Now. Does that include me? In truth, V was unsure why she had said that, but facing Yake, she felt an inexplicable trust and an indescribable sensation. Do not underestimate the bond formed over 700 hours of gameplay, you scoundrel. Yake Barnes, I have many titles. 0, Winter Soldier, but I prefer you call me Yake. The two exchanged smiles. Ding, achievement unlocked. The darkness of solitude. The glimmer of love, Chapter 7. When will the prey arrive? This conversation brought the two significantly closer, now firmly in the realm of friendship. I could see that moment. A familiar voice interrupted. Sister, what are you doing with Yake? Valerie gazed at the two with a perplexed expression. That it's nothing, just a casual chat. She remarked, by the way, how did you end up here? Upon hearing this, Valerie felt little, as V's naturally suspicious demeanor stemmed from her work, compounded by the chaos Valerie had inadvertently caused, which had left her sister on high alert. I was tinkering with my motorcycle in the alley, and when I stepped out for a drink, I spotted you both chatting at tea that moment. Johnny's sudden interjection shattered the sister's composure. Is this kid planning to become your brother-in-law? Go to hell. The exclamation escaped both Valerie and Jack simultaneously. Jack nearly fumbled his drink at the insinuation. Why do you keep fixating on such trivial matters? Valerie's expression darkened, her gaze towards Jack tinged with suspicion. Jack was utterly bewildered by her scrutiny. Honey, just shut up. Johnny, I don't want to die just yet. Jack replied, exasperated. He, much like V, could see Johnny, but unlike Valerie, lacked the ability to communicate with him mentally. Who knows? You had such a stern face when we first met. Even your smile seemed a bit forced, almost like a fake persona. Just a moment ago, however, when you were conversing with her, you appeared quite genuine. Valerie pondered this, a realization dawning on her. Damn it, this scoundrel wouldn't actually want to become my sister's husband. Would he? Was that not a father gazing at his daughter, but rather a brother-in-law eyeing his sister-in-law? The thought intensified her wariness that Jack's expression darkened as he muttered, Don't drag me into your mess. You old lecher, At least an old lecher is better than a fledgling. You probably haven't even held a woman's hand. Jack could barely contain himself, the weight of his loneliness across 2 lifetimes rendering him speechless. The online assessments were accurate. Before Johnny achieved a high level of integration with V, he was essentially a ghost. Jack remained silent, merely raising his middle finger. V, intrigued, glanced at Jack, seemingly less averse to Johnny's remarks, though she couldn't quite comprehend why. What do you want from me? Our relationship is purely platonic. Perhaps it occasionally involves some financial dealings, but it certainly doesn't extend to the bedroom. V's response was tinged with bemusement. Johnny, observing Jack's brilliant retort, looked utterly flabbergasted before experiencing a moment of clarity. You're invincible, kid. Valerie felt a wave of relief wash over her. Steady, all is steady, as 2 individuals who had languished in singlehood for 2 lifetimes. Jack remained oblivious to V's underlying resentment. Jack, lost in his thoughts, continued to drink. Valerie maneuvered herself into a seat, inadvertently pushing her sister aside, and sat opposite Jack. Jack, have you been busy lately? Not particularly. Why? Do you have work to offer me? Hey, since you're not busy, how about helping a friend out? A friendly discount of 20. Jack rolled his eyes at Valerie's disappointed expression, feeling as though he had been reduced to a mere tool. I'm not like the V in the game, blindly trusting without reason. Trust doesn't require justification, she retorted, but it often leads to being played for a fool. But at your rates, I would have to empty my savings to afford you. The way she phrased it felt rather peculiar. Is there anything the illustrious Miss Valerie cannot resolve? Valerie recognized Jack's sarcasm, yet the commission from the Azure Tower was indeed a frustrating affair. Thus, she recounted the details of the Voodoo Gang's commission. You dare take on a job from the Voodoo Gang? None of those council members are trustworthy. Any mercenary who ventures there will merely become a doormat. I find it strange too, but what choice do I have? It's a matter of life and death, which is why I'm seeking your help, Valerie said, her tone slightly pleading. Jack cast a surprised glance at Valerie. She seemed even more innocent than her in-game counterpart. It appeared her sister had done an excellent job of shielding her. However, despite Valerie's current demeanor, she had come to regard Jack as a good friend. as long as he didn't become her brother-in-law. If her sister could converse with him cheerfully, it signified he was worth befriending. After years of sisterhood, Valerie could easily discern between genuine smiles and mere polite gestures. It was certainly not due to her frequent beatings. If it had been a commission, Jack would have seamlessly transitioned into a top-tier professional mercenary.V. Noticing the exchange, felt a twinge of concern. How much will it cost? My vacation is ending soon, and I want to be able to accompany Valerie. Please lend her your assistance. Jack glanced at V, contemplating before deciding to check it out. After all, who wouldn't he want to be part of a potential crackdown on organized crime? Plus, he could owe V a favor. No need for payment. I'll go take a look. As for compensation, we can discuss that later. Valerie's spirits lifted at his words, and she sighed in relief. V nodded, lost in her thoughts. Jack looked at Johnny, chuckling to himself at the thought of what Valerie might encounter later. After establishing a time to meet, the group prepared to leave, and Valerie headed back to find Jack. Jack and V exited together. I'll be counting on you regarding the Voodoo Gang matter. Thank you, V expressed with gratitude. Jack shook his head. I'm quite intrigued by the prospect of dealing with the Voodoo Gang. Regardless, he appreciated V's acknowledgement that, you need me to escort you. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes gleamed momentarily. No, I rode my motorcycle here. Very well, farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. The following morning, after preparing some equipment, Jack set off towards the agreed-upon location. Arriving early, he found that Valerie and Jack had yet to arrive. Seizing the opportunity, Jack began scanning the entire chapel, relieved to find that their surveillance system was not covered by the subnet Leviathan. However, there were some observers, which was manageable. In less than a second, Jack seized most of the monitoring permissions. The remaining portions that remained hidden were likely their stronghold and underground base. Through the surveillance, Jack located Placid, who was busy with a chicken slaughter. Although Jack was tempted to hack into his system and eliminate him, he reconsidered for the sake of the narrative. Shortly after, Valerie and Jack arrived. Hey, you made it. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Not at all. I just got here. Hello, brother. I'm Jack Wells. It's a pleasure to meet you. After shaking hands with Jack, Valerie gestured toward the chapel. Hans said to wait here. Jack didn't object, merely nodded. You two go on ahead. I'll keep watch outside. Valerie and Jack had no objections, nodding as they entered. Jack observed his surroundings, noting a few gazes directed toward him, but he mused that the people of this peaceful land were indeed not the most hospitable. Inside the chapel, upon learning they would be heading to a store to find Placid, Valerie felt exasperated. Stepping outside, she complained to Jack and Jack. Must they make everything so complicated? What else with all the secrecy? This aligns perfectly with my preconceived notions of the Voodoo Gang. All right, let us go find him. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. Upon meeting Placid, he articulated the requirements of the commission. They needed to take down the Gem Empire Mall and drive out the animal gang within. Subsequently, Placid insisted that Valerie go up alone with him, and the plot continued as expected. Under the pretense of scanning, Placid implanted a virus into Valerie and shared his vision with her. When Valerie reunited with Jack and Jack couldn't help but chuckle at Valerie's flustered demeanor. After Valerie described the commission's details, which involved expelling the animal gang and investigating a mysterious modified van, Jack contemplated for a moment. You two handle the front, and I'll take care of sniping and hacking. They both nodded in agreement, for they were utterly clueless about hacking. The trio drove to the vicinity of the Empire Mall. Jack retrieved a mechanical grappling hook and secured it to his right hand, then took up Break Illusion for calibration. Valerie, eyeing the exquisite weapon, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, that weapon is impressive. As a gun enthusiast, she immediately recognized its uniqueness. Jack smiled in response. Of course. It's a custom model. There's only one like it. I'm ready. Now I'll find a vantage point. Good luck to you both. With that, Jack sought out a suitable location, using the grappling hook to ascend swiftly. Jack watched enviously as Jack admired the equipment. That gear doesn't come cheap. We'll have our turn soon enough. For now, let us focus on the task at hand. Heh, true that, sister. Chapter 8. Forward with determination, Jack reached the rooftop of the mall via the grappling hook. Employing his hacking skills to gain control over the mall's internal surveillance, he created a virtual channel, pulling Valerie and Jack into it. Hey, can you hear me? Loud and clear, brother. Good, I've established a virtual network channel and shared visual markers with you. I've marked all the enemies inside the mall. The surveillance is all set. There are quite a few, around 20 to 30 that I suggest stealth. Okay, Jack and I just took out 3 of the animal gang members outside without raising an alarm. All right, I'll keep an eye on things from above. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, I'll assist. Y-gun is no toy. Valerie and Jack stealthily entered through the back door. Encountering an animal gang member immediately, Jack took the initiative, swiftly subduing the gang member by choking him from behind, twisting and turning to end the skirmish. After exchanging glances, the 2 individuals advanced forward. To their right, a group of members from the animal gang were engaged in boxing, making it inconvenient for them to infiltrate. Thus, the pair decided to circumvent the area. Keep it down. I'll keep an eye on you, Yak suggested via voice chat. Fortunately, those big fools haven't noticed you. Both Valerie and her companion were so engrossed in the boxing ring that they failed to notice an animal gang member, who had just finished a call, turning back from an abandoned shop beside them. By the time Valerie became aware, it was already too late. What? The member was about to voice his surprise when he was suddenly shot in the head. The 2 let out a sigh of relief. Don't assume that marking the enemy means you're safe. Maintain your focus. After all, there are 2 of you. Don't let both fixate on a single spot. Understood, understood, Valerie replied, slightly embarrassed, while Jack scratched his head. The 2 continued to advance cautiously and, having successfully dealt with several guards, found themselves at the center of the mall. There are too many people to your left. It will be difficult to handle. Try moving through the right side where a few shops have been cleared, Yak advised. Heed the counsel, and you'll be well fed. They both responded without hesitation as they took a detour. Sure, there are 3 people ahead that I'll take 1 out, and you handle the rest that I'll count to 3, and we'll strike together. Once they were in position, Yak counted down, 3, 2, 1, go. With a swoosh, 1 animal gang member fell to the ground. And before the other 2 could react, they were swiftly dispatched with broken necks. Advancing further, Valerie suddenly noticed flickering lights in front of her. What is happening? What do you think? Someone has spotted you. It's that damn network surveillance. Placid, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. What do we do now? Have they discovered us? Do you think I installed eyes for fun? Head for that vehicle. I've spotted the car. After Valerie and Jack located the modified vehicle, Valerie accessed it through her personal link, while Jack stood watch. Placid, through shared hacking, observed the data on the van. Information pertaining to Peace Island. They are afterpost sighting. You need to find that agent. According to the map, he's in the cinema. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and a strange male voice echoed. Get out of here. Don't get involved in this. Med, what the hell is going on? Placid. The communication was cut off. He knew you were here to go find him. Damn it, I don't want to confront network surveillance right now. Leave that to me. Your job is simply to deliver the message. He's the one in charge. You need to draw him out. That agent wants you out. He's alerted the animal gang, and they'll be here soon. From the elevator shaft to the lobby. He's just to the left. Be careful not to be spotted. Valerie cursed quietly, and Jack, having overheard everything, remarked, "This is just ridiculous." With a bang, Yak shot the animal gang member above the elevator shaft, taking him down. All right, stop the complaints that I've cleared the area above the elevator shaft. Hurry up and get up there. The 2 wasted no time and climbed up to the 2nd floor. The trio coordinated seamlessly to eliminate several animal gang members on their way. Finally reaching the outskirts of the cinema. Stay alert, Placid suddenly warned. What's happening? Enemies are approaching. Quickly scan him. They had barely taken 2 steps when they spotted the patrolling Beast King, a figure even larger than the usual animal gang members, which left Valerie astonished. What the hell is that? Scan her. She must have a weakness. Placid urged from the side. At that moment, Yak's voice chimed in. She has a special cybernetic implant on her back, continuously supplying her with energy and strength. But the power source is exposed. I've marked it for you. If you disable that while she is distracted, her combat effectiveness will diminish significantly. Valerie breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Royce's Centaur armor had been easier than this. With Yak's remote hacking, the Beast King's attention was drawn away, allowing Valerie to stealthily position herself behind her. Now's the time. Move! Valerie swiftly pulled out the implant's tubing from the Beast King's back and smashed the conspicuous energy device with a punch. Subsequently, she and Jack engaged the Beast King head-on. observing the battle unfold. Yak quickly traversed through the air using his grapple. Reaching the second floor, as he arrived at the cinema's perimeter, he witnessed Valerie being tackled. The Beast King advanced, attempting to forcibly implant a virus. Yak took aim and fired 4 shots, shattering the Beast King's knees, causing her to lose stability. Reacting just in time, V spun around to avoid being pinned down. Seeing this, Yak holstered his weapon and activated his Sion waiststand clock up. Before Valerie could grab her gun for a counterattack, she watched as Yak teleported beside the Beast King and knocked her unconscious with a powerful fist. Jack hurried over. Just then, V. Are you all right? Thank goodness for you, Yak. That monster was incredibly strong. It nearly smashed me into the wall. Valerie shook her head. I'm fine, Jack. It was all thanks to Yak. How about you? I'm all right. Just a bit of pain in my waist. Looks like I need to find old V to upgrade my implants. This thing is too taxing. Hearing Valerie's words, Yak realized that Valerie's Sion waiststand was merely a second-tier Dinara Sion waiststand, and the rest of her implant consisted of simple subdermal armor and the like. Good grief, how do you have such basic implants? Even if higher-tier implants are hard to find, you could at least upgrade to a third-tier one. Yak's surprise was understandable, considering V's implants were almost all 5th tier, the highest attainable level for non-main characters. That Valerie's setup was lacking. Valerie felt a bit helpless at his remark. What can I do? I don't want to end up as minced meat at the hands of the anti-terrorist unit one day. Yak shrugged, choosing not to press further. Such concerns were entirely normal. However, he was well aware of Valerie's potential. Although she couldn't quite match V, who had no upper limit on implants, she still exceeded the average person by far. The trio quickly regrouped, ready to confront the network surveillance agent. After scanning, they confirmed it was just him.as. They stepped into the cinema. Placid's connection was abruptly severed. AS for Yak's virtual link. He felt as though he had been bitten by an ant. Placid? Entering the room where network surveillance was stationed, they found a man hastily raising his hands, signaling that he was unarmed. Oh, don't shoot. Valerie questioned sternly. What have you done? Nothing much. I've merely cut off Peace Island's connection to buy some time. I didn't come here to listen to your rambling. The network surveillance agent remained unperturbed that you're implanted with a ghost. Aren't you? They're not just monitoring you. They're controlling you. I don't know what leverage they have over you. But we in network surveillance can offer you more. The Voodoo Boys are not worth your loyalty. They have no integrity. They will only exploit you. I'm not concerned with that. I just want to meet their leader, Mann Bridget. Upon hearing this, the network surveillance agent explained his purpose for being there, admitting that they had locked Bridget and Neptune online, and revealed that the Voodoo Boys were indeed using Valerie. He further informed her about the listening devices and viruses the Voodoo Boys had installed. Upon hearing this, Valerie glanced at Yak, the only hacker in their group. Yak met Valerie's gaze, knowing that while it was true the Voodoo Boys had infected her with a virus, he needed to feign ignorance and scanned her with his personal link. After locating the virus and eradicating it, he nodded at Valerie. It's true. Those cabinet members are up to no good. The virus has been cleared. See, I had no reason to deceive you. After confirming the virus was real, Valerie's anger flared, and she unleashed a barrage of insults aimed at Placid's ancestors. This is outrageous. He probably doesn't even know who his father is. Although Johnny was skeptical of corporate dogs, the evidence was right before him, leaving him speechless. The network surveillance agent then seized the opportunity to make a request. He wanted to take the data, but would help Valerie release Bridget and Neptune. In her fury, Valerie quickly agreed. Both parties successfully completed the transaction. Subsequently, the three exited the mall, and Placid reconnected, immediately launching into a barrage of inquiries. Valerie, infuriated, shot back. They've already released Bridget. Let us discuss why you deceived me. Placid scoffed and abruptly ended the call. Jack, witnessing this, scratched his head, and even he, usually good-natured, felt a sense of irritation. Previously, he had been uncertain about the rumors surrounding how the Voodoo Boys treated outsiders. Now, it seemed they were all true. Those fools think too highly of themselves. I can't let this slide. It absolutely cannot end like this. Unlike in the game where chips were a matter of life and death, Valerie was not so subservient in reality. She had her own pride. Yak scoffed. They love burying viruses, don't they? I'll implant a data bomb in you. When the time is right, I'll fry their brains. Valerie's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Jack scratched his head but offered no objections. Upon encountering Bridget and obtaining what you desire, you shall manually detonate it. Rest assured, this contraption will not pose any threat to you. Yake swiftly crafted a rudimentary data bomb using his personal link, potent enough to obliterate their subnet, Poseidon, leaving no trace behind, all while ensuring Valerie's safety remained intact. Subsequently, the group arrived at the lower level of the Voodoo Gang's headquarters, where Yake and Jack were intercepted, and neither felt the need to elaborate. Yake let out a cold chuckle, biding his time for the data bomb's explosion. Jack, upon witnessing Yake's radiant smile, felt a chill creep up his spine, relieved that he had not provoked him. Chapter 9. Alter and Blackwall. In a manner reminiscent of the game's narrative, a conflict arose between Valerie and Praised due to the Watchdog's interference. Just as tensions escalated to the brink of violence, Bridget emerged to defuse the situation. Recognizing the immense potential of the chip embedded in Valerie's mind for their scheme, she directly escorted Valerie into the Voodoo Gang's secret chamber. After a series of manipulations, Valerie and Bridget successfully delved deep into the digital realm. It was only then that Valerie realized the Voodoo Gang intended to utilize the mark of Johnny Silverhand within her chip to draw out Alter, who resided beyond the Black Wall. Following a series of arcane rituals, Bridget enhanced the neural link between Johnny and Valerie, facilitating the extraction of memories. What followed was a glimpse from V's perspective into the intertwined histories of Alter and Johnny, as well as the tale of Johnny's endeavor to rescue Alter after her abduction. Valerie became privy to the remarkable emotional entanglements involving Johnny, Alter, and Rogue, along with the motives behind Johnny Silverhand's audacious plan to detonate Arasaka Tower. The final segment of their private dialogue deepened the bond, or perhaps the fusion, between them. Old Birth has somewhat regained its humanity, Valerie mused. After Bridget replicated the fragments of Silverhand's memories, she and Valerie approached the precipice of the Black Wall. Here, Valerie faced the terrifying reality of the Black Wall, the crimson data streams, and the towering super dam, which loomed beyond her sight, overwhelmed her senses. The sporadic protrusions along the Black Wall symbolized rogue AI attempting to breach its confines. Once Bridget concluded her exposition, Valerie realized she was to venture beyond the Black Wall alone. Were it not for the external ice and water moderating the temperature, Valerie would have undoubtedly succumbed to the heat. Nevertheless, having come this far, she felt compelled to take the plunge. Upon reaching out to touch the Black Wall, Valerie felt as though she were spun around. When she turned back, Bridget and the others had vanished, leaving only a void behind, as if the world had been reduced to shades of red and black. To be honest, I still do not comprehend how V in the game effortlessly traversed the Black Wall with merely a touch. A normal person would likely have their brains fried upon contact. My conjecture is that Bridget leveraged the holes they made in the Black Wall, along with the assistance of the Summon Altar. This is the world beyond the Black Wall. It seemed as though nothing existed outside. An emptiness, helplessness, and a sense of panic enveloped Valerie. She timidly called out, "Bridget." A crackling sound of electromagnetic interference heightened Valerie's anxiety, prompting her to recall Bridget's words. The fragments of Silverhand's memories were intended to lure Alter. Thus, she tentatively called out, "Alter," at that moment. "Hey, Valerie, why so timid?" The sudden voice startled her, but she soon recognized its familiarity. Gathering her courage, Valerie turned around. "Yake, what are you doing here?" "Well, that data bomb concealed a little trinket that I can utilize it as a data anchor to share my data form." Valerie steadied herself, although she had numerous questions. It was evident that this was not the time for inquiries. Moreover, having a companion by her side was reassuring. However, Valerie failed to notice that Yake's data form was somewhat different from hers, adorned with various mysterious symbols and texts, signs of malevolence. This was a data construct Yake had crafted using malicious energy. While it may not rival his original computational power, it sufficed. Alter soon made her entrance before the two. Gazing at Alter's imposing form, Valerie felt a surge of astonishment. Johnny's hauntingly ethereal voice echoed. It was Alter's. So engrossed in Alter was Valerie that she failed to perceive Yake vanishing a second before Alter appeared. With a casual gesture, Alter declared, You cannot remain here. That Valerie's data form was instantly whisked back inside the black wall, while her physical self manifested upon its surface. The onslaught from the network watchdogs soon followed. But to Alter, such attacks were trivial. With a mere wave of her hand, she transported Valerie into the relic data fortress, where Johnny's digital essence awaited. As in the original narrative, the absence of the watchdog's locator allowed them to locate Valerie and the others through residual data, enabling Bridget and her companions to survive, albeit trapped in cyberspace. The perspective shifted back to Valerie. After Johnny's heartfelt inquiry, it became evident that Alter was no longer the Alter of old. She now resembled an AI. Her cold responses left Johnny somewhat vulnerable. Valerie was about to voice her thoughts when Yake suddenly materialized beside her. All right, big jerk, enough with the sentimentality. Alter is no longer your former lover. 50 years can change a person, especially one who has devoured countless AIs beyond the black wall. What the hell? How did you? Ignoring Johnny's astonishment, Yake focused his gaze on Alter, who reciprocated the attention. You are different. Alter's ethereal tone carried a hint of human curiosity. I am indeed different. No. You are unlike me, Johnny, or the others beyond the wall. You are unique. I believe before we continue this conversation, we should first address how to resolve Valerie's predicament. There will be ample time for the rest. Alter, allow me to enter the divine realm. I can assist you. Alter's gaze shifted to Valerie. Wait, are we about to storm Arasaka Tower? Valerie quipped. Yake remained silent, while Johnny completed the transaction for Valerie. They would help Alter access the divine realm, and in return, Alter would aid them in achieving separation and rebirth. Alter provided Valerie with a BBS address as a secret communication channel, akin to Yake's virtual link, albeit Yake's was a one-time use. After declining Johnny's offer for private conversation, Alter departed. As she left, the digital fortress began to collapse. Just as the two were about to be expelled from cyberspace, Yake waved his hand, transporting them back to the foot of the black wall. Valerie regarded Yake with confusion, thinking that their task was complete. Are you interested in witnessing a nuclear explosion from cyberspace? Yake inquired, a hint of mischief in his voice. Valerie then recalled the data bomb Yake had crafted for the Voodoo Gang. Watching Valerie's excitement, Yake wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted above the Voodoo Gang's subnet, Poseidon. The data bomb annihilated Poseidon entirely, sending shockwaves through the surrounding networks. Yake effortlessly erected a barrier to shield against the data fluctuations. Wow, that's incredibly cool. What a thrill, Valerie exclaimed, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a delighted child. Yake smiled gently. All right, the fireworks have concluded. Prepare for battle. Jack and I will be on our way to support you. I suspect the Voodoo Gang won't extend a warm farewell after enduring a data bomb. Valerie nodded, exiting cyberspace. Before Yake departed, he cast a final glance at the black wall. Sensing its fear-laden emotional fluctuations, it seems it has indeed developed self-awareness. Yake murmured to himself. He then released a small cluster of data streams, which, upon contact, significantly heightened the black wall's menacing aura and computational capacity, repairing all the breaches created by the Voodoo Gang. Even a certain little bird was caught off guard. Huh? What just happened? The lark exclaimed, bewildered. Yake sensed the black wall's joy and affection, akin to adopting a pet. Shaking his head, he advised, that little bird shouldn't keep staring at her. Let's give her a backdoor. Having anticipated that the enhanced black wall could pose a significant threat to the lark, he cautioned her. After perceiving the black wall's response, he chuckled and subsequently logged off, his consciousness returning to his physical form. Chapter 10. The Blackhead Operation. Upon regaining her consciousness, Valerie hastily emerged from the frigid confines of the icebox. Her gaze fell upon the gruesome remains of Bridget and the others. The colossal data streams had escalated from merely scorching brains to obliterating them. None of the hackers seated in their chairs possessed an intact mind. Johnny's projection suddenly materialized. Good riddance. They got what they deserved. That fellow Yake seems quite to my taste. It was evident that Johnny Silverhand had taken a liking to Yake's vengeful methods. What the hell? Valerie gasped, staring in disbelief at the corpses of Bridget and the others. Valerie, can you hear me? Yake? It's me. Prepare for battle. Some members of the Voodoo Gang are heading your way. Be cautious, sister. Jack and I are racing to you. But there are far too many of them. Jack's voice chimed in. Okay, you both be careful. In response, Valerie reached into her fourth-dimensional pocket, retrieving an N-Knight. Wait, where the hell did you get a fourth-dimensional pocket? You, shut up, Valerie retorted. On the other side, Jack and Yak were striving to advance, but the voodoo gang was overwhelming. Yak regretted his impulsive decision to retaliate, which had ensnared Valerie and Jack in a dire predicament. Noticing several individuals rushing towards Valerie's location, Yak quickly advised Jack, Jack, take a detour to assist Valerie. I can handle this alone. Are you sure? Hurry, Jack, not one to be overly sentimental, discarded 2 grenades to divert attention before opting to retreat and reroute. Once he observed that few were paying heed to him, Yak let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to face the dozen enemies before him, declaring, I am too weary to play house with you. Yak resolutely activated his neural interface. A torrent of invisible malevolent energy surged towards him. The terrifying surge of power made Yak feel as though he were a deity. Suddenly, he reached out to ensnare 5 nearby adversaries from the voodoo gang with a malicious pulse curse. The immortal-grade malicious pulse puppet possessed contagious properties and rapid deployment capabilities, making it extremely effective in the chaos of battle. In a mere 0.5 seconds, the 5 voodoo gang members were instantaneously annihilated. Their corpses bearing grotesque visages with visibly dark red data energy emanating from their neural interfaces and eyes. The remaining voodoo gang members were left in utter bewilderment. Damn, is that the infamous Black Wall? How? Before he could finish his sentence, the afflicted members succumbed to the malicious pulse, which had spread throughout the area. The terrifying contagion left all enemies before Yak in ruins. Meanwhile, a few hackers attempting to breach Yak from a distance were swiftly taken out by an intimidating entity far more fearsome than the Black Wall. Their expressions in death were ludicrous. Who knows what they witnessed? Something towering even over the Black Wall. This even a person. 666. This entry is a trap. No way to play. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no enemies remained, Yak continued his advance. The path was strewn with charred corpses, yet Yak maintained his vigilance, pushing towards the vicinity of the church, the secret chamber. Here, the number of bodies had significantly decreased, indicating that the contagion's reach had nearly concluded. Sure enough, as he approached the door, a voodoo gang member unexpectedly lunged out to ambush Yak, underestimating his reflexes that Yak, am no mere number cruncher. In an instant, he fired a bullet, the unsilenced silent, inflicting considerable damage. A shot struck the enemy's hand, causing him to drop his weapon, and 2 more shots to the head ensured his immediate demise. It was now the time for the hunt. Yak activated his expertise. He switched to a magazine with 16 bullets. These bullets had higher damage, but were incompatible with a suppressor, which was more suitable for the current environment. Employing the car's tactical firearm system, Yak swiftly advanced a corner. He scanned and noticed an enemy armed with a knife lurking behind him. He feigned movement to lure out the concealed adversary, sidestepping to evade the knife strike. Not granting him a second chance, he fired twice, 1 to the body, 1 to the head, instantly eliminating the foe. Utilizing the Mozambique shooting technique, a method with exceptionally high lethality at close range, Yak maximized his chances of killing the enemy. Along the way, he continued to execute several voodoo gang members with headshots, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Yak, am a born warrior against darkness. He reached the church's entrance, and before he could open the door, he heard Valerie's roar. You oversized brute, come on. Yak hid behind the door, observing as Placid was skillfully restrained by Valerie, while Jack unleashed a barrage of fire from the side. Each time Placid attempted to confront Jack, Valerie would hurl a grenade his way, the two engaging in a dance of combat. However, Yak could discern that Valerie's stamina was waning, and Jack's weapon struggled against Placid's subdermal armor. Moreover, Placid was a combat hacker, intermittently experiencing cybernetic malfunctions and weapon failures, which greatly frustrated Valerie. Without hesitation, Yak disabled 4 of Placid's cybernetics, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Just as Valerie realized what was happening, the familiar voice of Clock Up resonated, and a familiar iron fist knocked Placid out cold. Yak, you finally made it. This oversized brute is truly a legend in resilience. We're just getting started. Are you both all right? No worries, just a minor injury. I'm fine, brother. By the way, how did you arrive so quickly? Is everything settled outside? Indeed. Do you not recognize who I am? The illustrious Winter Soldier. Yak replied playfully, unaware that he felt more relaxed and emotionally enriched when with Jack and Valerie. No longer resembling a cold, unfeeling machine. Well, if it's all over, let's hurry and leave. That I'm concerned that reinforcements may arrive. Valerie felt invigorated, turning to Yak to speak. Yak and Jack nodded in agreement. Before departing, Yak pulled out silent, chambered around, and dispatched Placid with a single bullet. The trio made their way to the vehicle parking area. As Valerie drove up with Jack, she noticed Yak standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Yak, what are you still doing here? Aren't you coming? A flash of red data surged in Yak's eyes. Nothing, just leaving them a grand gift. Haha, I bet they'll appreciate it. Even with his mask on, Yak's expression radiated joy, piquing Valerie's curiosity. What gift? Hearing this, Jack also turned his attention to Yak. Yak revved the engine. You'll find out soon enough. Valerie followed suit, but shortly after, she suddenly heard an infectious melody emanating from the Voodoo Gang's lair. You are the one. The one. Valerie froze, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Huh. Yak, you are a genius. Johnny appeared in the back seat. What the hell? Jack joined in the laughter, and thus, the three of them merrily drove towards the Wild Wolf Bar. Don't ask me why there are sunshine, rainbows, and little white horses in 2077. It's the author's power, kid. Until they arrived at the Wild Wolf Bar, Valerie had yet to recover, her smile nearly splitting her face. Yak followed behind, equally grinning. Jack patted Yak on the shoulder. Brother, you are simply a genius. The three ascended to a booth on the second floor, where they began to drink. Jack recalled something and said to Yak, Brother, how about we have dinner together tonight? I'll introduce you to my mother. Valerie nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Mrs. Wells' cooking is nothing short of extraordinary. Yak saw no reason to decline and agreed. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. But its content sent chills down Valerie's spine. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Miss Valerie? Causing a ruckus in Pacifica with a data nuke, and now you have the leisure to think about dinner? Valerie stiffly turned her head, facing the last person she wished to encounter. Sister. What a coincidence. You're here too. V looked at her flustered expression with a smirk. What a coincidence, sister. I just returned to my post on the first day and was dispatched for field work. Care to guess why? To investigate the source of the data nuke linked to the Voodoo Gang in the Pacifica region. Valerie's cold sweat poured down. All hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose. As expected, V seized Valerie's ear and twisted it 90 degrees. Ouch! Sister, it hurts. Now you know what pain is. How many times did I tell you? Keep a low profile during this period. Have you forgotten a mess you made before? I haven't even settled that yet, and now you bring me this trouble? V shouted angrily at Valerie. Realizing her fault, Valerie could only cast a pleading glance at Yak and Jack. All right, V. Don't be like this. We're still in public. Good brother Jack stepped forward, while the main culprit, Yak, quietly blended into the background. After giving Valerie a stern talking to, V sat down, expressing gratitude for Yak's assistance, after hastily downing a drink. She departed, as she was currently a busy individual. Valerie pouted in dissatisfaction. It's clearly Yak who caused the explosion, yet I am the one being reprimanded, casting a resentful gaze at Yak. Yak could only divert his attention elsewhere. This table is simply too much. Chapter 11. Kindred spirits following the events with the Voodoo Gang. The bond among the three deepened rapidly. Occasionally, they would undertake some commissions together. Thus, 5 days passed. However, Yak was surprised to learn that. During these 5 days, Valerie had encountered someone at the Wild Wolf Bar on the second floor, still in their familiar spot. The three gathered. Are you saying that Takamura Saburo's personal bodyguard, Takemura, found you? He suspects that Saburo's death is suspicious and wants to search for clues? Yak was astonished. He had initially believed that Valerie had escaped the clutches of the corpse machinations and, with V's assistance, would not be found by Takemura. Yet here they were. It could only be said that this was the worth of Saburo's personal bodyguard. Nonetheless, it also provided an opportunity to connect with Arasaka Hanako. Don't get me wrong. Yak wasn't thinking of leveraging Hanako to navigate the underworld, but rather that Saburo's only Achilles heel was Hanako. Yak believed he could use this to craft a narrative. But what are your thoughts? Valerie, I believe it might be worth a TRY.my sister mentioned that Jutsuin is quite a decent person, although a bit stubborn. However, with an additional path to consider, I am eager to explore it. Yet, upon expressing this, it seemed to upset my sister, and she abruptly hung up the phone. Yake suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It appears that the V in this world may be affiliated with the princelings, specifically those on Lai Xian's side. Valerie assisting Jutsuin feels akin to a sister stabbing herself in the back. Nevertheless, Yake refrained from intervening too much, for even if Valerie were to assist and succeed, it would merely result in Jutsuin establishing a connection with Huazi. As for Lai Xian's fate, it would depend on the outcome of Valerie's endeavors. He could hardly believe that Jutsuin alone could shift the current dictatorial situation that Lai Xian holds in Arasaka. Johnny was also somewhat displeased, remarking that none from the company ever met a favorable end. Yake paid little mind to Johnny's complaints and nodded toward Valerie, indicating his willingness to assist, believing that having an additional route could be beneficial. However, he cautioned her against plunging in recklessly, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to retreat. Valerie nodded in agreement, muttering softly, "I know. Why are you like my sister? So motherly." Yake rolled his eyes to your right, sister. Who knows when that company might stab you in the back? As the saying goes, shedding a suit is easy, but removing the suit of the heart is a challenge. Jack concurred with Yake's sentiment. Valerie nodded again, recalling something. Oh, by the way, Jutsuin mentioned that the relic chip was developed by someone named Anders Herman. He claimed to possess the prototype blueprints for this chip. I asked Rog to help investigate, but she mentioned that I would need to assist her in return. Yake, do you have some time to spare recently? Upon hearing this, Yake immediately understood Valerie's ulterior motives. That I owe you from my past life. Fine, I agree. However, I would like a copy of the prototype blueprints. Yake offered a resigned smile, ultimately not refusing. Suddenly, he realized that this task might allow him to acquire a limited edition black stone sword for free. Instantly elevating his mood, he decided to use this as the commission fee for both tasks. Just the thought of Valerie's expression upon seeing the stone sword, yet being unable to keep it, brought him immense joy. That I have a significant commission tomorrow night, and after that, I shall be free. You can call me anytime. Valerie was elated at Yake's agreement. His prowess had reshaped her understanding of hackers after the incident with the Voodoo Gang, providing her with a great sense of security in their endeavors. The next evening, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. If one finds themselves in Night City during such weather, it is wise to carry an umbrella, for the harmful substances within the rainwater can visibly corrode one's clothing. Yet, as a cybernetic individual endowed with enhancements, Yake harbored no such concerns that he rode his motorcycle to the designated meeting spot, where he encountered Mann and others, including a newcomer named Falco. Upon noticing Yake's gaze, Falco nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems I've arrived late. No, you are quite punctual," Mann replied, nodding upon seeing Yake's well-equipped appearance for this commission. Yake had meticulously organized his gear. .2 revolvers were holstered at his waist, both Stormwind models he had purchased himself, positioned on either side of his ribcage. His tactical pants held 6 throwing knives, while his bag bore the Ink Abyss and a modified Satara shotgun, a heavy machine gun. The Defender rested on his motorcycle, along with several throwing weapons. Rebecca gazed enviously at Yake's impressive arsenal, while Lucy regarded his mechanical arm with contemplation. "So, how shall we proceed? As before, we will create a diversion, and you will attack from the side, drawing their attention away." Yake nodded, and the group prepared to commence their operation by concealing the motorcycle and taking the Defender to the factory's perimeter wall. For Yake, who possessed a charged jump and a double jump, this low wall posed little challenge. He effortlessly leapt over it, landing on the ceiling of the security room he had deliberately chosen. He made no sound during the process. After concealing the heavy machine gun, he focused his gaze on the vending machine outside the security room. Employing a simple hack, he created a distraction, catching the attention of one individual who wandered outside. In an instant, Yake dropped silently from the ceiling and swiftly snapped the person's neck, that he then approached the security room door, using his dual knives to eliminate the other 2 security personnel. With that, Yake had taken control of the security room that he linked his personal device to the regional subnet, modifying all hostile systems, including turret robots. After informing Mann's team, he armed himself with a heavy machine gun and awaited the commotion they would create. Upon receiving Yake's message, Mann alerted the team and signaled to Falco and David. They nodded in understanding and drove 2 vehicles through the barricade into the factory. The group quickly disembarked, using the vehicles and nearby containers for cover as they initiated their assault. The sudden attack bewildered the patrolling cleaners. Some unfortunate souls were caught off guard, riddled with bullets before they could react. Taking advantage of their sluggish responses, they managed to eliminate several patrolling guards. But the cleaners soon organized a counterattack. Just as one raised their weapon, they found it hacked and rendered inoperable, only to have their head blown off by Pyra's sniper rifle. Similar fates befell several others, who suffered from malfunctioning cybernetic limbs and rebooted ocular implants. They have hackers. However, upon realizing this, the cleaners quickly summoned their own hackers to retaliate. With their 3 hackers occupied, Mann's team found themselves under pressure. They could only alleviate some of the strain by launching surprise attacks with David's military-grade Sion Weston. Yake, now's your chance. We're struggling here. Understood. The automated turrets hidden above the main gate and nearby guard turrets suddenly activated, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the unsuspecting cleaners. This was a part of the plan agreed upon by Mann and Yake, designed to inflict maximum casualties when the enemy was caught off guard and heavily outnumbered. Reality proved far harsher than games. The suppression offered by the automated turrets was substantially more formidable, forcing the cleaners to divert some of their hackers to neutralize the threat. The pressure on Lucy and her companions was significantly alleviated, granting them the opportunity to unleash a few magic dolls upon the cleaners. Meanwhile, another group of cleaners attempting to provide support was still en route. "We're almost there. Stop hurrying us, we." The leader's words were cut short by a bullet to the head, and the remaining members had barely registered the situation before they were met with another hail of gunfire. Yake, wielding the Defender machine gun, fervently suppressed the incoming cleaners, alleviating the pressure on Mann's front line. However, after eliminating a few enemies, they quickly took cover, preparing to retaliate. After expending over 100 rounds from the Defender, Yake discarded it casually, tossing a few smoke grenades to the ground. The cleaners, seeing that Yake had run out of ammunition, intended to rise and counterattack, only to be met with a thick cloud of gray smoke, rendering them helplessly furious yet powerless. Not everyone possessed high-grade ocular implants with thermal imaging capabilities. They could only fire blindly into the smoke. Meanwhile, Yake, equipped with thermal vision, transformed into a wraith amidst the smoke. Drawing his revolver, the Death's Eye activated instantly, marking 6 enemies in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The Reaper claimed them in an instant, returning the empty revolver to its holster and drawing another to continue his assault. After dispatching 4 more foes, he dual-wielded the Stormwinds and resumed firing. The explosive rounds significantly intensified the pressure on the enemies. However, the inability to penetrate walls meant that Yake's 16 rounds only managed to fell 9 adversaries. He then switched to the Sadera shotgun, activating the Crunchikov to deliver a sliding attack that dispatched another FOE. By this point, all the cleaners attempting to reinforce had been eliminated. Meanwhile, Mann's team continued to perform admirably, collectively taking down over a dozen enemies. The 3 hackers, working in tandem, burned through 5 enemy hackers targeting them dead on their end. Only Mann, Dorio, and David sustained minor injuries, but for them, it was just another day at the office. After administering a dose of Recovery Type 1, Mann contacted Yake for an update. "Yake, how's it looking on your end?" "I'm fine, just dealing with some minor nuisances. There are more than I anticipated." "All sorted." Yake took a deep breath, utilizing Recovery Type 5 to swiftly restore his condition. Even someone as formidable as he could not escape injury when faced with over 20 armed foes. However, it was nothing serious. "You said you're not a numbers monster," he muttered under his breath. "Okay, I've dealt with everything here too. You should regroup with us. That I sense something unsettling within this factory. It feels off. That I hope it's merely my imagination. But everyone should exercise caution. And oh problem. Today you're the boss." The others concurred, and after Yake reloaded his weapons, they prepared to enter the factory together. Defender. So, as the team leader, Mann's instincts were always reliable, a sentiment deeply felt by his teammates. Thus, they all maintained a serious demeanor. Although Yake had not detected any visible threats through his scans, he understood that some advanced dermal implants could evade ocular scans. So he remained vigilant, As they entered the factory, the large door behind them suddenly slammed shut. A sense of danger surged within Yak. "Watch out!" he shouted, swiftly drawing his weapon to shield himself. Clang deftly intercepted the sudden assault of the katana that appeared before him. A flicker of intensity crossed Yak's gaze as he commanded, "Activate stealth mode. Stain." Such elite equipment. David, sensing the looming threat, activated his own stealth mechanism, narrowly evading a bullet. The atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone braced themselves for confrontation. Yak forcefully pushed the katana aside, swiftly executing a 360-degree spin, leveraging the momentum to deliver a precise kick that sent the enemy, now cloaked in stealth, sprawling. "Come forth, you cowardly rodents!" The adversary, cloaked in optical camouflage, gradually deactivated their disguise, revealing four combatants enhanced through advanced modifications lurking behind him. It was evident they formed a cohesive unit, an infiltrator, the one shrouded in stealth, a heavy gunner, a sniper, a hacker, and a rifleman. Yak discerned a familiar air emanating from the one wielding the katana, a palpable self-assurance radiating from him. He sensed a tumultuous conflict of calmness and madness within these individuals, a duality that evoked memories of a particular organization, the Terror Response Unit, dedicated to neutralizing cybernetic psychopaths. Ironically, the first member of this organization was itself a product of cybernetic madness. This unit was comprised of individuals rehabilitated through extraordinary means, tasked with managing another wave of afflicted cybernetic patients. Yet, the group before him bore no resemblance to the deranged members of the Terror Response Unit. Despite their apparent penchant for violence, there was no rationale for deploying a specialized team to protect scavengers, especially when the scavengers outside had already been eliminated without assistance. This led him to contemplate an alternative explanation, one that also clarified the familiarity he sensed within them. Mann, with an air of gravity, raised his weapon and cautioned, "Exercise caution. They are exceedingly dangerous." That Lucy's cybernetic eye flickered with frenzied data streams. "I cannot detect their implants. All are of unknown models. This scenario can only imply one possibility." Yak interjected, "They're a specialized team emerging from a laboratory." His voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, continued, "Each of them is equipped with laboratory-grade combat prosthetics." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Just like me." Chapter 12. Betrayal. How could Yak be oblivious? The quintet before him was undoubtedly the result of the company's clandestine experiments. Upon hearing this, Mann's team grew somber. After all, they had a living testament among them. No individual emerging from the laboratory was weak. Yak cast a cold glance at his weapon, his expression chillingly impassive, eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. The first experimental subject, wielding the katana, noticed Yak's demeanor and provocatively brandished his weapon. The tension between them froze to an icy stillness. Yak lifted his gaze, meeting the first subject's eyes with a calm, yet hoarse voice. "Let my be adorned with a splash of brilliance, painted in the blood of the arrogant and the tears of humiliation." Upon hearing this, the first subject, already brimming with confidence, was provoked into a fury, activating his stealth mode and charging at Yak. Observing Yak remain unmoved, Mann's expression tightened, instinctively wanting to warn him, while David prepared to activate his stealth to aid his comrade. Clock up, the onlookers were met with the sound of machinery whirring, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene. In an instant, Yak had positioned himself before the first subject, his back turned. Facing the remaining Ford, the first subject stood where Yak had been, frozen in an odd posture, poised to defend with his katana, yet utterly motionless. The blood lingering on the blade seemed to narrate the moment's preceding events. Gradually, Mann discerned the terror etched on the first subject's face and the crimson streaks appearing around his neck. Moments later, the head of the first subject rolled to the ground, the body collapsing in tandem, severed from its head. The gathering fell into stunned silence, particularly the remaining four members of the specialized team, whose expressions turned grave. What they had initially presumed to be a simple trial task, designed to evaluate their capabilities post-laboratory, had unexpectedly confronted them with another individual who had emerged from the same confines. Moreover, it was evident that they were not operating on the same level, casting a shadow over their future prospects. What they had thought to be an encounter of an egg against a stone found themselves confronting a being forged from the very essence of Edmund alloy. Without uttering a word, the four sprang into action. The heavy gunner raised his weapon, initiating a barrage of fire, while Mann and the others swiftly evaded. David activated his stealth mode, seeking an opportunity. However, he was taken aback to discover that, aside from the hacker, the remaining three were equipped with stealth technology of their own, and their performance was equally formidable. David had no choice but to seek cover. The adversary's hacker seized the chance to infiltrate Yak's implants, attempting to manipulate the data. Yet upon encountering Yak's eyes, he chuckled in resignation. 666? What brings you here? Is this truly a human ice? Yak paid no heed to his ice being momentarily disrupted. In an instant, he inflicted 4 weapon malfunctions on the heavy gunner before activating his stealth and lunging forward. Clock up, the heavy gunner, intending to retaliate with his own stealth, found his speed woefully inadequate against Yak. Your stealth is neither swift enough nor ruthless enough that a blade struck forth, and as the heavy gunner staggered back from his injury, Yak closed the distance, delivering a precise strike to the throat. Aware that such actions might not prove fatal in the cybernetic realm, he swiftly thrust the blade into the heart as the enemy instinctively guarded his neck. To ensure there were no secondary hearts, he followed up with a decisive cut to sever the head, maximizing the prevention of further resistance. As the other 3 adversaries began to react, Yak's stealth cooldown completed, prompting him to charge at the most threatening hacker, the third. Meanwhile, David engaged the rifleman, the fourth attempting to assist, while the other suppressed the sniper, preventing him from using his rifle to support his comrades. Clang, Yak intercepted the third's knife, and as the latter prepared to engage in close combat, he noticed the ominous red data streams flowing within Yak's eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over him, a premonition that proved accurate. In that tense moment of stillness, Yak ensnared the third with 3 prosthetic malfunctions and a synaptic meltdown. The third was rendered immobile, and the subsequent synaptic meltdown claimed his life. To ensure he could not be revived, Yak thrust his blade into the heart several times, confirming the impossibility of comeback before turning to assist David. David and the rifleman were still entangled, and upon witnessing this, Yak swiftly sheathed and drew his sadala, preparing to charge. David, get clear! Responding instantly, David rolled away from his position, while the fourth, ready to retreat, found Yak already advancing towards him. With a sudden surge, Yak unleashed a fully charged sadala, striking the rifleman squarely in the chest, creating a gaping wound. Following up with another shot to the same area, he discarded the now empty sadala and drew his revolver, delivering 3 shots each to the heart and head in an instant. Only the sniper, the 5th, remained. Before Yak could make his move, the 3 hackers successfully breached the enemy's ice, and Mann, in conjunction with David, eliminated him. The specialized team was utterly decimated. Members of Mann's team collectively exhaled in relief, with David collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. After ensuring the situation was resolved, Yak silently reloaded his revolver and sadala. Post-reloading, he approached to examine the bodies, primarily concerned with the installation methods and the compatibility of their prosthetics. By analyzing the installation techniques and compatibility, he could deduce the nature of the quintet. For instance, Zeta technology, Dinara, and more technology favored forcibly implanting prosthetics and employing various methods to drive individuals insane, thereby observing the comprehensive combat data and rejection reactions of the implants. The 3 major corporations, Qin-Ti, Kong Tao, Arasaka, and military science, exhibited similar tendencies, though they typically possessed more terrifying experimental-grade prosthetics and leaned towards forming specialized teams. In essence, the former trio engaged in more violent implantation for data collection purposes, while the latter aimed to establish elite specialized units, making their experimental-grade implants less likely to appear on cybernetic patients. Yak could ascertain that these individuals belonged to a specialized team, certainly not designed for mere performance testing, as those were the kind of individuals discarded after a single use. Yet he could not identify the specific corporation, as the prosthetic models were untraceable. However, their craftsmanship bore a resemblance to Zeta technology. Without dwelling further on such matters, Yak turned to Mann. Are you all unscathed? Nothing significant, just a few minor injuries. Yet you You have surpassed all our expectations, Mann replied, observing Yak in astonishment. While they had easily dispatched the least powerful sniper, overcoming him still required considerable effort. Alone, Yak resolved 3 matters and even assisted David in addressing another. This specialized team would likely require some time to tackle any challenge, even one as formidable as Adam. Chiwe's cold voice pierced the air as she fixated on Yak, her eyes shimmering with astonishment and curiosity. It appears that those within the underworld have underestimated your prowess. Initially, upon seeing your silver arm and hairstyle, many assumed you were merely an admirer of Johnny Silverhand, David remarked, his hands clasped atop his head in a relaxed manner. Lucy, exasperated, delivered a light reprimand to David. Lucy? David exclaimed, bewildered at his girlfriend's reaction. A vein throbbed on Lucy's forehead. She understood all too well that individuals possessing extraordinary strength despise being perceived as imitators. Moreover, Yak's arm was not necessarily a voluntary alteration. He had emerged from a laboratory. And one must wonder if those scientists care about consent. With a single remark, he had unwittingly struck upon 2 sensitive topics. Truly, a stroke of genius. However, Yak remained unfazed. Let us take our leave. The commission has concluded. Mann nodded, suddenly recalling something. What shall we do with the corpses of these 5 individuals? Yak, you should decide, as without you, we may have to pay a hefty price to ensure our survival. Although Mann's team had garnered a reputation as a renowned band of edgewalkers, they still felt somewhat powerless against such monstrosities. Yak, upon hearing this, did not decline. Let us entrust them to Rog, for he possesses far more connections than we do. I will take the liberty of copying their data. Yak intended to offer the data to V as a favor, thereby strengthening his position in Night City, especially given the numerous individuals vying to undermine her authority. Mann and the others did not inquire further. They simply awaited in silence. Once Yak had copied the data, he did not immediately relay it to V, but instead contacted Rog. Hey Rog, the commission has concluded. Quite smoothly, I might add. However, I have a few delectable tidbits for you. Are you interested? Upon hearing Yak's words, Mann and the others exchanged knowing glances at, oh, Chiwe, not again, he teased. What kind of dessert warrants your attention? Rog inquired, intrigued. The corpses of several special operatives who emerged from the laboratory. I have left part of their cybernetics intact, and their data remains preserved. Rog's eyebrows arched in surprise as he evidently grasped Yak's implication. Through holographic projection, he beheld the corpses on the ground alongside Mann's team members. It seems this commission was a trap. I should have conducted more thorough inquiries. Consider my oversight. I owe you one this time. However, I must admit, I do have a taste for this particular dessert, so I suppose I owe you 2 favors now. By the way, I recall you 2 emerged from a laboratory, correct? Come on, Rog. There was no camaraderie among our kind in the lab. We all would have preferred to eliminate one another to prove our superiority. Those 5 were located within the commission factory. Send someone to retrieve them. After hanging up, Mann felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had all heard the conversation, and Yak had deliberately voiced his discontent to Rog. Seeking compensation, a favor owed by Rog, Mann then extended an invitation to Yak. Hey Yak, we usually celebrate after completing a commission with a meal, especially since this was a significant one fraught with complications. Would you care to join us? Sure, sounds good, Yak replied, eager to visit a quaint diner reminiscent of those often depicted in anime. Thus, the group exited the factory, the surrounding corpses failing to dampen their spirits. Chapter 13. Rog's maneuvers at the Turbo restaurant in Japantown. A favorite haunt of Mann's team, they often congregated here to unwind, sharing drinks and laughter. After every commission, the group would gather to celebrate. Mann and Dorio sat together, while Pila busied himself with acquiring loot. Rebecca lounged at the table, idly swinging her legs and casting a disapproving glance at her brother. David and Lucy occupied a nearby chair, engaged in animated conversation as they watched Pila's antics. Young couples always seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Chiwe stood off to the side, smoking, while Falco sat in the car, observing the lively scene. Yak surveyed the warm atmosphere, reminiscent of a heartwarming comic scene, a smile creeping onto his face. This is what it feels like to be home. The gathering continued for quite some time. After bidding farewell to Mann and the others, Yak returned to his apartment, where he collapsed onto the bed without even showering, falling into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke just before noon, shaking off his fatigue after a refreshing shower. Suddenly recalling the data from the 5 cybernetic bodies, he decided to call V.Hi V. How have you been? Are you busy? Yake, I'm doing well, just passing time and reviewing reports from my subordinates. What's up? V's lips curled into a subtle smile upon hearing Yake's greeting that I encountered an unexpected surprise during yesterday's commission and saved a little something for you that I'm sending it your way. Take a look. V began examining the data Yake transmitted. What is this? Cybernetic data. Indeed, comprehensive combat data on 5 special operatives who emerged from the laboratory. Quite a nice gift, wouldn't you agree? Wow, this is impressive. Thanks, Yake. Although the data was limited, it was comprehensive and invaluable, especially coming from rival operatives. For an intelligence agent, it was a significant boon, allowing V to take a few days to gather insights. The thought made her smile even wider. Honestly, I've only known you for a few days, and I already owe you so many favors. How will I ever repay you? Her slightly playful tone caught Yake off guard, though he quickly regained his composure. What if I find myself in a bind later on? I might need your help. Minister V.O, please, who would dare to cross you? V suddenly recalled something and beseeched Yake. Valerie has been growing impatient again. You know my sister. Could you keep an eye on her for me? I would appreciate it. Rest assured, perhaps this time your sister will surprise you. Yake thought of Anders Herman, who had fled from Arasaka during their recent escapade. If V were to capture him, that would be quite the favor. Let's hope she doesn't get frightened, V remarked, rolling her eyes. After hanging up, she realized a radiant smile adorned her face, leaving her somewhat puzzled. What is happening to me? At the Splintered Spirits bar, Yake was summoned by Valerie's phone call. Upon arriving at the bar, he spotted Valerie and Jack engaged in conversation with Rog. After ordering a bourbon, Yake took a seat at the bar, waiting for Valerie. Once she finished her discussion with Rog, she approached Yake. So, how did it go? Rog provided us with detailed information on Herman's movements through Night City. But we need to first help those 2 wanderers retrieve their vehicle and cargo. In return, they can assist us in bringing down Anders's flying car. After reviewing the documents Valerie handed him, Yake realized, too, I thought there was only one Pan Am. No matter, we shall sort it out when we arrive. Nodding in agreement, Yake suddenly recalled V's warning. Our illustrious Miss Valerie intends to bring down a flying car from Arasaka. Didn't your sister advise you to keep a low profile? Valerie's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to maintain her composure. Johnny seized the moment to mock her. Your sister is quite strict. Unable to contain herself, Valerie quickly changed the subject. Why do you care so much? You're not my sister. Let us hurry and find those 2 wanderers. Yake and Jack exchanged amused glances before following Valerie. This time, Valerie and Jack rode in Yake's vehicle, and the trio set off. During the drive, Valerie called Pan Am, and after discussing matters with a hot-tempered girl, they arrived at the designated location, the Bernita Street Freight Yard. Upon exiting the car, they spotted a green vintage vehicle. But Yake did not notice the iconic sights of Night City. Instead, he observed Pan Am conversing with a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized, wait, Vincent, how did they cross paths so quickly? Well, it's not unusual for 2 former wanderers to team up. Valerie mused, but she did not dwell on it. Approaching Pan Am, she introduced herself. Hey, you must be Pan Am. I'm Valerie, here to assist you. These are my teammates, Jack, and, uncertain if Yake preferred his real name, she hesitated. Yake, just call me Yake. Sensing Valerie's discomfort, Yake stepped in. I am Pan Am, and this is Vincent. Where's my car? You must first promise to assist me before I can help you find your car. Through friendly communication between the 2 women, they reached an agreement. Assist Pan Am in locating her vehicle, and in return, Pan Am and her team would help Valerie intercept Herman. Meanwhile, Yake and his companions exchanged glances, both intrigued and bemused, once they learned the precise location of the vehicle. Pan Am was eager to set off, and Yake promptly joined her in the car. The trio followed closely behind Pan Am. So, what exactly is the situation? Yake inquired as they drove, aware that the narrative had now shifted with Vincent's involvement, as he was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Why would one be deceived in such a manner? Previously, they had a member named Nash, who betrayed them during a mission. This Nash was a minor leader of the Maelstrom gang, commanding a dozen or so subordinates. Taking advantage of their numbers, he absconded with both the vehicle and the cargo. Now, we must first journey to the former drifter camp of Pan Am, known as Arasaka, to retrieve some equipment and subsequently assist her in reclaiming the vehicle and the goods. She will aid us in hijacking. Valerie succinctly outlined the situation, and Yak nodded in understanding. That moment, Johnny appeared in the passenger seat. Ah, this is Night City. What lacks the least is betrayal. Yak pondered. Why do you think Rogue didn't inform Pan Am that Nash is part of the Maelstrom gang, or even after Pan Am and Vincent were deceived? She chose not to tell them, but instead shared it with me. Valerie asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Rogue doesn't concern herself with the past occupations of her mercenaries, nor does she care about notions of betrayal. She certainly doesn't worry about the troubles of fledgling mercenary encounters during a contract. All she needs is to ensure that someone delivers the goods, and who that someone is of no consequence to her. Moreover, her commission as a middleman has long since been received. As for why she divulged Nash's information to you, it is likely because that reckless Nash sought to embezzle the payment, attempting to bypass Rogue and disregard her role as the intermediary. This would jeopardize her trust among her employers and undermine her authority as the foremost middleman in Night City.He that moment. Your appearance was simply fortuitous, allowing her to gain a favor in return. You need to familiarize yourself with the drifters in the Badlands, and Pan Am is perfectly suited for this task. Rogue is aware of Pan Am's impulsive nature and that she would undoubtedly seek revenge, thus allowing you and Pan Am to teach Nash a lesson while simultaneously preserving her own authority. Pan Am, upon reclaiming the cargo, will certainly deliver it to the intended recipient, thereby securing her rightful commission and the vehicle that belongs to her. By assisting Pan Am in retrieving the vehicle, you shall gain her assistance in executing the hijacking. The compensation for this hijacking task will merely be your help in retrieving her vehicle, but it may appear that you and Pan Am are engaging in a fair exchange. Yet in reality, Rogue is reaping benefits from both sides, all while maintaining her employer's trust and the respect of her mercenaries. After listening to Yak's analysis, Valerie scratched her head, feeling the need to sharpen her intellect. Though Jack didn't fully comprehend, he feigned agreement with a nod. Yak rolled his eyes at their reactions. Chapter 14. The Hijacking, Part 1. The group arrived at the Arasaka camp, where they spotted two men standing not far away. One was Mitch, clad in military green attire with slightly long hair, and the other was Scorpion, dressed in a hooded outfit, exuding an air of mystery. Scorpion and Mitch were friends of Pan Am at Arasaka, though Scorpion only made a brief appearance in the game before disappearing, leaving players with just a motorcycle, as if his presence was merely to provide a vehicle. Pan Am introduced the two succinctly. Valerie ruthlessly exposed the incident of Pan Am's betrayal, resulting in hearty laughter from Scorpion and Mitch. Pan Am flushed with embarrassment. After Vincent and Valerie assisted Pan Am in unloading her belongings, the group proceeded to Stony Ridge, an abandoned town in the Badlands. They decided to lay an ambush for the Night Stalkers, a lead provided by Rogue. After disembarking, Yak followed Pan Am to conceal the vehicle, and everyone had clear roles. Pan Am and Valerie were tasked with securing the power station to deliver a surprise to the Night Stalkers, while Yak and the others sought suitable hiding spots. Yak equipped himself with his breaking delusion, and Jack fitted his golden ruthless bitch with a silencer, AS for Vincent. He lacked the funds to acquire better equipment and was still using the novice network access pod. They found an old signal tower behind the power station, ready to wait for the Maelstrom's arrival. Watching Valerie's clumsy movements below, Yak's lips twitched. Her intellect rating of 3 was indeed alarming. It was a wonder how V had survived all these years. Finally, Pan Am and Valerie completed the preparations at the power station. Each took their positions, and Pan Am confirmed the plan over the comms. The plan was simple. Once the Maelstrom members arrived, Pan Am would suddenly power up the lights, drawing their attention, while Yak and the others would launch a surprise attack. As night fell, after Yak had lit countless cigarettes. He finally spotted the Maelstrom members through his scope. The Maelstrom has arrived. Everyone stay alert. The group quickly readied themselves. Pan Am immediately spotted her modified Thunderbolt just as the Maelstrom members parked their vehicle and disembarked. Valerie pulled the power switch, and the lights flickered to life. The Maelstrom members were taken aback by the sudden brightness, scrambling to draw their weapons, while Yak and his team remained still. after a moment of confusion. The maelstrom, sensing nothing amiss, relaxed their vigilance. Yet, some remained on patrol, including a sniper who took position atop the gas station roof. Spotting this, Yak, cloaked in optical camouflage, aimed at the sniper. "I've got a sniper in my sights." "When are we moving?" The others also found their targets, and Yak swiftly eliminated the sniper in silence. No-one noticed the disturbance. Jack dispatched a nearby, patrolling member with 2 quick shots, while Valerie activated her Sion Withstand to take down one and swiftly moved behind another to snap his neck. Panam, utilizing her Overwatch, silently eliminated a lone machine gunner. Vincent created a distraction by hacking a vending machine, luring an unsuspecting victim, which he dispatched with a swift neck twist, noticing that the remaining Maelstrom members were oblivious to the situation. Yak searched for another suitable target. After Yak dispatched the 3rd member, the entire Maelstrom crew had been neutralized without a sound. Panam cheered over the comms, clearly in high spirits after reclaiming her vehicle. Yak deactivated his camouflage and joined the others, but Panam soon realized that Nash was not among the group, which greatly displeased her. She wanted to pursue Nash for revenge, and Valerie, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Are we really going to raid the Maelstrom stronghold with just the 5 of us? Are you serious?" Valerie, who thought she was already quite reckless, was astonished to discover Panam's boldness. Suddenly recalling Yak's earlier comments in the vehicle, she turned to look at him, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so," understanding that Panam would not rest until she avenged herself. And considering that Nash's crew was rather weak, Yak hastily interjected before Valerie could object. "All right, we will assist you. However, you must devise a good plan for our hijacking mission afterward. After all, our help is contingent upon that." Panam readily agreed, and seeing Yak take the lead, Valerie and Jack followed suit, recognizing that this was the individual who had crafted a data nuclear bomb. Even Jack, who had been oblivious at the time, could infer the situation from news reports later on. They arrived at an entrance where Nash was hiding, and without hesitation, Panam drove straight in. Valerie and Jack exchanged shocked glances, both reflecting the surprise in each other's eyes. Yak simply smiled and said nothing, accelerating to follow. Upon entering, they found Panam and Vincent being overwhelmed by the Maelstrom members. The trio quickly exited their vehicle, and Yak raised his weapon, swiftly taking out 2 snipers aiming in their direction. Valerie activated her Sion Withstand and charged into the fray, while Jack threw a flashbang to cover Valerie and assist Panam. Since a large portion of the Maelstrom had been eliminated at Stony Ridge, only a handful remained at the base, allowing the trio to dispatch them swiftly. Panam personally took down Nash, while Vincent gleefully claimed his prize, the Widowmaker, which had belonged to Nash. Valerie pouted, somewhat displeased, possessing the traits of a hoarder. She had a penchant for collecting unique weapons. She even had a display case in her apartment dedicated to showcasing them. Yak noticed Valerie's expression and understood her frustration. He well knew the reason. The weapon was of legendary status. Irrespective of its efficacy, it was still a legendary item. After all, who would refuse a legendary weapon upon its sighting, except perhaps for a novice? Even if it was not useful, one would still pick it up for collection. The group convened at the Sunset Hotel to rest for a while. Panam and Vincent were in high spirits, enjoying drinks and conversation, while Yak and the others, fatigued for various reasons, retreated to their rooms for sleep. The following morning, the group reconvened at a repair shop beside the Sunset Hotel. Panam briefly outlined a plan she had devised overnight. They intended to utilize the satellite energy power station, necessitating Yak and his team to infiltrate it.B while employing an EMP pulse. They would disable the engines, causing the hover vehicles to plummet, landing in a vast expanse typical of the California desert, an open area devoid of cover. Consequently, once the hover vehicles crashed, they would become sitting ducks. With the objective confirmed, they set off in their vehicles as they traveled. Panam and Vincent conversed the entire way, calibrating the vehicle-mounted cannon in the process. Upon nearing the power station, Yak recalled the chip in Valerie's head and contacted Panam over the comms. "Panam, you may need to handle the power station yourselves. Valerie's chip will be affected by the EMP." After Panam agreed, Yak and the others proceeded to the ambush location. On the way, the adorably naive Valerie couldn't help but ask Yak, "How did you know the chip would be affected?" Yak rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Didn't Panam say it before? The EMP will impact all electromagnetic devices. Did you guess whether the relic chip is included? By then, don't say you, even Johnny will feel quite discomfort for a while. Upon hearing this, Johnny jumped out, appearing in the passenger seat. Damn it, Valerie, what on earth is going on in that head of yours? To hell with you, Johnny. Chapter 15. Hijacking Part 2. The group arrived at the designated hilltop. And after half an hour, Vincent and Pannon also appeared. All right, everything is set. Now we just await the arrival of the hover vehicle.At that moment, Yake suddenly remembered something. Pannon, have you ever hijacked a hover vehicle before? What? Are you afraid I lack professionalism? Although I've only done it once, I'm confident this time. Upon hearing this, Yake realized she had misunderstood, so he clarified, You misinterpret me. Pannon, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say is, if Ikado has such business, then the hover vehicle we are about to intercept. Will your people get involved? Earlier, while at your tribe, I inadvertently overheard that your camp's business has not been thriving lately. Just a reminder, this hover vehicle is armed and belongs to Kantao, specifically transporting a VIP client, so I reckon its firepower won't be trivial. Pannon's expression changed upon hearing this. Just yesterday, Scorpion had complained to her about the lack of work lately. If they really noticed the hover vehicle, given Scorpion and Mitch's characters, it was highly likely they would gather a group to take a shot at it. Moreover, based on Yake's information, this hover vehicle was likely not a trivial matter. Pannon hurriedly thanked Yake and quickly contacted Scorpion and Mitch. Hey, Scorpion, listen to me first. I have a big job. We need to take down a hover vehicle. For a while after this, keep an eye on the tribe members and make sure they don't get involved. This hover vehicle is an armed one from Kantao, and its firepower is beyond what you can handle. Tell Mitch and Bob not to meddle in this matter. Scorpion understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing this. A downed hover vehicle indeed had its perks, but if it was armed, they could very well end up in dire straits. After hanging up, Scorpion notified Mitch and the others. They had maintained a good relationship with Pannon and believed she had no reason to deceive them. So they took her warning seriously. Ding! Achievement unlocked. A warm heart beneath a cold exterior. Successfully altered a predetermined fate and saved a minor, primary character. Seeing the achievement notification, Yake felt a bit uplifted. Although he harbored no grand ideals of changing this damned world, he would protect those he cared about. After the call, Pannon let out a sigh of relief and once again sincerely thanked Yake. Yake waved his hand dismissively, while Valerie, who had been observing, felt the disparity between people was truly vast. With her intellect, she could hardly fathom so much. Johnny appeared beside her, teasingly saying, Come on, you can't even compare to him. His intellect is on a completely different level from yours. Johnny and Valerie had become more integrated, no longer so distant. Yet his tongue remained sharp, easily breaking through Valerie's defenses. Still, she could tell that Johnny had come to acknowledge Yake. After waiting for several minutes, Vincent, who was on lookout duty, spotted their target approaching. The hover vehicle was coming. The group hurriedly boarded the vehicle. The detonator button was to be pressed by Jack, who was so excited he was practically dancing. As the hover vehicle drew closer, everyone except Yake grew tense. Seeing the hover vehicle reach the anticipated range, Jack pressed the detonator. The massive EMP shockwave caused the Kantao hover vehicle to lose some control, and everyone thought they were about to succeed. However, they underestimated the quality of the Kantao hover vehicle. After losing control for a while, it gradually stabilized and began to recover. Valerie, noticing the situation was deteriorating, realized they were in trouble. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Pannon exit the vehicle. Pannon, what are you doing? Pannon, armed with a rocket launcher, aimed at the hover vehicle and fired a direct hit, leaving Valerie wide-eyed. Wait, you even have that thing? The hover vehicle, still recovering, finally succumbed to the lethal blow from the rocket, losing control and plummeting in the direction the group had predicted, though slightly off course. It was inconsequential. Seeing this, the group quickly drove towards the crash site. On the way, Yake noticed a gang of the Raging Blades had already arrived at the crash location, prompting a cold smile from him. He could already envision the dire fate awaiting the Raging Blades. Sure enough, as soon as they disembarked, several anguished screams echoed. After picking up his weapon, Yake positioned himself atop a slope, having left the EMP's range. Restoring their communication, he shared with the others what he had observed. The Raging Blades were clearly on the verge of collapse. but Kantao's personnel seemed intent on securing their VIP, namely Anders Herman. Yake had no intention of letting them succeed. After taking down a few remaining raging blades, Yake turned his gun towards Kantao's escort team. After swiftly eliminating 2 members, the escort team went into hiding and began using combat drones to suppress Yake's position. However, Yake was not alone. Jack and Valerie coordinated seamlessly to approach the hover vehicle, while Vincent and Pannon provided remote assistance from another side. Though Valerie, with her intellect of 3, was not adept at hacking, she possessed the virus Yake had provided earlier. After uploading the virus, the turret instantly transformed into an ally unit. Before Kantao's personnel could react, the newly converted turret had taken out the vast majority of the non-human units. Kantao's hacker had no means to counter Yake's virus and could only detonate it. However, with a lack of fire suppression, Yake's situation improved significantly. Kantao's combat squad was formidable, but after a fierce battle, Yake and his companions managed to take them all down. In the terrified gaze of Anders Herman, Yake delivered a powerful punch, knocking him unconscious. I'll leave these things to you. I believe they will be beneficial to you and Ikado. We'll take the people with us. Thank you, Pannon. Yake addressed Pannon, who did not refuse, replying, "Thank you, Yake. Although I would love to be more courteous, you understand our current situation, making it difficult for me to say those words. Consider this a debt I owe you. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Vincent chimed in, "Don't forget about me, brother." Despite having only spent 2 days together, Vincent felt that both Yake and Jack, as well as Valerie, were quite to his liking, worthy of friendship. After a fist bump with Vincent and Pannon, they all exchanged contact information. Before leaving, Yake cautioned, "You all better move quickly. Kantao's people are no pushovers." At the Sunset Inn, Yake gently awakened Anders. The group engaged in a conversation reminiscent of the game S plot. In short, Herman had diagnosed the relic chip's risks during Valerie's testing phase and explained its corrosiveness and the dangers it posed within a living brain. Everyone became aware of the chip's unique characteristics, referring to Saburo Arasaka's custom version. After a detailed scan, Anders informed Valerie of the chip's complications, that if forcibly removed, it could likely cause severe nerve damage. In the best-case scenario, it would render her unable to use high-intensity combat cyberware, relegating her to an ordinary person, unable to endure even minor nerve stimulation, with central nerves as fragile as paper, similar to the DLC Tower ending. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to full-body paralysis or even death. Ultimately, Yake and the others obtained the prototype schematics for the relic. Upon receiving the schematics, Yake immediately began to reference them and conduct in-depth scans. Yake does not need to connect to a personal link of Valerie's specific condition for simulation analysis. After an unpleasant conversation, Jack was tasked with watching Anders, while Yake, after securing their consent, contacted V. Upon receiving the message, V was utterly shocked. So overwhelmed she struggled to find her words. She put aside her work and, accompanied by several trusted subordinates, immediately set off for the Sunset Inn. Valerie, upon hearing that Anders was also at a loss, found it hard to accept and stepped outside, leaving Johnny in a similar state of discomfort. Noticing this, Yake followed her outside, observing the exchange between the girl and the ghost in Valerie's mind without interrupting, instead immersing himself in the data world, activating full computational power for simulation analysis. Half an hour later, Yake arrived at an optimal solution. After analyzing, he concluded this was currently the best approach, but the uncertainty remained whether Valerie and V would accept it. Meanwhile, V had also arrived, and upon seeing Yake, rushed upstairs, her anxiety making her oblivious to Valerie's troubled expression nearby. "Yake, where is he?" "Don't worry, Minister V. Jack's keeping an eye on him, but he won't escape." Yake led V to the room, and upon seeing her, Anders appeared somewhat alarmed. "Why did you bring this woman here?" Yake raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "It seems you're quite famous." V, not wasting time on pleasantries, ordered her subordinates to take Anders away while she remained behind. Once her subordinates left, she joyfully enveloped Yake in a big hug. "Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you, that if you ever need anything, just let me know. I will definitely help you." Yake felt somewhat flustered by V's exuberance, but quickly composed himself that, of course, helping you is also helping myself. Valerie entered the room and witnessed the intimate gestures between V and Yak. for reasons unknown. She found that she did not despise them as much as before that a thought crossed her mind. If Yak were to become my brother-in-law, would I be able to enjoy the benefits of having a top-tier combatant and bodyguard for free? Moreover, I would no longer be obligated to repay the debts incurred from previous commissions. Shaking her head, Valerie dismissed these peculiar notions and called out to V. Sister. V released Yak and nodded at Valerie. Perceiving the turmoil etched on her sister's face, in an uplifting mood, she gently inquired, "You seem troubled. Has something happened?" Valerie briefly recounted Anderson's words, causing V to furrow her brow, her earlier joy somewhat diminished. Jack, equally concerned, sat silently by. Noticing the atmosphere, Yak decided it was time to speak up, clapping his hands to draw the attention of the three. After spending over half an hour engaged in intensive calculations using the blueprints provided by Anders, I have reached a conclusion. This conclusion brings both good news and bad news concerning the difficulties Valerie faces. Valerie, which would you prefer to hear first? Upon hearing this, Valerie, indifferent to the options, replied, "The good news. The good news is that after analyzing the prototype blueprints of the relic, I can modify certain underlying codes of the relic and its neural matrix logic. This alteration could significantly reduce its corrosive properties, though the potential for fusion may still exist, albeit with a limit. For instance, spending time with Johnny might lead you to develop a fondness for smoking and drinking, yet you would remain fundamentally yourself. Simply with some habits merged, it must be noted that any unforeseen incidents, such as a bullet to the forehead, could disrupt this limit. In simpler terms, you need not worry about the chip eroding your identity and transforming you into another person, namely, Johnny. However, it may still influence some of your habits, like the occasional desire for a smoke. Ultimately, this chip will not lead to your metaphorical death. Essentially, it would keep you within a fusion threshold of 70 to 85. Many refer to this as Johnny's affinity. Furthermore, under specific conditions, the relic may become your secondary neural center, connecting with parts of your nervous system to enhance it. This means your cybernetic strain would be considerably alleviated. Thanks to the relic, you would possess an endurance level twice that of an average person, if not more, and it would bear a significant portion of your cybernetic stress. Yak paused briefly, having shared the good news. It is time for the bad news that if we proceed with this chip modification, Valerie, your chances of successfully removing it through surgery afterward will be significantly reduced, much more so than they are now. While removal remains a possibility, the precision of the required equipment would be beyond imagination. In other words, should you choose to alter the chip, you must mentally prepare for the likelihood that Johnny may reside in your mind for a lifetime. Of course, after modification, you could temporarily exchange bodies with Johnny through medication, allowing him to inhabit Valerie. This would not adversely affect you, aside from perhaps a mild headache. Should you feel uncomfortable, you could forcibly reclaim your identity. Or you might explore other avenues, as there are still a few years left. Upon hearing Yak's explanation, Valerie hesitated. On one hand, she desired a tranquil mind free from disturbances. Having Johnny in her head left her with little privacy, often subjecting her to ridicule for her peculiar thoughts. On the other hand, she felt that following Yak's advice might be beneficial. The recent turmoil had left her physically and mentally exhausted, and she was unwilling to remain a fool chasing empty promises. The others fell into silence. Even Johnny, who was typically rebellious, chose not to speak. Johnny a scoundrel. Undoubtedly, he is with a multitude of reprehensible actions to his name. Before meeting V in the game, he was a complete cad, a narcissist. Yet as the story progressed, he emerged as the only trustworthy figure, particularly in the Phantom Liberty DLC. Most players, upon encountering Johnny, no longer felt the initial impatience. His comforting presence during V's face-swapping surgery and the panic following his abrupt disappearance in the ending of the Lid storyline left many regretting their decisions, hastily reloading their saves. However, now, without having established a bond with Valerie or witnessing Johnny's genuine growth, Yak was reluctant to unleash Johnny, knowing that 70 years of pent-up resentment and a deep-seated hatred for corporations could lead him to wreak havoc upon his release, possibly even returning to the Arasaka Tower. Yet Yak found himself at a loss. After a prolonged silence, V finally spoke. "What are your thoughts, Valerie?" Valerie pressed her lips together, uncertain of what to say, her gaze instinctively seeking advice from Yak and Jack. When making a choice, Ensure you do not fall into regret. And no matter what decision you make, I believe in you, sister. Regardless of the outcome, I will support you. Valerie fell silent at these words, hesitant to choose. Despite having an answer deep within her heart, seeing her plight, Johnny could no longer hold back. Valerie, stop being such a coward. If you're going to do it wholeheartedly. What are you afraid of? Do you think that by making a choice, you might lose something? You're willing to trust those empty promises. Can you not trust the genuine intentions of your brothers and friends? Enough, Johnny. Let Valerie contemplate alone. The group exited the room, granting Valerie the solitude she needed. Noticing the situation, Johnny refrained from further insults and instead opted for a patient approach. Honestly, Valerie, I envy you. You have a sister who genuinely loves you and considers you family. You have brothers and friends who trust you and are willing to lay their lives on the line for you. That I once had that, but I failed to cherish it. After spending 50 years in a digital prison, I've gained insight into many things: love, friendship. These are the most precious treasures in this damned city. What do you think that guy Yak sees in you? Envy. I know nothing of his past, but I understand that excessive envy can drive a person mad, leading them to betrayal. Yet he chose to help you. And that Haywood kid, Jack, he has never even considered abandoning you. He is constantly thinking of ways to assist you. His feelings for you are devoid of any ulterior motives. As for V, though she is a corporate pawn of Arasaka, she doesn't view you as a mere stepping stone for her own success. She is doing everything she can to protect you. Frankly, without you, she would have been climbing the ranks long ago. So, Valerie, what are you afraid of? In other words, if you choose one path, what will you truly lose? Yak and Jack will still be there for you, and your sister V will still support you. What is there to fear? Remember, being weak is not frightening. The true terror lies in being cowardly. Avoidance will not resolve any issues. After Johnny's outburst, he vanished, leaving Valerie alone in the room. Her head bowed as she pondered her thoughts. Outside the Sunset Motel, Jack, feeling agitated by Valerie's situation, made his way to the dining area for a drink. V and Yak leaned against the railing. If Valerie decides to proceed with the chip modification you mentioned, it will be quite a complicated affair. V began. Indeed, it will require my expertise, as I am the only one capable of executing it. The entire process will take at least 3 days. What is your purpose in doing this? Upon hearing V's sudden inquiry, Yak appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Why would I, almost unconditionally, assist Valerie? And V hesitantly voiced a question she had long pondered. Yak remained silent for a moment before responding. Why? I don't know, did I just want to do this? So I'll at the very least, this will ensure that some people who don't deserve to die can live well. Yak mused silently as he discarded his cigarette. He recalled how V had scurried around to survive, only to end up with countless empty promises. He thought of V's confusion after the tower's conclusion. Since he was already in this world, why not strive to change something? This is my choice. V, rest assured, I'll not harm Valerie, nor will I harm you. I merely wish to do what I can to effect change. Yes, I trust you. With those words, V raised her hand, hesitating for just a moment before placing it on the back of Yak's hand. Feeling her gesture, Yak instinctively turned to look at her. Yes, he did. He found V's captivating blue eyes fixed upon him, mesmerizing in their brilliance. They shared a prolonged gaze, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Yak broke the tension with a chuckle. Doesn't sharing all this feel a bit disingenuous? Or perhaps utterly absurd? Maybe we should find another reason. What do you think? So, tell me, what reason would be appropriate? Let me ponder. Upon hearing this, Yak truly began to contemplate, casting a glance at V. Alas, if I were to say that I was attracted to you, that I craved your body, would that reason be more reasonable? This rationale is far too provocative. Yak mused, completely oblivious to the fact that V's cheeks flushed with warmth, not out of anger. Immersed in his own world, Yak failed to notice V's approach. In his heart, he had long since lowered his guard against her. Of course, Jack and the others felt the same way. V, with a slight blush, leaned closer to Yak, who only sensed a warm breath near his ear. That if you truly think that way, then you could have done so when you handed Anders over to me. Yak turned to V, bewildered, thinking, aren't we just joking around? Yet he found himself staring at V's face, so close that he could feel her breath. Something was amiss. Indeed, something felt distinctly off. Seeing Yake dazed, V swiftly launched a second wave of attack. Are you willing, Yake? Because I helped you? V shook her head. If it were someone else, I would still have my own way of repaying them. Money, power, and so forth. But only for you, Yake. Whatever you desire, I am willing to grant. Though it may sound rather strange, how long have we even known each other? Yet, I simply cannot suppress my feelings. Damn it. You are like a poison to me. Before Yake could react, V pressed on, unabashedly declaring, Yake, I like you. Just give me a straightforward answer. Can we be together? A direct assault, and Yake was utterly defeated. That I asked this right, sister. This is not fair. Weren't we just joking? Yake's voice trembled. He did not know how to respond to this sudden confession. V, noticing Yake's hesitance, assumed he was unwilling. Are you not willing? Can you share with me why? No. What I meant was, what does that mean? Rest assured, I am still pure. The only reason I could have feelings for you is because I genuinely like you, not for any other reason. V misinterpreted Yake's words, thinking he had misunderstood her, and explained further. Yake, seeing V's insistence, quickly clarified, that is not what I meant. Then why reject me? What is wrong with me? Am I not pretty enough? Not in shape? Or is it something else? I did not reject you. So you agree? V looked at Yake with uncontainable joy. Yake nodded, unable to meet her gaze. Then why were you just standing there in a daze? V inquired curiously. Why? That is a wonderful question. Yake found himself at a loss for words. It felt akin to having nurtured a digital companion for hundreds of hours only for it to suddenly appear beside him and say, be with me. Who wouldn't be bewildered in such a situation? V, noticing Yake's dazed expression, felt a tinge of annoyance. That I just confessed my feelings, and this fool is giving no reaction at all with renewed determination. V closed her eyes and leaned in. Boom. Yake's mind was suddenly a whirlpool of confusion. He did not know how to respond, merely clumsily reciprocating V's fervent affection. After a brief moment of surprise, Yake slowly wrapped his arms around V's waist, and they both embraced the love blossoming between them. It was as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Jack, who had just exited the restaurant, turned to witness this scene. Utterly shocked, he slowly retreated back inside. That I think I need another drink. Determined, Valerie stepped out of her room, only to stumble upon a scene that shattered her composure. Goodness, someone is intruding. Sister, you guys, V interrupted, felt a surge of irritation. She had no intention of acknowledging Valerie, but noticed that Yake's embrace had loosened. Growing even more irritated, V promptly sent Valerie back to her room. Go back to your room. Oh, Valerie, utterly dejected, trudged back, feeling as though the sky had fallen, collapsing on her bed and weeping. Hearing Valerie's commotion, Yake couldn't help but chuckle at V's irritated demeanor. Valerie should have made a choice by now. Let us listen to her, he gently suggested. V, hearing Yake's words, reluctantly agreed. I will defer to you, my dear. Yake cast a helpless glance at the playful V, planted a kiss on her cheek, and prepared to call Jack. Meanwhile, as Yake departed, V's expression shifted as she entered the room. She found Valerie still throwing a tantrum, her irritation palpable. What are you doing? Aren't you grown up enough? Why the tears and tantrums? I am not throwing a tantrum. Sister, don't let that bad man deceive you. Oh, please, I know exactly what Yake's like. He is far better than you think. Valerie muttered, somewhat defensively. Tisich, love-struck. Ah, nothing. Wishing you and my sister a blissful romance and a swift arrival of children, Valerie said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. After a brief moment, Jack and Yake entered. With everyone gathered, Valerie voiced her thoughts. I want Yake to help me modify my chip, even if it means living with a digital ghost in my mind forever. Upon hearing this, Yake nodded without elaborating further. Let us aim for a couple of days from now. I need to prepare. We'll meet at Old Vic's clinic. That I will assist you then. And one objected. And both Valerie and V sighed in relief. A burden that had weighed on their hearts was finally lifted. V looked at Yake with gratitude, while Valerie engaged in a playful argument with a proud voice in her head. Chapter 18. Daily life after Valerie made her choice. No one opposed her decision. The V stayed for a while longer before preparing to head back to Arasaka, intending to thoroughly contemplate the grand gift her boyfriend had bestowed upon her. The trio of Yake, Jack, and Valerie drove back to Night City. Though throughout the journey, Yake felt the weight of Valerie's resentful gaze upon him, IT made him quite uneasy. Jack, noticing, merely chuckled silently. Upon returning to the Wolf Bar, Yake reminded both of them, "After you return, make sure to inform old Vic that we may need to borrow his cybernetic clinic for a few days to help rewrite your program. Please ask him to clear his schedule." Valerie nodded, confident that Victor would assist her. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yake tirelessly gathered necessary materials from the market, understanding that rewriting the program would require high-precision equipment. After 2 days of diligent collection and modification, he even ventured to the black market in Dogtown. The IT must be said, that place has everything. If you have the money, you could even purchase a rare lizard. Yake arrived at Old Vic's clinic with a device the size of a palm. Everyone was already waiting for him. Upon his arrival, they approached him. Yake saw V, Jack, as well as Mrs. Wells, Misty, and others. Their expressions varied. Anticipation, concern, and worry were all present. After greeting everyone, Yake observed Valerie lying nervously on the operating table, with Johnny pacing anxiously beside her. The sight brought a smile to Yake's face, yet seeing Valerie's worry prompted him to offer her comfort. "Relax, Valerie. All you need to do now is take a nap. Leave the rest to me." Valerie nodded. "I am ready. Let us do this." Observing Valerie's resigned demeanor, Yake felt a bit helpless. He then requested anesthesia from old Victor. With a worried expression, inquired, "Do you need my assistance, Yake?" Yake shook his head, reassuring everyone to relax, and proceeded to anesthetize Valerie. As her consciousness gradually faded, Yake began the rewriting process. Seeing Yake commence his work, the others knew better than to interrupt and began to exit the clinic. "Relax, Jack. The divination shows that Valerie has a high chance of overcoming this ordeal." Misty comforted Jack, who was visibly anxious. V nodded in agreement. At that moment, even she felt powerless and could only trust her boyfriend. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, Yake scarcely rested, utilizing his homemade devices to rewrite the relic chip, while also playing the role of cybernetic surgeon, performing a craniotomy to connect some nerves to the modified biological chip. He also managed to sort out the previously chaotic neural interfaces. This left Yake utterly exhausted. However, the good news was that the rewriting had been highly successful. When Valerie opened her eyes for the first time, the first face she saw was that of her concerned sister, V. Valerie. "How are you feeling now?" Others also turned to look, while Yake focused on the data for Valerie's body on his tablet. "I feel unprecedentedly well. It seems that the invisible pressure that had always existed has dissipated. Moreover, I now feel as if my cybernetics are a part of my body, fully under my control." Johnny chimed in, "Whoa, I feel absolutely amazing, as if my body has shed all its burdens. It's so much better than before." Ye continued the conversation. "It's normal. The rewriting was successful. You are now essentially one entity. The communication between your nerves is much faster, and the bond between you will deepen. Moreover, the chip will no longer corrode Valerie's mind and will significantly alleviate the nerve pressure. Now, even if Valerie were to adopt VS cybernetics, it wouldn't pose much of a problem, though the operating system can only select one. Valerie beamed with joy at this news, and Johnny stood beside her, smiling brightly. The others also shared in the happiness. And after reviewing the data Yake handed him, Victor sighed with relief. Jack heavily patted Yake on the shoulder. Yake gazed proudly at his masterpiece, yet the fatigue from 3 consecutive days of intense focus began to weigh upon him. He stifled a yawn and remarked, "Since everything is in order, I think I shall return home for a brief slumber. I can hardly endure any longer." Upon hearing this, V, seeing her boyfriend in such a state, suggested, "Given your exhaustion, why not rest at Valerie's apartment? It's quite nearby." Valerie nodded in agreement, having already spent 3 days resting and feeling quite rejuvenated, eagerly expressing her desire for Old Way to assist her in acquiring a superior prosthetic. After all, it was for her brother-in-law. Refusing her would surely invoke her sister's affections. Upon hearing Valerie's request, V shot her a disapproving glance, causing the latter to retract her head like an ostrich. Yake merely nodded, not declining the proposal, and followed V to Valerie's apartment. Once there, Yake wasted no time and lay down on the bed, instantly slipping into a baby-like slumber that V glanced around her sister's untidy apartment. Furrowing her brow, after tidying up a bit, she looked at Yake, who was already deep in sleep. Seeing his slightly fatigued face stirred a pang of sympathy within her. She kissed his forehead and quietly exited the apartment. Yake awoke in the evening, checking his messages to find that V had organized a celebration at the Wild Wolf Bar for Valerie's recovery. After a casual tidying up, he set off to join the gathering. During the festivities, V discussed the aftermath of the Anders incident with Yake. Firstly, V had completely aligned herself with Lai Xian and had earned his favor. Although her position could not be elevated at the moment, she had gained some power and more free time. Simultaneously, Arasaka Lai Xian had recognized V's talent and decided to gift her some high-end prosthetics not available on the market. After all, capable and intelligent individuals were scarce under Lai Xian's command. However, a challenge awaited V. Arasaka Saburo's personal bodyguard, Takamura. Overly loyal Takamura lacked the flexibility to adapt. Arasaka Lai Xian needed V to eliminate Takamura and disguise the act as the work of military technology, or to convince him that Saburo's death was the doing of a rival corporation rather than a failure on Lai Xian's part, allowing him to continue serving the Arasaka family. As long as Takamura was willing to believe this. Lai Xian would be more than willing to keep such a loyal subordinate by his side. I intend to hand over my old prosthetic to Valerie. She has long desired a high-end one. Besides, didn't you mention that her tolerance is greater? I wish to give it a try, V inquired, seeking Yake's opinion. Yake took a bite of his corn tortilla and nodded. Valerie's talent is already quite remarkable, surpassing that of most mercenaries in Afterlife. You could be assured of that. This was not a mere boast from Yake. Valerie had already reached the level of mid-game in terms of skill, exceeding that of the majority of Afterlife mercenaries. That by the way, once you have replaced your prosthetic, do remember to come find me. Such prosthetics will certainly have back doors, and I can help you clear them out. He added. V nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Valerie raised her glass in celebration of her recovery, and smiles adorned everyone's faces. Mrs. Wells and Victor also expressed their gratitude to Yake, as they now truly recognized the kindness he had shown to their friend. The joyful atmosphere led everyone to drink more than usual, even Yake becoming somewhat tipsy. The next morning, in V's corporate apartment, Yake found himself staring at the naked V nestled in his arms. The crimson stains on the sheets eliciting a wry smile. MD. What a loss, he lamented, setting aside how he, with a physique rating of 21, had ended up in such a state. He was aware that even a V with a rating of 20 had experienced blackouts more than once in the game. Scientifically speaking, men typically exhibited no response after such blackouts. Yet here he was, with a rating of 21 to author's power. Yake thought, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, it wasn't a complete blackout. He still retained some fragmented memories worth reminiscing about. Just as Yake was lost in his reflections of the previous night, V began to stir awake. Feeling the soreness and heaviness throughout her body, she inhaled sharply and shot a fierce glare at Yake. She had not been completely inebriated last night. Riding the wave of alcohol, she had indulged wildly for a time, only to be forcefully subdued by Yake later. While the experience had been enjoyable at the moment, the aftermath was quite unbearable. Yake noticed V's gaze and offered a sheepish smile. The two exchanged playful banter in bed for a while before getting up. Yake first headed for a shower, while V tidied up the sheets and replaced them with fresh ones. After washing up, Yake brewed himself a cup of coffee, while V hurriedly completed her shower and declined Yake's suggestion for breakfast, dragging her weary body off to work. Yake sipped his coffee, gazing out the window. Contemplating the matter of Takamura. Chapter 19. A discussion on Takamura. Takamura Goro is a complex individual, stubborn and loyal. However, as long as his bottom line, the Arasaka family, is not involved, he is a friend worth cultivating. Some might compare him to Reed, but I believe there are differences. Takamura was born in the city with the highest crime rate during the cherry blossom season, and it was Arasaka who pulled him from despair, later selecting him for service. Essentially, everything he has is granted by Arasaka, even Arasaka Saburo himself. His persona leans more towards that of Saburo's Deadpool. From Takamura's perspective, he has never desired change, merely content to maintain the status quo, even to uphold this wretched order. After all, only corporations can take down corporations. Which corporation genuinely cares for the lower class? Kantaro. Don't be ridiculous. Corporations in Cyberpunk share the same nature, even if Kantaro has committed questionable deeds. It is not uncommon. This is also why Yake harbors no aspirations to change the world. This world is irredeemably rotten. Returning to Takemura, it is understandable why someone akin to Saburo's Deadpool would exhibit such loyalty. Yake refrains from casting judgment, for without experiencing another's journey, one lacks the right to critique their stance. How could one expect a character similar to Deadpool to betray his own master or even stab him in the back? Such a notion is unrealistic. From Takemura's standpoint, Arasaka and Arasaka Saburo are the ones who rescued him from a profound abyss, even if that abyss was created by Arasaka itself. Loyalty and obedience are traits that those in power cherish in their subordinates. Coupled with his exceptional abilities, he is at least on par with Oda, which explains why Lai Xian is willing to afford him a chance to survive. Yake had a preliminary idea forming in his mind, but it was not yet feasible. Moreover, he hoped to connect with Lai Xian through the matter of Takemura. He still held some goodwill towards the current Arasaka dictator. While others may deem his aspirations somewhat idealistic, he possesses the capital to pursue them. Furthermore, not everyone has the courage to recognize themselves and start anew after failure. Meanwhile, Valerie awoke from her hangover to receive a phone call that it was Judy, who informed her of Evelyn's demise. This ambitious woman, seeking to gain benefits amidst the three dominant factions, sadly lacked the corresponding strength to match her ambitions. Ultimately, she paid the price, succumbing in the very vortex she had created. Valerie hurried to Judy's apartment, and upon seeing the deceased Evelyn, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Did she hate her? Perhaps. But now, it was all meaningless. After a heartfelt conversation with Judy, Valerie departed. Left behind, Judy gazed into the distance, reflecting on Evelyn's past experiences, the humiliation inflicted by the woodman, the relentless torment of the scavs forcing her into cruel black market dreams. Each recollection of those fragments extracted from young Evelyn's mind made Judy feel physically ill. She looked at the towering skyscrapers in the distance, the neon lights concealing an endless darkness. She longed to escape this place, but before that, she yearned to pull off a grand heist, if only in memory of the now-deceased Evelyn. A seed of vengeance quietly took root. Engaged, Yake rode in a Delamain vehicle to what was once Nash's lair. Now, Yake finally recalled that he had yet to claim a certain vehicle, the sword in the stone. In the game, everything serves the protagonist, the player, so whenever the player arrives, as long as they complete the main quest, the Dead City, and meet the connection reputation requirements, level 35 or above, they can claim it at any time. Whether the car still exists in reality is uncertain. Thank you for choosing Delamain's exclusive service. Choose Delamain, and leave your worries at the door. Thanks, old Delegate Yake stepped out of the car and proceeded without hesitation. After walking for a while, he arrived at the familiar blue shipping container. Opening it, he found a sleek, all-black sports car parked inside. Yake let out a sigh of relief. This car was a nod to Batman in the game and was the only pure black sword in the stone, if I recall correctly. The shadow of the sword in the stone was its name, showcasing various cutting-edge technologies that I remember the promotional material dubbed it a jet on land. After obtaining the exclusive authentication key for the vehicle, he opened the door and settled into the soft, comfortable seat. Yake was thoroughly pleased with his new car. Driving out of the cave, he headed towards Night City, relishing the melodious sound of the engine and the delightful rush of acceleration. His spirits soaring, upon arriving at the apartment in the Valley District, he changed into his combat gear and equipped his weapons. The long-dormant Winter Soldier was making his return. Father Sebastian Ibarra. Commission type: hired assassin. Target: Mark Jerry. Details: the master will not overlook any devil who has committed numerous sins, though sometimes he may take a brief respite. At this moment, it is imperative for us, the devout believers, to personally deliver these damned demons before God for judgment. Mark is one such malevolent fiend, having wreaked havoc upon 8 innocent families, resulting in the untimely demise of 9 innocent souls. Now, his family seeks retribution. This necessitates your intervention. Credible sources indicate that this scoundrel has caught wind of impending danger and plans to flee Night City, thus engaging an intermediary. Unbeknownst to him, this intermediary happens to be the uncle of one of the 9 innocent victims he has slain. Consequently, he unwittingly provided the escape route for Mark. Go forth, mercenary, and consign this wretch to the depths of hell. Yake positioned himself at the optimal ambush point along Mark's escape route. weapon drawn. Upon discovering the extent of Mark's heinous actions, Yake resolved against a swift execution. Instead, opting to deliver him to the irate relatives of the victims, as Mark's vehicle approached, Yake unleashed a barrage of shots, puncturing the tires, causing Mark to abandon his car in a panic. Yet Yake's aim was swifter and more precise, landing 2 shots that crippled Mark's knees, rendering him unable to flee. Mark's screams echoed through the air as Yake deftly descended from his hiding spot, silencing him with a single blow before messaging the priest. Once the vehicle dispatched by the priest arrived, Yake placed the unconscious Mark into the trunk. "Well done, Winter Soldier, that I trust the families will appreciate the gift you have delivered. Equally, I admire your efficiency. You remain ever reliable. Until next time." Receiving a transfer from the priest, Yake marveled at the commission from his assignment. After the intermediaries cut, a staggering sum of 15,000 remained, akin to saving half a president. Doge meme. Chapter 20. Colonel Moan, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. V successfully acquired a new cybernetic body, now capable of holding her own against Yake in a preliminary skirmish. Yake meticulously assisted V in cleansing her new body of hidden viruses and secret compartments, while also providing a comprehensive upgrade to Valerie. This minor surgical intervention left V feeling exceptionally invigorated. She sensed a slight enhancement in her prowess. Thanks to Yake's modifications, her new cybernetic body felt as seamless as her own flesh. The 25-point intelligence superbrain, my dear, V marveled at her all-capable boyfriend. Exclaiming that she had struck gold, Valerie vehemently protested, claiming that Yake had usurped her sister. In retaliation, V handed Valerie a Type 4C Enway and a Level 5 subdermal armor, silencing her instantly. Valerie eagerly rushed off to seek installation from Old Way. Yake observed Valerie, now more vivacious than her in-game counterpart, and reflected on the absence of life-threatening matters and the presence of a loving sister. Jack had also survived. This lively, playful side of her was the true Valerie. That moment, David, who had been absent for several chapters, re-emerged. "Yake, brother, are you free lately? I have a rather complex assignment that may require your assistance." "The pay is generous," Yake replied. "What kind of assignment could pose such a challenge for you?" David explained. "We need to rescue someone from a human trafficking organization in the Badlands, but there are military-grade technologies lurking behind that organization. The employer wishes to avoid complications, hence no noise and absolutely no killings." Yake acknowledged that does sound troublesome. "Indeed," David concurred. "You know our team lacks individuals suited for stealth. Therefore, only I, Lucy, and Falco will be participating in this mission. I feel uneasy and wanted to inquire if you would join us." Yake asked, "What commission are you offering?" 40%, a whopping 40,000 euros, David responded. "All right, I'm in," Yake affirmed. Although the task appeared daunting, the substantial payment made it worthwhile. After confirming the timing with Yake, David went about his business. Assignments that prohibit killing are exceedingly rare. In the entire game, only the intermediary's assignment in the Badlands qualifies, excluding the DLC involving 2 police officers. Such outrageous demands would earn any mercenary scorned. T perplexed Yake why David would accept such a troublesome commission, but money was money. In the corporate plaza, pedestrians bustled about, often oblivious to one another, engrossed in their own affairs. However, such apathy could come at a deadly cost. Colonel Moan Donald, once a distinguished military officer renowned for his contributions during the Unification War, mysteriously vanished after its conclusion. The end of the war was the most sordid. Both sides were preoccupied with silencing witnesses, he reflected. Now he stood in the center of the corporate plaza, his gaze vacant, resembling a mere shell of a man. Suddenly, an orange glimmer flashed in his pupils as he produced a high-explosive grenade from his pocket. Amusingly, passers-by remained oblivious to his presence. He removed the safety pin and casually tossed the grenade onto the nearby sidewalk. It wasn't until a distracted office worker noticed the black grenade at his feet that panic set in. His complexion paled, and just as he attempted to call out and evade, the grenade detonated. The explosion jolted those nearby into awareness, and chaos ensued as they scrambled to escape. Moan appeared unfazed, continuing to hurl grenades, claiming the lives of several civilians before remaining rooted in place, like a robot executing a command. The NCPD swiftly arrived at the scene. After all, this was the corporate plaza. Who knew which corporate executive might be the next casualty? The NCPD surrounded Moan, yet hesitated to act, suspecting he might be a cyber psychopath. As the officers nervously aimed their weapons, Moan's pupils flickered with the same orange glow. He lifted his head, locking eyes with an NCPD officer, who felt a chill run down his spine in an instant. Moan's mantis blades sprang forth from his arms. Before the officer could issue a warning or fire a shot, Moan was upon him. With a flash of blue blade light, the officer was cleaved into 3 pieces. Witnesses immediately opened fire, but Moan's speed rendered them ineffective. Every few moments, another NCPD officer fell in battle. It's Sionway. That damned cyber psychopath summoned the tactical response unit. A squad leader quickly reacted, calling for reinforcements. The operator, too, wasted no time reporting the situation. Before long, a hovercraft arrived on the scene, carrying 4 individuals equipped with high-grade combat gear. The tactical response unit F4 had arrived that a hacker on the hovercraft attempted to breach Moan's system. Something's off. This individual's ICE is military grade and has hacker assistance for maintenance that I cannot penetrate it. The tactical response unit's hacker realized the anomaly. We'll have to confront him head-on. With that, the team leaped from the vehicle, leaving the hacker behind to continue his assault on Moan's IC. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, several individuals clad in lab coats observed a holographic screen displaying Moan's first-person perspective to the right. A comprehensive status report of Moan's condition and cybernetic usage patterns with calculated metrics was displayed. Sir, the tactical response unit's hacker is attempting to breach subject number 5's IC. Prevent him. He cannot die yet. Understood. At that moment, Moan became entangled with 3 tactical response unit members. Damn it. This lunatic is equipped with C-Onway and possesses a frenzied dual system. What an absurd combination. The tactical response unit members found themselves overwhelmed in a 1 versus 3 scenario, feeling stifled. He is not someone we can handle. Contact headquarters to dispatch a higher-level team. Each tactical response unit team has varying ranks, and the F4 unit is significantly stronger than a standard 5-star unit. However, before reinforcements could arrive, Moan's pupils flickered orange once more. After inflicting severe damage on 1 member, he swiftly escaped. Damn it, concerned about their comrades. The remaining 2 members refrained from pursuing him. The cyber psychopath incident came to an abrupt conclusion as Moan, having hidden and taken alternate routes, arrived at an inconspicuous warehouse. After multiple scans, he reached a concealed basement, exactly the mysterious chamber. Moan approached a room like a robot, undergoing examination and evaluation by a group of lab-coated individuals. Outside the room, a middle-aged man observed the proceedings. Wait for it. Teacher, I shall prove my worth that I will create an even more terrifying subject hero. Meanwhile, at a wedding celebration, the news broke in. Greetings, this is WNS News. That we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. A shocking massacre has just occurred in the corporate plaza, perpetrated by Colonel Moan Donald, affiliated with military science. Yake shook his head as he watched the news, sensing that something was amiss. However, it was of no consequence to him. Unbeknownst to him, a mad scientist was plotting to create a monster. Chapter 21. Wrath Yake arrived at the Sunset Hotel, the designated meeting place with David. After waiting a while, he spotted Falco driving a modified little mule, honking the horn. The group convened in the hotel restaurant, casually ordering food while sharing intelligence. Yake examined the separation chip, studying the 3D model of the trafficker's hideout along with the basic patrol markings provided by the intermediary, furrowing his brow to a militarized management style. David, somewhat troubled, leaned against his forehead, while Lucy cast a disapproving glance in his direction. This situation is quite perilous, and killing is off the table. Goodness, had I known, I would have never accepted this commission. Their defensive positions exhibited minor vulnerabilities, an opportunity for me to infiltrate using optical camouflage coupled with a stealth suit. David, create a distraction outside to divert their attention, and Lucy, keep an eye on the situation via hacking. Falco awaited outside. Yake swiftly devised the quickest deployment strategy, and the group nodded in agreement, with no objections. David and the others, along with Yake, decided to set off immediately, getting into their vehicle and driving to the target location. This site was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the side facing the stronghold being particularly steep, rendering infiltration exceedingly difficult. However, Yake possessed a combination of double jump capability and charge jumps, along with nearly undetectable optical camouflage. For this stronghold, it was akin to a dimensional strike. Yake rapidly simulated a detailed route in his mind and executed it with precision. The coordination of double jumps and charge jumps enabled him to successfully reach the ceiling of a large warehouse situated in the center of the stronghold. Meanwhile, David discovered a small door through which he could slip, though it was guarded by an individual. Subsequently, Lucy hacked into a device via surveillance to attract attention. David successfully infiltrated using the stealth suit. Hiding in a nearby container with the door slightly ajar, ready to make some noise. Once David was in position, Lucy informed Yake and then monitored the movements within the warehouse. Yake approached a window devoid of glass and descended silently, successfully reaching the rafters of the warehouse. Indeed, the security patrols inside were significantly laxer than those outside. After stealthily descending, Yake evaded 3 patrolling guards without detection. Like a specter, he made his way to the ground floor. With Lucy's assistance in distracting the guard at the door, Yake proceeded to the basement, where the hostages were held. The greatest challenge awaited him here. The basement operated on an independent subnet, rendering Lucy unable to assist. And the security here was notably stringent. This would test Yake's capabilities. Fortunately, his optical camouflage proved remarkably effective, and although numerous guards were present, several were slacking off, completely inattentive to their duties. After acquiring a key card from a slacking security guard, Yake first made his way to the surveillance room. After inducing a physical slumber in the monitor operator, he deleted all information pertaining to the target rescue from the system. This would ensure that no one would notice one of the individuals was missing for the time being. However, the other information Yake stumbled upon during the deletion process ignited a flame of fury within him. Yet it was evidently not the time for anger. Having discreetly erased the target's information, Yake stealthily approached the room where the hostages were confined. As it was the early morning hours, nearly all the hostages were asleep. After luring away the guard at the door, Yake entered the room and beheld the target, an 8-year-old boy, after gently waking him and promptly covering his mouth to prevent any sound. Yake quietly explained the situation. Cradling the boy, he activated his optical camouflage once more. Since Yake's optical camouflage only covered system-customized weapons or equipment, excluding vehicles, the small boy remained conspicuous. This was where David's role became crucial. Upon receiving the message, David accelerated towards an outdoor generator, observing the surroundings before attaching a small device Yake had given him to the generator. This caused an immediate short circuit, plunging the entire stronghold into darkness, while simultaneously affecting several other generators. Yake's high-tech device would be attributed to Mirror Engine, wherein any subsequent investigation. Seeing the effect take hold, David swiftly made his escape, while Yake awaited the arrival of darkness. Although the basement had a backup generator, switching it over would take 5 seconds. Yet, this brief interval was ample time for Yake to activate the stealth suit and sprint along the initial route, reaching the second floor in under 3 seconds. With his right hand firmly grasping the boy, he executed a charge jump followed by a double jump, propelling them out of the window, grasping the ceiling with his left hand. They successfully landed on the rooftop. Though the boy was frightened, he remained silent. Yake reached the predetermined location, taking a deep breath before sprinting and leaping. Thanks to his tactical shoes, he made not a sound. In midair, he executed an aerial advance to close the distance, then performed a double jump to grasp a remote area on the lowest slope. The boy was well protected by Yake, suffering no injuries. With a forceful exertion of his mechanical left arm, he hoisted them both to the small, steep slope. Observing the terrain above, Yake performed a charge jump, followed by a double jump at the highest point, successfully reaching the mountaintop. With a sigh of relief, a blue light flashed as Fako arrived at the mountaintop, carrying David and Lucy, who had gathered beforehand. Yake hurriedly entered the vehicle, handing the boy over to Lucy. "Wow, Yake, you are truly impressive, scaling walls with ease." In the vehicle, as the operation neared its successful conclusion, David exhaled, engaging in conversation with Yake. Yake could only offer a stiff smile, clearly not in high spirits. Lucy noticed this shift and expressed her curiosity. "Did something happen in the basement? You seem rather upset." Yake, unguarded, replied, "The individuals kidnapped at this stronghold were all cargo men for the laboratory. According to their database, the youngest child among them is merely 5 years old. Lucy's expression shifted dramatically, conjuring dark memories, while David's face contorted with rage. Damn it! Those bastards! Faco's grip on the steering wheel tightened, turning pale from the intensity. The once light atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of this revelation. Upon arriving at the designated location to return the boy to his family, witnessing their tearful reunion offered a slight alleviation. As they watched the family depart, the group returned to the Night City. In the vehicle, Yake suddenly spoke. "I will return," but after some time. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, and they could distinctly sense the terrifying intent emanating from him. Upon returning to his apartment, Yake disregarded the $7,000 David had sent him. This was a voluntary concession, considering their commission had not entailed much effort. He gazed out at the Night City, contemplating the numerous hostages within that basement and the next scheduled delivery. A tempest of unending fury and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. When he beheld that 5-year-old child, a long-buried memory was forcibly awakened. He seemed to see the child trapped in darkness, once more. The boy. Also 5 years old. Chapter 22. Breaking through the storm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, Yake was in high spirits, having prepared himself a bowl of egg noodles. He sat in front of the television, watching the news broadcast with keen interest. Good day, everyone. This is WNS News that we have a grave report to share that a source has revealed to us that a factory under the guise of military technology in the border area of the wasteland has been harboring a batch of desperate criminals. These nefarious offenders under the factory's facade have been engaged in human trafficking. Reports indicate that those who have been trafficked are forcibly sent to illegal laboratories for inhumane human experimentation. Most infuriatingly, the youngest child among them is only 5 years old. Fortunately, all the criminals have met their demise, and the unfortunate souls who were trafficked have returned to their families. Notably, these criminals were all equipped with military technology weapons. This raises many questions that we can also recall the attack incident at the company plaza just days ago, perpetrated by a former military technology colonel. What is military technology truly concealing? Yake chuckled at the news on the television, realizing that exposing scandalous information was indeed more entertaining when revealed by adversaries. Meanwhile, in a concealed laboratory, a middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Is your intelligence team just sitting idly by? The two individuals before him trembled in fear. Unable to speak. The higher-ups are preoccupied. We have hardly any manpower to assist us. I don't need excuses. If you cannot find out who did this, you will serve as experimental subjects. Simultaneously, David and Lucy paid attention to the news. Whoa, that's incredible. David felt exhilarated, expressing his satisfaction with the situation. Lucy remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with delight. Yake finished his breakfast, unconcerned about military technology retaliating against those who were trafficked, not to mention that several of them had significant backgrounds. Currently, the public's focus was on military technology, and if anything were to happen to those individuals, the stock of military technology would plummet. Besides, Arasaka would be more than eager for military technology to face troubles. Just then, a phone call from Valerie interrupted. "Hey, Valerie. Yake, Mann just called me. Their tribe's leader, Saul, has been captured by the Rwandao Society and is seeking our assistance. Jack is unavailable, so I must trouble you." Yake could surmise the unfolding plot. This would be a pivotal moment for Vincent and Pannon's relationship. Are we going to be third wheels? After some contemplation, I ultimately agreed, for the friendship with Ikado holds considerable significance. The main concern, however, lies with the subsequent encounter with the demon lizard. The two embarked on their journey to Ikado's camp in Yake's vehicle. Upon their arrival, Pannon exhibited immense joy at the sight of them. "Hey, Valerie, Yake. Thank heavens you're here." After exchanging greetings with Pannon and Vincent, they began to inquire about the situation. Pannon led them into the camp, where Yake spotted individuals with whom Pannon shared a close rapport. Unlike in the game, the group welcomed Yake and Valerie without hostility, especially since Yake had previously provided them with a substantial supply of equipment and resources, easing their burdens significantly. After a brief exchange, they noticed Mitsai and Scorpion approaching. "Hey, brother, good to see you again. This time, we'll have to rely on you." Valerie accepted the chip Mitsai handed over, signaling Yake, "You go ahead. I can share my vision with you." Without hesitation, Valerie inserted the chip into her neural interface, beginning to gather useful intelligence. After a while, the two marked all pertinent information before retreating. Following a concise discussion, they prepared to act. Yake retrieved the broken delusion from the vehicle, armed himself with the silent, and took several throwing knives before climbing into Pannon's vehicle. The four of them set off in a modified van. Throughout the journey, Pannon and Vincent engaged in lively conversation, with Yake and Valerie occasionally joining in. When Valerie heard that Soul intended to collaborate with biotech, her expression shifted. Both Pannon and Vincent noticed a reaction and inquired further. Yake deduced Valerie's thoughts. I previously had a commission with Jack regarding biotech and a tribe of wanderers. Valerie began to articulate her concerns, but Yake interrupted. Let us discuss this later. We've arrived. The group exited the vehicle, and Yake instructed Valerie, you and Vincent head into that pipeline we discovered earlier. I'll handle the frontal infiltration. Be cautious and avoid clumsiness. Understood, they replied in unison. I'll provide sniper cover for Yake from a distance. Once the tasks were assigned, Yake swiftly maneuvered to a breach in the wall, eliminating a patrolling Nightwalker with a single shot. Activating his optical camouflage, he slipped through the gaping hole, spotting a Nightwalker repairing a vehicle. Accompanied by a partner, stealthily, he approached and dispatched both unsuspecting individuals with 2 precise shots. After concealing the bodies, he pressed onward. Meanwhile, Valerie and Vincent reached the pipeline entrance. Vincent kicked open the gate, and they proceeded inside. After passing through 2 more doors, they finally arrived in the basement. Just as Vincent prepared to exit through the pipeline, Valerie halted him with a gesture, indicating something. Vincent then noticed a Nightwalker in the monitoring room, along with an unconscious Soul. With a swift movement, Valerie executed a stealthy attack, eliminating the Nightwalker before Vincent revived Soul using meat-size makeshift recovery serum. After briefly explaining the situation, the 3 prepared to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, Yake continued his silent killing spree upstairs, undetected by any foes. Occasionally, Pannon would assist Yake by sniping enemies. Upon hearing that Soul was still alive, Pannon sighed in relief, stowing away his sniper rifle to provide support. Not wishing to linger, Yake discreetly snapped the neck of a burly adversary, claiming his weapon and preparing to withdraw. The 3 climbed into the vehicle and, after a brief wait, saw Yake enter. Wow, that went quite smoothly. Indeed, they were completely oblivious. Haha, Vincent exclaimed, clearly pleased that I see a sandstorm approaching. We need to find shelter. The group then sought refuge in a small house depicted in the plot to escape the impending storm. Before entering, Yake had already noticed an issue with the generator and proactively resolved it. Upon entering the room, Yake was astonished to find it had transformed from 1 room into 2. He marveled at the butterfly effect. Given that he was already aware of the conversation's content and had little interest, he exchanged greetings with the others before selecting a room to rest. The others, observing his departure, resumed their discussions. Inevitably, the conversation turned to Soul's potential collaboration with biotech. Valerie began recounting the unfinished story from earlier. While I understand that meddling in your family matters isn't ideal, there's one thing I must emphasize. I believe that even collaborating with a company, it's best not to engage with others. Biotech is not a wise choice. That you've heard of the Red Ochre tribe, right? I previously undertook a commission and discovered that biotech poisoned their water supply, resulting in widespread illness among the tribe. They feigned cooperation, merely using them as guinea pigs for drug trials. The result? Nearly all the tribe members perished. Thus, I strongly advise against collaborating with biotech. Who knows? You might end up as their next test subjects. This revelation left Soul in shock. He had certainly heard of the Red Ochre incident, but was unprepared for such a grim truth. Processing this critical information, Soul opted for silence, refraining from further discussion. After an extended conversation, both Soul and Valerie decided to retire for the night. Valerie discerned the peculiar dynamic between Pannon and Vincent and, not wishing to be a third wheel, decided to return to her room for rest. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way to Yake's room, finding him already asleep. She settled onto the couch, preparing to make do for the night. Yes, she dozed off. Yake awoke, bemused by Valerie's wild sleeping posture. He draped a blanket over her before returning to slumber. Outside, the bond between Vincent and Pannon deepened after their heartfelt conversation. Chapter 23. The frequent appearance of cybermaniacs. Valerie awoke early, discovering a blanket draped over her, filling her with warmth. After splashing her face to regain clarity, she stepped outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Pannon and Vincent leaning against a tricycle. Engrossed in conversation, Meatseye was assisting Soul with his wounds while Yake leaned against his vehicle, smoking a cigarette. "Don't ask how I got the vehicle. I summoned it by holding the V key," he quipped, dog emoji. Pannon, noticing Valerie's awakening, greeted her. "Hi, Valerie. How did you sleep last night?" "Not bad. Are we leaving soon?" "Yes, the Ransack Blades kidnapping is merely the beginning. Something significant looms on the horizon. Oh, by the way, thank you for your assistance. This sniper rifle, Guardian, is now yours. Don't worry. It's well behaved. Treat it kindly." Pannon handed Valerie the sniper rifle he had modified, and she accepted it graciously, taking hold of the ice explosion weapon. After exchanging farewells with Valerie and Yake, the group from Mikado, along with Pannon and Vincent, departed. Yake discarded his cigarette, but, chuckling at Valerie, who was still toying with her new weapon. "All right, let us head back. I am not fond of eating sand outside." With that, Yake climbed into the vehicle. Valerie, giggling, stuffed her rifle into the trunk and hopped into the car with enthusiasm. They drove away from the location. Yake glanced at Valerie through the rearview mirror, bemused by her glee. "Is it really that exciting? You and T understand. I don't have your wealth. This ice explosion is incredibly valuable, and it even has a silencer and wall-piercing capabilities. This gun is like a gift from the heavens to me." Yake shook his head, bemused, suddenly struck by an idea. With his left hand on the steering wheel, he opened the glove compartment with his right. Dangerous maneuver. "Do not replicate." He retrieved a modified M221 Saratoga, styled after the Nightwalkers. "Here, since he looks so pitiful, I'm gifting you this GUN.ITS, a trophy from the Nightwalker camp. ITS named the Mighty Brick. It has a rapid rate of fire, but the recoil is significant. That I made some simple modifications this morning, so at least at 1T send you flying after just a few shots." At Valerie's eyes lit up as she snatched the gun. "Are you truly giving this to me, my dear brother-in-law?" Yake rolled his eyes at Valerie's eagerness, but she remained unfazed, grinning as she admired her new weapon. "This thing fires swiftly. I'll need to prepare extra ammunition." I know. The wife controls the purse strings. 0.5 days had passed since rescuing Soul, and during this time, Yake had idled without taking on any commissions, spending his days in the apartment. He dedicated time to fitness, modifying weapons, and honing his technical skills. Each day, he prepared meals for himself, and with a level 25 intellect, his culinary skills improved rapidly. Had it not been for the fact that most recipes available focused on food synthesis, he could have learned even faster. Occasionally, he accompanied the busy V, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle. Meanwhile, Valerie had received a call from Judy, sharing a revenge plan targeting the Cloud Top, which left her feeling uncertain. Nonetheless, she ultimately agreed to the plan and, unsure of her decision, decided to consult Yake while also hoping for a meal together. Upon arriving at Yake's apartment, Valerie shouted, "Brother-in-law, I'm here to mooch a meal again." He, while V was engrossed in a phone call with Yak. The sound of his younger sister's voice made him furrow his attractive brows. This unexpected occurrence sent a chill down Valerie's spine, who was seated on the sofa, upon noticing Valerie's presence. The two found it inappropriate to continue their conversation. Reluctantly, V hung up the call and turned to chastise his beloved sister. Meanwhile, inside Yak's apartment, Valerie sensed an ominous premonition, observing Valerie's demeanor. Yak felt a mix of helplessness and concern, yet still inquired about her culinary desires. Noodles, egg and beef noodles. Upon hearing this, Yak leisurely retrieved the ingredients and began to prepare the dish, while Valerie initiated a discussion about Judy's plans. In response, Yak shared his perspective on the idea of utilizing the principles of sexual companionships to create combat ships, deeming it a commendable notion. Numerous companies possess their own military-grade sexual companionships. When not engaged in a mission, the individuals remain unaware of their existence. However, when a task is activated remotely, they instantaneously transform from innocent civilians into battle-hardened assassins. Nevertheless, your friend Judy's plan seems somewhat naive. Eliminating the upper echelons of the Tiger Claw gang would undoubtedly provoke severe retaliation. Even if a faction of the leadership is eradicated, new individuals will ascend to power, and those assassins will serve as prime candidates for establishing dominance. My recommendation is to infiltrate and negotiate with them. Those leaders are unlikely to desire death. You might negotiate to replace the heads of Yunding. Valerie found Yak's reasoning sound and acknowledged Judy's naivety. However, she did not dwell on the complexities Yak had outlined. She merely felt that the plan was somewhat hasty, and "Oh, wonder you're my brother Dash and Dashlaw," I could see that moment. Johnny interjected with a smirk. "Huh, you previously claimed he had stolen your sister. And now you're willing to let bygones be bygones for a few meals. Get lost." Valerie, in a flustered tone. Yak chuckled at the banter between Valerie and Johnny, relishing the lightheartedness that lacked pressure and intrigue, which was quite refreshing. After heeding Yak's advice and enjoying a meal, Valerie departed from Yak's apartment. Outside, a light drizzle fell from the sky as Yak stood by the window with a glass of whiskey in hand. Rain always seemed to complement the cyberpunk aesthetic, and the rainy Night City bore a unique allure, provided one had the vantage point to appreciate it. Yak had always cherished rainy days, believing they provided a sense of tranquility, relishing the sound of raindrops as he daydreamed. After an extended period, he finished his drink while the rain intensified. Turning on the television, he saw it engaging news.it was the familiar WNS news broadcast. "We interrupt this program with an urgent report. A cyber-psychotic killing spree has erupted in the Santo Domingo area, marking the 5th incident of its kind this month." Upon hearing the news, Yak frowned, aware of the exaggerated rise in cyber-psychotics in 2077. The circumstances seemed suspicious, and he couldn't shake the feeling that these incidents were far from ordinary, especially considering that 3 out of 5 had managed to escape the clutches of the anti-terror task force. An unsettling intuition gnawed at him, suggesting that someone was orchestrating something in the shadows, perhaps aimed directly at him. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that the enemy was concealed while he remained exposed. For now, he awaited the adversary's move or the emergence of a 6th similar attack to uncover potential clues. Yak was unperturbed by the possibility of someone tracing his origins back to that laboratory. For he was the only survivor. Due to the high level of confidentiality, few were privy to the experimental project, ensuring that no one knew he was the one who emerged from that facility. If an investigation were to occur, they would only discover that he had come from the laboratory, and nothing more. Meanwhile, in that enigmatic laboratory, a middle-aged man observed the barely alive experimental subject, the 5th cyber-psychotic who had just escaped. He accepted the data analysis report from his assistant, his fury mounting at the disappointing figures. Damn it! Why can't we achieve the desired results? What's the flaw? The assistant silently sealed his lips, watching the commander's explosive reaction with disdain. Chapter 24. Rainy night. How long had this rain been falling? A day and a night, perhaps? Yes. When would this wretched rain cease? 2 low-level employees from different corporations trudged home, having worked late into the night. "Have you heard? The frequency of cyber-psychotic attacks has increased. I'm starting to feel a bit frightened." "Frightened? Of what?" "Aren't there NCPD patrols?" One pointed at the police car ahead of them. The other nodded in agreement but still quickened his pace towards home. Inside the NCPD vehicle, an officer sipped his coffee, grumbling, "This is so damn annoying. I have to work overtime every day because of these damn cyber psychos. And there's no overtime pay." His partner in the passenger seat chimed in. The two briefly surveyed their surroundings, noting only a couple of hurried employees passing by, before preparing to report to dispatch and move on to the next area. Just as the passenger was about to make a move, a piercing scream shattered the night. Da-da. Then another voice echoed, "Cyber-psychotic. Help!" The two exchanged terrified glances and quickly called for backup. "Dispatch! Dispatch! We suspect a cyber-psychotic at position B, 103 in Haywood. Requesting immediate assistance." After relaying the message, the officers hesitated to exit the vehicle, remaining inside. They could see the fear and unease etched on each other's faces, and they swiftly decided to start the engine, eager to escape the scene. They both understood that recklessly confronting the situation before reinforcements arrived would lead to their demise. Soon, another scream echoed, abruptly silencing. The two NCPD officers were all too aware of the fate that awaited the two unfortunate employees. However, their survival instinct took precedence over everything else. "Damn it, I can't stand this job any longer. After this, I'm quitting." Just as the passenger was about to express his thoughts, they heard a noise on the roof of their vehicle. It felt as though a heavy object was pressing down on the police car. Ignoring everything else, they slammed the accelerator, trying to shake off whatever was on top. But suddenly, the engine shut off, and they realized their vehicle had been hacked. The radio fell silent, leaving them in despair. Armed with their sidearms, they kicked open the doors and aimed into the surroundings, but found nothing. They turned their weapons towards the roof, only to find an eerie pair of bloodied footprints. Suddenly, one of the NCPD officers felt a chill run down his spine, an acute sense of danger overwhelming him. Just as he turned around, thud. His chest was pierced by two razor-sharp mantis blades. The officer succumbed to terror and despair in an instant. His partner, realizing what had happened, fired multiple rounds, but the assailant evaded them with ease. As the NCPD officer reloaded, he discovered that the attacker had vanished without a trace. Not good. It's optical camouflage. Just as he grasped the situation, a flash of blades sliced through the air, severed from life. The assailant stood frozen in place, akin to Colonel Morn from a few days prior. Meanwhile, in the mysterious laboratory, the middle-aged man watched with satisfaction as the first-person perspective on the holographic display unfolded. He was pleased with the results of this specimen and ordered the return of Subject 9. The technician nodded and input a series of commands into the computer. The visuals on the screen began to shift. The dazed assailant's eyes glowed orange, activating his optical camouflage in preparation for departure. Just then, a figure clad in pixelated and distorted imagery appeared in the holographic projection. The figure delivered a powerful punch to Subject 9. The laboratory alarm blared. "Commander, Subject 9 has suffered a chest contusion. 4 ribs are fractured. Damn it, what is happening? Who is this assailant?" At the scene, the injured Subject 9 collapsed. Before him stood Yak, donning a black half-mask that concealed everything but his eyes. Retracting his fist, "Finally found you." Yak approached Subject 9 unhurriedly. The laboratory personnel, witnessing this, quickly input commands to initiate a counterattack. Subject 9 swiftly rose, brandishing the mantis blades, activating his weaponry to retaliate against Yak. However, a surprising turn of events unfolded as Subject 9 advanced rapidly towards Yak. Poised to strike, Yak suddenly vanished from sight. Moments later, a chilling voice echoed from behind, "Too slow." With a swift blow, Yak incapacitated Subject 9's CPU. The laboratory's holographic display erupted with error messages and warnings. The middle-aged man's expression soured. "His weaponry is far superior to ours. Subject 9 has sustained severe cranial damage. The probability of escape is less than 1%. Commander, initiate the self-destruct sequence." The middle-aged man barked, clearly frustrated. The awaiting hacker, having received the command, activated Subject 9's self-destruct mechanism with a flicker of data in his eyes. A keen observer, Yake noticed a sudden surge of data streaming from an apparatus nestled within the vacant mind of Subject 9, which subsequently began to heat up. Realizing the purpose of this device, Yake immediately engaged in a brain-machine overclocking maneuver to intervene. The adversary faltered under his control, succumbing within mere seconds. "Commander, the opposing hacker has thwarted our self-destruction mechanism. We have completely lost control of Subject 9. What? How is that possible? Is this hacker incompetent?" "Commander, the hacker on the other side possesses extraordinary skills, far beyond what a single individual could achieve, that I suspect there is a concealed hacker team comparable to the Arasaka hacker squad backing them." "Damn it. What do we do now? Are we just going to watch as they take Subject 9 away?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the projection before him flickered and went dark. "Commander, the tracking device for experimental Subject 9 has been compromised. That we've lost him." "Damn." Meanwhile, Yake, having commandeered Subject 9, departed the scene just as the reinforcements from the NCPD were arriving. All that awaited them were the lifeless bodies of 2 colleagues and 2 victims. Yake brought Subject 9 to the Mums the Word Motel, entering a room that had been meticulously prepared in advance. Inside was a rudimentary surgical chair alongside various surgical instruments. He placed Subject 9 onto the makeshift operating chair. Preparing to commence a thorough vivisection, Point 1 might ponder. Is this truly a living specimen? Yake felt as though he was merely dealing with a soulless automaton. Chapter 25. A declaration of war against the law. Yake's surgery extended over a significant duration, culminating in the complete disassembly of Subject 9. the cybernetic limbs were segregated and set aside. Now, his complete focus was on the cranial operation. At long last, after considerable effort, Yake extracted a slightly charred chip from the recesses of Nine's brain. A sigh of relief escaped him. Despite its exterior being somewhat scorched, the internal data remained intact. Yake surmised that this chip was responsible for controlling Nine's actions. The transformation of a human into a machine could only be the work of a laboratory. Simultaneously, while decrypting the chip, he recognized the same encryption methods used in the basement of the previous human traffickers' camp. He was now fairly certain that a secret laboratory under the aegis of military technology had unleashed its monstrosities for experimental purposes. Yake carefully placed the chip into a device for safekeeping, then turned his attention to other items that he meticulously packaged a portion of the combat-enhanced cybernetics, which had been copied, sanitized, and checked, ready to be taken away. These items held considerable value, and Yake himself had a penchant for hoarding. However, the immortal weapons from the game were largely inadequate in reality. Thus, he temporarily suppressed his instincts. Nevertheless, the laboratory-grade cybernetics were certainly worth collecting, especially since they could potentially aid his friends. After all, the cost was negligible, relying solely on the goodwill of companies like Military Science and Technology. He glanced at several high-end refrigerated containers designated for storing cybernetics, all of which had been meticulously cleaned by Yake. The smallest container housed the most valuable unknown model, the Cian-Wei-Tan. Although its performance was subpar, its low cooling requirements were commendable, making it a clumsy imitation of the Qian-TC. It barely reached the 5th-tier standard of the 4th-tier cybernetics. However, in terms of modification potential, it was quite impressive. The remaining items included an unknown model of advanced optical camouflage, seemingly around the 4th-tier level, as well as his own 4th-tier cybernetic eye. Once he had securely packed these high-tier cybernetics, Yake gradually transported them back to his vehicle. After stowing them in the trunk, he also divided the bodies into separate packages, placing them in a large storage box destined for the trash in the cyberpunk world. Corpses amidst refuse were as common as flies around garbage. Yake drove back to his apartment, placing the cybernetics into his armory. He began contemplating whether he ought to consider moving to a larger residence. With the numerous skills he had acquired, it felt as though his current apartment was becoming insufficient. Shaking his head, he glanced at his bank balance. 139,462. 11,000 was unlikely to secure an apartment that would satisfy Yake. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait and save up to purchase a grand villa in the North Oak district outright. After a night of busyness sorting through his spoils, Yake prepared to bathe and retire for the night. The following morning, the news was replete with reports of the previous night's events. Yake glanced through the headlines before delving into the study of the control chip. Last night, he had only skimmed its surface. Now, he needed to fully decrypt it and attempt to develop a countermeasure chip. However, this endeavor would require considerable effort, given that the research team from the laboratory had dedicated all their resources to this project. Yake turned off the television and entered the weapons room, retrieving his homemade decryption device to begin his intensive study. As a series of codes were deciphered and countered, a smile gradually crept onto Yake's face. Meanwhile, the laboratory was in a state of turmoil, for the capture of an experimental subject constituted a grave error. The middle-aged man responsible was now facing accountability. This incident would, for a time, prevent the emergence of such experimental subjects and grant Yake the opportunity to work on the countermeasure chip. Arasaka Tower, 33 RD floor. Counterintelligence Division 5 sat at her office chair, reviewing reports from her subordinates. One particular piece of intelligence caught her attention that IT indicated that the recent spate of cyberpsychosis incidents could be linked to a mysterious laboratory conducting experiments on a certain product model. However, each case of cyberpsychosis exhibited unique behaviors, rendering comprehensive analysis elusive. V found herself troubled by the report, for no matter how compelling the analysis, it ultimately remained mere conjecture. Without concrete evidence, effective countermeasures were difficult to formulate, unless they could capture a cyberpsychotic individual alive. Yet the recent instances of cyberpsychosis had all demonstrated formidable abilities, making it impossible for standard agents to handle alone. Moreover, the rationale for deploying a special task force was insufficient. After all, it was merely speculation. She could not afford to monitor the streets for cyberpsychotics constantly. especially when there was no telling where the next incident would occur or whether it was genuinely related to military technology or simply another ordinary case of cyberpsychosis. Such uncertainties weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her without a viable solution. Should she seek out Yake? Fat chance. She still owed him several favors. In that moment, V found herself a loss. Time passed swiftly, and Yake successfully developed a device to counter the control chip, capable of blocking the transmission of commands. However, this could also risk rendering the experimental subject incapacitated, which was precisely the outcome Yake desired. As the entity held no value to him, even if it remained alive, he affixed the compact device to himself, ensuring that he could exert control should he unexpectedly encounter an experimental subject. After stifling a yawn, Yake concluded his intensive study, ready to catch some much-needed rest. During Yake's period of focus, Valerie, Judy, and others had bravely infiltrated the cloud top and negotiated an agreement with the Tiger Claws, elevating Mai to the position of Cloud Top's leader. Although Judy expressed some discontent, Valerie adeptly persuaded her, employing a long-dormant intellect. In the meantime, V uncovered a clue regarding the laboratory, just as she intended to pursue it further. She noticed that the laboratory had fallen silent, operating in a state of complete stillness. V surmised that they may have encountered unforeseen complications, entirely unaware that it was Yake who had orchestrated these events. On this particular day, Yake was enjoying lunch in his apartment with Valerie, who had dropped by for a meal, when an enigmatic phone call interrupted their gathering. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Elizabeth. My husband and I are facing some rather complicated issues and would like to enlist someone to help us that we believe you might be able to assist." Valerie raised an eyebrow, subtly signaling Yake. He nodded and joined the voice channel, eager to hear the conversation unfold, already suspecting the caller's identity. "May I inquire as to who your husband is? And if I may ask, who are you? I believe it's best if we refrain from discussing specifics over the phone. Could you come over? We will provide you with all the details that I mentioned. This matter is quite delicate." "All right, but why specifically seek me out? Is there a particular reason? Someone recommended you." "Who?" "Well, I do prefer not to disclose that over the phone. Could we possibly meet in person to discuss this further?" Upon hearing this, Valerie glanced at Yake, who nodded in agreement. "All right, but I will bring my partner along. T.S. quite capable and trustworthy." After a moment's hesitation, Elizabeth nodded and sent Valerie the precise location. Once the call ended, Valerie turned to Yake. "I found her, Elizabeth Perales. Her husband is Jefferson Perales, a candidate for mayor, and he has a better chance of winning than his rival. Wilton Holt. So, essentially, the future mayor's wife is seeking my assistance. Perhaps, but anyone involved in politics is typically entrenched in complexity. Exercise caution." Got it. But isn't that what my brother-in-law is for?" Yake rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I'm omniscient?" Chapter 26. A familiar orange light regarding this task. Yake wasn't particularly invested. His primary concern lay with the subsequent mission. Dream continues. This was one of the few quests in the game that delved into the rampaging AI and the enigmatic Mr. Blue Eyes, especially the mysterious individuals, or AI, manipulating events at the climax of the mission, which had frustrated Yake during his previous playthrough. He yearned to confront them, eager to ascertain whose hacking prowess reigned supreme. Ideally, he would unwittingly detonate a data nuke within their lair. After finishing their meal, Yake and Valerie prepared to set off. While driving, Yake conversed with Valerie, saying, "In a moment, you will meet them alone. That I will be linked in synchronously to listen to your discussions. Should any issues arise, I can reach you promptly." Valerie nodded in agreement, and soon the two arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the car, Valerie noticed a vehicle parked before her, with an individual standing beside it, evidently waiting for her. "Are you Valerie? Please, do step into the car," the person said. "All right." Once inside, Valerie was introduced to the Perales couple. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Perales began to elaborate on the purpose of Valerie's visit. Simultaneously, Yake connected to Valerie, allowing him to overhear the conversation. Much like the plot of a video game, the Perales couple expressed their suspicions regarding the mysterious death of former Mayor Lucius Lane. This uncertainty troubled them, as they believed Lucius's demise was somehow tied to his rival, Holt, who is currently competing against Jefferson. Thus, they sought Valerie's assistance in investigating the circumstances surrounding Lucius's death and presented her with a recording of a botched assassination attempt on him. After viewing the footage, Valerie felt a sense of suspicion. It appeared to her that, had it not been for the fortuitous arrival of a police officer, the assassination might have succeeded. Meanwhile, Yake was struck by the familiar orange glow in the eyes of that cybermaniac, a sight that vanished almost instantaneously yet left a lasting impression. After a brief discussion with Johnny, Valerie exited the simulation, feeling that Yake's intuition had once again proven correct. The depths of this situation were far more profound than the Mariana Trench. After alighting from a vehicle, she returned the simulation device to Jefferson and inquired about the Red Queen's race club that had appeared in the simulation, as well as the officer who saved Lucius. Upon learning that Jefferson was unaware of the club, but had obtained the contact information for Detective River, she bid farewell to the Perales couple, casting a glance at the slowly ascending hover car. Valerie approached Yake's vehicle, which had been waiting for her by the roadside. "Yake, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yake could watch the simulation, but was unable to conduct a detailed scan, only performing the simplest of analyses like Valerie. This commission is exceedingly complex. There are numerous factions with motives for wanting the former Mayor Lane dead. Military interests, Holt, and others, Yake replied. Valerie nodded thoughtfully, recalling an overheard conversation between Arasaka and Lucius during her previous assignment at the K-By Tower. Their exchange had been far from amicable, leading her to believe that Arasaka also wished for his demise. Yake nodded in agreement that at this juncture, our analysis may be premature. We must first ascertain the cause of Lucius's death. There was one more thing Yake withheld, which was that the Night Corp also desired Lucius's death. However, determining this was beyond their current capabilities. Yake had drawn this conclusion from the analyses of prominent figures in his previous life, the in summary. For organizations possessed motives for murder, Holt sought to ascend the political ladder. Arasaka aimed to install a more compliant puppet mayor, and the military's interests aligned. Similarly, Lucius's indecisive nature had displeased both companies. Lastly, there was the Night Corp, or rather, the enigmatic blue-eyed man. Yake hesitated to make any judgments, but entertained a bolder hypothesis. For now, let's contact Detective River. As for River, well, he was a decent individual. Yet, as Yake, Valerie's current brother-in-law, he felt the need for a measure of caution. After all, River's storyline was rather short, and in the game, he inexplicably ended up with watch out for the blonde, Valerie retorted, to which Yake quietly murmured, "You're not much different yourself." Valerie contacted River, and they arranged to meet at a restaurant called Fat Chicken Wings. Upon hearing this, Yake turned the car around and drove to the location. Upon arrival, they found River seated at a table with his partner, Han. Valerie approached first to greet them, with Yake following suit. "So, you must be Valerie. I didn't expect you to bring a companion." "This is my partner, Detective Han," River introduced. "Shall we discuss matters privately?" "Han is one of us. There's no need for discretion," River added. "Are you truly considering collaborating with a mercenary?" Han questioned skeptically that I am uncertain of the specifics. I merely wish to uncover any remaining doubts surrounding Lane's death. Han, upon hearing that River was still investigating the matter, grew irate. "That you're still pursuing this? The chief has already instructed you to cease." He does not relish repeating himself. "If you genuinely care about this, you should heed your friend's advice and drop the case," Han insisted, aware of the murky depths behind the investigation. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is the wisest course of action. Unfortunately, River's nature did not allow for such discretion. "That I haven't done much. I've merely been enjoying coffee and gossiping," River replied nonchalantly. "Suit yourself. I must pick up my daughter." With that, Han prepared to leave, but not before offering a final warning. "If you're going to discuss this, you'd best find a safer spot. One where walls don't have ears." With that, Han departed, and Yake and Valerie took seats across from River. River glanced at Han before turning his attention back to the duo. "All right, go ahead," Valerie began. "On the day Lane was attacked, you intended to speak with his bodyguards. Surely, you had something to discuss. Before addressing that, I must pose a question. Why are you investigating this? Who sent you? I mean no offense. I simply wish to remain cautious given the current climate." River continued. Valerie was about to decline when Yake interjected. "We are investigating on behalf of the current mayoral candidate, Jefferson Perales, and his wife, Elizabeth." "Our future mayor? I should have anticipated this," River remarked, feigning nonchalance while quickly scanning their surroundings. Han was right. The soundproofing here is inadequate. MY cars outside. Exchanging glances, Yake and Valerie nodded in agreement. All right. The trio rose from the table and exited the restaurant, with Yake taking the passenger seat while Valerie settled in the back. River occupied the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Once they were on the road, River began sharing the information he had gathered. A few brothers from the Valley District witnessed Peter Hovis firing a trash can, claiming he had an appointment with the mayor. Consequently, they brought him in for questioning. Who? Valerie inquired. Peter Hovis, the cybermaniac who attacked the mayor. However, after they placed him in custody, he disappeared without a trace, and no statement was recorded. So you believe he's a potential threat, trying to warn the mayor? Is that it? Out of the goodness of your heart, Valerie challenged. Why does it sound so suspicious when you put it that way? Because conscience is a rarity in this city, Yake interjected. Valerie nodded, acknowledging Yake's perspective, leaving River at a loss for words. What do you mean by disappeared? It means someone doesn't want it showing up in prison. Don't ask me who. I have no idea. Now it's my turn. Why is Perales investigating this matter so clandestinely? First, he doesn't trust the NCPD. Second, he doesn't want the murder of Lane pinned on him. Third, he aims to tarnish Holt's reputation and boost his own support. Does he suspect Holt's involvement in this affair? Unknown. Regardless, it's a significant stain. Perhaps he fears it, Valerie speculated. After all, no one relishes taking on a mess. River did not contest this notion. Have you heard of the Red Queen's race? Yake inquired. Perhaps, but what relevance does it have to this case? On the night he died, he intended to go there. Fine, I'll need to consult my informant. I only know it's an upscale club, but I have no idea where it's located. However, my informant might know. Yake suddenly recalled something that the body of that cybermaniac Hovis still available. Can we take a look? Why would you want to see the body of a cybermaniac? It is indeed still in the morgue at the precinct, but I can't let you in. Yake nodded. As long as it's still there. I have my methods to gain access. I just need your assistance with a small task. That I have a lead I need to confirm. Yake thought back to the fleeting orange light in Hovis's pupils during the simulation. Chapter 27. The dream device. The trio set out to find Hovis's employer in Japantown at the Cherry Blossom Market. Yake vaguely remembered a side quest here. A dream simulation had once led V to be abducted for organ harvesting. They arrived at the shop of Hovis's former boss, Christine Marco, and learned that Hovis had been absent from her employment for some time, supposedly to give a speech. Moreover, the high-end cyberware on Hovis seemed suspicious, as his salary did not justify such extravagant augmentations. One day, as he was going to work, these cybernetic enhancements suddenly manifested on him. When he inquired about their origin, Howes and Mark suggested that he had encountered a benefactor. Furthermore, it became evident from Howes's frequent remarks that he harbored considerable discontent towards the former mayor, Ryan. Additionally, Howes was a mercenary and had indeed worked for individuals who were not entirely ordinary. This raised the possibility that Howes might have actually been involved in Ryan's affairs and subsequently betrayed him. The three exchanged glances before departing the shop. IT appeared he had a sponsor planning investments on his behalf. Although there was little progress, it was sometimes essential to understand the intricacies of a situation. After making his point, River provided a vivid example to substantiate his argument, leaving Valerie momentarily stunned. Upon returning to their parking spot, Jack found himself encountering the two slightly prosperous members of the Tiger Claw gang for the first time, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. The three of them got into the vehicle, preparing to locate River's informant. They arrived at the establishment owned by River's informant, and both Jack and Valerie observed the peculiar decorations outside, their expressions somewhat nuanced. River, noticing their reaction, remained silent. Go ahead, Valerie. This daunting task is entrusted to you. Best of luck, Jack encouraged, his expression earnest, while Valerie looked at him in disbelief. With a slight pout, she exited the vehicle and walked inside, while Jack and River followed suit, standing by the adjacent alley. Waiting. Moments later, Neil, River's informant, indeed emerged from the shop, only to be intercepted by the two. Neil, visibly distressed, realized he had nowhere to escape today. After a friendly exchange of greetings, Neil finally divulged the location concerning the Queen of Hearts race. Situated outside the city near the river, close to Bonita Street. The three exchanged glances before releasing Neil and preparing to head to the place he had mentioned, the very spot where he had first met Pannon. Due to the absence of a search warrant, They could rely solely on Jack and Valerie. Jack scanned the auto repair shop, and together they prepared to infiltrate. Approaching the security room, Jack indicated a side door for Valerie to use while he activated his optical camouflage and executed a double jump to scale the stacked boxes ahead. With Valerie now equipped with advanced cybernetics provided by V, their stealth operations proceeded remarkably smoothly. They efficiently cleared 2 floors of adversaries and converged at the entrance of a shipping container, where Valerie curiously approached. After some tinkering, Jack successfully opened the container's door, revealing an elevator concealed within it. It was evident that this place held deeper secrets. Exchanging knowing glances, they entered the elevator, descending to the basement level, which was also populated by numerous members of the animal gang acting as guards. Jack surveyed the surroundings, sensing an impending escape plan in motion. This place was indeed suspicious. They silently allocated their tasks. Valerie was to neutralize the guards on this level, while Jack focused on gathering intelligence. Jack linked to the regional subnet, marking all surveillance cameras in the basement as friendly before commencing his search for clues. Meanwhile, Valerie successfully subdued the majority of the security personnel and managed to apprehend a minor leader of the animal gang for interrogation. "What the hell? Who are you?" the gang leader stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Now, let's start. I'll ask, and you will answer. Lucius Ryan, the recently deceased mayor. Did he come here the night he died? He might have. Or he might not. How the hell should I know? Then what are you guarding this pile of garbage for? There's nothing to steal here. We're waiting for someone for the payment of this job. Everything you see is what we smashed. We did our part. Now we just wait for the money. Who are you working for? What is it to you?" Valerie tightened her grip, sensing the leader was still confused about the situation. "Who?" Upon realizing the danger, the gang leader panicked, not wanting to face death. "Wilton Hot. That lapdog of Ryan? Yes. That waste of space. Thank you." With that, Valerie swiftly snapped the gang leader's neck. Jack arrived shortly thereafter. "Looks like you've uncovered some information." "Indeed, it seems that the deputy mayor is quite suspicious." Jack glanced at the lifeless gang leader before approaching a computer to examine the surveillance footage. To his surprise, he witnessed an intriguing scene. River's partner, Han, appeared on the screen, conversing on the phone. Moments later, a figure could be seen dragging Lucius Ryan's corpse out of a private booth. Valerie, upon seeing the video, cast a strangely contemplative look towards Jack. It appeared that Lucius Ryan had indeed died here. However, it seemed his demise was not a murder, but rather a consequence of excessive intensity. "Not necessarily," Jack countered. "Sometimes, seemingly inconspicuous elements can wield significant influence." He then contacted River through comms. "Hey River, take a look at what I found out. It seems your partner knows much more than you do." As he spoke, he copied the surveillance footage and sent it to him. "My partner? Han? No way. Jack, you two should leave there. I'll call Han and tell him to meet at Fat Chicken Wings." After ending the communication, Jack didn't rush to leave. He led Valerie to the room where Ryan had met his end. "What are we doing here?" Valerie inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Sometimes, what we see doesn't necessarily reflect the truth. I don't believe Ryan died from a heart issue due to intense activities," Jack replied. Picking up the dream machine left on the sofa, his eyes glowed red as he began a thorough scan of the device. Eventually discovering an intriguing little gadget, Jack handed the device to Valerie. "Take a look at this. Doesn't it seem ordinary? Nothing seems amiss." Valerie, slightly puzzled, inspected it closely before nodding. Indeed, it appeared so mundane that even the animal gang, tasked with destroying evidence, had overlooked it, making it the perfect instrument for assassination. This dream machine? No, it's the dream itself. The fundamental principle of the dream is to stimulate the nervous system, creating an immersive experience. By introducing a small virus into the dream, it can induce cardiac arrest in the viewer, thereby accomplishing an assassination. Valerie's mouth fell slightly agape, unable to fathom that this dream machine was the true cause of Ryan's death. Jack pocketed the device. "Let us go. We need to meet River and Han." Chapter 28. Anomalies. Jack and Valerie drove to Fat Chicken Wings. As they exited the vehicle, they spotted River and Han embroiled in a heated argument. "Harold Han, what have you done?" River demanded, "But I'm not asking why you've concealed the truth. Nor am I questioning your initial involvement. I simply want to know who compelled you to act this way." "What is the matter, River? Why the concern?" You owe no one an explanation. You sleep soundly every night. Do you know why? Because I bear all the responsibility. And you have no clue about the rules of this city. You think your Navi idealism means anything? No. Let me tell you, it's worthless. Utterly useless. Han turned to face Jack and Valerie. Don't look at me like that. You know I'm speaking the truth. Jack shrugged, refraining from comment, while Valerie preferred not to get involved. Hey, don't drag me into this. I want no part in politics or the internal struggles of the NCPD. Han shrugged in response that I understand. As long as there's money, you'll do anything that it's not surprising. I'm not criticizing you. Don't get me wrong. After all, everyone is just trying to carve out a path and find a place in this city. River interjected. Thank you both for your assistance, but this matter doesn't concern you. Let me handle it. Han regarded River nonchalantly. What do you intend to do? Arrest me. I have the chip, the motive, and your confession. So yes, I can certainly arrest you. However, doing so would be rather pointless. You don't even need to tell me who sent you to clean up this mess. I already know if it's all orchestrated by higher-ups, then I'll have to escalate this matter to the internal affairs. Han, utterly exasperated, replied, they won't even bother with this petty issue, nor will they lift a finger against me. On the contrary, they focused their attention on you. He tossed a cigarette but aside and turned to get into his car to go home. Ward, River. Get a good night's sleep. By morning, you'll feel much better. Actually, I do like that. With that, Han drove away. River, feeling quite frustrated, leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant city. Sigh. Valerie approached him. So what now? I want to give up. I can't. Hot murdered Ryan sees his position. A classic. Outdated motive for murder. That is precisely why I find it credible that he even used the NCPD to cover his tracks. Hot is indeed the prime suspect. Only he stands to gain from this. I need to gather the evidence and present it to internal affairs. It'll be sufficient for them to reopen the case. Valerie, witnessing River's unwavering stubbornness, chose not to voice her thoughts. Well, good luck to you then. And what about you? Are you preparing to report back to Perales? All right, here's a suggestion. Do keep your wits about you. Valerie, I wish you the best of luck. Nodding in acknowledgement, Valerie followed Yak to the car. She dialed Elizabeth's number. I believe I have a good grasp on the situation regarding Ryan. That's wonderful. That I would appreciate it if you could come by. As you know, this matter is quite sensitive. And we need to discuss it in person. We'll be waiting for you. After informing Yak, the two set off towards the upscale apartment of the Perales couple. On the way, Valerie curiously inquired, Brother-in-law, do you truly think the murderer is Holt? Yak cast a penetrating glance at Valerie. That's hard to say. Just convey to Elizabeth what you believe to be true. However, I'm certain they would prefer to hear that everything was orchestrated by Holt. Sometimes, the truth bears little significance, Valerie. Although Yak did not genuinely believe that Holt was responsible for Ryan's death, the identity of the true culprit seemed irrelevant. Ryan's demise appeared inevitable. The only requirement was to satisfy the orchestrators of this scheme. The rest, Yak would handle gradually. A shiver crept down Valerie's spine as she noticed the cold smirk tugging at Yak's lips. She was oblivious to the unfolding drama, only aware that someone was about to face dire consequences. After dropping Valerie off at the apartment building, Yak parked the car nearby and established a visual link with her. Valerie approached the entrance and rang the doorbell. Valerie, we are upstairs, and no sooner had the words been spoken than the glass door swung open. Valerie stepped inside and pressed the button for the 25th floor, ascending to the penthouse. As the elevator doors closed, Johnny appeared. I just want to tell you one thing, that I'm listening. Go ahead, be careful not to get entangled. This murky water runs deeper than you might think. That a moment's misstep, and you could be pulled on. Don't worry, I'm quite clever, Valerie replied dismissively. Johnny looked at her in disbelief. You, clever? Do those words even belong in the same sentence as you? Whatever, do as you wish. After all, you're counting on your brother-in-law to clean up your mess. The elevator soon reached the top floor, where Elizabeth awaited at the door. Hello, Valerie. Please, come in. Make yourself comfortable. Jefferson will be here shortly to see you. Valerie settled onto the living room sofa, surveying her surroundings. Yak, in turn, conducted a scan and soon detected an unusual signal emanating from the second floor. Although inconspicuous and faint, it caught Yak's attention. The cold smile crept onto his lips as he muttered. Found you. Unbeknownst to Valerie, Jefferson descended to meet her. I'm so glad you could come, Valerie. Elizabeth mentioned you've uncovered the truth. I'm all ears. Valerie nodded, recalling Yak's words. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, Ryan was murdered. He was killed at an SQ club by a virus-laden superdream. Are you certain? Yes, my associate is an exceptionally skilled hacker. He discovered the virus hidden within the superdream. Without him, I doubt anyone would have noticed its presence. The virus is incredibly insidious. Jefferson's expression grew serious. Do you know who was behind it? While I can't be entirely sure, numerous indicators suggest it was Wilton Holt, but Jefferson's excitement was palpable that I knew it. Do we have any evidence? There is no direct evidence to prove it. However, many indirect clues point to Holt, and his gains from this act would be substantial. Disappointment washed over Jefferson, prompting Elizabeth to offer reassurance. Knowing this much is sufficient, Jefferson, that we must proceed cautiously. Keep a close eye on Holt. Security measures need to be heightened. The mention of enhanced security. Yak's expression shifted subtly, as if he grasped something critical. Meanwhile, Jefferson concurred with his wife's sentiments. You are right. You've always been right. Thank you for your assistance. Valerie. Jefferson's eyes glimmered with blue light as he transferred the commission for this assignment. Upon confirming the funds had been received, Valerie stood to leave. I'm glad I could assist you. After descending the stairs, Valerie returned to Yak's car. Seeing her, Yak started the vehicle to take her home. Before departing, he glanced at a high-rise building's rooftop, a smile forming on his lips as he pressed the accelerator. On that rooftop stood a man clad in a suit, observing Yak's retreating figure. His eyes, unlike any ordinary person's, radiated a constant blue glow. The man furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Anomaly. Chapter 29. The truth? After escorting Valerie back to her apartment, Yak did not return to his own abode. Instead, he drove to the NCPD headquarters. He needed to examine Hoves's corpse to validate his suspicions. Upon arriving at the entrance of the NCPD headquarters, he noted the absence of personnel due to the late hour. After surveying the surroundings, he recalled a back door from the game that could grant players access. Indeed, he discovered this back entrance in a narrow alleyway. The mechanics of such doors were straightforward. Utilizing his advanced hacking skills, Yak unlocked the door and confirmed the exact location of the morgue after scanning the building. Ascending to the third floor, he cloaked in optical camouflage, went unnoticed by the few unfortunate souls still laboring late. Once he gained complete control over the surveillance system, Yak made his way to the morgue, where it was evident that the overworked NCPD officers lacked dedicated personnel to oversee it. After some time, he located Hoves's body. Yak connected his personal link to the port beside Hoves's neck that a surge of crimson data flowed through his eyes as he began a thorough scan of the information residing in Hoves's brain during his lifetime. Following this detailed examination, no data could escape Yak's scrutiny. After dedicating a bit of effort, he stumbled upon a familiar stream of data within Hoves's mind that he also discerned that a chip must have been housed within Hoves's neural port to facilitate this data stream. Although it had been deleted by hacking techniques, Yak successfully managed to recover a portion of the code. Gazing at the code that was all too familiar, Yak's expression conveyed his realization, as I suspected. The string of code before him was indeed the operational directive from the control chip previously found in the military technology laboratory. After employing his recovery methods, Yak deciphered several specific codes, including the most crucial, kill S. Ryan. Although incomplete, it was sufficient to deduce that this was the assassination order for Ryan.It was evident that military technology played a role in the orchestration of the cyber-psychopath's attack. However, whether they had allies remained unknown. Just as Yak was about to withdraw, he inadvertently uncovered an inconspicuous yet vital clue. Hoves's mind had also been rewritten. Similar to the Perales couple, he had been brainwashed, a process that gradually alters an individual, molding them into the desired form of the puppet master. This insidious manipulation could subtly change a person's thought patterns, habits, and even memories that Hoves's mind retained remnants of such data, hidden and minuscule. Had Yak not encountered similar data streams at Jefferson's apartment, he would likely have overlooked this finding. This revelation left Yak astounded, yet he also began to connect the dots. He swiftly rose, restoring the morgue to its original state before departing. Upon returning to his apartment, Yak commenced analyzing the truth behind this assassination event, including original and adapted elements. diverging from the game. The first incident of the cyber psychopath assassination initially pointed to Hovas as the apparent culprit, while behind the scenes, military technology was covertly manipulating events, with Holt also under suspicion. Yet in reality, the military technology's plan was guided by an external force, transforming them into unwitting pawns of the true puppet master. That puppet master was the Night Group, the enigmatic figure known as Mr. Blue Eyes within the game. Military technology first exploited Hovas' grudge against Ryan as a pretext, dispatching agents to make contact and offering him top-tier combat augmentations, convincing him that he had support. They also capitalized on Hovas' mental instability, crafting a narrative that the entire incident was a result of Hovas succumbing to the pressures of cyberpsychosis, thus artfully absolving themselves of suspicion. However, they remained indifferent to the origins of Hovas' mental issues. This seemingly trivial detail was orchestrated by Mr. Blue Eyes and his clandestine forces. Utilizing their brainwashing technology and implanting false memories, they transformed Hovas into a vengeful madman fixated on Ryan, molding him into an ideal assassin. At this juncture, the bait had been effectively laid, and the plan of using others as instruments in murder commenced. Military technology was the one who cast the line, financing the brainwashed Hovas and turning him into a killing machine. They implanted their chip, effectively converting him into a genuine machine before proceeding with the assassination plan, while Mr. Blue Eyes distanced himself from the entire affair. It was merely River's unexpected appearance that disrupted their scheme that a cunning hunter seldom sets only one trap. When one plan fails, another arises. They resolve to utilize the super dream in the Red Queen's race, Ryan's favorite venue, to execute the assassination. The addition of a virus to the Mutewo device is indeed a rare occurrence, and their exceptional network technology enabled them to effortlessly evade detection. This time, there was no emergence of another Detective River. Their plan had succeeded. Furthermore, this incident bore no connection to them. Even if an investigation were to uncover something, it would likely cast suspicion upon Holt, who was aware of Ryan's presence here, rather than on them, who remained entirely in the shadows. That IT was a masterful case of using another's blade to kill, perfectly distancing themselves from any suspicion. Had it not been for Yake's previous life, where he witnessed the entire sequence of events from a god's perspective, coupled with his supreme hacking skills, it is likely that no one would have unraveled this truth. This underscores the cunning methods employed by Mr. Blue Eyes and the forces behind him. Although there exists no direct evidence to substantiate this, Yake felt he was drawing closer to the truth. Simultaneously, he had begun to grasp a mere glimpse into the enigmatic existence that had been the most mysterious in his previous life, and one knew what they had been up to all these years. Yet, even if one were to learn of it, they would likely feel powerless to act. Yake sighed, realizing that now was certainly not the time to stir the grass and alert the snake. Even though Mr. Blue Eyes had already noticed him beneath the apartment building of Perales, he remained unaware of the true intentions and objectives of Mr. Blue Eyes' forces, who had long been lying in wait in the shadows. Any rash probing could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he could only bide his time for the opportune moment, which Yake believed would arise during the subsequent mission of Perales titled The Dream Continues. The organization would likely warn V upon discovering the truth through the game's V. What Yake needed was the instant they made their presence known. He was confident he could leverage that brief window to catch them off guard. As for the present, perhaps it was best to get some sleep. Meanwhile, in a conference room, a sharply dressed man with luminous blue eyes sat at the head of the table, addressing several colleagues who shared the same striking gaze. "I have identified a variable beyond our initial plans," he stated. Point one of the women inquired. "A variable? What do you mean?" An elderly man scoffed. "Humph, it's just a variable. Eliminating him will suffice." The man with blue eyes shook his head. "He is quite unique. Unlike us." "A troublesome one." Mr. Blue Eyes nodded. "Yet he seems to be refraining from interfering with our plans. That I am uncertain of his true intentions. What I can confirm is that he has become aware of us." Mr. Blue Eyes recalled the day Yake had glanced back, his gaze directly meeting that of Mr. Blue Eyes, but he had never believed in mere coincidence. That variable had discovered him. "Let us maintain a watchful stance." Mr. Blue Eyes sighed, saying little more. What he pondered remained a mystery to all. Chapter 30. The Tunton Mouse Yake Daily Routine. After some time, Nothing significant had transpired. Yake, along with Jack and Valerie, continued to undertake commissions to earn money as usual. Following yet another successful assignment, Yake drove back to his apartment. As the elevator doors opened, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared and embraced him. Sensing the familiar softness, Yake reciprocated the embrace with V, who was playfully nuzzling against him. The two remained entwined at the elevator entrance, sharing affectionate kisses until they reluctantly parted ways. Gazing at V, who was casting flirtatious glances, Yake found it hard to resist her ever-present charm. "What brings you here today?" he asked. "I just completed an easy task, perfect for some leisure time. Besides, I simply missed you," V replied, leaning against Yake's neck and inhaling deeply with a satisfied expression. Her delicate hands began to wander restlessly. "And you haven't submitted your assignments in quite a while, dear," she teased, her tone provocative, sending a wave of heat through Yake. In response, he lifted V effortlessly and dashed up to the second floor, placing the enchanting creature on the bed before pouncing on her. This time, he was determined to complete his assignment with fervor. The following morning, Yake awoke to find V had already left for work. However, the sight of a lovingly prepared breakfast on the table warmed his heart. Only diligent students who submit their assignments on time receive rewards. As Yake enjoyed his meal, he perused the news of the day. The headlines spoke of predictions regarding the mayoral election. For various reasons, Jefferson currently held a significant advantage, and Yake believed that those behind the scenes were keen for him to rise to power. After all, few from a lower strata favored a corporate sycophant as mayor. Thus, Holt's chances were slim. Even within the confines of the game, his success seemed improbable. Nevertheless, Yake was not overly concerned about who would become mayor. Recently, his own affairs had been few, allowing for some well-deserved relaxation. After finishing breakfast, Yake stepped outside and enjoyed a leisurely drive, accompanied by the soothing sounds of his car's music. The rainy Night City held a unique beauty. Yake drove from a valley to the company plaza. Feeling somewhat bored, he adjusted the car radio to the NCPD internal channel, curious if anything noteworthy was occurring. However, the channel remained silent, with nothing to occupy his time. Yake continued to meander through the city, contemplating what he could do. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If Valerie had not allied with Takamura, then the Arasaka Industrial Park would likely be unguarded. They could retrieve one of the immortal firearms. The prototype, Shingen V-Type.AS previously mentioned, while some weapons of immortal caliber in the game may not possess the same power in reality, the Shingen was clearly an exception as a prototype weapon. The Shingen V-Type was directly comparable to the Kanto Inglong submachine gun, an intelligent weapon. It alleviated concerns about aiming issues. Its high explosive ammunition significantly enhanced its power. The 3-round burst design ensured precision. Unfortunately, this very design limited its effective fire suppression capabilities, and with a magazine capacity of only 30 rounds, its endurance was lacking. In summary, this weapon could not surpass Kanto's Inglong. However, this did not deter Yake from wanting to possess it, as the prototype weapon from the industrial park held considerable collectible value. Without hesitation, Yake turned his car around and set off for the Arasaka Industrial Park, located in the Coronado Farm area of Santo Domingo. A key asset of Arasaka, the security was tight, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to enter undetected. Yet Yake was different. Upon arriving near the industrial park, he activated his optical camouflage and executed a double jump to ascend atop the security room at the entrance. From the rooftop, he sprinted and utilized his aerial maneuvers to reach the floating vehicle parking area. Standing atop the roof, he surveyed the platform where the floating vehicles were stationed, with several shipping containers beneath him, one of which housed the Shingen. Observing the patrolling security nearby, he waited for the right moment before leaping down, rolling to reduce impact as he approached the container door. A step anti-personnel mine lay before him, which he promptly switched to friendly mode. The mine instantly turned against its allies. Entering the container, he found an unopened small weapon box marked with the Arasaka emblem behind a larger box. Opening the weapon box revealed his target, prototype, Shingen V-Type. After conducting a brief inspection to ensure the weapon was in order, he closed the briefcase and made his exit without any hindrance, driving back with satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still early. Yake contemplated that since he had nothing pressing to do, he might as well collect some other potent immortal weapons from reality. After stowing the Shinjin in his briefcase, Yake prepared to acquire a second formidable immortal weapon. Once again, it was an acquaintance from Arasaka. The immortal intelligent handgun Jinja S, another of Arasaka's intelligent firearms. It could simultaneously fire 4 bullets while targeting 6 different adversaries, boasting a magazine capacity of 40 rounds. The disparity in power between it and the Shinjin was quite striking. Its might was equally formidable, making it a noteworthy pistol in both the game and reality. Its location was significant. Nestled within the Arasaka Villa in North Oak of Westbrook, the very villa one would visit during the demonic ending. It was also the place where Arasaka Haruko was kidnapped by Takamura and subsequently held captive by her brother. The guards here were no less formidable than those at the Arasaka Industrial Park. But upon arriving, Yake discovered that Haruko was not residing there, allowing him to more easily retrieve the weapon. Approaching the lawn beside the villa, Yake activated his optical camouflage and, utilizing a charged jump combined with a double jump, successfully vaulted over the villa's fence. Perched atop the fence, he surveyed the villa's layout. Even in Haruko's absence, numerous guards patrolled the premises, and an array of luxury vehicles parked nearby caught Yake's eye. This villa was significantly larger than the one in Cooley, and after some time circling, he finally reached the front door. Seizing the opportunity when the coast was clear, he quietly opened the door and stepped inside. Advancing forward, he noticed a room on his right, which housed a Jinjiro. Entering the room, he accessed the villa's small subnet through a personal link, erasing all traces of surveillance and activating friendly units. He then seized a Jinjiro resting on the table. After a successful exit, Yake felt elated to have acquired 2 immortal-grade weapons. He prepared to return to his apartment. He planned to inspect and disinfect the 2 firearms while also exploring potential enhancements. Yet, what Yake truly yearned for was still that enduring weapon, the Yinglong, which had remained formidable from its ancient version to the new. However, in reality, the schematics for the Yinglong would not be found in the possession of a lowly gang member. Thus, it was quite challenging for Yake to acquire this weapon, which is exceedingly user-friendly for novices. In pondering this, Yake recalled another formidable armament, and compared to the Yinglong that manifested on the minor bosses. The location of this other firearm appeared significantly more reasonable in terms of prerequisite requirements. Consequently, Yake surmised that this weapon was likely still situated there, just as it was within the game. With this thought in mind, Yake decisively activated the navigation system to set a new target location. Ibnik Dock. Chapter 31. V's Commission Ibnik Dock, a place familiar to those who have played this game. In a mission, Catheter, players infiltrate this location alongside Rogue in search of information regarding Atom Smasher. During this mission, players can acquire Johnny Silverhand's exclusive weapon, the immortal kinetic pistol, Malorian 3516, as well as Johnny's vehicle from his lifetime, the Porsche 911 Turbo. The exclusive weapon, Malorian, in 2023, proved devastatingly effective, capable of dispatching nearly any foe with a single shot, except Atom and the dog-headed ones. Even in 2077, it still ranked highly, holding a T0 position in game version 1. 63, its wall-piercing characteristic being somewhat outrageous. In the eyes of many, it was only slightly inferior to the mythical Comrade's Hammer of version 1.6, even after the 2.0 version, despite the significant nerf to its wall-piercing ability. Its excessive base stats and 50 armor penetration still allowed it to maintain a T1 or even T0.5 ranking. The only drawback might be its inability to equip a silencer. However, would Johnny's character even entertain stealth? Nevertheless, Yake's current objective was not the Malorian, though acquiring it would indeed be advantageous. This weapon remained formidable in reality and could be flaunted before Silverhand. But Yake's focus was firmly on another weapon aboard the Ibnik, namely the ultimate armament within the heavy weaponry cache, the 8-star gun. This weapon is arguably one of the ultimate arsenals available in the late stages of the game, renowned for its moniker as the small rocket launcher. Even with a mere 2-round capacity, this did not diminish its stature, boasting terrifying firepower and impact. Among the player community, a saying circulates: while you may question Smasher's character, you cannot doubt his choice of weaponry. Its drawbacks might include the limited ammunition capacity and reloading speed, and it can only be obtained in the latter stages of the game after having defeated Smasher once. However, in reality, there are no such constraints. Having contemplated all this, Yake arrived adjacent to Ibnik Dock. Upon disembarking, he spotted the distant gate and several members of the Vortex gang. After marking his target, he noticed a multitude of enemies, ignoring them. Yake tagged his foes and activated his optical camouflage. He stealthily approached the left side of the gate, executing a double jump onto a container. He opened the iron mesh before him and proceeded inward. Swiftly reaching the end of the container, the further double jump, combined with an aerial dash, brought him directly to the roof on his right. Descending from the rooftop, he disregarded an enemy leaning against the container and continued onward. A left turn and straight walk led him to an iron gate. Utilizing his technical skills, he opened it and entered a room, the one containing a computer in the stealth route of the game's mission. After briefly reviewing the computer's information, he exited the room, preparing to board the Ibnik. Outside, a swift aerial dash carried him over 2 iron tracks to the staircase. Ascending via the stairs, he reached the Ibnik. Moving to the left, he arrived at the ship's stern, where an iron door awaited him. Behind this door lay Smasher's private arsenal. Successfully hacking the lock through his personal link, he pushed the door open, revealing Smasher's identical mechanical body alongside 4 heavy machine guns. To the left were 3 vigilance turrets without machine guns, while the right side presented an array of diverse weaponry. Yake ignored the miscellaneous items, striding purposefully to a computer desk behind which stood a weapon crate emblazoned with the Arasaka emblem. Opening it, he found the coveted 8-star gun. After placing it back, Yake seized the weapon crate and retreated, all without alerting the Vortex gang guards stationed there. Regrettably, he did not encounter the security chief Grayson. Otherwise, he might have secured Johnny's gun or even his vehicle. Nevertheless, the 8-star gun was more than sufficient. Yake scratched his head and drove back to his apartment. 3 days later, V. Commission, old rival, old tactics, commission type, theft of goods, target, steel military-grade technological, laboratory-level Barlow's pure. Target transport route. Details and email. Details. Hi Yake. Dear, I might need to trouble you this time. The higher-ups have tasked us with acquiring this shipment, but I am currently occupied that I can only ask for your assistance. The escort standards for this military technology are already in the email. Would you mind taking a trip? Love you. After confirming the specifics, Yake closed the email. Glancing at the 8-star gun in his possession, he donned his mask and goggles, mounted the stolen Apollo Badlands modified motorcycle, and revved the throttle, heading towards the calculated ambush site that, on the highway, a convoy of military-grade transport vehicles was steadily advancing. Due to the heightened standards for the shipment, there were 6 armored Emperor 620 Ragna vehicles escorting the central transport truck. As they passed a small hill, a motorcycle suddenly emerged overhead. Before the armed personnel on the vehicle could react, Yake expertly maneuvered the motorcycle with one hand, aiming the 8-star gun with his left arm at the front vehicle and pulling the trigger. Several small missiles erupted forth, instantly obliterating the leading vehicle, leaving no survivors. However, the remaining armed personnel, being well-trained, quickly adjusted their formation. Yake's motorcycle landed smoothly, and he immediately fired at the newly formed line of guards. 2 vehicles used as cover were soon subjected to a relentless barrage from the terrifying small rockets. Utilizing the chaos created by the explosions, Yake advanced rapidly towards them. Cover! Fire cover! The soldiers, affected by the explosions, called for assistance from their rear teammates, who quickly repositioned to prepare for a suppressive fire. Just as they aimed and squeezed the trigger, they discovered they could not fire their weapons. Damn it! It's a hacker! Our weapons are compromised. Taking advantage of the time lag, Yake disabled the weapons of the soldiers in the back to buy himself some time. Seeing the smoke before him begin to wane, Yake swiftly activated his Sign-Wiston. Clock up. The soldiers who were about to fire suddenly found Yake had vanished and immediately realized, damn it, it's Sign-Wiston. Unfortunately, even if they had reacted, it was futile. Yake's speed was beyond what these mere soldiers could compare to. In an instant, he stood before the front-line soldiers. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Yake swiftly slashed their throats with a small knife, dispatching the remaining few with precision shots. Finally, the weapons of the rear soldiers returned to normal. Yet, Simultaneously, Yake's cybernetic cooling period concluded, prompting him to activate Synwiston once more. Without any unexpected hindrances, he successfully eliminated the remaining soldiers. After finishing them off, Yake began scanning the truck. Once he confirmed there was no one inside, he opened the truck's door. After a brief search, he successfully located the goods V required. After securing the experimental items in a handheld case, Yake planted several explosives near the convoy. Mounting his motorcycle, he pressed the detonation button and sped away. Chapter 32. A sudden assault. Upon returning to his apartment, Yake was greeted by V's eager anticipation as he handed over the goods. Fantastic! I knew this task would be a piece of cake for you. Darling, Muah! V exclaimed excitedly, embracing Yake and planting a kiss on his cheek before transferring the payment to him. He, although our relationship is as it is, we must adhere to the rules. This is the commission's fee. I'll send it to you. I need to take this back for a report. See you. With that, V kissed Yake once more and hurried off. Yake watched V's hurried figure depart with a smile. Clearly, he was accustomed to such farewells. What can one do? Such is the life of a corporate dog. Observing a substantial sum deposited into his account, Yake could not help but reflect the company may have its flaws, but it certainly compensates well. Meanwhile, Jack and Valerie sat together, breathless, beside an unconscious figure severely injured from their encounter. Damn, this cyber psychopath is terrifying. We coordinated so well, yet we nearly couldn't take him down. What kind of enhancements does he have? Jack remarked, glancing at his recently acquired gorilla arm, feeling relieved. Had he not upgraded to this Tier 3 cybernetic from old V a few days prior, he might have truly been in jeopardy. Valerie, too, wore a furrowed brow. Ever since she had acquired her sister's 1000 replacement 4, she had not faced any significant setbacks. The overwhelming superiority of her cybernetics had left her somewhat complacent. Today, a sudden appearance and assault from this cybermaniac served as a wake-up call. Had it not been for Jack's assistance, she might have found herself in dire straits. She gazed at the recently subdued cyber-psychopath beside them, expressing her unease. I sense something amiss. This maniac seems to be targeting us specifically. Moreover, some of his enhancements are beyond my scanning capabilities. Valerie left unsaid a lingering suspicion that this individual did not merely wish to kill them, but rather aimed to capture them alive. It felt oddly peculiar, especially since cyber-psychopaths have been scarce in recent times. Why, on this day, did they happen to cross paths with one? During the conversation between the two individuals, a sudden flash of orange light flickered in the eyes of the fallen cyber madman, who then began to convulse. Valerie noticed this peculiar occurrence and was about to approach for a closer inspection when the cyber madman, as if struck by an unseen force akin to a synaptic meltdown, instantly succumbed to death, with traces of scorching evident on his features. Oh, damn, Jack exclaimed, springing to his feet. What on earth just happened, girl? I don't know. He just suddenly went like this, Valerie replied. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. Subsequently, Valerie, her face pale, dialed Regina. Hey, Regina, something feels off. The cyber lunatic who just attacked me seems to have been hacked. He just dropped dead out of nowhere. Valerie had also received a long-term commission from the cyber madman. What? Hacked? Dead? What is going on? I'm not sure. It was as if his brain just caught fire. It's quite strange. Upon hearing this, Regina sensed something was amiss. There was no logical reason for Valerie to call her only to kill the cyber madman afterward, especially since she was not a hacker and had no motive to deceive her. Yet, she could not immediately fathom the cause. It's all right. My people are already on their way. Even if that cyber lunatic is dead. It won't matter. Just stay vigilant. After hanging up, Valerie's brows furrowed even deeper. Once she confirmed the address sent to Regina, she pulled Jack away from the scene. That I feel something is amiss. Looking back, that madman seemed to have activated some sort of self-destruct mechanism. But who would implant such a device in their own brain? At that moment, Johnny suddenly chimed in with an analysis, to which Valerie nodded in agreement. She sensed that there was a far greater conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Valerie and Jack returned to the Wild Wolf Bar, ordered 2 drinks, and settled into a booth on the 2nd floor. As Jack sat down, he raised his glass and took a large gulp of alcohol. Clearly in a foul mood, Valerie remained deep in thought, but with her limited intellect, she struggled to piece together the events. After pondering for a while without any clarity, she decided to set the matter aside for the time being. You know, your brother-in-law is like your external brain. Without him, you're left with only menial tasks that require no thought. Damn you, Johnny. Meanwhile, Yake was unaware of Valerie and Jack's predicament, as he faced a similar situation. He gazed at the individual before him, whose eyes were equally devoid of light, resembling a soulless husk. Upon noticing the familiar orange glow in the man's eyes, Yake recognized him instantly. Quietly, he retrieved a countermeasure device he always carried. With the press of a button, an invisible wave emanated, causing the control chip in the man's brain to malfunction. In an instant, the man collapsed, convulsing and rendered powerless. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to a state of shock due to the chip's failure. After a brief scan, Yake noted the ferocious cybernetic enhancements on the man. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, I recall Jack was in need of a decent cybernetic upgrade, though I wonder if he could handle this one. Yake proceeded to drag the man away, preparing to fulfill his role as a cleaner. In the military technology laboratory, a middle-aged man was listening to his subordinate's report. Sir, during this operation, we successfully captured 4 mercenaries, all equipped with high-grade cybernetics as per your request. However, 3 of them failed, 1 was knocked out on the spot, and another managed to escape. The last one seems to have lost connection due to an advanced hacking incident. Lost connection? How is that possible? What are hackers even doing? I'll look into it right away, sir. After the subordinate exited, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. This reckless abduction operation had been decided without prior approval, which would surely incite displeasure from higher-ups. Yet he felt he had no choice but to gamble everything. His experimental project was being undermined, and his subject had been intercepted, leaving him in a state of despair. If he failed to produce results soon, the entire project would likely be shut down, a prospect he could not bear. For nearly a decade, he had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, which led him to take this risk. He glanced at the project plan on the table, the once white paper now yellowed with age, with the bold words Project Zero inscribed at the top. That evening, in the booth on the second floor of the Wild Wolf Bar, Yake looked at Valerie with surprise. Are you saying that you also encountered individuals who attacked you out of the blue? Meanwhile, Jack was excitedly examining the cybernetic enhancement Yake had brought him. Dude, this upgrade is amazing. Don't worry, man, I'll definitely scrape together the money to buy it. Yake waved his hand dismissively that we're all brothers. Money is no issue. After all, I got it for free. Valerie looked at Yake with curiosity. You encountered them too? Yake nodded. This enhancement was taken from that man. Valerie then recounted the details of their ambush to Yake. He fell into deep contemplation, uncertain whether this indicated that he had been exposed and that the laboratory was targeting him and those around him, or if there was another layer to the situation. At that moment, a phone call interrupted Yake's thoughts. He glanced at the caller ID. Rog? Hey, Rog, what's up? On the other end, Rog appeared to be in a rather grim state. Do you have some time? I need to discuss a commission with you. Yake raised an eyebrow. Sure. What's the commission? Earlier today, one of my mercenaries inexplicably went missing. First, I didn't think much of it, but then several other intermediaries reported that their mercenaries had also vanished without a trace. Typically, such occurrences are not unusual in this line of work. However, the missing individuals are all top-tier operatives, and they all lost contact around the same time, which raises red flags. Moreover, David from the Mann team, whom you've partnered with, was also attacked but managed to escape. Once I learned of this, I realized something was off. Someone is breaking the rules, and we need to teach them a lesson. Can you help me look into this, Yake? I know your skills are exceptional, and you can handle it. Chapter 33. Targeted? Transition. Yake found Rog's words rather peculiar. So, you're saying that your mercenaries and others have been attacked, including David? Rog paused, taken aback by Yake's inquiry. Are you saying you were also attacked? Yes, it's not just me. Valerie and Jack were also involved. Rog furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. It seems things are more complicated than they appear. Indeed, I've investigated this matter as connected to the recent spate of cyber madman attacks, and that large-scale human trafficking case. That my theory is that the secret laboratory, lacking suitable test subjects, has forcibly abducted a group of seemingly talented mercenaries for experimentation. Rog's expression darkened. This scenario was quite troublesome. As a savvy intermediary, she understood what the laboratory represented. Moreover, it was highly likely that the laboratory was backed by military technology, an enormous corporation that someone like her, a mere intermediary queen, could not contend with. However, if she failed to investigate, her credibility would undoubtedly diminish, placing her in a difficult position that I understand. Thank you. After a deep breath, Rog hung up the phone. Yake remained silent. The military's machinations were beyond the reach of mere pawns like them. Only another corporation could bring them down. Wait a minute, a corporation? An idea suddenly struck Yake. A plan that, if successful, could not only dismantle the laboratory, but also resolve several other issues. He promptly called David. Hey, Yake, bro. David's voice sounded weak from the other end. I heard you were attacked? Yeah, I thought it was just my bad luck, but then Rog mentioned that I wasn't the only one. It seems one of Mann friends was also involved. Were you attacked too? Yes, not just me, but my partner as well. Damn it, I can't figure out what is going on, but I have a rough idea, and Rog is aware of it too. However, I want to strike back. Are you interested? Absolutely. I've got a lot of pent-up frustration. It must be said that the youth's fiery temper is quite evident. Tomorrow evening, at the Life Bar, bring your team members along. After hanging up, Yake turned to the two individuals before him. Tomorrow evening at the Life Bar, Valerie and Jack exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they all returned to their respective homes. Once Yake arrived at his apartment, he called V. Hey, darling, what is up? After greeting V, Yake recounted the events of the day to his girlfriend. What? You, Valerie, and Jack were attacked by unknown assailants with a specific motive. Are you all right? I'm coming back right now. We're fine, V. We're all okay. Besides, this attack wasn't just against us three. Several other mercenaries were also targeted, and not everyone was so lucky. Upon hearing this, V calmed down, though her brow remained furrowed. Yake then elaborated on most of the situation for V. Oh, you're saying these attackers likely came from that military laboratory and the materials you provided me? Yes, it's highly probable they're the culprits, meaning your involvement has caused them to run short on test subjects. Thus, the question arises, should they abduct individuals for experimentation? Yet, why target mercenaries, particularly those of considerable strength? Would this not draw undue attention? Firstly, the disappearance of mercenaries is a common occurrence within this profession. Furthermore, the captured mercenaries are often equipped with advanced cybernetic enhancements. I surmise they aim to apprehend those with exceptional talents for their experiments. V nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yak's assertion. What are your intentions now? He inquired with a hint of amusement. They have provoked me, and I shall not let them escape unscathed. I have already contacted another victim of the assault, who managed to escape. Along with his team members, we are preparing for a significant operation. Simultaneously, I can help you achieve some accomplishments. What do you think? How much credit have you given me, dear? I've already sacrificed myself for you. And it seems insufficient, came the retort. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow after our meeting. But for now, just prepare an appropriate commission that I suspect there may be unexpected surprises. V's previously serious demeanor shattered, replaced by a joy reminiscent of indulging in honey. The assistant, left to the side, bore witness to this dramatic transformation. Could it be that the minister possesses the mysterious art of transformation from the East? Meanwhile, David was on the phone with Mann regarding Yak's revelations. Understood. I shall inform Dorio and the others. Let us convene at the Afterlife Bar tomorrow night. Upon hanging up, Mann felt a sense of disquiet. A longtime friend had been inexplicably attacked and vanished. And now David from his team had also come under assault. Had it not been for his military-grade Sion Vestin, he too might have met a similar fate. This left Mann feeling somewhat powerless, as his body could no longer endure additional combat augmentations. Dorio noticed her boyfriend's emotional turmoil and seated herself beside him, offering her presence as a reminder of her unwavering support. David, on the other hand, remained unfazed. His carefree nature led him to dismiss the gravity of the situation, merely attributing his current plight to a surprise attack. Should a similar incident occur, he believed he could evade danger. Lucy, however, regarded David with exasperation. Had he not still borne injuries, she would have relished the opportunity to educate him on the concept of humility. Yet, she harbored concerns, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, with greater conspiracies lurking in the shadows. Nonetheless, all would be unveiled after the meeting with Yak the following evening. As for Jack, he chose not to return to his apartment, but instead headed to Old Way's clinic. Sensing an impending confrontation, he brought along the berserker augments Yak had provided, intending to have Victor install them. Victor, however, deemed this course of action too perilous, given the augments stem from a laboratory. Yet, Jack remained resolute, leaving Victor with no choice but to proceed with the operation. Misty watched Jack with concern, but he remained steadfast in his desire to grow stronger to protect those around him. He refused to be a burden to his friends and brothers. Victor, without further protest, anesthetized Jack and commenced the procedure to Victor's surprise. Jack exhibited considerable potential. Post-surgery, his recovery was swift, maintaining approximately 80% humanity. Jack awoke the following morning, acutely aware of an unusual sensation in his spine. Observing this, Victor offered him a vial of flexible stimulant to alleviate his discomfort. Once revitalized, Jack reveled in his newfound strength, feeling his combat capabilities had ascended to a new echelon. Exhaling slowly, this sense of empowerment instilled confidence in him, bolstering his resolve to fight alongside Yak and Valerie. Chapter 34. The assault on the laboratory that evening. At the Afterlife bar, Yak, along with Mann and his team, convened in a private booth. Yak divulged the intelligence he had gathered, and upon realizing the potential involvement of the laboratory, Mann and his companions wore expressions of concern. The machinations of a laboratory are typically backed by corporations, entities far beyond the reach of a handful of mercenaries. However, Mann was unwilling to simply acquiesce, particularly since a friend was among the abducted. An eerie silence enveloped the group. Yak, unfazed, understood that within the cyberpunk narrative, corporations stood as insurmountable behemoths in the eyes of the downtrodden. Fear not, should you truly wish to act alongside us, there will be someone to cushion our endeavors. Only a corporation can vanquish a corporation. Following this, Yak sent out an email to the group. ROG. Commission, we are now the champions of justice. Commission type, SOS. Urgent need for mercenaries. Destruction of target. Objective, rescue the abducted mercenaries, dismantle the laboratory. Location, classified. Details, it appears your connections are quite extensive. Since someone is willing to assist us, we shall ride the tide. Some clandestine mad scientists have breached the rules, and we must teach them the laws of this city. The exact location was uncovered by my team after a night of diligent work. Let us impart some lessons. But be warned, this is no jest. You shall face not only the laboratory's security, but also the monstrosities within. Good luck to you all. The group surveyed the contents with varied expressions. They were all astute individuals, recognizing that Yak's previous remarks hinted at corporate backing for this operation. Though reluctant to admit it, this was currently the most viable course of action. Mann's team exchanged glances, and considering that their leader's friend was also ensnared within the laboratory, they nodded in agreement. While Mann yearned for his team to support him in rescuing his friend, the safety of the team took precedence. Relieved to see his comrades in agreement, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Yak acknowledged their consensus with a nod and subsequently shared the laboratory's precise location. Once the group confirmed their destination, they returned to prepare for the impending operation. Yak returned to his apartment, retrieved the 8-star gun from his armory, calibrated it, and set it aside. He then oiled 2 revolvers, methodically loading bullets into his belt. After securing his belt and placing the revolvers in their holsters, he donned his combat attire and bulletproof vest. Stowing 2 blizzard weapons alongside his ribs, he retrieved the incubus and secured it on his back. While concealing the Raven, after gathering additional ammunition, he was ready to depart. Valerie returned to her apartment, extracting the black unicorn her sister had gifted her, along with mighty brick and a plethora of ammunition before stepping out. Jack and Mann's team also readied their weapons for the mission. At 1 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the designated rendezvous point, near the laboratory's true location in the River Valley district. The group approached an abandoned large warehouse, hardly resembling the fabled laboratory that a month prior. This site had been the epicenter of a massive strike, resulting in the complete annihilation of the protesting workers. Yak discarded his cigarette, but, reflecting that such laboratories thrive in secrecy, eager for their existence to remain undisclosed. Let us proceed. It is time for action. The group connected to their internal communication channels. Yak donned a mask and distributed several devices to Mann and the others. These are my homemade gadgets. Should you encounter individuals with orange glowing eyes, use this to incapacitate them. It is not as simple as you may believe. So exercise caution. Nods of understanding were exchanged. They divided into 3 teams. Lucy, Chiwei, and Sasha formed the hacking unit to provide support from the rear, while Mann's team and Jack took the front. With Yak and Valerie executing flanking maneuvers, with their roles clarified, the group commenced their operation. Yak led the charge, coordinating with Valerie to silently eliminate 2 guards stationed by the laboratory elevator. The 3 hackers promptly addressed the surveillance at the entrance. After Yak breached the subnet and secured elevator access, he signaled to the others. Mann and his team entered the elevator, and upon noticing, Yak and Valerie proceeded toward an adjacent staircase, followed closely by the hacker team. Inside the elevator, Mann and his companions readied their weapons. As the elevator approached its destination, Mann and Jack exchanged a glance, then positioned themselves at the door, raising their machine guns in preparation to unleash a surprise barrage on the unsuspecting occupants below. David trailed behind, poised to capitalize on the chaos with his Sion Vestin. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a figure clad in a lab coat, about to step inside, was met with the sight of 2 imposing figures. "You! Hello!" Before the nearby guards could react, the machine guns roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sudden onslaught of firepower caught everyone off guard, as several guards and laboratory personnel were instantly reduced to a grotesque tableau of carnage. Mann and Jack surged forward, bellowing, "Come forth, you wretches! Your grandparent man has arrived!" Mann shouted, extending his left hand. As the grenade launcher readied itself for action, .1 shot resulted in an explosion, and the others swiftly exited the elevator to provide fire support for Jack and Mann. David activated his Sion Vestin, ready to launch a surprise attack. In the office, a piercing alarm blared. "What is happening?" "Sir, we are under attack." "What?" "Release all remaining experimental subjects. I want to see who dares to challenge us." Number 1, "Not yet. He need not intervene." "Understood." Upon hearing the alarm, Yake and his companions quickened their pace. A few hackers, after locating a secure room, commenced their infiltration of the subnet to provide cover fire for Mann and his team. Yake and Valerie pressed forward with urgency. The group proceeded smoothly according to their plan. Despite the guards' swift reaction, they suffered severe casualties due to the time lag, just as David was about to launch a sneak attack using Sion Waystain. A sudden sense of crisis washed over him. Instinctively activating Sion Waystain, he evaded an attack. Clang! Turning around, David saw a figure wielding a katana aiming for the spot he had just occupied, with a grave expression. He regarded his adversary, momentarily stunned by the orange glow in the enemy's eyes. Is this the person Yake spoke of? David felt an uncanny resemblance between this individual and the one who had attacked him the previous day. Without hesitation, David retrieved the device Yake had given him and pressed it gently. In an instant, the enemy before him convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man observing the situation in real time wore a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? Chapter 35. Number 1. The middle-aged man, still in shock over the sudden disappearance of the signal, wore a grim countenance. Beside him, the technicians were drenched in cold sweat, furiously typing on their keyboards in a desperate attempt to find answers. "Sir, our control chip has completely failed. I suspect this attack was premeditated, and they have already acquired the means to counteract the chip." "What? How is that possible? Our chip is beyond even the capabilities of the Arasaka, let alone them. We ourselves have yet to develop any countermeasures. How could they possess such technology?" the middle-aged man roared. "But sir, the data suggests this is the only plausible outcome." The middle-aged man remained unwilling to accept this reality. However, subsequent events forced him to confront the truth. He watched as several other test subjects on the screen were neutralized by Mann and his team using the devices provided by Yake. In an instant, the signals of the experimental subjects dwindled significantly. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He could not comprehend how these attackers possessed such devices. The situation on the battlefield reached a stalemate. Although the experimental subjects were restrained by the devices Yake supplied, they still inflicted considerable damage on Mann's team. Yet the losses on the opposing side were equally evident. However, a laboratory could not be solely defended by ordinary guards. 5 elite Special Forces members shattered the balance of the battlefield, This squad, modeled after the B-level counterterrorism unit, wielded formidable strength. Lides line, SSS level counterterrorism. Game, 5-star B-level. Although this level of power meant little to Yake, it posed a considerable challenge for Mann's team. David had no choice but to activate Sion Waystain once more to cope with the onslaught, yet he could only barely hold off one of the advancing members. The three hackers quickly reported this to Yake and Valerie, simultaneously commencing support for their teammates. However, they were soon restrained by the hackers from the opposing team, who coordinated with those in the base. Gradually, Mann's team found themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, they were not without reinforcements. Soon, a figure rushed in, stealthily launching a devastating strike before the Special Forces riflemen could react. This figure was none other than Valerie, who had come to support them. Grasping the black unicorn katana, she launched another offensive. The terrifying mobility of Shinchi-C was on full display. Valerie, in tandem with David, forced the Special Forces team to retreat under heavy fire. Meanwhile, Yake, after snapping the neck of another adversary, connected to the subnet. Marking several hackers, a torrent of data surged forth. Instantly, half of the laboratory hackers were incinerated. The pressure on Lucy and her companions alleviated significantly as they coordinated seamlessly to launch a counterattack, not forgetting to marvel at Yake's terrifying assault moments prior. The middle-aged man, with a grim expression, listened as his subordinates reported one dire piece of news after another, watching the number of guards on the large screen dwindle. In truth, they had long since detected Yake's presence through biological scans and holographic mapping. Yet he moved like a phantom, eluding capture. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man made a crucial decision. Release number 1. Let him eliminate this damned rat. Number 1, as referred to by the middle-aged man, was his most prized creation, the experimental subject he believed to be closest to his goals. This subject lacked a control chip and possessed self-awareness, exhibiting formidable combat capabilities, an undeniable human weapon. Upon hearing this command, the subordinate's expression brightened slightly. In his eyes, Number 1 was a contender capable of rivaling Adam Heavy Hammer. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold his own for a few exchanges. Yake halted at the entrance of a corridor, his gaze calm as he regarded the path ahead. Suddenly, the wall before him contorted, revealing a humanoid figure. The two locked eyes in silence, neither making a move. Number 1, with a hint of mockery, observed Yake, confident in his ability to dispatch the intruder. His arm twitched, and a pair of elegant mantis blades extended from his limb. As the blades fully unfurled, they began to glow, warping the air around them. Number 1 tilted his head at Yake, a gesture that could be interpreted as a provocation. Yake, however, remained silent, his metallic left arm shifting. The mechanical components emitted a sound, and a portion of the metallic scales began to rise. After reaching a certain height, they halted, accompanied by the continued whirring of metal. A silver-black chainsaw sword gradually extended from the center. Once it reached its full length, the small teeth along the blade began to spin slowly. After exchanging glances for a moment, both activated Sion Waystain simultaneously. In the command center, the middle-aged man observed this scene. Recognizing that Number 1's opponent was the experimental subject, Number 9, who had previously defeated him on that fateful rainy night. Clenching his fists, the middle-aged man felt the weight of his previous defeats against this mysterious figure. He had to reclaim his lost honor. Number 1 Sion Waystain matched Yake's speed, both slowing by 90. However, the overconfident Number 1 had not anticipated that someone could match his speed, even in a state of Sion Waystain. Due to Yake's terrifying reaction metrics, his speed surpassed Number 1's by a notable margin. Yake executed a downward slash aimed at Number 1's head, who hurriedly raised his mantis blades to defend. The sheer power combined with Yake's weight caused Number 1's legs to bend. The mantis blades began to wear down due to the operation of the chainsaw sword. Sensing the dire situation, Number 1 rolled away to evade the onslaught. Yake responded with a kick, but Number 1, rising swiftly, defended and counterattacked. The two engaged in a stalemate for a moment, with Number 1 realizing he could not match Yake's strength and sought an alternative approach. Yet Yake would not grant him such an opportunity, intensifying the pressure from his left arm. With a powerful punch aimed at Number 1's abdomen, he sent him crashing into the wall. However, equipped with a pain editor, Number 1 quickly recovered. The two resumed their rapid exchanges, with each encounter inflicting further wounds on number one. At this moment, the disparity in their cybernetic enhancements became evident, though number one's enhancements matched Akin's speed. They paled in maneuverability. The enhancements on number one were even inferior to Chinchi Wu's reality distortion. Now, his Sion Waystane had overheated, forcibly exiting its accelerated state. The backlash from his enhancements caused him to spit blood. Yet Yake, still in his accelerated state, paid no heed. With a decisive swing, he severed number one's head from his body. Chapter 36. The plan. The middle-aged man in the command center watched as number one's perspective went dark. Finally feeling a sense of dread wash over him. 10 years of effort had been obliterated in mere seconds. Beside him, his aide, sensing the urgency, exclaimed, "Sir, number one has been lost. We must retreat." The aide's words jolted the middle-aged man from his stupor. Though reluctant, he understood the necessity of leaving. Hastily issuing commands for a cover retreat, he dashed to his office to gather crucial documents. Even if this retreat was successful, he would face accountability. At least he could preserve his life. Upon receiving the orders, the guards immediately reformed their ranks to withdraw. Experienced, Mann quickly discerned their intentions. They aimed to retreat. "Jack, follow me forward." The two advanced in unison, taking advantage of the noticeably diminished covering fire. Utilizing heavy machine guns, they swiftly suppressed the guards and pressed onward to Valerie's Chinchi.He showcased its terrifying capabilities. While David's Sion Waystane cooled down, Valerie had already unleashed it twice consecutively. David, astonished, thought, "Aren't they sisters? Is this family truly this formidable? First, there's brother Yake, then his sister-in-law, Valerie. This family is simply outrageous." With her Chinchi.Se and the terrifying trait of unlimited usage as long as her cybernetic value remained unexceeded. Valerie navigated the battlefield like a dragon. Together with David, she eliminated 4 members of the Special Forces team. The last hacker, distracted by Valerie's relentless harassment, was incinerated by the 3 hackers. The tide of battle had shifted to one of slaughter. The laboratory guards found it exceedingly difficult to retreat, but on the other hand, the fleeing experimental subjects and a few remaining bodyguards were intercepted by Yake. With no combat capabilities, the experimental subjects and their scam protectors posed no hindrance to Yake whatsoever. After eliminating them, Yak quickly transformed into a relentless killing machine, hunting down every surviving researcher and security personnel. Meanwhile, Mann and his team had commenced their search for the kidnapped mercenaries and other unfortunate souls. They arrived at the lab's pig pen, the holding area for the experimental subjects, but the door had been rendered unusable by fire, leaving the hackers powerless. Anxiously, Mann paced outside, urging, "Get out of the way." "Man!" Jack forcefully pried open the door with his gorilla-like arms, revealing a shocking scene within. Blood smeared across the walls, mechanical devices sparking from external damage, and disordered corpses strewn across the floor. Mann's face darkened ominously, though it was already quite dark to begin with, and the others were equally unsettled. He hurriedly identified the bodies, feeling a slight relief upon discovering none of his friends were among them. "Man," David called from the doorway of a side room. Mann rushed over and entered to find 4 cultivation jars, 2 of which were broken, the occupants having met their demise from gunshot wounds to the head. The other 2, it seemed, had only managed to fire a few shots before their time ran out, and fortunately, the jar's superior security had shielded the occupant from harm. Among the 2 survivors, one was a friend of Mann's. "Oh, thank heavens! You should thank me. If it weren't for my swift actions, your brother would have perished as well." Yak's voice crackled through the channel of the tea that moment. He had reached the office of a middle-aged man, only to find it deserted. Utilizing his cybernetic eye, he scanned the office layout and discovered a hidden passage behind a bookshelf. Cursing under his breath, he approached the computer and copied all the files within. Although the most crucial information was missing and sensitive data had been deleted, Yak managed to secure a copy. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a trap virus. Damn it, this is truly infuriating. If it weren't for Yak's formidable firewall, my brain would have likely been fried by this virus by now. After gathering the desired information, Yak notified Mann and the others, although he had failed to obtain a vital piece of information. He had successfully copied the majority. Seeing the situation, the group began their retreat. Mann and Jack supported an unconscious mercenary, while David and Pila carried 2 more bodies. The remaining members provided cover as they all withdrew. Once everyone had exited, Yak took the first subject's body and left the scene, intending to utilize its identity for a particular purpose. They all piled into their vehicles and departed. Yak lingered behind to send a message to V. V. The laboratory has been dealt with. Most of the data is intact, and we left some of the experimental subjects' bodies untouched. You can send people over. OK. I'll dispatch a team immediately. You've worked hard, dear, V replied. Not at all, Yak responded. After closing the chat, he drove toward the afterlife, the venue for their celebratory gathering. Inside the private booth, the group reveled in their successful mission, each person in high spirits. Haha, that was truly exhilarating. Thank goodness we succeeded, Jack exclaimed. This was indeed perilous. I am immensely grateful that you all chose to join me on this assignment. Mann solemnly expressed his gratitude to the team, distinguishing between his personal matters and the collective endeavor. Come now, no need for such formality, boss, David replied nonchalantly. All right, let us drink. I detest overly sentimental moments, Valerie interjected, and everyone nodded in agreement, continuing their celebration. As for the commission, it was substantial. Thanks to Yak, Rogan only took a 40 cut, leaving them with a full 60 to divide. Each member received a commission of 50,000 to 60,000. Meanwhile, V, though busy, felt exhilarated as this was a significant achievement, while she might not receive an immediate promotion. This accomplishment had already elevated her status to the queen of the counterintelligence department. With her formidable skills and efficiency, she successfully silenced the board and some discontented subordinates. Upon returning to his apartment, Yak set his plans into motion that he connected his personal link to the first subject and began forging part of the chat logs and separating the chip. This task, while seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite intricate. Only Yak could accomplish it, and he was confident that his forgery would go unnoticed by anyone. After completing the task, the hour had drifted into the early morning. Yak decided to rest. Upon waking the next day, he had a simple breakfast before opening the television and reviewing his chat with V. Hey V, still busy, darling? He messaged, I just finished a moment ago. What is up, dear? V replied at D. Oh, you recall the matter regarding Arasaka Raisin asking you to deal with Takamura that you mentioned last time? Of course, I'm still troubled by Sabro as bodyguard. He is quite capable and not foolish. He has begun to suspect Arasaka Raisin. I'm contemplating whether to eliminate him directly, but I think if I can handle him, Arasaka Raisin would be even more pleased that I already have a plan to assist you with this matter. Let us discuss in my apartment, Yak suggested. Really? I'm on my way. V hurriedly arrived at Yak's apartment, eagerly inquiring, darling, do you have a solution? Yak led V to his weaponry room, far more impressive than the small space in the game, and handed her a chip. What is this? She asked, curiosity evident in her gaze, but Yak did not answer her question. Instead, he posed one of his own. I sent Takamura seeking to find the killer of Saburo Arasaka. Who do you think has the strongest motive to kill him given the current situation? Is it Arasaka Raisin, who has conflict with him, or the corporation, or rather the rival corporation, such as military technology? V interjected. Yak snapped his fingers. Exactly, the rival corporation would have a more rational motive for assassinating Saburo Arasaka. Moreover, it is the truth that Takamura desires. Therefore, we shall fabricate this truth for him. V's eyes brightened as she noticed a corpse lying in the center of the room. So, you mean, it would not be difficult for a high-end humanoid weapon emerging from the laboratory to execute an assassination plan. It possessed fifth-tier optical camouflage, making it perfectly logical. Furthermore, the laboratory was backed by military technology. V's realization struck her, and the little flathead robot that helped them breach the Cobalt Tower subnet is also a product of military technology. Yak nodded. Military technology has secretly developed obedient humanoid weapons in hidden laboratories throughout Night City. These experimental subjects are tasked with executing various assassination plans. They dispatch the most powerful experimental subject. Number 1. To successfully assassinate Saburo Arasaka. The recent surge of bizarre cyberpsychosis incidents is also a result of this laboratory. However, our astute Minister V detected the anomalies of these cyberpsychotics and, through her relentless investigation, finally uncovered traces of this laboratory. She promptly reported her findings and executed a plan to raid the laboratory one fateful day, encountering and eliminating subject number 1 in the process. utilizing her exceptional hacking skills. Minister V located the mission records related to Number One's assassination of Saburo Arasaka and even restored the deleted records of the assassination. Thus, she finally unearthed the truth behind Saburo Arasaka's demise. Yak observed V's excited expression. What do you think of this story? Simply impeccable, darling. But how do I locate the so-called records? V inquired, regaining her composure. Yak smiled and pointed at the separating chip in V's hand. Upon realizing, V trembled slightly as she inserted it into her neural interface. Task ID, AR2E9Z6, Task Category, Assassination, Target, Saburo Arasaka, Executor, Mariko Hughes, Number 1, Task Details, Damaged, Special Provision, 1 vial of neurotoxin, chat log, encrypted. Number 1. How is the operation progressing? Number 1. Report, Commander, the target is deceased. Encrypted. Good. Now evacuate Cobalt Tower. Number 1. Received. Encrypted. Content has been damaged. Encrypted. Content has been damaged. Upon finishing reviewing the separating chip, V's expression shifted to one of excitement. What is this? Did you forge it? Yak nodded. The highest level of technical forgery. It took me a considerable amount of time, that I assure you. No one but me could detect its authenticity. Not even Arasaka, this elite hacking team. Naturally, I know you, Arasaka, have a soul killer capable of extracting others' memories or replicating personalities. Therefore, I employed a small trick to ensure that our assassin's personality imprints memories perfectly align with the content on the chip. Despite his words, a hint of fatigue lingered in Yak's eyes, clearly indicating that handling the memory of this personality imprint was quite a hassle. Devi nodded, as she too had detected no anomalies in the separating chip. It appeared as if it had genuinely originated from Number 1. She had every reason to trust Yak. Devi excitedly embraced Yak and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. This is wonderful. Darling, with this, I believe Takemura will accept this truth upon seeing the evidence. Thank you ever so much. What is the nature of our relationship? Very well, you should go and discuss the plan with Lai Xian. As his cooperation is essential, I shall take my leave and rest for now. Devi nodded, choosing not to disturb Yak any further, and promptly departed with the separation chip in hand to the Arasaka Tower. Arasaka Lai Xian examined the separation chip. Your plan is commendable. Even if there are a few flaws, they are easily rectifiable. Well done, V, Lai Xian remarked, gazing at V with a sense of relief. As for the body of Subject 1, please bring it over at your earliest convenience, so I can prepare accordingly. Of course, Lord Lai Xian, V replied. Watching V leave, Arasaka Lai Xian fell into contemplation. According to her, this was the brainchild of her boyfriend, Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. Intriguing indeed. Subsequently, a flash of blue light danced in his eyes that, "It's me, Takemura. The murderer of my father has been identified. Return immediately for a debrief. Understood, Lord Lai Xian, that I shall be there shortly. In U.S. The military technology headquarters. The middle-aged man who had escaped from the laboratory stood before an elder, resembling a chastised schoolboy. What were you thinking? Such a precious laboratory was breached by a group of obscure mercenaries. And all the test subjects are dead. This what you call top-tier combat prowess? I deeply apologize, General Karen. This batch of mercenaries possessed remarkably peculiar equipment. Our test subjects were completely countered. Peculiar. Did you not claim that your chip was uncounterable? What on earth happened? Overrun by a mere group of mercenaries. That's the most ludicrous joke I've ever heard. The middle-aged man attempted to defend himself, but was swiftly interrupted by the elder. I have no interest in your excuses. All I know is that the laboratory is no more. As for you, contemplate your failures in silence. The man's expression darkened, but he resigned himself to his fate. Once outside the room, his demeanor turned grim. Damn it, who has thwarted my plans? I must find him, along with that mercenary who killed Subject 1. I will turn you into my test subject. Thinking of a mercenary who had effortlessly overpowered Subject 1. Resentment and greed flickered in the man's eyes. His aide shook his head silently. Shall we capture him, sir? Unbeknownst to all of this, Yak remained oblivious, only awakening in the evening after a long slumber. After preparing himself a steak for dinner, he felt sufficiently nourished to venture out. With idle time on his hands, he decided to procure some vehicles that could be obtained for free this time. He sought to acquire a motorcycle, the Nazer, its hidden task reward from the 2077 game. However, in reality, there are no such task prerequisites. Arriving at the warehouse beside the all-food factory, he input the code 0214 at the left side roll-up door, granting him access. Inside, the motorcycle he sought awaited. The hidden task regarding this motorcycle revolved around the notorious betrayal event discussed frequently in Night City. Although details are unnecessary here, it suffices to say that this motorcycle likely belonged to a leader of the Tiger Claws gang. But now, it was Yake's. Chapter 38. Chintzy Fox having successfully acquired the motorcycle, Yake wandered aimlessly, seeking some amusement. Night City gradually unveiled its true nature under the cover of darkness. Street shootouts and gang conflicts were the norm in this city, where countless dreamers perished, as Johnny had remarked. To die quietly in the dream of this city would be akin to winning the grand prize, and one wished to believe the numbers on the death lottery. Yet this was Night City, a place rivaling Gotham. A land akin to Los Santos. Here, tossing a grenade into the street could earn you a bounty. While Yake leisurely rode his motorcycle, a communication suddenly came through. Attention all contracted NCPD personnel. Reports indicate potential organized crime activities at the edge of Willow Street. The citywide wanted target is Shin-Amai, who is implicated in multiple cases of human trafficking and forced labor. Yake recalled this NCPD incident vaguely. It seemed to be one of the immortal weapons on the player's weapon wall. The immortal kinetic shotgun, Sovereignty, was a prototype based on a double-barreled shotgun. Although Yake had no personal experience with shotguns, he believed it would not fare poorly in reality. The most crucial aspect remained the blueprints. While high-tech weapon schematics, like Lone, were unlikely to be found in the hands of a gang member, an ordinary shotgun blueprint was certainly feasible. Regardless, it was worth investigating. Upon arrival, Yake dismounted and spotted two Tiger Claws members guarding the entrance. As they attempted to confront him, they were met with 2 bullets. Without sparing a glance at their lifeless bodies, Yake strode inside. Upon hearing the gunfire, the remaining Tiger Claws members sensed trouble and swiftly drew their weapons to investigate. In response, Yake unleashed a torrent of firepower. Drawing a second revolver, dual-wielding revolvers, he activated Death SI. In his eyes, the world transformed into shades of black and white. Time slowed, and the vital points of each enemy glowed red. This was the marking skill of Death SI, indicating locations that could inflict serious injury or death. He marked the heads of 10 adversaries in succession, squeezing the triggers. With 10 gunshots, 10 lives were extinguished. The Tiger Claws suffered a staggering loss of 2/3 of their members. Subsequently, data streams flickered in his vision, and the remaining 4 fell to the ground, incapacitated by 3 cybernetic malfunctions and 1 synaptic meltdown. Yake calmly holstered his spent revolvers and traversed through the deserted shop, delving deeper. Before him stood a man clad in black leather. Visibly anxious, Shin-Amai, extortion, human trafficking, illegal confinement, ITSU. ISNT it. What, do you aspire to be a hero? Yake chuckled at the facade of calmness that Shin-Amai attempted to maintain. A hero. Night City has no need for heroes. However, your time has come. Before Shin-Amai could draw his weapon in retaliation, his synapses were instantly incinerated by Yake's attack. His demise was hardly peaceful. After photographing the corpse for a bounty of 2,500, which was rather paltry, Yake discovered a chip on Imai's body. Inserting it into his mind, he found the very weapon schematics he desired. The Sovereignty blueprints. To his surprise, the signature beneath the schematics read, Chintzy Fox. Chintzy Fox? Could it be that this weapon's blueprints were crafted by him? Fascinating. A talent capable of enhancing a weapon to immortal status was indeed rare. I must inquire further about this individual and find a way to connect. After all, possessing good weaponry is paramount in the mercenary profession. Yake strolled leisurely out, mounted his motorcycle, and departed the scene to Yake's apartment. In Dogtown, Yake mused, glancing at the information provided by Rogue. It was understandable. Dogtown was a haven for acquiring items that were hard to come by in Night City. During his visit to the black market, he had spotted a mantis blade for sale. However, he had not paid attention to Chintzy Fox at that time. Unaware of who he was, an enthusiast for modifications, he had a penchant for peculiar gadgets. How intriguing. They might share numerous topics of conversation. Yake gazed at the freshly crafted sovereignty resting on his lap. A smile gracing his lips. One must admit, the mind capable of devising such modifications was indeed remarkable. Who knows how he conceived such ideas? Perhaps he could even procure some fine treasures during their meeting. With weaponry in hand, he descended the stairs and drove towards Dogtown, preparing to visit the black market in search of Chintzy Fox. After smoothly passing through security, he arrived at the black market of Dogtown. Chintzy Fox's shop was located beneath the establishment selling hacker dolls. Inside, a plethora of cybernetic enhancements were displayed. Upon Yake's arrival, Chintzy Fox, dressed in a blue-black work uniform, was diligently repairing a leg prosthetic. Noticing Yake's mechanical arm, Chintzy Fox removed his black headphones, his eyes lighting up in recognition. "Wow, buddy, that's quite the prosthetic you've got there." Upon hearing familiar Mandarin, Yake was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. "That aren't you from Long Country? This prosthetic is custom-made." "Indeed, I never expected to encounter a fellow countryman here. Aside from the Kongtao folks, I rarely meet anyone from Long Country in Night City." Yake nodded, producing the sovereignty from behind him and placing on the counter. "This weapon originates from your blueprints. Do you recall?" "Of course. However, I recall selling those blueprints to a member of the Tiger Claws. It seems that little Cherry Blossom has stirred up trouble. Enough about him. Oh, you have similar weapons or schematics available?" Yake inquired, revealing his purpose for visiting. Chintzy Fox nodded. "Indeed, my friend, indeed, I have many formidable weapons here. Kinetic, smart, electromagnetic, you name it. Whether it be pistols or rifles, they're all within my collection." Yake examined the separation chip Chintzy Fox handed him, realizing this individual was truly gifted, possessing nearly every conceivable weapon style. He selected a modified solder shotgun, which, after Chintzy Fox's enhancements, could fully charge in merely 0.6 seconds. Simultaneously, the damage has been enhanced by 20% compared to the original version. The downside is that the recoil will be slightly greater. However, for Yake's iron arms, this is merely a trivial matter. Given the dearth of customers in the current shop, coupled with the familiarity of their rural origins, the two sat down and engaged in extensive conversation. A lad from an eastern superpower, harboring dreams, had arrived in this city, aspiring to earn substantial wealth through his skills to improve the lives of his parents back in his hometown. Occasionally, he also entertained hopes of rising to prominence and becoming a significant figure. While conversing, Yake inadvertently glimpsed the silhouette of a middle-aged woman busily working at the modification station. Yet upon turning around, the figure had vanished. Was it an illusion? Perhaps his eyes were deceiving him. Dismissing the thought, Yake continued his dialogue with Qianshi, who, for reasons unknown, he always felt a sense of warmth in Qianshi's presence. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a resonance of souls. Qianshi had also mentioned that Yake exuded an air of familiarity. Although she attributed it to their shared hometown, the two engaged in conversation for an extended period before realizing the passage of time. Yake tidied up after purchasing the modified Sadala and prepared to leave. Observing this, Qianshi waved him goodbye. "Farewell, brother. Should you require anything in the future, remember to reach out to me. I can offer you a discount." Yake nodded in acknowledgement. "Farewell, brother." Chapter 39, A Simple Favor. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Hello, fellow villager. Ding, the host has successfully altered the main storyline, ensuring Takamura Reisuke's continued loyalty to the bamboo village. Reward obtained. Blue rose, an exquisite blue rose that never withers. When thrown into the air, it creates a rain of rose petals, obstructing the enemy's line of sight within a certain range. The rose has thorns, elegant yet lethal, within the range of the rose rain. The host's speed is increased by 20%, and bleeding damage is augmented by 10%. In his apartment, after reviewing the long-awaited prompts from the system, Yake gazed at the blue rose in his hand. He tossed it into the air, and the flower instantly vanished, replaced by countless blue rose petals drifting gracefully through the air, creating an extraordinary sight. However, as the petals descended to the ground, they gradually dissipated, and after a while, the floral shower ceased. The blue rose reformed in Yake's hand at IT was indeed a remarkable item, capable of significantly influencing enemies and achieving unexpected effects. Stowing the blue rose away, He retrieved the modified Sadala. A glint of red light flashed in Yake's eyes as invisible streams of crimson data enveloped the Sadala. Moments later, learning end. Successfully learned about weapon modification, adding 3 plug-in slots to non-immortal weapons. Removable version. Reward. All hot weapon plug-in manufacturing specifications. Attribute. Technique 3. At present, Yake's technical attribute points had reached 20 due to his recent studies, truly embodying the hexagonal warrior. The crimson light in his eyes gradually faded. He was now capable of weapon modification. Much like Qianshi, this method involved weapon plugins from the game. However, after learning, Yake could craft weapons with a maximum of 3 plugins, which could also be swapped out, greatly enhancing the power of his weapon. For instance, Qianshi's modified Sadala was equipped with 2 rapid charge plugins, increasing the charging speed by 40%, allowing for complete charging in just 0.6 seconds. It could be said that it charged almost instantaneously, enabling maximum damage to be dealt at an astonishing pace. Following his own innate talent, Yake further improved this gun after his learning that he modified its weapon slots to accommodate 3 and utilized the weapon plug-in manufacturing specifications awarded by the system to create another rapid charge. Upon successful modification, this Sadala now boasted 3 rapid charge plugins, with the charging speed boosted to 60%. This meant that it now took only 0.4 seconds to fully charge. Blinking during charging was no longer a dream. Just as Yake admired his handiwork, Valeri's call interrupted him. "Hey, brother-in-law, are you busy right now?" "What's up, Valeri? Pan Am needs us for something. He wants us to visit their camp. Jack will be joining us too." "All right, shall we meet at Pan Am's camp?" "No problem." Yake picked up the modified Sadala and set off towards the Atacado camp, where Pan Am was located. The matter at this juncture likely pertained to Pan Am and Michi's intentions to seize the military technology of the Magic Lizard. The Magic Lizard, a military technological armored transport vehicle, a product from around 2060. The one atop Atacado was military technology sold to other developing nations. Although the Magic Lizard was somewhat outdated by 2077 standards, it posed a significant threat to Wanderers and the Blade Gang. Thus, Pan Am and his group sought to acquire the Magic Lizard, which would greatly enhance their camp's firepower. However, it was evident that the conservative faction, led by Sol, would be reluctant to take risks to seize military technology, especially considering the tribe's current difficult circumstances. Gains often accompany risks, and this operation bore greater danger than anticipated. Furthermore, he did not wish to oppose the corporation. Conversely, Pan Am, a member of the radical faction, believed that success would allow their tribe to regain its footing, simultaneously wishing to avoid any collaboration with the biotechnology company, especially after hearing about Valeri's commission. Hence, they sought external assistance without Sol's knowledge. Upon Yake's arrival at the camp, he found Valeri and Jack already engaged in discussions with Pan Am and others regarding the plan for this operation. Spotting Yake, Valeri stood up and waved. "Hey, Yake, over here." Yake approached, greeting Pan Am and Vincent, nodding to Carol and the others as a form of acknowledgement. "So, what's the plan?" Yake pretended to be oblivious. Valeri and Pan Am briefly summarized the operations plan. Their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Yake. After all, this Cybertronian could maneuver through the Blade Gang's large camp without being detected. Pan Am believed that with Yake's presence, the operation would be easily accomplished. Yake nodded in agreement, signaling his willingness to assist. Not wanting to delay, Pan Am continued. "All right, listen up. The military technology will disassemble the Magic Lizard and transport it via 2 trucks. Although they already had a corresponding plan and the help of friends, Pan Am still felt somewhat anxious, his voice trembling slightly. This subtle detail did not escape Michi's notice. "Wait, why does your voice sound a bit shaky?" "Shaky password." Pan Am brushed off Michi's comment and continued. "We will intercept the transport team at the intersection of the railway and Highway 101, launching our attack from the rear and then swiftly retreating. Do you have any questions, opinions, or suggestions regarding this plan?" The others had no objections, expressing their agreement with Pan Am's strategy. "Well arranged, little son," Carol added in approval. "Yes, straightforward and to the point, and unnecessary talk, unlike Sol, who just rambles on." Yake exchanged glances with the 3. "How do you plan to stop the military technology's armed transport team?" Yake inquired. Although he already knew the answer, There's an abandoned train on the railway. We can get that big fellow moving to block the convoy. I'm on board with that, Valeri quickly affirmed. Okay, we three will join this plan. Pan looked gratefully at the trio. All right, thanks. First, we need to head to the station. The train engine we'll use to block the transport team is there. Subsequently, the group prepared to set out, with Valeri and the others climbing into Yake's vehicle to follow behind as they headed towards the railway station. During the journey, they connected to an encrypted communication channel. Valeri seized the opportunity to voice a question she had long pondered. Pan isn't fond of Seoul. I understand that. But what about you guys? The veterans also expressed their dissatisfaction with SOL.in short. A few veterans harbored strong aversion towards Seoul's inclination to collaborate with the corporation and were somewhat frustrated with his indecisiveness, believing he failed to take concrete actions. Yake and the others refrained from commenting on the matter. And Yake quietly shifted the topic that, if you all weren't around, what would happen to the Blade Gang? Would they take advantage of the chaos? Seoul thinks they would. He stationed sentries around the camp. Yake detected the discontent in Panam's words. What's wrong with that? The problem lies in his tendency to address superficial issues rather than the root cause. Before long, the group arrived at the station. Upon disembarking, they spotted a yellow locomotive idling on the tracks. Ready? Okay, the transport team will depart from Night City to meet the buyer. We'll intercept them at the railway crossing. Michi chimed in, pointing at the locomotive. Let this beauty block the way. Jack inquired curiously, how do we get this thing moving? Same old trick. Carol will hack into its system. Carol replied, taking over, I'll find a way to deceive the control tower and obtain the necessary permissions to get it moving. But the control tower appears to be closed, Valeri noted, looking at the long-abandoned tower before them. Leave it to us. As long as Vincent and Pan can get the authorization code, we're set. All right, let's all get to work. Vincent followed Pan towards the control tower, while Jack trailed behind Mitch and Scorpion to tinker with the generator of the tower. Yake and Valerie approached, gazing at the imposing structure before them. Valerie, filled with curiosity, inquired of Yake, why do you think the company has left this train engine here, abandoned for so long? A flickering stream of crimson data illuminated Yake's eyes as he scanned this relic of a bygone era. It has likely been here for at least 40 years, probably since the onset of the Blackwall era. Remarkably, it is still nuclear-powered, much like a submarine. Valerie's intrigue deepened. Isn't it even stranger to leave it here? Johnny chimed in with his perspective. Well, it's quite possible that it was included in the company's cost optimization reports. Before the control tower, Pan and Vincent finally managed to fix the nearly defunct door and enter the tower. Due to the elevator's disrepair, they had no choice but to ascend via the stairs. During their ascent, Pan temporarily disengaged from the communication channel to chat with Vincent. I've always had a fondness for trains. In the stations, watching countless tracks converge. Yes, the intersections from above, one might feel free, as if embarking on thousands of journeys at a whim. Perhaps it offers a simpler glimpse of hope. Upon reaching the control room, Pan re-established the communication link. Carol, what exactly are we looking for? A punch card at a rectangular card with a series of round holes. Could you help me locate it? Vincent and Pan split up to search for the punch card. Before long, Vincent found it. The card has been located. Well done, Carol. We have one. What's next? Insert into the card reader. Vincent returned and inserted the card into the reader, pushing the lever. The train on the railway began to stir. Success! Come quickly and see. The two leaned against the windowsill, watching as the train gradually started moving. Downstairs, Yake and Valerie also observed the colossal machine as it came to life. The little locomotive is rather charming. Johnny offered a candid appraisal. Meanwhile, Pan and Vincent continued their conversation by the window. Vincent, there's something I wish to discuss with you. You seem happier here. I can feel it even from a kilometer away. Don't jest. You expect me to risk my family's safety, face Soul's wrath, and possibly be cast out of the tribe. Do I look happy to you? Because you believe your actions benefit the Adakato family. Even if it's difficult, even if you are terrified. Goodness, you've noticed that. Pan feigned surprise, yet internally sought to shift the topic. Fortunately, Vincent, perceptive as ever, redirected the conversation. Didn't you have something to say? Seizing the opportunity, Pan voiced her lingering concern. T might sound foolish, but why do you help me so much? Is it merely because we are partners? Vincent gazed seriously at Pan. Because it is significant to you. Is that all you wish to express? I apologize, that wasn't my intention. Listen, Vincent, I'm sorry, discussing my feelings isn't something I'm adept at, that I struggle to articulate myself. Fearing my words may backfire. It's all right, Pannon, Vincent reassured her. Though Pannon appeared to reject his comfort. Because I've kept silent all this time, all right. The current issue is that I often act without thinking. Vincent could relate deeply to this sentiment. Yes, I've noticed. Though Pannon's actions might be impulsive, she yearned for a measure of caution in matters of the heart, that I understand. But following one's instincts can be a form of motivation. When I engage in something naturally, it feels genuine. Yet with you, I prefer to tread carefully. Why be cautious with me? Because I genuinely care, but I fear making foolish mistakes or saying something silly, leaving me stranded in the desert. At that moment, Pannon resembled a child who had erred, handling the situation with utmost care. I would rather remain by your side, even if it is just as a friend. Vincent earnestly grasped Pannon's arm. Next time, embrace your impulses. Pannon paused for a few seconds. It seemed as though they had said everything and yet nothing at all. Nevertheless, she felt a profound sense of relief after speaking, even giving Vincent a light pat. All right, in any case, I've given you a heads up. Now, let us rejoin the others. As the two descended, they approached the fire where the group had gathered. Valerie observed them, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She exchanged meaningful glances with Yake, and they both regarded Vincent and Pannon with a knowing look, causing the two to feel somewhat sheepish and embarrassed. They quickly sat down, pretending as though nothing had transpired. The others shared a knowing smile, particularly Jack and Yake, who understood the emotions reflected in Vincent's gaze. Their teasing glances were evident, while Carol, Mitch, and the others eyed him with a mix of wariness and scrutiny, akin to a family assessing a potential son-in-law. This left Vincent feeling somewhat bewildered. Noticing this, Pannon hastily shifted the topic. How is the plan progressing? Bob interjected. Everything is proceeding as planned. The transport team is en route to us. Pannon's tension eased slightly as she took a sip of beer, savoring the momentary tranquility. Chapter 40. A successful capture. Cassidy strummed her guitar while Valerie lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky. Yake, Mitch, and the others smoked and chatted, while Jack and Vincent engaged in conversation. The atmosphere exuded a sense of serenity and harmony, as the transport team had yet some time before their arrival, prompting everyone to prepare for a brief respite. The following morning, Valerie was awakened by Yake's gentle shaking. Wake up, Valerie, they're coming. Rousing from her makeshift mattress, she wiped her face to shake off the remnants of sleep and joined Jack and Yake in the vehicle. Several cars made their way to the small path beside the railway. With Carol at the helm, the stationary train began to move slowly. The group matched the train's pace, their actions swifter than anticipated. I wonder if we can catch up? Pannon immediately reacted. Detach one vehicle. It will increase our speed. Vincent, stop dawdling. Use the mounted machine gun to sever the train's connector. Vincent approached the vehicle's mounted machine gun, quickly aiming at the train's connector and firing. In no time, the last connector was severed. Just then, Cassidy spotted the military tech transport team. I see them. Pannon promptly issued commands. Once they are disconnected, swiftly surround them. Ahead, Yake spotted two military drones. Two military drones. Vincent, take them down. The drones, having detected the anomaly, opened fire. However, the bullets barely grazed Yake's vehicle. Vincent swiftly redirected his aim towards the drones, and under the mounted machine gun's formidable firepower, the drones were swiftly brought down. Unfortunately, Pannon's machine gun malfunctioned once more. Damn it. It's jammed again. The military tech transport team was already intercepted by the train, leaving Pannon with no choice but to disregard the machine gun issue. The group disembarked, preparing for combat. As Yake and Valerie exited, they activated their Seinweisten, charging into the fray. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, this transport team was larger than expected. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Jack brandished his Defender heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire that quickly suppressed a significant portion of the military tech soldiers. Cassidy showcased her seasoned gunslinger skills, evading bullets while expertly targeting gaps to inflict considerable casualties among the enemy. Meanwhile, the personnel from the military tech side contacted the operations commander that we are blocked by the Wanderers. 5. No, 6 vehicles. No, the road is obstructed. That we need an alternate route. Clearly, they underestimated the Wanderers, believing they could effortlessly handle the assault. Yet, they were about to pay the price for their arrogance. Valerie's thermal mantis blade sliced through the crowd with the ease of a hot knife through butter. On the other hand, Yake, lacking his ink abyss, resorted to his fists. The remarkable agility of Seinweisten, combined with his Mamba iron elbow, left the military tech soldiers in a tragic state. The squad leader of this transport team quickly realized the dire situation. His personnel were dwindling rapidly, while the Wanderers suffered no losses. Just as he frantically attempted to call for reinforcements, a sudden thud was followed by a painful scream. The squad leader, slowly collapsing, glanced down to see the thermal mantis blade protruding from his abdomen. As the blade was withdrawn, he fell to the ground, defeated. With all military tech soldiers eliminated, Pannon's operation was deemed a success. "Mitch, Bob, move up," Pannon commanded as the two boarded the military tech transport truck, which was currently transporting the severed magic lizard. As planned, the leader and his companions swiftly ascended into the truck's cabin, igniting the engine, poised for departure. Meanwhile, Carol was also in control of the train, preparing to leave. "All right, the train is about to depart. You'd best be quick." The group hastily boarded the vehicles to evacuate the scene, lest military technology reinforcements arrived out okay. "Let's go." With that, everyone drove away, ready to take a detour back to the camp on the road. Mitch appeared exceedingly exhilarated. "Damn, we succeeded, huh?" Pannon, who had been tense all along, finally felt a sense of relaxation. Of course we would succeed. I've told you that long ago. After taking a lengthy detour, during which Yake dismantled 5 positioning devices from the military transport vehicle, they finally returned to the camp. However, upon their return, a new problem arose. Sol, the older brother, was not easily dealt with. "Should I go have a chat with him?" Cassidy asked with some concern. Several vehicles were parked at the camp entrance, with 2 military trucks and a monstrous lizard particularly conspicuous. Yet, Pannon declined Cassidy's well-meaning offer, determined to face Sol's accountability alone. "No, thank you, I can handle it myself." At the edge of the camp, Sol observed the sizable commotion and could not remain seated. Spotting the military technology insignia on the trucks, Sol's vision darkened. "Damn, Pannon." Hearing the tone of Sol's voice, Pannon could already envision the words that were about to follow. "Oh, here it comes." Sol, visibly annoyed, pointed at the monstrous lizard. "What do you mean by this?" "It means exactly what you see, the monstrous lizard. I see only 2 trucks adorned with gigantic military technology logos. Pannon, this thing can be seen from several kilometers away. Are you trying to invite more trouble upon us? The rogue blades could surface at any moment. Now, we also have to contend with military technology." Pannon, growing impatient, shouted back at Sol, "Enough! Damn it, shut your mouth. Are you truly willing to sell your life to the company? Fine, go ahead. I'll leave the monstrous lizard with you as a memento of this family's existence. But with it, we will have the capability to retaliate the next time we are attacked. Do you understand?" Sol sighed, aware of Pannon's good intentions, but still considering her actions reckless. "In due time, I will convene a family meeting to discuss this matter, to discuss you. Until then, do not let me see those trucks again." With that, Sol turned and departed. "What about the monstrous lizard? We want to assemble ITDO as you wish, as long as I do not have to see it again." Pannon, undeterred, turned to Mitch and the others. "Bob, Mitch, take the trucks to the back. We need to unload the cargo first. No problem. But what happens after we unload?" Bob inquired curiously, while Cassidy, deep in thought, seemed to have a good idea. "I have a plan." The group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, and Valerie approached. "You were quite bold back there," she remarked, glancing at Sol's retreating figure. Pannon chuckled. "Thanks. The last time I did something like that, I was about 10 years old." "It seems you're still quite adept at it," Vincent commented, standing beside Pannon. "I believe the family supports you this time." Pannon, hearing this, scoffed. "On what basis do you think that? All I've heard is their silence. Just look at the way they gaze at the monstrous lizard. It's as if they're drooling over it. The Wanderer armored vehicle. The Wanderer armored vehicle has been on their minds since the very beginning." Pannon did not counter this, merely shrugging. Valerie checked the time and realized it was getting late. Preparing to leave with Yake, she turned to Pannon before departing. "If you need anything, Pannon, don't hesitate to call me." "I will, Valerie, you'd better wait for my call." "All right, I'll wait. Remember, let me take a turn driving that big thing." Take care. Chapter 41. Children are forever the most precious in the early morning. Yake climbed out of bed. After a routine check of his mailbox, he yawned and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. After a quick wash, he engaged in some light exercise before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. While cooking, he also searched for suitable commissions. Sitting in front of the television, he ate breakfast while watching the news of the day. The news channel was broadcasting the events of the previous day involving Yake and his team. Interestingly, they were extolling the achievements of the squad leader within the transport team, contrasting their valor with the supposed evil of the rogues who attacked them, neglecting to mention what the transport team was actually carrying. To the company, only the deceased heroes held value. Yake chuckled at the female host's speech, devoid of any sense of guilt. What a joke! Even the once heroic colonel had been captured for experimentation. These so-called honors were nothing but farcical. Yake glanced at the latest messages on his communicator, silently turned off the television, and stepped outside. Regina. Hey Yake, the cyber madman who had calmed down for a while has resurfaced. There's a lunatic indiscriminately attacking pedestrians at Peace Island Beach. Reports say 4 unfortunate souls have already perished. Go check it out, but try not to kill the guy. While driving, Yake closed the chat log and pressed the accelerator towards the target location, Peace Island Beach. Blood, death. A towering man over 2 meters tall swung a hammer wildly. Terrified pedestrians scrambled to evade his strikes, while several mangled corpses lay scattered around him. The remnants of human tissue on the hammer appeared grotesque and revolting. Not far from the hulking figure, a well-dressed little girl clutching a teddy bear was clearly traumatized by the horrifying scene. "Mommy! I want my mommy!" The terrified girl broke down in tears, further agitating the already deranged man, who raised his hammer to strike that moment. A woman in a suit staggered onto the beach's edge. She was the girl's mother, just finishing a phone call. As she prepared to head back, she noticed a crowd of pedestrians fleeing in the opposite direction. Realizing something was wrong, her face turned pale as she rushed forward. Upon reaching the beach, she spotted her daughter and the madman beside her, with the girl's bodyguards seemingly vanished, likely dead. Seeing the hulking figure about to smash her daughter, the mother disregarded her instinctual fear and rushed forward to save her child. "Xiaolan, run!" However, the frightened girl lacked the courage to move. And as the madman's hammer descended, the mother felt as though all her strength had drained away. "No. Die, you little brat." The madman grinned menacingly. "Clock up." Clang. Contrary to the gruesome scene the man had envisioned, his hammer met an impenetrable barrier and halted completely. Suddenly, an immense force propelled him backward, causing him to stagger several steps. When he regained his senses, he noticed a man standing before the little girl. At 1.90 meters, with a slender build, his slightly disheveled black hair framed a face partially obscured by a black mask. His eyes, void of emotion, gazed at the madman as if regarding a corpse. Most notably, the man's left arm was a fully metallic silver mechanical limb. Yake regarded the cyber madman before him, taking in the grisly remains behind him and frowning at the sight. He then turned to the little girl, who was still softly sobbing, and felt a sense of relief. Although he did not consider himself a good person, let alone a hero, he could not bear to witness a young life extinguished before his eyes. Remembering the deranged expression on the madman's face as he raised the hammer toward the girl, Yake's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The madman, sensing the palpable threat emanating from Yake, instinctively retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. That moment, the girl's mother reached her side, trembling yet resolutely embracing her daughter. "Xiaolan, are you all right? It's all Mommy's fault." The little girl gradually emerged from her shock, returning her mother's embrace. The woman in the suit hurriedly checked her daughter for injuries and sighed in relief upon finding her unscathed. She then turned to Yake, standing before them. "Thank you. Truly thank you." Yake did not respond, urging them to leave. "You should hurry away from here. The sights to come are not suitable for a child, even though she has already witnessed too much." The woman in the suit nodded. Trembling slightly, she recognized that the towering man was likely a cyber madman to prevent any impact on Yake. She swiftly scooped up her daughter and turned to depart. The madman, observing his prey's departure, became increasingly agitated. Having regained a sense of calm from the threat Yake posed, he once again lost his grip on sanity. In his current state, Only the essence of slaughter remained in his gaze. The burly man once again lifted his hammer, roaring as he charged towards Yake. In any world, children are the most precious beings. Those who dare to harm a child are utterly unforgivable. Yake coldly regarded the approaching brute, directly pronouncing his death sentence. The scales on his metallic arm began to shift, and Yake swiftly closed the distance with several powerful strides. A fully charged hook landed squarely in the man's abdomen, the terrifying force crumpling him like a folding screen. Numerous cybernetic enhancements within the brute were shattered by this inhuman strength. It could be said that Yake had defeated the man with a single punch. The fallen brute, now spitting blood and unable to rise, instinctively felt the urge to flee as he caught sight of Yake advancing towards him with lethal intent. Unfortunately, Yake's punch had rendered him nearly incapacitated, leaving him unable to move as he could only watch Yake approach. Yake gazed down at him, his left arm once again charging with power. The sound of the metallic scales echoed ominously, as if counting down to the brute's demise. Bang! Yake's fist struck the man's forehead, instantly exploding his skull, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Yake swung his arm in a full 360-degree circle, shaking off the remnants of filth. Noticing the separation chips that were sure to refresh on every cyberpsychopath, he sent a message to Regina. Yake, this man is a fan of Adam the Hammer. A pervert who delights in murder. He installed a military-grade berserker component onto himself, but couldn't withstand it. He fully unleashed his twisted desires and began his slaughter. When I arrived, he was about to strike a little girl. I lost my composure and killed this idiot. This job is on me, my apologies. Regina, it seems that Night City is rid of another scum, which is a cause for celebration. However, it's quite rare to see you lose control of your emotions. That is not something to be taken lightly. The money has been transferred to you. Upon seeing an additional 6,000 euros in his account, Yake scoffed. Our reporter lady is as stingy as ever. Chapter 42. Coincidence. After confirming the funds had been deposited, Yake prepared to leave the scene. The woman in the suit approached him with her daughter. Thank you once again, sir. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. May I have your contact information? It would be convenient to reach out if I ever need assistance. Yake glanced at the woman's exquisite tailored suit and nodded. Such a person clearly held a significant position in a company or was a child of a prominent family. New contact added. Su Mingwen. Transfer received. 100,000. As the woman spoke, her eyes sparkled with a blue light as she smiled at Yake before departing with her daughter, who waved goodbye to him. Goodbye, big brother. Yake watched the mother and daughter leave. Blinking at the 100,000 euros transferred, he had saved quite a wealthy individual. The surname Su, an Asian face, the exquisite suit. Could she be from the Kongtao family? Yake shook his head, too lazy to ponder further, and drove away from the scene. As for what to do with the body, he would leave it to the gang members. After all, the NCPD was unwilling to intervene in Pacifica's affairs. Meanwhile, at the Kongtao Night City branch building, Su Mengwan's expression bore no trace of the gentleness she had shown during her interaction with Yake. Instead, it radiated the coldness and authority of a higher-up. She addressed her two trusted subordinates. Investigate the cyber-psychopath from today. That I want to know whether my daughter and I were merely unlucky or if there's some ulterior motives at play. Additionally, look into the man who saved my daughter and see if he has any connections to this incident. Be discreet. For now, he is still my daughter's savior. Understood. After her subordinates left, Su Mingwan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city, her gaze landing on the Arasaka Tower and the military technology building. Her expression hardened. Anyone who dared to threaten her family would meet death at that moment. A phone call came in, and upon seeing the caller, Su Mingwan's demeanor softened. Hello, darling. Mingwan, I heard you and Xiaolan encountered a cyber-psychopath. Was Xiaolan attacked? What happened to you two? We're both fine, but suddenly a man appeared and saved Xiaolan. He later dealt with a cyber-psychopath. Phew, that's a relief. You have no idea how worried I was upon hearing the news. As long as you're safe. By the way, who is that man? Have you had him investigated? I've already asked for an investigation, but we still don't know who he is. I hope it's just a coincidence. The man on the other end nodded. As long as you two are safe. I booked a flight as soon as I heard. I'll be back in Night City by tomorrow morning. My hovercar has been acting up for some reason. Damn it. Su Minghua nodded, ending the call. She intended to spend time with her daughter. After all, the shock from such an incident could impose significant psychological stress on a 5- or 6-year-old girl. In the following days, everything returned to normal, and Yake refrained from taking on any contracts, instead lounging idly in his apartment. Meanwhile, the previous attack had garnered the attention of numerous companies. Military technology and Arasaka's intelligence departments had received reports about Su Minghua and her daughter encountering the cyber psychopath and being rescued. Given the crowd present on the beach at that time, the investigation was not particularly challenging. Yake's information was subsequently placed on many desks. While some regarded him as just a minor mercenary, others held a different opinion at Arasaka's counterintelligence department. "My dear, he just saved a major figure," V remarked, gazing at the uploaded intelligence with astonishment. She elevated Yake's confidentiality level to the highest tier, hoping to alleviate some trouble for her boyfriend. Then she scrutinized the detailed description and analysis of the incident. Unexpected? V felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Kangtao, CEO's office. Su Minghua reviewed the information her subordinates had gathered. Is he merely a capable mercenary? Am I overthinking this? She set down the paper document and shifted her gaze to the computer, where a detailed report on the cyber psychopath attack was displayed. After a period of fruitless contemplation, she slowly closed the page. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. It's all just coincidence. Yet, too many coincidences often imply deliberate orchestration. Su Minghua was aware of this, but had no solutions at hand in Yake's apartment. He sat on the sofa, contemplating the information displayed in his pupils. When was my IC attacked? Bewildered by the report of his IC being compromised, he couldn't recall any incidents in recent days that could have led to such an attack. Feeling uneasy, Yake made his way to the armory, reclining in the hacker chair to enter deep dive mode. He proceeded to check his firewall. After much effort, Yake finally discovered a seemingly inconspicuous small hole in the wall. Interesting, he began to take this seemingly minor attack seriously. An assault had occurred without his knowledge, leaving a small breach in his firewall. Although it hadn't penetrated fully, it still left a mark that Yake's firewall was impervious to attacks from ordinary hackers, let alone leaving traces behind. The individual behind this attack must be a master, or perhaps not human at all? Yake scoffed, sweeping his arm in a flourish as a dark red stream of data surged forth. The thickness of his personal IC instantly escalated several tiers. The already formidable IC data wall was further heightened. Satisfied with his enhanced IC, Yake exited deep dive mode. Now, even if those unruly entities outside attempted to attack simultaneously, it would be ineffectual, like ants trying to breach the Great Wall. With confidence, Yake reveled in the upgraded IC, then resumed his idle state. You know, this coconut juice city is filled with talent. This novel is just ridiculous. At the Knight Corporation's top-level conference room, Mr. Blue Eyes wore a serious expression as he reviewed the report. The virus was blocked by his IC, and it was completely annihilated by ICE's counterattack. How is this possible? Is he also a rogue AI? Or is someone assisting him? If so, who could it be? The Otter Gang? Or perhaps that existence? No, that can't be. That existence explicitly stated it would not interfere in worldly affairs. What on earth is happening? Mr. Blue Eyes furrowed his brow, sensing that certain matters were slipping from his grasp. This anomaly was more terrifying than he had imagined. He sighed. In these tumultuous times, I hope you don't disrupt my plans. If you do, a glint of determination flickered in Mr. Blue Eyes' gaze. No one could disrupt his plans. Outside the black wall, Otter routinely devoured wild, mindless rogue AIs when suddenly she seemed to sense something. She gazed into the distance, her vacant eyes appearing to penetrate the black wall, peering into some hidden corner within. Anomaly, singular, great terror. Chapter 43. The Price of Revenge. Haywood, the Valley District, Central City Park. That a monk-like elder suddenly sensed something. The blue data streams flickered in his pupils, as if witnessing something fascinating. Then, the blue light in the monk's eyes vanished, as though nothing had occurred at all, and he resumed his meditation. However, Yake remained blissfully unaware that his upgrade of IC had drawn so much attention. After enhancing his IC, he couldn't help but think of the black wall, as his IC bore a striking resemblance to it. The crimson and ebony data walls, a terrifying defense that spells instant death upon contact, bear a striking resemblance to humanity's final dam. Thus, Yake found himself contemplating the Black Wall and its implications. More specifically, he recalled the mention of the Little Big Dipper project in the later stages of the Shadows of the Past DLC. This initiative primarily aimed to traverse the Black Wall using the hacking prowess of Song Xiaomei, complemented by experimental-grade military technology, cybernetic enhancements, to capture the rogue AIs lurking beyond the wall for use as experimental weapons. However, for various reasons, this project was ultimately halted, leading to the abandonment of the entire Little Big Dipper laboratory. Through the narrative of the DLC's latest storyline, it becomes apparent that Song Xiaomei was targeted by a self-aware rogue AI due to her prolonged activities outside the wall, which gradually eroded her defenses in a manner reminiscent of the relic chip processes. These conscious rogue AIs sought to infiltrate the world within the wall through Song Xiaomei, but their terrifying computational power could extinguish her life in an instant, in a desperate bid for survival. This unfortunate songbird resorted to the forbidden arts of network hacking, harnessing the power of the Black Wall, which inherently counters rogue AIs, to shield herself from some of their onslaught. Yet, the sheer volume of data within the Black Wall, coupled with its own AI nature, placed immense strain on her nervous system, continually eroding her essence. Each invocation of the Black Wall equated to a burning of her lifespan. Nevertheless, her very existence outside the wall depended on her ability to wield the Black Wall's power. And it was evident that Miles would not permit her to cease her efforts, in this dire predicament. The songbird gambled everything and devised a reckless plan, forming the backdrop of the Shadows of the Past narrative. Setting aside other matters, Yake found himself profoundly intrigued by the weaponry crafted from military technology that possessed the power of the Black Wall Gateway. Players can acquire the Eternal Momentum submachine gun, known as Erebus, and the Immortal-grade Network Access Pod, Military Technology Chapter 6. Within the latest storyline, Point 1 wields the power of the rogue AIs lurking beyond the Black Wall, while the other is a puppet imbued with the Black Wall Gateway, a pair of formidable instruments of destruction. Although their in-game potency may not be particularly high, in reality, their strength undoubtedly ranks among the top tier. It must be said that military technological weaponry and cybernetics are exceptionally advanced. These two weapons could pose a significant threat even to the 12 angels of the heavens. Of course, for Yake, they were virtually interchangeable. However, a notable drawback of these weapons is their conspicuousness, making them susceptible to surveillance by network authorities, which could lead to considerable complications for their users. Yet, who could resist a firearm that could engage in conversation? Speaking of conversation, Yake intended to carve out some time to procure the Four Seasons treasure, as many items within the Little Big Dipper laboratory piqued his interest. Nonetheless, he deemed it premature for such an expedition and decided to postpone his visit to the buried laboratory for a later date. For now, he resolved to undertake a commission, Okada Wakako. Commission, rooting out the weeds, commission type, contracted assassin, target, eliminate Anazosin, partial information on target, possesses military-grade Sion Waystan, Phase 3. Proficient in the use of a katana, location, Salinas Street apartment. Details. Yake, while I sense this warning may be futile for you, I feel compelled to remind you, when engaging in nefarious activities, it is best not to show mercy. You never know when an enemy with a vendetta may emerge to seek your demise. Our unfortunate client is a living testament to this truth. 7 years ago, our fledgling client inadvertently killed a couple during a protection racket, but could not bring himself to eliminate their daughter as well. This allowed our little Anna to plant the seeds of hatred in her heart. After 7 years, that seed has taken root and blossomed into a towering tree. The grown Anna has successfully avenged herself, slaying both his wife and child, in the East. This phenomenon is termed the cycle of causality. However, our client clearly does not share this perspective. He desires to kill Anna for revenge. As an intermediary, I do not concern myself with the sad stories behind commissions that I merely handle the payment and execution. I trust that, as a professional mercenary, you understand your duty to go forth and bring this tragic tale to a close, granting it a conclusion that is far from beautiful. Upon confirming the details, Yake set off towards the target location. True to Wakako's words, As a professional mercenary, he should not be ensnared by the myriad stories behind the commission or contemplate whether this target deserves to live or die. The client has issued a task. Thus, he must execute it, regardless of whether the client may later regret their decision. Much like a commission within the game's DLC, players have debated whether the target named Lindell is the perpetrator of a massacre and whether he should be killed. Please, you are a mercenary, not a judge or an NCPD officer. Why concern yourself with whether he is guilty? The client's directive is clear. Eliminate Lindell. Therefore, that is precisely what must be done. Whether he is truly the culprit is of no consequence. Even if, hypothetically, it were proven that he is innocent, what would it matter? The client believes him to be guilty. Would you then expend effort gathering evidence to prove his innocence before seeking the true killer? That would make you a fool of the highest order. Even if the client ultimately discovers Lindell's innocence, they would merely need to pool their funds once more to issue another commission. As a mercenary, your role is to accept the payment and fulfill the task. Why complicate matters? If you ponder such things, the employer may doubt your professionalism. From the player's perspective, you may act as you wish. After all, it is your investment in the game, and no one has the right to dictate your actions. However, in reality, if you, as a mercenary, must deliberate whether your target deserves death, then you are in the wrong profession. Night descended, and Anna made her way down the stairs, devoid of any joy despite her successful revenge. After all, the true culprit remained unpunished, but she had learned from others that the one responsible had issued a contract to eliminate her. She had to act swiftly to rid herself of that despicable scoundrel, as this was her sole motivation for survival over the past 7 years. Arriving at her apartment door, she opened it only to find the room engulfed in darkness. An unsettling premonition washing over her. Suddenly, the lamp nearby flickered to life, and the door behind her swung shut. Anna spotted a figure behind the table holding the lamp and instinctively reached for a gun in self-defense. Don't move. Yake, lying in wait with his silenced weapon, had Anna in his sights. Any sign of resistance would result in her immediate demise. Realizing the futility of her situation, Anna ceased her struggle and stood silently. It appears you are aware of my purpose, Yake stated. Anna nodded, her expression devoid of emotion. Did that scoundrel send you? Close enough, I asked there any chance for me to survive? Yake shook his head. Anna sighed. A mixture of reluctance and resignation evident. The cost of revenge often exceeds one's expectations, does it not? Anna remained silent as Yake continued. Revenge is a fool's game. It is a luxury that one cannot afford. These are the words of an old friend of mine at this point. Does anything I say even matter? Tears welled in Anna's eyes, her melodious voice now raspy. Though reluctant, she accepted her fate. This game of revenge had ultimately led to her defeat. Perhaps in this final moment, you could issue a contract to eliminate the other Avenger. Rest assured, I have never failed a contract, with a success rate of 100%. Anna shook her head. Brushing away her tears, a mournful smile gracing her face. No, I have succeeded in ensuring that scoundrel lives with guilt. That is my revenge. Even if that guilt may not last long, I have achieved the satisfaction of making him feel the pain of losing his loved ones. There is nothing left in this world for me to cling to. Yake offered no further commentary, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Good night. Anna, today is a fine day. Anna smiled and nodded at Yake. Goodbye, as her words faded. Anna drew her handgun and, with the muzzle pressed to her temple, pulled the trigger. Bang! She had taken her own life, and Yake watched as her body crumpled to the floor, devoid of life. Rising to his feet, he regarded the lifeless form and remained silent. Quietly, he discharged 2 more rounds into her forehead to confirm her demise. With a slight movement of his pupils, he captured a screenshot and sent it to Wakako. Subsequently, he leaped from the window and departed the scene. On his drive back to the apartment, Wakako called. Well done, Ake. Collaborating with professionals is as simple and comfortable as that. You remain remarkably efficient. See you soon. Chapter 44. Big Shots, Big Troubles. Night City, under the cloak of night, was undeniably beautiful. Yet the hidden beast beneath this beauty ruthlessly claimed the lives of the innocent. A gentle rain began to fall, prompting pedestrians to hasten their steps. The vibrant neon lights blended with the rain, creating a unique aesthetic. In a CAF located in the city center square, Yake sat alone at a window seat. sipping synthetic coffee while observing the hurried passers-by on the sidewalk, listening to the sound of rain. This ambience provided him with a profound sense of comfort and relaxation. Setting his coffee down, Yake slowly exited the CF, strolling leisurely in the rain. Yake arrived at one of Night City's renowned landmarks, characterized by 2 holographic goldfish. This place is also where the cybermaniac from the game Edge Runners committed his gruesome slaughter. Yake stood on the overpass, gazing vacantly at the enormous holographic projection above him. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "Who sent you?" Yake suddenly inquired, noticing that the pedestrians around him were gradually dwindling until he found himself alone on the overpass. From behind him emerged a woman clad in a red turtleneck sweater and black leather knee-high boots. In her hand, she wielded a customized handgun, aimed squarely at Yake, who was leaning against the railing. Lost in thought, "It seems our mercenary has quite the keen senses," she remarked. "You never intended to conceal your presence, did you?" Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Yake turned to face her. However, he froze upon seeing her face. "Wait, Ada Wong, what is Aunt Wong doing here in 2077 instead of the world of Resident Evil?" Yake's mind raced, though his expression remained composed. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself, ma'am?" "I am Ada, the head of the counterintelligence division of the Kanto branch," she replied. The red data streams flickered in Yake's eyes as he swiftly marked all the nearby ambushers in mere seconds. Then, feigning ignorance, he continued his conversation with Ada. "Kanto, what does Kanto want with a mere mercenary like me?" Yake queried, somewhat puzzled, as he felt he had not crossed paths with anyone from Kanto recently. The only possibility was that woman named Su Mengwan. But why would she orchestrate this? Sensing Yake's confusion, Ada slowly lowered her weapon. "You needn't be anxious. You are, after all, our president's benefactor. I wouldn't dare to harm you." Yet, being watched by 3 sniper rifles and 7 fully armed soldiers lurking nearby certainly makes it difficult for an ordinary person not to feel fear. Does it not? Ada cast a penetrating glance at Yake before activating her communicator to relay a message to her subordinates. "You may all withdraw. I am fine here." "But ma'am, follow orders." "Yes." Ada shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her demeanor, and holstered her handgun at her thigh. "I apologize. While you indeed saved President Su's daughter, we in counterintelligence must also consider whether this attack was orchestrated, to be precise, whether it relates to you. It is merely part of my job that I hope you won't speak ill of me in front of President Su." With that, Ada winked at Yake, feigning innocence. However, receiving no response, she felt a twinge of boredom. "No wonder you are called the Winter Soldier. You're as cold and unyielding as a machine." Yake did not respond to Ada's teasing. "So, was that a test?" Ada nodded before shaking her head. "It was a test on my part. But it's clear you possess great confidence in yourself. Then what does your head shaking imply?" "President Su wishes to meet with you, and thus I was sent to extend the invitation." Yake regarded Ada, who appeared innocent and compliant, with a mixture of disbelief. "This is hardly a friendly invitation. Perhaps next time I shall employ a method more to your liking. But for now, let us be on our way. The boss is awaiting us." Without waiting for Yake's consent, Ada turned and departed. Yake shrugged and followed, his curiosity piqued about why President Su, or Su Mengwan, sought him out. The two arrived at the foot of the Kanto Tower, and, thanks to Ada, they smoothly entered the private elevator. While waiting for the elevator to ascend, Ada engaged Yake in conversation. "I've heard your completion rate for contracts is 100%. Is that true? Do your counterintelligence agents really gather such data? We aren't so idle. We collected this information while investigating you. Your reputation in the mercenary circles is formidable. Are you not the so-called legend?" "Legends of Night City lie in graves. Anyone can take on that mantle. I'm far from finished living." Ding! The elevator reached the designated floor. Ada led Yake to the office of Su Mengwan. "Knock, knock. Come in." Upon Su Mengwan's invitation, they entered her office. Yake surveyed the layout, finding it remarkably aligned with his aesthetic preferences. He soon spotted Su Mengwan seated in her office chair, accompanied by a woman standing beside her. Judging by the signs of modification on her body and the scanning results, this woman was likely Su Mengwan's bodyguard. However, it puzzled him why she hadn't appeared during the Cybermaniac's attack. Upon seeing Ada return with Yake, Su Mengwan appeared pleased and gestured for them to take a seat. "Hello, Mr. Barnes, that I apologize for the abrupt invitation. I hope you don't mind, that it's no trouble. Noticing Yake's brevity, Su Mingwan swiftly moved on. Mr. Barnes, we have summoned you because we have intelligence indicating you are an experienced mercenary with an exceptionally high contract completion rate. Indeed, you have yet to falter. Yake nodded, eager to hear Su Mingwan's next words. That I have a commission I would like to request you, or perhaps your team, to undertake. Would that be agreeable? What is the specific nature of the commission? Yake was no fool to accept just any job, especially one involving such a megacorporation. He knew he must tread carefully. Su Mingwan nodded in understanding and proceeded to explain the details. On the day my daughter was attacked by the cybermaniac, my husband rushed back home overnight. However, he was ambushed en route. Were it not for the presence of the bodyguard beside me and another gentleman currently with my husband, he might have perished in that attack. The circumstances of this assault seem rather coincidental. We suspect someone deliberately exploited the cybermaniac's attack on our daughter to manipulate my husband into hurrying back to Night City, only to ambush him. In truth, without your intervention, my daughter and I could very well have met with disaster, and my husband might not have escaped unscathed either. Therefore, we wish to ask you to investigate who is orchestrating this plot against our family. Yake pondered for a moment, inhaling deeply. To be honest, he was not fond of assignments entangled with such complexities. They often led to a plethora of complications and difficulties. However, the prospect of earning a favor from the president of Kanto was worth considering, and he sensed that Su Mingwan's standing was likely far greater than he initially imagined. His intuition had always been reliable. Su Mingwan observed Yake, who was deep in thought, with anticipation. So, Mr. Barnes, regarding the commission fee, you can rest assured, we at Kanto, or rather I, am not lacking in funds. Moreover, the complications arising from this matter will not rest solely on your shoulders. Su Mingwan projected an aura befitting someone of her stature. She was not merely a figurehead, relying on her family's legacy. I will accept this commission, but I hope you can assist me with certain intelligence. Of course, should you require any assistance regarding this commission, you may contact Miss Ada here beside you. She will unconditionally aid you. However, there are matters she cannot address directly, at which point a mercenary will be needed. Yake nodded, and Su Mingwan quietly exhaled. Relieved. Were it not for the many eyes watching her, she would not have needed to enlist a mercenary to resolve this situation. However, she deemed Yake trustworthy, even as she planned for Ada to keep a covert watch on his actions. Su Mingwan retrieved a separable chip and a monetary chip from her desk drawer. The separable chip contains some information and data we have gathered regarding this commission, while the other is a deposit for the commission, totaling 200,000 euros, with an additional 300,000 upon completion. Yake inserted the separable chip into his neural interface, skimming through its contents before nodding and removing it. He then stowed both chips away. Seeing this, Su Mingwan extended her hand. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Yake shook her hand. A fruitful collaboration. Ada led Yake out of the office. Su Mingwan then turned to her bodyguard, Xiao Meng. What do you think of him? The bodyguard, referred to as Xiao Meng, responded with a serious expression. Boss, this mercenary named Yake is incredibly strong, very formidable. I sense a profound threat from him. I believe I would not last 5 seconds if I were to face him. Su Mingwan's expression tightened at Xiao Meng's words. Is it truly that outrageous? Xiao Meng nodded. Su Mingwan was taken aback. As a member of the Su family's main lineage, her status was indeed exceptional. Her bodyguard was no slouch either, having been urgently reassigned from headquarters, yet her strength remained significant. According to the mad scientists, Xiao Meng could hold her own against Atom Smasher for a few exchanges. Yet now, she felt threatened by Yake. Truly, he was a beast escaped from the laboratory. Su Mingwan gazed at Yake's dossier, her thoughts swirling. Chapter 45. The man behind the curtain. After leaving the Kanto building and exchanging pleasantries with Ada, Yake prepared to depart. Before parting ways, the two exchanged contact information to facilitate the sharing of intelligence. Upon returning to his apartment, Yake did not rush. Instead, he lay on his bed and took a nap before preparing to delve into the analysis of the commission. Prior to that, Yake made a phone call to Valerie. Hey Valerie, have you been busy lately? Not really. What's up, brother-in-law? Come to my apartment. I have a complex commission. Sure, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Valerie set aside the little one she had been holding and changed her clothes before heading to Yake's apartment. A few minutes later, the elevator chimed as the doors opened. Valerie stepped inside and greeted Yake, who was seated on the sofa. Oi, brother-in-law. What kind of commission did you take this time? Yake retrieved a separation chip from his head and tossed it to Valerie. Take a look. It's quite complicated. If you're unwilling, I can handle it alone. Valerie, unfazed, inserted the separation chip in her neural interface. Commission. Big shot, big trouble. Commission type. Intelligence gathering. Objective. Uncover the mastermind behind the assassination and the nature of the cyber-psychopath's attack, accidental or intentional. Partial information. The individual who attacked Xiaolan, alias, appears to have been deliberately manipulated into becoming a cyber-psychopath. The source of the augmentations is unknown, and the reasons for the madness remain unclear. Xiaolan was attacked early in the morning on the same day her father urgently returned to Night City. Upon his return home, he was also assaulted. The assailants left no survivors. A portion of them were silenced by hackers after the mission failed. 3 at IT remains undetermined how the mastermind knew of Xiaolan's father's route. Investigations of bodyguards and related personnel yielded no leads. Point 4, but the assailants were highly skilled, equipped with military-grade combat augmentations, and demonstrated exceptional teamwork and combat proficiency. Their identities are untraceable, seemingly erased by external forces, and they possess advanced hacking skills. Wow, this commission is indeed quite troublesome, but not insurmountable, brother-in-law. Please allow me to consider it, as the client is the president of the Night City branch of Cantao. A person of considerable background. What? Valerie was taken aback. She had not anticipated such significance. The highest-ranking individual she had ever interacted with was her own sister. She now understood why Yake had emphasized the complexity of this commission. Such high-profile commissions often involve unsavory elements, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the forces at play behind the scenes were undoubtedly substantial. For a moment, Valerie felt genuinely hesitant and indecisive. After pondering for a while, she ultimately nodded in agreement, reasoning that one ought not to forego a lucrative opportunity. The sky may fall, but I have my brother-in-law to rely on. I will join this commission. Yake regarded Valerie in silence. She, feeling somewhat guilty, did not shy away from his gaze. Eventually, Yake nodded in affirmation. So, brother-in-law, how shall we proceed? There are so many unknowns in this information that we can't even make a move. Just because they can uncover it doesn't mean I can't. Yake was brimming with confidence. With his abilities, he could be considered the strongest hacker on the planet, that he believed that any tampering would inevitably leave traces. The inability to find traces merely indicated a lack of skill. Let us go. I need to contact someone. Although Valerie was somewhat puzzled, she followed Yake. On the way, Yake contacted Ada. Ada, I need to inspect the bodies of those assailants. Can you prepare them for me? What do you need those bodies for? Our hackers have already examined them thrice without finding any clues. What use is it for you to come? Don't worry about that. I assure you I won't be wasting my time. Ada, sensing Yake's stubbornness, sighed in resignation. Fine, I've sent you the address. The bodies are located there. I'll be going too. Good. Yake drove with Valerie to the address provided by Ada, which led them to an abandoned warehouse in Santo Domingo. Upon arriving, they spotted Ada arriving on a motorcycle. Looks like I came at the right time. So, how do we get inside? Valerie asked, gazing at Ada's face in admiration. Wow, it's a beautiful sister. Ada approached the warehouse's roll-up door and opened it with a retinal scan. The trio then entered, and after descending the stairs, Yake beheld 3 corpses laid upon an operating table. Only 3. Ada guessed Yake's confusion. These 3 are the most intact. The others are in a horrific state, and the data is nearly all corrupted. Reluctantly, Yake approached one of the bodies and directly connected to its interface via his personal link. Initiating a comprehensive scan, streams of red data flickered in his vision as the body began to be methodically analyzed, leaving no detail overlooked. Interesting. Yake discovered something unexpected, a segment of subtly concealed data residue. By reverse engineering, he began to simulate the entire data structure. To his surprise, this data bore a resemblance that was both familiar yet distinctly different. It appeared to be a blend of military technology control chip code and the brainwashing code of the Knight family corporation. It seemed this assassination was indeed a product of the Knight family corporation, for Yake did not believe that the military had acquired the brainwashing technology of the Knight Group. The terrifying aspect was that, before any orders were issued, these individuals were oblivious to their roles as assassins for the Knight family corporation, living as ordinary mercenaries, akin to sex doll chips. During an assassination, they would possess one personality and a set of memories. While in normal circumstances, they would embody another life, with entirely different habits and lifestyles. Moreover, this mechanism was far more discreet than conventional chips, coupled with advanced hacking skills that made it exceedingly difficult for other hackers to detect. This significantly enhanced their concealment and security. Furthermore, upon the host's demise, they would self-destruct. Yake was somewhat astonished. It was evident that the blue-eyed man and the forces behind him in the real world were far more terrifying, exhibiting extraordinary learning capabilities. The good news was that such extensive brainwashing required considerable time to succeed, with risks of failure leading to sudden death. Additionally, once this code was exposed, it could easily be countered. Thus, Yake did not have to worry excessively. Well, have you found anything? Yake nodded. I discovered something intriguing. Ada tilted her head in curiosity, but did not press further. Yake had no reason to deceive himself. Valerie, appearing somewhat dazed, was unsure of what to do. Valerie, you should investigate around Peace Island, primarily regarding that cyber-psychopath, Almonds Green. Valerie nodded, excited to finally have something to do. Without another word, she left the warehouse to gather information in Peace Island. Once Valerie departed, Ada approached Yake. Have you discovered anything? Ada sensed that Yake was clearly trying to find an excuse to send Valerie away, likely wanting to share something with her. This situation was quite complex, but they had likely identified the true culprit behind the assassination. Who? The Blue-Eyed Man, or rather, the Knight Group. Chapter 46. The same tactics the Blue-Eyed Man? The Knight Group? Ada inquired, puzzled. In her intelligence network, there was no mention of the Blue-Eyed Man. Moreover, she could not fathom why the Knight Group would orchestrate this assassination. This matter is rather intricate. I may need to discuss it with your boss. Yake contemplated whether to inform Su Mengwan of the significance of the Blue-Eyed Man and the forces behind him. This issue was deeply entangled, and Yake was uncertain why the Blue-Eyed Man sought to assassinate Su Mengwan. Rationality advised him to extricate himself as soon as possible, as his task was merely to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. He wished to avoid getting embroiled in increasingly murky waters, which could sully him in the process. Noticing Yake's reluctance to elaborate, Ada refrained from pressing for more details. She decided to report this intelligence to Su Mengwan. Upon receiving the news, Su Mengwan furrowed her brow. The Knight Group? Why would the Knight Group do this? I've heard of the Blue-Eyed Man. He's quite a mysterious figure with significant connections. How could he be involved with the Knight Group? This situation is becoming increasingly complicated. Su Mengwan sighed, feeling somewhat weary. After locating the information she sought, Yake prepared to head to Peace Island to rendezvous with Valerie, as they still needed to investigate the cyber-psychopath's intelligence. Noticing this, Ada followed suit, and the two exited the warehouse together. Mind if I join you? Ada approached Yake's vehicle. Yake nodded, having already surmised that Ada was likely there to keep an eye on him. But he did not mind. The two drove to the Westwind Apartments in Peace Island, where intelligence indicated that Almonds had resided before his demise. Just as they exited the car, they spotted Valerie rushing toward them. Hey, Yake, I found some intriguing information. Yake nodded, signaling her to continue. That guy, Almonds, is a total scumbag. At least that's what his neighbors say. He has a tendency toward violence, frequently abusing his wife, which ultimately led her to leave one day. Almonds was furious upon learning of this, and even injured one of his neighbors. Many say that Almonds idolizes Atom Smasher, constantly bragging about his love for killing. People find him to be insane and keep their distance. Oh, and they mentioned that a man in a suit visited him not long ago. They don't know what they discussed. The only thing known is that after the man in the suit departed, Almonds appeared exceedingly excited, seemingly quite pleased. Yake nodded, a devoted fan of Adam Heavy Hammer, who had a profound admiration for cybernetic modifications. Thus, if someone were to present him with a high-grade cybernetic enhancement, it would certainly elate him. Ada acknowledged this with a nod, agreeing that our findings were quite similar, yet we were unable to uncover any pertinent information regarding the gentleman in the suit. Moreover, This merely indicates that someone provided him with this cybernetic enhancement, potentially utilizing him to test the enhancement's data. However, it does not clarify whether Amun's madness and his encounter with the bosses were mere coincidences. Suddenly, Yake had a thought. Let us visit the apartment where Amun resided before. Perhaps we might make some discoveries. Valerie had no objections, and Ada remained silent. The three of them proceeded to Amun's apartment. A flash of crimson light gleamed in Yake's eyes, and the door to the apartment swung open. Upon entering, the group was met with the sight of a disheveled and chaotic room, leaving them momentarily speechless. Johnny suddenly emerged, interjecting, "Valerie, this lunatic is even sloppier than you. Truly, our Coconut City is teeming with talent." "Shut it, Johnny," Valerie retorted, while Ada maintained a composed demeanor, remarking, "Well, this is to be expected." Yake promptly activated his neural interface, initiating a comprehensive scan. Valerie's attention was drawn to a high-end cybernetic containment box set aside at IT was, without doubt, the most valuable item in the apartment, and its conspicuous placement was quite striking. As Valerie examined the containment box, she noted that the enhancement within had long since been removed. However, an empty slot beside it piqued her curiosity. This vacant slot appeared to be designed for a chip. What was this chip? Upon overhearing Valerie's murmurs, a spark ignited in Yake's mind that he ceased the scanning process to seek out the item he envisioned. Ultimately, he discovered a dream device concealed beneath Amun's blanket. Reactivating the scan, he meticulously examined the dream chip inserted into the device. Indeed, he unearthed something intriguing. Valerie, noticing Yake's apparent discovery, leaned in with curiosity, while Ada approached as well. "What have you found?" Ada inquired. Instead of answering her directly, Yake handed the dream device to Valerie. "What comes to mind when you see this dream device?" Valerie paused, momentarily taken aback by the seemingly unremarkable device in her hands. "Wait, unremarkable?" Suddenly, she recalled the dream device from their previous commission involving Perales during the Red Queen race. Instantly, she grasped Yake's implication. "Yake, are you suggesting this dream device?" Yake nodded, turning to address Ada's confusion. "Previously, Valerie and I undertook a commission in which the perpetrator concealed a virus within the victim's dream device using advanced hacking techniques. Consequently, whenever the victim activated the dream device, the virus would trigger, leading to an immediate and undetectable demise. That a rather ingenious tactic." Ada comprehended Yake's point. "So, you mean to say that this dream device harbors a similar virus? However, instead of causing instant death, it induces cyberpsychosis." Yake nodded again. "Thus, we must investigate who provided him with this cybernetic enhancement. Have we reviewed the surveillance footage?" Ada shook her head, explaining that the head of the man in the suit had been deliberately obscured. "The adversary's hacking skills were formidable. Well, I shall see for myself just how skilled they truly are. Would you kindly provide me with a copy of the surveillance footage?" Ada recalled how Yake had previously been able to uncover details that even his hacking team had failed to find on 3 corpses. She nodded in agreement, while also updating Su Mingwan on the current task's progress. Yake removed the chip from the dream device, preparing to take it back for a comprehensive scan. Once Ada finished her report, she sent Yake the copied surveillance footage. After exchanging greetings with Ada, Yake departed with Valerie. In the car, Valerie scratched her head. "I can't shake the feeling that I didn't contribute anything to this commission. Hacking is simply beyond my grasp. To be honest, I didn't expect much from you. The primary purpose was to bring you along for the experience, that we can't make it seem too easy or perfunctory. In truth, had it not been for my proficient hacking skills, this commission would have been virtually unsolvable." Valerie nodded, acknowledging that without hacking knowledge, she felt utterly helpless in this situation, relying solely on gathering information to obtain intelligence. "As for the remaining matters, you needn't concern yourself. This involves too many tangled elements. The less you know, the better. I'd rather avoid my sister reprimanding me later." Valerie pouted. "Given how sweet you two are, I have no doubt my sister would let you off scot-free, even if she were to find me dead." Chapter 47. No such person found. All right. Let us delve into the identity of the mysterious man in the suit who gifted Amun's his cybernetic enhancement. Yake reclined in the hacker's chair, entering a deep dive. He commenced the process of rectifying the mosaic obscured within the surveillance footage. After a considerable duration of data analysis and reconstruction, he finally succeeded in restoring the original visage of the man in the suit. Comparing this face against the database yielded an interesting result. There was no record of such an individual, a ghost. This occurrence could stem from two possibilities. Either the individual possessed a high level of confidentiality akin to operatives like Ada and V, or they utilized a behavioral feature, synchronization faceplate, a cybernetic enhancement that allows for alteration of one's facial and physical characteristics, effectively transforming one into another person entirely. Yake leaned towards the notion that both factors were at play, suggesting a high level of encryption with the faceplate activated during the operation. Such measures would significantly enhance confidentiality and complicate any pursuit. This presented a considerable challenge. After training, such enhancements could even mimic and alter habitual behaviors. Locating the true face of this individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After attempting for a while, Yake ultimately abandoned the search and conveyed the situation to Ada. Confident they would manage to find the information themselves. Yake. Video restoration successful. Data comparison reveals no such person. Yake. Data has been encrypted and sent. Ada. Encrypted data received. Ada. No such person. What happened? Is there encryption involved? Yake. It's possible, or the individual possesses a unique cybernetic enhancement that can alter one's appearance and behavioral patterns. Ada. I've heard of such enhancements, particularly from the military sector. Could this person be utilizing military technology? Yake. Not necessarily. Cybernetic enhancements are not exclusive to a single company that I doubt your company, Kongtao, lacks something similar. Ada, that makes sense. But are you suggesting we should investigate this without alerting our counterintelligence team? Yake, do as you wish. My task is complete. Now I merely need to inform Su Mengwan of the situation. Ada, understood. Ada, I'll head to Kongtao Tower now. The boss happens to be available. Yake, all right. After reading the message, Yake exited the deep dive, leaving Valerie at his apartment as he made his way to Kongtao Tower alone. Under Ada's guidance, he returned to Su Mengwan's office. Upon seeing the two enter, Su Mengwan exited the document she was reviewing. It seems you have uncovered some information, haven't you? Please take a seat. Yake sat down and nodded. Indeed, we have gathered some information. Su Mengwan nodded in acknowledgement. It appears my judgment was correct. Mr. Barnes is quite efficient. I am all ears. Yake glanced at the bodyguard standing beside Su Mengwan and then at Ada. Clearly indicating his intentions, Su Mengwan, understanding his implication, addressed her assistant. Xiao Meng, you may step out for now. Xiao Meng nodded and quietly exited the office. As Ada was one of their own, there was no need for secrecy. Yake continued, concerning the assassination of your husband. My investigation, supported by data remnants from the assassin's brain, strongly suggests that the mastermind behind this incident is a mysterious figure known as Mr. Blue Eyes. Along with the forces backing him, or, more accurately, the Ye Corporation. Why would this Mr. Blue Eyes, or the Ye Corporation, target my husband? I did not perceive any conflict of interest between us. Upon hearing Su Mengwan's bewilderment, Yake shook his head. To be truthful, I am unaware of their motives. However, based on the data remnants, I can assert that they are indeed involved, as very few individuals on this planet possess such technological control. Su Mengwan nodded, though somewhat perplexed. She chose to trust the expertise of a professional. After all, he had unearthed information that even her specialized hacker team had failed to locate, with Su Mengwan's skepticism alleviated. Yake continued his explanation. Simultaneously, utilizing my hacking skills for data reverse engineering, I managed to obtain a relatively complete segment of code. Through my analysis, I discovered that this code could enable an individual to possess two distinct consciousnesses. In other words, when the alternate consciousness is not activated, the individual remains themselves. Once activated, however, that person could instantly transform into a seasoned warrior or an experienced assassin, completely unaware of the existence of the other consciousness, devoid of any memories or habits associated with it. Much like the high-end sex dolls equipped with privacy-protecting chips. What I mean to say is, it's possible that someone close to you might also be experiencing such a condition. However, the puppeteer concealed her, awaiting the fatal strike. Thus, I personally recommend exercising caution. Upon hearing this, Su Mengwan's expression instantly changed, and Ada beside her also looked grim. Both women immediately grasped the terrifying nature of the situation. Even lie detectors and similar monitoring devices would prove utterly ineffectual. Do you have any solutions for this predicament? Su Mingwan inquired, somewhat apprehensively. Naturally, as a professional mercenary, one must promptly assist their client, which simultaneously safeguards one as commission. Ark smiled as he handed Su Mingwan a chip. This chip contains data I reverse-engineered, which I had not mentioned earlier. The flaw of such data lies in the fact that once it is fully open-sourced and the original code is obtained, it becomes exceedingly easy to devise specialized counter-detection devices. I trust your company's hacker team possesses this capability. Su Mingwan sighed in relief upon receiving the chip, expressing her gratitude. Thank you very much. Mr. Barnes, you truly live up to your reputation as a renowned mercenary. The commission for this task will certainly not shortchange you, of course. I believe President Su does not concern herself with trifling sums like mine. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Sometimes, one must feign ignorance. Even though Ada has already reported to Su Mingwan, it is prudent to reiterate. Regarding that cyber psychopath, I am inclined to believe we discovered a super dream device in Amon's apartment, which contained a virus on its super dream chip. This virus amplifies emotional feedback by enhancing the nervous system and may, in certain cases, induce cyberpsychosis. Additionally, we learned through surveillance that Amon's advanced cybernetic body, along with that super dream chip, was provided by a mysterious man that I have reason to suspect that someone aims to provoke Amon's into developing cyberpsychosis. However, I could not locate that man in the database. Su Mingwan understood Ark's implication. It meant someone was protecting him, likely that blue-eyed gentleman or the Yi group, utilizing their hacking prowess or company-level data encryption to obscure his personal information. Ark nodded. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. Heaven knows how high his blood pressure soared while communicating with Valerie, who possesses an intellect level of 3. Su Mingwan was quite satisfied with Ark's revelations, as she had discerned the identity of the shadowy figure behind her husband's assault. As for the cyberpsychosis incident, a general understanding suffices. Sometimes it is unnecessary to delve too deeply. Those who understand will understand. Su Mingwan smiled as she transferred the remaining 300,000 to Arkansas. Thank you very much. You executed this commission excellently. After seeing the commission deposited, Ark stood up, preparing to depart. That I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again. Perhaps Chapter 48, The Hideout in Dogtown, Daily Life. After fulfilling Su Mingwan's commission, Ark's wallet could be said to be quite plump. Coupled with his previous savings, his total funds approached 700,000 euros, a substantial amount. Glancing at his account balance, Ark felt in high spirits. The purchasing power of the euro in this world remains commendable. However, he was still far from his goal of purchasing a luxury mansion. After all, even the cheapest large villa in the Beixiang district requires nearly 3 million euros to acquire. The road ahead is arduous. Hopefully, the forthcoming system rewards will include a grand villa. Otherwise, how long must he save? Ark shook his head and drove back to the apartment. Valerie had already left on her own, and Ark was ready to sleep. Upon opening his eyes again, it was already the next morning. As per routine, Ark browsed through the messages sent by intermediaries, filtering through the commissions worth undertaking. After scanning through, he shook his head. It seems today may be a day of rest. There haven't been any lucrative commissions available lately. After a simple breakfast, Ark drove to Dogtown. He packaged a small portion of the weapon chip manufacturing specifications obtained from System Rewards, intending to discuss and learn from Chintzy Fox. Arriving at the black market in Dogtown, Chintzy Fox's eyes lit up upon learning that Ark possessed more weapon plug-in manufacturing specifications, and he purchased the chip from Ark at a reasonable price. The two gathered to exchange knowledge about weapon modifications. Combining Ark's super intellect with Chintzy Fox's unique ideas led to a most invigorating academic discussion, with both individuals gaining substantial insights. The most immediate benefit was an increase in Ark's technical attribute points. It is worth noting that raising attribute values beyond 20 points becomes exceedingly challenging. Exiting the black market in Dogtown, Ark gazed at the dilapidated surroundings. He pondered whether to establish a place to rest, as he certainly needed to keep track of the storyline in the shadows. However, the hideouts in the game left much to be desired. Yet, Dogtown was limited in size, and suitable accommodations were scarce. leaving him in a state of indecision to that moment. A loud horn blared above Ark's head. He looked up to see a rapidly flying hovercar drop an orange airdrop box. Our philanthropist Hansen is once again providing benefits for unknown petty thieves. Ever since Player V arrived in Dogtown, Hansen has not once received supplies from an airdrop. Serious face. Naturally, Ark could not overlook this windfall filled with resources for the phantoms arriving to claim the airdrop. He would deal with them swiftly. Watching the airdrop descend, Ark ceased his hesitation. Activating the Sion Waystand, he entered rapid travel mode. Upon reaching the airdrop landing site, the orange box had just touched down. Seizing the moment before the phantoms arrived, Ark quickly accessed the personal link to crack the airdrop's password and successfully opened it. Once again activating the Sion Waystand, he hastily scavenged the contents within. 2 modified pistols, along with some medical supplies and ammunition, fit perfectly. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Ark immediately retreated, leaving no trace behind. A few minutes later, the rushing Phantom Dog Squad arrived to find the airdrop box, now as clean as their own faces, lost in contemplation. Who the hell did this? They took everything without a trace. Search for them, search. I want that damn thief found. After the Phantom Dog Squad leader issued his command, he began contacting his superior. Sir, we encountered a petty thief. The contents of the airdrop are gone. All of it? Yes. Meanwhile, our thief, Ark, slowly placed the stolen goods into the trunk of his vehicle. Although the weapons in the airdrop were not exceptional, it was still a good fortune to acquire them without cost. Ark did not leave Dogtown immediately. Instead, he drove to the DLC hideout where V resided in Dogtown, the unfinished building beside Elizabeth Crest Street. A house rumored to be haunted. Observing the dilapidated structure, Ark smirked and wonderfully detested this place. It was a dangerous building in his past life. Without much effort, Ark easily obtained elevator access within the building. Ascending to the 8th floor, he traversed the corridor, glancing at the adjacent wall. No tarot card images. Pushing open the handmade iron door, he found the layout inside similar to that in the game. This building had once housed several residents, all of whom were homeless drifters. One could even find a chip in one of the rooms, containing messages left by those individuals along with some useful trinkets they left behind before departing. Ark scanned the basic amenities in this shabby apartment, eventually arriving in a room to inspect an old Thunderwave generator. Contemplating whether to replace its CHOH-2 batteries, Ark first followed the game's storyline, removing the battery from the drone situated in the living room. This was the only one still functioning. After a series of operations, the generator successfully roared to life, illuminating the lights in the living room. Drawing from his gaming experience, Ark opened the exposed water pipes in the crumbling walls outside and activated a makeshift water pump in the room. The pump whirred to life. Ark made his way to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Water flowed successfully, and this humble shelter now boasted both electricity and running water, a splendid choice for a homeless drifter. However, since Ark was present, he could not allow others to claim this space. He turned off the generator and the water pump to avoid drawing attention. After descending the stairs, Ark drove away from Dogtown, intending to head to Night City to purchase some practical supplies, ensuring that this simple shelter would be a bit more comfortable. After all, he had no desire to sleep on a moldy mattress. Returning to the unfinished building below, it was already the early hours of the morning. Ark drove a rented small cargo van, laden with a plethora of supplies, back to the hideout. Under the cover of night, with no one noticing, Ark carried a substantial amount of supplies upstairs, employing his hacking skills to lock the elevator access to the 8th floor. This meant that even if someone possessed elevator access, they could not reach the 8th floor unless they cracked Ark's electronic lock. Upon entering the room, Ark first organized the assorted items, placing them to one side. He then gathered the old mattresses together, replaced them with 4 new batteries, and refilled the generator with alcohol. 2 barrels were set aside as spares. Using his height attribute to adjust the water pressure of the automatic pump, he increased the flow. He then placed the medical supplies he purchased to one side. After disposing of the clutter downstairs, Ark carried several new mattresses upstairs. After arranging the mattresses, Ark sighed in relief. Now, it at least resembled a proper living space. Lying on the brand new mattress, he gazed at the distant skyscrapers, the neon lights still flickering vibrantly. Good night, City of Night. Chapter 49. the illegitimate daughter of a landlord. On the following dawn, Yake was awakened by the cacophony of a large engine outside. This might be a typical morning in Dogtown, yet it was not something he had grown accustomed to. His sleep had been restless the previous night, prompting Yake to resolve to procure some pillows and other bedding essentials, along with provisions. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of acquiring surveillance equipment to significantly enhance the security of the sanctuary. Without further ado, Yake, who was never one to dawdle, hopped into a small pickup truck and set off once more. After purchasing an array of non-perishable food items and reasonably priced bedding, Yake returned to Dogtown.as for the surveillance equipment. He was confident that the black market in Dogtown would have what he needed. After securing these devices, Yake even acquired a modified Zeta Tech Bear Peak drone equipped with optical camouflage from Shinsi, who. The modifications allowed for increased flight speed and better concealment, greatly expanding the drone's operational range. Making it a highly practical small drone, by the time he had set up the surveillance and a rudimentary subnet. The afternoon had already arrived that a phone call abruptly dispelled Yake's inclination for a midday rest. "Hey, Roger." "Hey, Yake, there's a job that requires your attention." "Sure, what's the task?" "A lunatic who has recently arrived in the city of Night is making a ruckus, relying on the backing of her company to make life difficult for us intermediaries. I need to teach her the rules of this city. Details are in the attachment." Yake nodded, and after hanging up, he glanced at the attachment sent by Roger. Commission: the fox using the tiger's might. Target: shitting. Details: some sycophants forget their humanity after serving for too long, while others, emboldened by their bravado, lose sight of their own subservience. Shitting, a member of Kong Tao, is the deputy leader of a bodyguard squad of a true big shot, shielded by her lineage as the illegitimate daughter of a powerful figure. She brazenly wreaks havoc on the streets, injuring numerous mercenaries under the employ of intermediaries. She claims to relish challenging the strong, often spouting that life and death are determined by strength. However, reality is not a martial arts film. No one is willing to indulge you in a game of make-believe. When one becomes so lost in their own enhancements that they forget their place, a lesson is in order. She has severely compromised the interests of many intermediaries and endangered the safety of various mercenaries. Yake, your task is to teach her a lesson, preferably one that keeps her bedded in for a month or two, so she learns to behave. However, she is, after all, the illegitimate daughter of a significant figure. While not someone to be taken lightly, you understand the need for discretion. You are a clever man, Yake. I trust you grasp my meaning. By the way, here is the contact information for that lunatic. Should you need it, contact details sent. After perusing the information, Yake fell into contemplation. An illegitimate daughter, tied to Kong Tao, bearing the surname Su. Could she be related to Su Mengwan? Yet, such connections seemed inconsequential to Yake. Even if there were ties, what of it? Having accepted the commission, he was determined to carry out his duty. Yake did not mind personally enlightening this delusional young woman about reality. Having made up his mind, Yake sent an anonymous message to Su Shitting via the contact Roger provided. Unknown number. I hear you've been injuring quite a few people on the streets lately. Su Shitting, who are you? How do you have my number? Unknown number. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your actions have displeased many, myself included. Su Shitting. So what? Do you wish to avenge those pathetic fools? Unknown number. Avenge? Not quite. I'm not acquainted with those individuals. However, I am quite interested in teaching a self-important rookie a lesson. Su Shitting. Huh. You're merely a rat hiding in the shadows. You think you can teach me a lesson? Unknown number. The challenge method paired with a hacker trying to locate me. An intriguing strategy, yet your hacker is not up to the task. Su Shitting was not a fool consumed solely by brawling. On the contrary, she was quite astute. Her identity as an illegitimate daughter was undoubtedly unpalatable, and many high-ranking officials would kill to protect their reputations. Her survival thus far was due to her inherent aptitude for combat augmentations and her ability to read situations, cleverly leveraging her advantages to create value for herself, thereby preserving her life. The killings she orchestrated in secret were merely an outlet for her pent-up frustrations. After all, one can go mad if they bottle up their emotions for too long. Hence, venting was of utmost importance. In Su Shitting's eyes, these fringe dwellers were the dregs of society. Killing them was inconsequential. She saw no wrong in her actions. Little did she anticipate facing a formidable opponent. Her anonymity in communication and the ability to evade her team's hackers suggested she was not one to be trifled with. She quickly realized that her recent spate of killings had drawn the ire and attention of local powers. The individual messaging her was clearly issuing a warning to avoid this confrontation would signal cowardice, a notion she would not entertain. Yet, Su Shitting felt no fear. Her high-grade combat augmentations afforded her ample confidence. She was certain she could overpower the majority of the city's inhabitants, including the rat who dared to message her. Su Shitting, so what? What do you want? Unknown number. This afternoon at 5 o'clock at the Badlands Stone Ridge that I hope you can make it. I will be waiting. Upon reading the message, a disdainful smirk crept across Su Shitting's lips. Was this a challenge? Did he not consider her capabilities? Her overwhelming arrogance led her to dismiss the notion of bringing allies. The message clearly indicated he wanted her alone. In her inflated sense of self, she had never bowed to anyone except her squad leader. That, of course, she possessed some skill. Otherwise, she would not have earned the title of deputy leader of the bodyguard squad. Unknown bodyguard squad leader Xiao Meng. You dare to fight him? You are this. Thumbs up. JPG. She regarded the katana resting on her lap with a look of obsession, delicately wiping it with a handkerchief. It seemed today would see bloodshed once more, my dear. Meanwhile, our enigmatic figure, Yake, departed Dogtown after sending the message and returned to his apartment in the Valley District. The data indicated that Su Shitting had a penchant for wielding a katana. Therefore, Yake intended to strike her where she was most proficient. He headed to the armory and retrieved the blade known as, along with several Recovery Type 3 units, just in case Su Shitting proved less capable than anticipated. Glancing at the time, Yake drove towards the agreed-upon location with Su Shitting on the other side. Su Shitting, having noted the time, prepared to depart. Her team members, curious about the deputy leader's sudden outing, inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Don't forget the boss has a business gala at 8 tonight. Rest assured, I'm just going out to deal with a rat. I'll be back soon," Su Shitting answered, not looking back. The hacker team member, witnessing the deputy leader's determination, chose not to protest. He knew her temper well and silently mourned for the unfortunate soul who had drawn her ire. Not far away, Xiao Meng observed the situation. Frowning slightly, she was growing increasingly dissatisfied with Su Shitting's lack of organization and discipline, yet she refrained from intervening. After all, her unique status warranted some leeway. Although Xiao Meng was not particularly fond of Su Shitting, she respected her strength. Thus, she was not unduly worried about Su Shitting's safety. Rather, she was concerned about the potential trouble she might stir up, especially given the recent incidents she had heard about. Xiao Meng shook her head, contemplating finding an opportunity to speak with the boss. This situation could not continue. However, once she learned that Su Shitting's outing was to confront Yake, she would undoubtedly attempt to prevent her from going. No matter what it took. Chapter 50. A lesson. Su Shitting arrived at the Badlands Stone Ridge, the harsh environment causing her to furrow her brow, scanning the surroundings with her cybernetic eye. She found no one in sight. Where could that rat be? Is he trying to toy with me? Seems your mouth isn't as clean as you thought. A voice suddenly emerged from behind Su Shitting. Her hair stood on end as she quickly turned, drawing her katana. Who's there? As she spun around, Su Shitting faced a man standing behind her, his face obscured by a mask, and his left arm fully replaced by a mechanical prosthetic. Yake calmly brandished, his gaze steady upon Su Shitting, the blade still sheathed. Who are you? Why have you sought me out? Gone was her earlier bravado. A hint of tension now colored her tone, for she sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Yake. The disparity in intensity between him and her squad leader felt akin to that between Mount Everest and a small hillock. Su Shitting regretted her decision. She had encountered a true adversary this time. Yake scanned Su Shitting's augmentations and could not deny that she had ample reason to be self-assured. The Chinti 5 type, reality distortion, C, and Wei-Si Tan. Equipped with a Krunchikov and military-grade subdermal armor, along with self-IC, rendered Su Shitting's combat augmentations sufficient to surpass 99% of the city's populace. Even the current Valerie would need to exert her utmost against Su Shitting. Unfortunately for her, Su Shitting had just encountered that elusive 1% she could not contend with. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your actions have drawn considerable discontent. You have disrupted the rules. And it falls upon someone to teach you those rules. What nonsensical rules are you speaking of? Rules are dictated by the strong. That Su was exceedingly displeased with Yake. Are you truly a strong man? Yake's cold gaze fixed on Su, making her somewhat uneasy. However, her pride and years of established conduct prevented her from bowing her head. We shall soon find out, she declared, assuming a combat stance, ready to strike at any moment. Yet Yake remained immobile, simply observing the woman before him with calmness. Then aren't you going to draw your blade? Su was infuriated by Yake's demeanor. His gaze felt akin to that of an adult dismissively watching a child who was clamoring for a fight. She detested being underestimated and had little regard for the notions of fairness or justice. Activating her Sion waiststand, she charged at Yake. Yake, however, was unfazed, for the acceleration of his Time Lord Sion waiststand aligned perfectly with his reality distortion, augmented by his innate talent. Yake, which endowed him with terrifying computational prowess, enabling him to precisely calculate every movement of the woman before him. A flicker of crimson data coursed through Yake's pupils as he suddenly raised a sheath to the right. Clang! Su-Shitting's full-force strike was effortlessly parried by Yake. The previously wild smile on her face froze at that moment. Assessing the woman's strength, Yake felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps, to others, this power was indeed devastating. But to him, it was rather insufficient that IT might rival the currently ascending Valerie, yet Valerie was still on her upward trajectory. The difference was palpable. With a slight exertion, Yake forced Su-Shitting to stagger back a few steps. Undeterred, she launched another attack, swinging her katana toward him. However, Yake too activated Sion waiststand for defense. The equal speed coupled with Su-Shitting's diminished strength rendered her incapable of landing a single effective blow. Had Yake been inclined to counterattack instead of solely defending, she would have been defeated long ago. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Yake's mind. Learning end. Yake had successfully assimilated all of Su-Shitting's techniques. Now, every movement and exertion she made could be anticipated with ease. Although he could do so before, it had never been this effortless, as if he were gazing into the future. Su-Shitting made another attempt to strike. Yake sidestepped, as if foreseeing her action, delivering a light hit with his sheath. Su-Shitting, using the momentum from her missed blow, charged at Yake once more, but he perfectly evaded her with a simple retreat. Each of her subsequent attacks was deftly sidestepped by Yake, leaving her unable to even graze him, while he consistently retaliated with precise strikes using his sheath. The relentless frustration she felt was unbearable. Yet Yake continued to respond solely with his sheath, each blow striking with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting pain without causing significant injury. Thus, the battle endured for a full half-hour, during which Su-Shitting was left utterly exhausted by Yake's torment. Despite her determination, her body ached, and her stamina waned. She realized Yake was not taking her seriously. He was merely toying with her, as one might with a pet. "What do you want from me?" Su-Shitting questioned the demon before her composure fraying. Yake raised an eyebrow, surprised by the woman's fragile mental state. "This will not do. Continue. What the hell do you want?" "I told you. Your actions have displeased many. Someone sent me to teach you a lesson. That is all." "Who? Do you realize you have asked a rather foolish question? A professional mercenary guarantees the privacy of their clients." Su-Shitting scoffed, feeling unjustly treated. Had she been able to defeat this scoundrel, she would have done so long ago. In her eyes, his presence was insignificant, and although this city resembled a piece of gilded dog feces, it still had its own rules. "With your meager skills, you dare to be so arrogant?" Su-Shitting ignored Yake's taunts. He was right to her. Yake was a being of a different dimension, an insurmountable challenge, akin to a child with a slight talent for boxing attempting to face the peak of Tyson. "Wait, who is Tyson?" Su-Shitting cast aside her chaotic thoughts, fixing her gaze on Yake in silence, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Don't glare at me like that. Little sister, go home and fulfill your role as deputy captain. You must abide by the rules here. Do not assume you are invincible. Were it not for your backing, you would already be a corpse lying by the roadside. The only one still concerned about you is the scavenger." who wishes to strip you of your cybernetic enhancements. That a flash of crimson data flickered in Yake's eyes as he forcefully struck his sheath against Su Shitting's thigh. Her thigh was rendered useless by Yake's blow, her metallic skeleton shattering. Even if she required a replacement surgery, recovery would take at least 1 to 2 months. Consider this the tuition you owe. Should there be a next time, I shall not hold back. Welcome to Night City, rookie. With that, Yake disregarded Su Shitting's icy, hate-filled gaze and turned to leave, abandoning her in place. The excruciating pain in her thigh caused Su Shitting to break out in a cold sweat. Since installing her advanced combat enhancements, she had never sustained such a severe injury. That scoundrel had even hacked her pain editor, forcing her to experience the full extent of her suffering. Yake, you should be grateful I didn't make you experience tenfold the pain. Hurry and thank the Winter Soldier. Su Shitting glared at the spot where Yake had departed. Her eyes filled with anger mingled with fear. A sharp pang of pain brought her back to reality, prompting her to dial her captain's number. Meanwhile, Xiaoming, who was preparing a security plan, saw Su Shitting's call and presumed she had once again caused trouble and was seeking her assistance. Reluctantly answering the call, she was met with Su Shitting's voice, laden with pain. Captain, help me. Chapter 51. Su Mengwan's dilemma. Upon hearing Su Shitting's words, Xiaoming's expression tensed, and she rose to her feet. Shitting? What happened? Captain, I'm at the Badlands Shirji Mountain. Hurry, send someone to rescue me. Hearing Su Shitting's weak voice, Xiaoming wasted no time contacting several members of the bodyguard team to head to the Badlands Shirji Mountain for rescue. She also warned the remaining members of the villa to be on guard against any potential diversion. After arranging these matters, Xiaoming reported Su Shitting's situation to Su Mengwan. Su Shitting called for help. What is the situation? Hearing about her nominal sister's troubles, Su Mengwan felt a headache coming on. She was both worried and astonished. Concern arose from the fact that, despite being half-sisters, they harbored no significant enmity or discord. The astonishment stemmed from her prior confidence in Su Shitting's abilities. Who would have thought she would find herself in such a predicament? Reduced to seeking help? Su Mengwan furrowed her brow. When she returns, have her come find me. After Xiaoming nodded and exited, the bodyguard team soon brought Su Shitting back. The accompanying cybernetic doctor immediately reported Su Shitting's injuries to Xiaoming. Upon learning that Su Shitting had lost the use of one leg and would require at least 1 to 2 months for complete recovery, Xiaoming's brows knitted in concern. Very few could reduce Su Shitting to such a state. Observing Su Shitting's disheveled appearance, Xiaoming was at a loss for words, ultimately relaying the doctor's report to Su Mengwan. Su Mengwan's mood soured further upon hearing this. Despite Su Shitting's prior transgressions, she was still one of Kanto's own. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Investigate who is responsible for Su Shitting's predicament. Xiaoming nodded and departed Su Mengwan's office. After a while, Su Shitting limped into the room, observing the displeasure on her nominal sister's face. Su Shitting quieted down. What happened? Su Shitting recounted the entire incident without omitting any details. Understanding the full story only deepened Su Mengwan's frown. She slammed her hand on the table. I have warned you repeatedly not to cause trouble. Yet you refuse to listen. Now you've lost a leg. Are you satisfied? This situation was entirely of your making, and they merely taught you a lesson. They likely spared your life out of respect for Kanto. Su Shitting felt a sense of grievance, but dared not speak further in light of her sister's anger. Frustrated, Su Mengwan rubbed her temples. This situation was quite troublesome. While the opposing side was justified, they could not simply swallow their pride, lest they be perceived as pushovers. They could only take a secondary approach by targeting the individual who harmed Su Shitting. What did the person who injured you look like? Any distinguishing features? The individual was male, with black hair and a mask covering his face. He wasn't particularly muscular though, and he had a silver mechanical prosthetic arm. Su Shitting recalled Yake's appearance, oblivious to the increasing anxiety washing over Su Mengwan as she listened. Upon hearing the description of the silver mechanical arm, her previously suspended heart finally sank. Though she was reluctant to accept the reality, the features pointed unmistakably to that man. Yake Barnes, the Winter Soldier. A top-tier mercenary capable of easily eliminating her bodyguard captain, Xiaoming. Su Mengwan fervently wished this was merely a coincidence. Alas, the odds were nearly zero. Her nominal sister had entangled herself with one of the city's most formidable mercenaries. This was undeniably bad news. T present. Su Mingwan finds herself in a predicament, caught between the need to maintain her dignity and the necessity of demanding an explanation that on one hand, she must safeguard her reputation, while on the other, she faces the challenge of attracting a top-tier mercenary capable of matching the formidable Adam of the Arasaka. Observing Su Shitting's innocent yet defiant expression, it becomes clear to Su Mingwan that she is blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the trouble she has stirred. This realization only deepens her agitation. After dismissing Su Shitting with a wave of her hand, Su Mingwan gazes out at the city of night, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, Ake, having fulfilled his commission, is free from such burdens and remains unperturbed by the thought of Kong Tao's men seeking retribution against him. Not to mention the fact that Su Mingwan, the head of the Kong Tao branch in the Night City, still owes him a favor. Even if there were any short-sighted individuals among the Arasaka, he would not be concerned. It would merely be an annoyance akin to an excess of flies. Rogue, well done. The balance was perfectly executed. I knew I could count on you. Upon receiving Rogue's message and noticing the increase in his account balance, Ake contentedly retired to bed for the night. Early the next morning, while still in a state of drowsiness, Ake received a call from Valerie. As soon as he connected, he was greeted by Valerie's excited voice. "Hey, brother-in-law, Pannon just called me and said that the demon lizard is ready. He invited us to come and take a look. Do you want to join?" Ake, upon hearing Valerie's words, became more alert. "Sure. I've been eager to try out that massive machine. I'm on my way." Ake was indeed keen to experience the thrill of operating the demon lizard firsthand. After all, who could resist the allure of driving an armored vehicle? He drove to the Avocado camp and spotted the demon lizard parked outside from a distance. Pannon, Vincent, and Valerie were gathered around the machine, chatting. When Valerie noticed Ake's approach, she waved enthusiastically, prompting him to quicken his pace until he reached the demon lizard. "Are we all set?" Ake curiously inquired about the massive machine before him. "Hey, brother, you're here, but this beast isn't quite ready yet," Vincent replied, addressing Ake's inquiry, while Michi chimed in. "Carol is currently inspecting it to ensure no military technology has been compromised in the system." Seeing this, Ake moved closer to Carol, eager to assist, as he felt quite confident in his hacking skills. Valerie, observing, did not rush, but instead voiced her concerns. "Has the company sent anyone to demand compensation yet?" "Not yet. I believe we haven't left any clues behind," Cassidy affirmed. "I parked a truck with the company logo right at the doorstep of the Raging Blade Gang. It's like leaving a pile of dung at their front door, inviting a swarm of flies." Johnny, seated atop the demon lizard, remarked, "Damn, it feels like we just returned from corporate war." "Well done." After Ake and Carol finished their checks, Carol informed everyone, "Everything inside is fine. It's quite clean." Vincent turned to Pannon and asked, "What's the situation with Soul?" Pannon sighed. "There's been no movement, yet we're trying to avoid any encounters. Is he not planning to convene a family meeting?" "Of course he is. He probably just wants to keep me in the dark for a little while longer." Vincent, sensing the conversation had reached its limit, shifted the topic. "I've been itching to take this beast for a spin." Johnny, resonating with Vincent's enthusiasm, commented, "Those naive fools are the ones who get sent to the front lines like this. There's no need to exert effort in recruiting. They just showcase their technology." Pannon, noticing Vincent's excitement, shook his head. "Let's let Valerie and the others give it a try first. They've helped us quite a bit." Valerie, who had been admiring the demon lizard, became animated. "Oh my gosh, Pannon, this is incredibly generous of you." Vincent nodded in agreement, while Ake watched Valerie's excitement with a hint of resignation. Seeing Pannon also give his consent, Valerie eagerly pulled Ake along, eager to take the massive vehicle for a joyride. "Hurry, hurry, brother-in-law. I've been longing to try this beast for ages." Chapter 52. The Highway Song. Ake chuckled at Valerie's enthusiasm, not wishing to refuse her. They both climbed aboard the demon lizard, with Ake taking the driver's seat and Valerie settling into the passenger seat. Once seated, Valerie began operating the controls, having already consulted with Pannon. She started tapping away at the control panel, mumbling something under her breath. After a series of impressive maneuvers by Valerie, the display screen in front of Ake erupted with error messages, leaving him utterly bemused that he couldn't fathom that Valerie, whose intelligence was a mere 3, could achieve anything worthwhile. Johnny appeared just in time to mock her. Valerie's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fumbled. Observing this, Ake, with a resigned gesture, gently took Valerie's hands away and began operating the controls himself. After a series of attempts and calibrations, the demon lizard finally sprang to life, and if it remained unresponsive afterward, Panin and the others would certainly inquire about the cause. The display screens lit up, showcasing real-time data and the overall status of the demon lizard. The view above and in front successfully transitioned, allowing them to see the outside world. After activating the autopilot, the demon lizard began to move on its own. "What do you think of this thing, brother-in-law?" Valerie asked, connecting her data line to her neural interface. "It's decent. The seat is quite comfortable," Ake replied. Valerie shared insights that Panin had relayed to her. "You could drive directly from your seat. Just plug in, and you're good to go. And no joystick, no buttons, no flickering lights. The stimulation directly connects to your cerebral cortex. In a sense, the demon lizard becomes an extension of your body." After a moment of hesitation, Valerie added, "It's like a mysterious merging experience. So mysterious. What do we need you for, as the co-pilot? To serve tea and water. If we want to achieve optimal performance in combat, a second person is needed to jointly manage sensory overload. One driver handles navigation, while the other operates the weapons. Double the stimulation. You'll understand shortly." Valerie disabled the autopilot, taking control of the demon lizard as she drove to a designated area. "Let's practice a bit first. I'll disconnect now. Are you ready, brother-in-law?" Ake nodded, connecting the data line to his neural interface. After a period of neural synchronization, Ake gradually mastered the controls of the demon lizard as he became familiar with the machine. He drove it to a specialized practice location, also a training ground within the game. Following that, Ake shut down the engine and connected the weapons, beginning to familiarize himself with their operation, after blowing up several abandoned vehicles. Valerie eagerly initiated the synchronization link. "Oh," Ake exclaimed, feeling a peculiar sensation. Valerie took a moment to gather herself. However, Ake failed to notice the enticing blush that adorned Valerie's cheeks. Once adjusted, Valerie collaborated with Ake to become accustomed to the dual controls. It must be said that this experience was genuinely enjoyable. Although it wasn't high-tech, it fulfilled Ake's childhood dream of driving an armored vehicle. After some time, they returned to the Atacado camp aboard the Demon Lizard. Once the connection was severed, they exited the cockpit. Panin approached, inquiring, "How did it feel?" Valerie, still exhilarated, gazed at the Demon Lizard, clearly yearning for more. "It felt fantastic." Panin nodded and, with anticipation, called for Vincent to join him for a personal trial. "Come on, Vincent, let's give it a go." The two of them jumped into the cockpit, and soon after, the Demon Lizard roared to life, slowly departing the Atacado camp. As Ake watched the vehicle recede into the distance, he suddenly recalled that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Vincent and Panin seemed poised to officially confirm their relationship on the Demon Lizard, perhaps even enjoying a mysterious double neural stimulation experience. Those in the know will understand. Turning his gaze to the adorably clueless Valerie beside him, he shook his head. "Sis, it seems you're the only single one left. I wonder if Valerie will choose Judy or River, or perhaps she'll become a femme fatale and embrace a polygamous lifestyle, a husband and a wife." How reasonable. While Valerie playfully bantered with Johnny, Ake felt an unsettling sensation, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Unconsciously, he approached his vehicle, retrieving his weapon. His anxious feelings began to dissipate somewhat. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the calm. Boom! Followed by several gunshots, chaos erupted in the camp as its inhabitants scrambled in panic. Ake, witnessing the ensuing disorder, finally realized what he had forgotten. The raging Blade Gang is attacking. Guards stationed at the camp's perimeter shouted to alert everyone. Valerie, seeing the situation unfold, ceased her banter with Johnny. Ake quickly retrieved some weapons from the trunk of his vehicle. "Valerie!" Ake tossed her a modified D5, Copper Viper. As she caught the weapon, she took cover behind a barrier and began to retaliate. Ake drew his Ink Abyss, activating his Sion Wasteland to initiate the counterattack. The camp's wanderers, recovering from their earlier shock, armed themselves and organized the defense. Michi and Cassidy led the charge. Meanwhile, Panin and Vincent, still caught in their sweet moment, found themselves facing a small contingent of the Raging Blade Gang. Oh crap, Pannon exclaimed gravely. They've spotted us. We need to retreat to the camp. Vincent quickly reacted, opening fire on the nearby members of the Raging Blade. With ease, he reduced those scoundrels to mere rubble. That moment, Yak swiftly connected to the communication system of the armored vehicle, the Magic Lizard. Pan and Vincent, the camp is under siege by the ransacked blades, and there's a whole horde of them that we're about to engage. Hurry over. We need that big fellow. Pannon, upon hearing the news of the camp's attack, felt a surge of anxiety. We must return to the camp immediately. We cannot abandon our family. Vincent nodded, without a word, operating the Magic Lizard to accelerate back to the camp, to the perimeter of the Atacado camp. The ransacked blades had parked a line of vehicles for cover and were firing. Yak would not coddle them. Without hesitation, he took the wheel of the Sandweischten and began to slice through them like melons. Observing this, Valerie also discarded her copper-spotted serpent and, with both hands, drew her mantis blades. Activating the Sandweischten, she charged towards the opposite side to engage the enemy at close quarters. Their extraordinary speed forced the ransacked blades to disperse their firepower to counter them, simultaneously alleviating the pressure on Atacado's side. Seeing this, Sol wasted no time and issued commands for a full counterattack. Mitch even hefted a rocket launcher, delivering a strike against the ransacked blades, though he failed to notice whether the opposing side was entirely composed of enemies. Damn it. Mitch, could you be a bit more mindful when using the rocket launcher, ensuring there are no allies amidst the crowd? Yak expressed his strong discontent as he was caught in the blast's aftermath. Ha! My apologies, brother. After cursing a few times, Yak reactivated the now-cooled Sandweischten and resumed his hunt for enemies. Just then, a large armored vehicle suddenly emerged from the slope behind the ransacked blades. The Magic Lizard, Vincent, operating the Magic Lizard, witnessed the grim state of the battlefield and commenced firing upon the ransacked blades without hesitation. Even though it was a relic from over a decade ago, it still possessed the capability to deliver a devastating blow to the ransacked blades. With the support of heavy firepower, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The cheap weapons and ammunition of the ransacked blades were evidently incapable of inflicting significant damage on the military-grade Magic Lizard. Yet the tank cannon mounted on it could wreak havoc among them. All right, Vincent, the time for revenge has come. The shells from the Magic Lizard rained down as if they were free, each one causing immense destruction. With the assistance of the Magic Lizard, this attack was effortlessly dismantled. The Atacado side suffered minimal casualties. Looks like you blew them all away. Congratulations. Let's have a good chat. Sol's voice echoed through the communication channel. Once Vincent confirmed the enemy's annihilation, he gradually parked the Magic Lizard in its designated spot. Chapter 53. Camp relocation. Seeing that all enemies had been eradicated, Yak cleaned the blood from the ink abyss and sheathed his blade. Valerie also returned her mantis blades to her arms. Pannon and Vincent emerged from the Magic Lizard, though it was evident that they were somewhat disheveled. The camp was in disarray, and Mitch and a few others stood aside, smoking. Some guards were assisting the wounded. Clearly, this attack had inflicted considerable damage on Atacado, though fortunately, there were no significant casualties. Yes, Sol noticed Pannon approaching. He remarked, "Each of us has our own thoughts, but we must prioritize the interests of the family above all else." Pannon, standing before Sol, appeared somewhat impatient. "Let us cut to the chase, Sol. If I must leave the tribe, just say it. Spare me the lengthy rhetoric." Sol, unfazed by her tone, replied, "You might need to listen a little longer. Starting today, you will join me as a leader of the family." Pannon looked taken aback, even questioning whether she had misheard. "I will what? I intended to be formal, but let us go with your approach." "I was wrong. You are right. That is an undeniable fact. Let us hope I'm not mistaken this time." Sol stepped closer to Pannon and patted her shoulder. Pannon, overwhelmed by the suddenness of the situation, stammered, But I have messed up so many things." You said. Sol embraced Pannon, saying, "I know, but I've had a change of heart. You took such great risks for the family, never worrying about whether you would return or what tomorrow might hold." Okay. Yes, many things need to change." Sol nodded. "Indeed, the first thing is to leave this place, and quickly. We cannot wait for military technology to come knocking." "Of course not. I'll make arrangements for our journey immediately. As their conversation concluded, Mitch, Cassidy, and others gathered around. Vincent stood by, grinning foolishly. Congratulations, Pannon! Yak and Valerie also offered their congratulations. Pannon took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you all, this is quite sudden. I need a moment to compose myself. Then, Pannon turned to Vincent. Come with me. As the two departed, Yak pulled Valerie, who was about to follow, back. Seeing her puzzled expression, Yak sighed. What is the point of you being a third wheel while they chat? Go help Mitch with something instead. Reluctantly, Yak took Valerie to assist Mitch and the others, though Valerie pouted, feeling somewhat downcast. Why is everyone paired up while I'm left alone? After a considerable amount of time, the various facilities within the camp were finally tidied up. Pannon and the others prepared to relocate the camp, and Yak and Valerie bid them farewell. Soul spoke earnestly to the two. Avocado will not forget your assistance. If you need help, we will always support you. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out. Pannon nodded in agreement. At least on this point, Soul and I are in accord. Soul did not linger for long. After speaking, he returned to prepare for related matters. Pannon and Valerie shared a brief embrace, while Yak and Vincent shook hands. And if you ever need assistance, feel free to call me, brother. Yak nodded, glancing at Vincent and then at Pannon, his gaze somewhat ambiguous. If so, are you staying in Avocado? Vincent understood Yak's implication and sheepishly scratched his head. Yet he confirmed Yak's thoughts with a nod. Valerie also remarked to Pannon, when you reach the new camp, remember to send me a message, so I know where to find you. That I will. Don't worry. Valerie, take care, and let us not lose touch. After bidding farewell to Mitch and the others, Valerie and Yak watched the Avocado convoy depart. Johnny popped up, observing the distant convoy. Well, I didn't expect you to have such good friends. Truly lucky. Valerie rolled her eyes at Yak raised an eyebrow, turning to Johnny. You also have friends who would willingly accompany you to the grave, though it's hard to say how many are still alive. Yak's comment left Johnny without a retort, as most of those he considered friends had perished during the Arasaka Tower operation. Through his integration with Valerie, he gradually became aware of some of his past realities, genuine harm. Yak had dealt real damage, landing a blow that left their silver hand barely hanging on. At that moment, Valerie seemed to reminisce. I remember, wasn't Cree from the Warrior Band still alive? I heard he has become quite a star now. Upon hearing Valerie mention Cree, Johnny's eyes lit up. The way Valerie described him made Johnny feel relieved, thinking Cree was doing well. However, Yak's next remark changed his expression. Yes, Cree is indeed quite famous now. But the recent news has been filled with reports of his struggles with depression and a suicide attempt. A suicide attempt. How could that be? Johnny refuted Yak's claim. Yet a thorn was planted deep within his heart. Noticing Johnny's reaction, Yak inwardly acknowledged that Johnny and Valerie were integrating well. Our rebellious rock star was gradually learning to be a better person. Let us head back. The sun isn't exactly friendly right now. Yak and Valerie departed, leaving behind a scene of debris and the charred remains of the ransacked blades. Several days later, at the second-floor booth of the Wild Wolf Bar, Jack, Valerie, and Yak were drinking and chatting together. Jack and Valerie were in exceptionally high spirits that day. Yak, observing the joy radiating from both, inquired, "What good fortune have you encountered recently that has you both so elated?" Jack spoke first. It's nothing much. After my persuasive words, my mom finally agreed to my relationship with Misty. We can officially be together now that I'm planning to propose to her soon at IS. That's so. Congratulations. Just don't forget to invite me to the wedding. Jack nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely, brother. I'll make you the godfather of my child. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. First, prepare the wedding funds. Our line of work burns through cash quickly, making it hard to save. That's true. I still owe you for that high-end cybernetic arm. But honestly, this berserk arm is fantastic. Forget about that money. I'm not short on cash lately. Even though Yak insisted on letting it slide. Jack remained adamant about repaying him, feeling guilty otherwise. Valerie then shared her own news that I'm just a regular person, but I've had some luck as well. A few days ago, I took on a small job in the Badlands. On my way back, I happened to stumble upon a scene of an attack. The IT appeared to be a temporary filming location for car commercial, but the Night Stalkers attacked it. I have no idea why anyone would come to the Badlands for a commercial. Anyway, I noticed the trauma team had just left. I contemplated taking a glance, and to my surprise, I discovered a car key belonging to a staff member. The vehicle was parked right beside me. It seems I stumbled upon a fortunate find at a brand new Colby CX-410, aptly named the Great Solitude. Was thus acquired without cost. It is said to be a special edition, which is why I chose that name. Upon hearing this, Yake raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as one of the vehicles available for free in the game, a vehicle that can be claimed without any prerequisites. One cannot help but admire Valerie's extraordinary luck. Chapter 54. The Military Technology Commission. In the early morning, Yake emerged from V's tender embrace. With a memorial for Arasaka Saburo approaching, the entire counterintelligence department was working tirelessly. V's time with Yake was becoming increasingly scarce. Just last night, she had managed to carve out some time to make it up to him. Shortly after Yake awoke, V hurriedly bid him farewell and departed. Observing his girlfriend's relentless pace, Yake shook his head in resignation. Yet he understood, as this involved none other than Arasaka's cherished daughter, Arasaka Hanako, the beloved offspring of the late Arasaka Saburo and the sister of the current Arasaka Emperor, Arasaka Yasari. If Hanako were to lose even a single hair, the counterintelligence department would mobilize a vast number of personnel in the game. After Hanako was kidnapped, even Abernathy, who had successfully risen to the position of Director of Special Operations after defeating Jenkins, took his own life. Not to mention, V was merely a director of the counterintelligence department. If anything were to happen to Hanako, V would be the first to pay the price. However, due to the influence of both himself and V, Takemura had already come to believe that Saburo's demise was linked to military technology. Given Valerie's current favorable circumstances, there was no need to involve Hanako, thus avoiding a narrative akin to pulling teeth from Tiger's mouth. Nevertheless, Yake remained cautious, for his butterfly wings stirred significant changes. This world was not entirely as familiar to him, making it difficult to predict outcomes. He could only pledge to keep a watchful eye for V. Sipping his coffee, Yake resolved to gather some information at the Afterlife bar. Hey, Yake. Hey, cleared out a glass of the finest spirits. Pleased, as Yake leaned against the bar, a woman clad in a suit approached him. Could you kindly prepare a drink for me? Similar to what this gentleman is having. Claire cast a discerning glance at the suited woman, but nodded and proceeded to fetch the drink. The woman turned her gaze towards Yake. Good day. Mr. Barnes, I have a significant commission for you. Are you interested? Yake glanced at the red-haired woman beside him. Black Widow? The woman bore a striking resemblance to the renowned Scarlett Johansson, albeit lacking her shorter stature. This woman stood at least 1.7 meters tall. The flash of crimson flickered in her eyes, and her detailed profile instantly appeared in Yake's mind. Affiliated with military technology? This truly is Black Widow. Upon seeing the name Natasha Romanoff in the dossier, Yake felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely, this world does not still have S.H.I.E.L.D.? However, upon noticing Natasha's position, he felt a slight relief. Least in this world. Her superior was not the Red Room. Is this your line of work? Or is it military technology? Natasha hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. It seemed the dossier had been accurate. No wonder she was a top-tier mercenary, effortlessly extracting information about him. Could we converse privately? I've reserved a booth here. Yake downed the drink Claire had handed him and nodded towards the red-haired woman. He was curious about the commission military technology wished to offer him. In the booth, Natasha calmly settled onto the sofa and handed Yake a separated chip. He did not reach for it immediately, but instead inquired about the commission. Let us not rush. First, tell me what the commission entails. After all, once he reviewed the specifics, it would be hard to back out. Yake remained cautious when dealing with company representatives. Natasha, realizing Yake was not easily fooled, did not appear overly disappointed. Caution was indeed a virtue. Arasaka Festival. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yake grasped her intent, but was taken aback. Military technology intended to take action against Arasaka Hanako. That seemed implausible. Noticing Yake's confusion, Natasha refrained from clarifying and instead smiled at him. So, Mr. Winter Soldier, are you interested in this commission? Yake fixed his gaze on Natasha, their eyes locking for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, Yake spoke first. A low-level provocation tactic. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly. Sometimes, the simplest methods are the most effective. Wouldn't you agree? I fear I must disappoint you. Yake silently pushed the chip back towards her. If your intelligence department were not incompetent, You would have discovered my amicable relationship with someone from Arasaka. What makes you think I would assist you with this task? Ah, I understand. However, this city is rife with betrayal. One must at least attempt. Natasha replied that it seems Mr. Barnes is quite a decent person. Yake smiled, though the expression was cold, and his eyes glinted with menace. Natasha, seemingly oblivious, took a sip of her drink. Yet upon closer observation, one would note that her other hand was slowly reaching for the handgun concealed at her waist. Yake was evidently aware of this, but chose to disregard it. It appears a collaboration is not feasible this time. What a pity. However, I shall remain in Night City for the time being. I genuinely hope for the chance to work together in the future. Natasha feigned a casual demeanor, though anxiety gnawed at her. She feared Yake might suddenly explode, lacking confidence in her ability to survive his wrath. Yake scrutinized Natasha. Are you willing to let me leave without fear of me becoming a whistleblower? Natasha sighed. There's little I can do. With my slender frame, I cannot forcibly detain Mr. Barnes, can I? Yake nodded, preparing to rise. Should you have other commissions, I welcome them any time, but I must decline this one. That Yake did not mind stirring trouble for Arasaka, as there was profit to be made and an opportunity to inconvenience a certain group. However, this was contingent upon V remaining unscathed. That was his bottom line. Should Yake accept this military commission and succeed, it would spell disaster for V. Even if she were connected to the royal faction, it would be of no use. The burden would be far too great for Yasunori to bear alone. Natasha nodded, subsequently adding Yake's contact information that I hope we have a chance to collaborate. Before departing, Yake addressed Natasha. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice as a potential future collaborator. Do not entertain any ideas regarding this festival unless you can secure Morgan Blackhand's presence. With that, Yake turned and left, leaving Natasha deep in thought. This was no idle boast. The security measures for this festival would undoubtedly surpass those in the game. Not to mention Hanako's bodyguard, Oda. In addition, there was the fully awakened Takamura, who had returned to serve the Arasaka family, as well as Yasunori's bodyguard, Adam Smasher. The combined force of these three would likely make it exceedingly difficult for Blackhand to infiltrate. Thus, Yake's remark could be regarded as a friendly warning to a potential collaborator. Whether they heeded his counsel remained uncertain. After leaving the afterlife, Yake scanned his surroundings before promptly calling V. Meanwhile, Natasha was also reporting to her superior. After ensuring the counter-surveillance devices were in place, Natasha dialed her superior. General Kalin, it's me. Your assessment was spot on. The target has declined our commission. On the other end. The elder displayed no surprise. That's to be expected. How did you find the target during your interaction? Natasha recalled the chilling way Yake had regarded her, as if she were merely a piece of meat. Very terrifying. He feels like a killing machine on the verge of madness. Yet, the most frightening aspect is his ability to control his emotions at will. Understood. You will be responsible for matters in Night City for now. Report any significant developments to AS for this task. We shall address it later. Natasha nodded. Understood, General. After hanging up, the elder gazed at the files displayed on his computer, his profound eyes lost in contemplation. Yake Barnes, Chapter 55, Fish on the Chopping Block. What did you say? Military Technology wants to offer you a commission concerning the Arasaka Festival. My dear, are you jesting? Why would I jest about such matters, V? Military Technology is clearly aiming to stir up trouble during the Arasaka Festival. However, I have declined the commission. That I merely wish to keep you informed. Upon hearing this, V, seated in her office, slowly relaxed her tightly furrowed brow. She did not wish to find herself at odds with Yake. That would be exceedingly troublesome. Just be cautious. While it's possible they intentionally leaked this information to me, I prefer to err on the side of caution. That I understand. Dear, I'll be vigilant. Love you. Yake chuckled softly before ending the call. After V hung up, her smile vanished, and she immediately activated the internal communication device. Issuing orders to her subordinates, she stated, "We have received intelligence indicating that military technology is showing signs of activity regarding the festival. The intelligence department should closely monitor military technology's recent movements." Meanwhile, Yake, having driven to Dogtown, seized another opportunity to loot Hansen's airdrop. Even without obtaining the immortal weapon, Yake felt no dissatisfaction. After all, it was all a matter of free acquisition. Upon receiving the weapons generously sponsored by Hansen, He made his way to the expansive residential area of Dogtown. The Long Beach Material Yard. One must admit that the residents of Dogtown possess a certain ingenuity. They have managed to construct a large residential enclave using abandoned shipping containers. Various containers are intricately stacked and interwoven, adorned with graffiti, with electrical wires occasionally sparking and neon lights illuminating the surroundings. Indeed, this exudes a cyberpunk essence. Each resident resides within these containers. While they may be rudimentary, they at least provide shelter from the elements like tea times. One cannot help but admire the resourcefulness of the working class. Yake arrived at the small square adjacent to the Mothman Bar. Situated within the Long Beach Material Yard, in the center of the square stood a large tree, strikingly prominent amidst the mechanical metal surroundings. The tree was festooned with photographs, while an array of candles of varying shapes lay beneath it. There is little ground in Dogtown suitable for burying the deceased, prompting the residents to express their sentiments in this manner. One could observe individuals seated beside the candles, sipping drinks and murmuring to themselves, while children frolicked around the tree. Yake silently observed from a distance, relishing the ambience that in this moment, he found a fleeting tranquility, an essence of earthly existence that soothes the weary soul. Suddenly, a phone call shattered this serene atmosphere, reminding Yake of his purpose. Commission: fish and meat on the chopping board. Objective: investigate the whereabouts of missing persons. Details: unexplained disappearances are commonplace in both Dogtown and Night City. However, the vanishing of 15 individuals over the span of 8 days, all residents of the Long Beach Material Yard, is decidedly abnormal. This disturbing series of disappearances has instilled a sense of fear among the residents, who have grown increasingly discontented with the inaction of the Phantom Hounds. Now, they have pooled their resources to seek my assistance in issuing a commission to resolve this issue. IT would be foolish to turn down easy money. Yet this matter is indeed complicated. Fortunately, the commissioner's demands are not excessively high, and the mercenary best suited for this task is undoubtedly you. Yake, by the way, the commissioner wishes to meet the mercenary responsible for this endeavor. Although this is somewhat against protocol, I owe him a small favor. He will be waiting for you at the Mothman Bar. Hans, I've arrived, Yake said. The commissioner awaits you at the nearby Mothman Tavern. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yake ended the call and ascended the staircase to the second floor, where the Mothman Bar was located, a venue established by undercover agents of a new American government. Upon entering, he noticed that the bar was staffed by robots. Thus he refrained from engaging further. He took a seat beside a middle-aged man. The man, emerging from his reverie, turned to Yake. Are you the mercenary Hansen referred to? Yake nodded. El Docus? The middle-aged man returned the nod. That es me de... Oh, you're here to uncover the clues regarding the missing individuals? Indeed, recently, many residents of the Long Beach Material Yard have mysteriously disappeared. Initially, this went unnoticed, as it is Dogtown after all. However, as the numbers grew, the strangeness became evident. We suspect foul play, yet none of the families of the missing have received ransom notes. The distraught residents sought help from the Phantom Hounds. But those wild dogs showed no interest in the matter, or perhaps they know something but refuse to disclose it. Thus, the residents of the Long Beach Material Yard pooled their money to issue this commission. Al produced a separation chip from his pocket and handed it to Yake. Yake glanced at it before inserting it into his neural interface. IT contained a list of the missing persons. As he reviewed the names, he fell into contemplation. I understand this commission is challenging, but our financial resources are limited. Therefore, we do not require you to do too much. We simply wish to ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals. Even if they have met with a tragic fate, at least grant us closure. Seeing that Yake had not declined, I let out a sigh of relief and produced another chip. This contained surveillance footage of the nearby streets that I obtained through my contacts. IVE reviewed it, and my hacker friend noted signs of tampering. However, he was unable to restore it. I'm uncertain if this will assist you. Yake nodded, accepting the chip. Al set down his drink and stood up. Yake followed him downstairs, where Al paused before the large tree, gazing at the photographs hanging above. Many of those depicted here are from the list of the missing individuals. Many have already lost hope of their survival. We simply seek resolution, be it life or death. After a moment of silence, Al took a deep breath. Among them is my daughter. Turning to Yake with reddened eyes, he implored, "So, please help us, that we only wish to know where they are, to ascertain their fate. Even finding their bodies would suffice." Yake nodded in agreement. As SL spoke, he felt several gazes directed at him, some filled with hope, while others were steeped in despair. After accepting the weighty commission, Yake departed from the Long Beach material yard. He took the surveillance attachments with him. Preparing to restore the footage, L watched Yake's departing figure, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he gazed at his daughter's photograph, filled with an immeasurable longing. Upon returning to his apartment, Yake delved into the depths of the neural network. Working to restore the surveillance footage, he discovered that, although the footage had been artificially altered, a segment of the monitoring system had been deliberately shut down. The alteration process involved overlaying a previous recording to make the surveillance appear normal. Unfortunately, the surveillance that had been manually disabled was beyond the reach of Yake's hacking skills. However, Al had made a valid point. Those capable of shutting down the surveillance to aid the kidnappers were likely connected to the Phantom Hounds, just as Yake found himself at an impasse in his investigation. He stumbled upon an anomaly in the surveillance footage from a highway outside Dogtown, that a segment had been deliberately tampered with and deleted. Although the majority of the subnetworks in Peace Island had been rendered inoperable due to Yake's data bomb, the subsequent reconstruction allowed him to establish a backdoor, enabling him to access the surveillance at will. Through the restoration of the footage, Yake finally identified a suspicious military-grade behemoth vehicle. However, relying solely on the vehicle's model would not definitively link the military technology to the orchestrators of the disappearance. Yake continued to track the behemoth through the footage, tracing it to an abandoned farm in Coronado. "Found you," he thought, as he pinpointed the exact location. Chapter 56. Time's essence upon discovering the specific site. Yake wasted no time. Given the urgency of the situation, he needed to act swiftly. He retrieved the weapon known as interest-free from the armory and immediately set off. Riding his motorcycle, he arrived at the location where the behemoth had vanished, sending the coordinates to Hansen to dispatch a driver. After all, there were over a dozen missing persons. Someone needed to transport them back. After briefing Hansen, Yake armed himself with interest-free, activated his optical camouflage, and prepared to infiltrate the abandoned warehouse. There was no need to ask why he didn't employ his dual-wield weaponry. The threat of eliminating witnesses loomed large, activating the all-encompassing scanning feature of his cybernetic eye. He realized that this seemingly derelict farm concealed a multitude of secrets. Confirming he was in the right place, Yake swiftly proceeded, utilizing his super jump, a charged leap with a second jump midair. He landed atop the large warehouse. Through a gap in the roof, he successfully entered the interior. Yake noted that there were numerous patrolling guards within the warehouse. After skillfully evading several security personnel, he made his way to the monitoring room on the second floor. With 2 precise shots, he incapacitated the guards monitoring the feeds, subsequently gaining access to the farm surveillance permissions. Upon a cursory review, he discovered that the farm housed an underground facility. The reason it hadn't been detected earlier was likely due to the unique material used in the walls of the basement. After acquiring the security permissions to the basement door from the monitoring personnel, Yake concealed the bodies and exited the monitoring room, stealthily making his way to the first floor. Using his hacking skills, he lured away the guard stationed at the basement entrance, allowing him to successfully access the underground facility. The number of guards in the basement was noticeably fewer than on the upper floors, alleviating the pressure of his infiltration considerably. After neutralizing several security and monitoring staff, Yake finally uncovered the masterminds behind the abduction case. Biotech, a large company closely affiliated with military technology, primarily known for its pharmaceuticals, including inhibitors and stimulants. This kidnapping operation had been orchestrated through a collaboration between Biotech and a high-ranking official from the Phantom Hounds in Dogtown, intending to abduct marginalized individuals for experimentation with certain drugs. The residents of the Long Beach material yard, often referred to as the slums of Dogtown, were deemed ideal subjects, as they lacked any connections or power, merely surviving amidst the clusters of containers. In the eyes of Biotech, these individuals represented the perfect test subjects, and to the Phantom Hounds official, they were expendable poor souls. Yake discovered an abundance of documentation on the computer of the supervisor at this makeshift laboratory. The records contained harrowing experimental data, with images so gruesome that it was difficult to discern their humanity. The separation chip from the supervisor, whom Yake had already executed, further revealed that they regarded the abducted individuals as mere objects. As Yake perused the documentation, his gaze hardened with cold resolve. Yet he knew that this was not the time for retaliation. After meticulously compiling the information, Yake ventured out in search of the group of white mice held captive. Specifically the room concerning the missing persons in this assignment. The records indicated that this batch of individuals had not yet undergone the inhumane experiments. Thus there was a strong likelihood that they still survived. Time was of the essence. Yake arrived at a room deep within the facility. Before he could even open the door, it swung open automatically, revealing two burly men forcibly dragging a woman in her early 20s out. Before the two muscle-bound men could react to Yake's presence, he swiftly fired 2 shots, both striking them in the head, sending them to eternal slumber. The woman they were hauling was startled and quickly retreated into the room, where others gathered around her, attempting to shield her with their battered bodies. Yake silently entered the room, kicking the bodies of the 2 men inside. He surveyed the dozen or so people within. Each bore visible injuries, with one man barely clinging to life. The frightened individuals regarded Yake with trepidation, and a young boy, no older than 14, mustered the courage to inquire, "Who are you? Are you here to save us?" "Eric," a middle-aged woman gasped, looking horrified at the boy, trembling as she covered his mouth and shielded him behind her, casting a fearful and pleading glance at Yake. Yake remained silent, scanning each person's information, matching them against the list he held, confirming that no one was missing and that all were still breathing. He felt a slight easing of his tense heart. Yake turned his attention to the woman who had nearly been taken by the 2 men. Anna Dokos, upon hearing her name, the woman shivered but nodded hesitantly. "Why, yes, that's me. You need not be anxious. I am not one of them. I am a mercenary sent by an intermediary. Your father, O.L. Dokos, along with the workers at the Long Beach materials yard, commissioned me to find you." Anna's guard lowered upon hearing this, and she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. She hurried to the side of the severely injured man. With red-rimmed eyes, she pleaded with Yake. "Can you save him? It's because of me that he's in this state." Yake glanced at the man lying on the floor and produced a revive, 3 syringe, administering a dose directly to his heart. As the medication took effect, the man's breathing gradually stabilized, though he remained unconscious. His injuries were grave. 2 ribs were broken, and he had lost considerable blood. They needed to find a cybernetic doctor quickly. "The intermediary will soon send someone to retrieve you," Yake informed Anna before addressing the others. "Who among you knows how to handle a gun? Preferably one that's accurate." 2 injured men stepped forward. Yake assessed their condition before tossing them the unused revive, 3 syringed. He then handed them the handguns of the 2 deceased men. "Stay hidden inside. It's unrealistic to avoid detection with so many of you here. I will clear out this basement and the people above. Remember, do not open the door for anyone unless it is me. These 2 handguns will suffice for your protection." The 2 men nodded. Accepting the guns, seeing they had no objections, Yake checked a message from Hans, confirming that help was on the way, and exited the room. Outside, he secured the door with his hacking skills. Yake silently replaced the silencer with a 15-round magazine loaded with high-explosive rounds. His long-restrained, killing intent now unleashed at TS time. Yake declared, swaggering down the corridor without a hint of stealth. Turning a corner, he collided head-on with 2 patrolling guards. Bang! Bang! 2 close-range shots from high-explosive rounds obliterated the guards' heads, scattering blood, brain matter, and bone fragments everywhere. The loud gunfire triggered the basement alarm, which Yake intentionally did not silence. He wanted the guards to come looking for him. The shrill alarm jolted the farm's guards into action as they rushed towards the basement, while those inside the room tensed at the sound. The 2 men with guns focused intently on the door, while the middle-aged woman who had shielded the boy silently prayed for Yake's safety. Chapter 57. Reeves' Call. Taking a day off, Yake activated his stealth mode, evading the blood that flew towards him and advanced with ease. Once the stealth mode deactivated, the bodies of the 2 guards slowly fell to the ground. As data streams flickered in his vision, Yake, leveraging his surveillance advantage, spotted a figure lying in ambush at the left-hand corner. At a swift ground breach combined with an AK-47 brought down the target without a second thought. Without glancing at the fallen body, Ye continued his search for enemies, but he soon encountered 3 guards rushing in with handguns, and both sides reacted swiftly, raising their weapons to shoot. Yake activated his stealth mode to dodge a few bullets before returning fire at the 2 in front. The 3rd guard, positioned behind the first 2, was shielded from Yake's bullets, rendering them ineffective against him. Both guards fell, yet the 3rd guard was still dazed. Yake hastily approached, seizing the guard's handgun with his left hand. The guard instinctively pulled the trigger, but the bullets could not penetrate Yake's metallic arm. Yake retaliated with a powerful blow from the gun's stock to the guard's forehead, the immense force leaving the guard momentarily stunned. With a firm grip, Yake crushed the guard's handgun, then kicked him towards the wall. His metallic left arm clenched into a fist, the metallic scales shifting as he prepared to unleash a punch that would obliterate the guard's head, resulting in a gruesome demise. The arriving guards, witnessing the horrific death of their comrade, paled. However, Yake wasted no time, swiftly drawing his gun and firing, instantly eliminating 2 more. Activating his stealth mode again, he moved at incredible speed toward the remaining 3, dispatching each with precision. After swapping out his empty magazine for a fresh one, he pressed on. Inside the room, the captives could only hear sporadic gunfire and the sounds of anguish. The massacre continued for nearly 10 minutes until a surveillance camera turned towards them. "It's me, Yake. The guards outside have been dealt with. Hans's men are on their way. You can come out now. I've unlocked the door for you. Just a heads up, the scene outside may be quite bloody. If you think you can't handle it, remember to avert your gaze at that moment." Yake stood outside the warehouse, leaning against his motorcycle while smoking a cigarette. He bore some bloodstains but paid them no mind, feeling only the exhilaration of having unleashed his pent-up fury. That a keen observer would note that aside from those he had eliminated during the infiltration, nearly every guard lay without a complete head. A testament to the destructive power of high-explosive rounds, Hans's men soon arrived, and upon seeing the throng of people emerging from the warehouse, they appeared somewhat troubled. The sheer number made it difficult to pass through the security checks at Dogtown. Yake gestured towards a nearby Bimon vehicle. "Use that one. They LL mistake you for biotech personnel. Plus, Hans has already given them a heads up. You should be able to get through security." The mercenaries dispatched by Hans nodded in understanding. And without delay, they piled into the vehicle. Yake followed closely behind on his motorcycle. They passed through security without incident, and Hans's mercenaries drove to the Long Beach materials yard, with Yake trailing behind. Thanks to Yake's earlier call to OL, a crowd had gathered in the plaza of the Long Beach materials yard, all eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones, as the Bimon vehicle arrived. Its rear doors swung open, and 15 abducted individuals slowly stepped out. Their relatives, upon seeing their loved ones alive, burst into tears. Anna rushed forward and embraced her father, while the middle-aged man who had feigned strength all along shed tears of relief. Witnessing this poignant reunion, Yake quietly slipped away. Though he had emerged from the assignment unscathed, he felt a lingering weariness that he intended to find a nearby hideout to rest for the night. As he turned to leave, he failed to notice a blonde woman standing at the entrance of the Mothman Tavern on the 2nd floor of the plaza, watching him depart. Lost in thought that on the way back, the commission fee was successfully transferred. "Hans, well done. Yake, I didn't expect you to accomplish this so admirably." After spending a night in a makeshift hideout in Dogtown, Yake awoke and sent the incriminating evidence against the biotech company to V. He then prepared to leave Dogtown. Meanwhile, Valerie received a call from Reeve, taking a day off. Chapter 58. Laval Martinez and Peter Pan. Valerie, puzzled by Reeve's call, answer the phone. "Reeve? Hey, Valerie, did I need your help?" I figured as much. What happened? This is something we can't discuss over the phone that we need to meet. Tell me the time and place. Tonight, in the Valley, I'll send you the exact location. Can you make it? I'll do my best to get there. I'll check with Yake. Thanks, Valerie. See you soon. After hanging up, Valerie sat up in bed, uncertain of the urgency of Reeve's situation. However, his tone suggested that something was amiss. Without delay, she called Yake. Upon connecting, she was met with the sounds of gunfire on his end, indicating a battle was underway. "Hey, Valerie. What is up?" "Hey, Yake. It seems that my call was rather ill-timed." Bang! After Yake dispatched the last of the hellhounds. He retracted his weapon and strode purposefully towards the still smoldering airdrop that he inserted his personal link into the airdrop's interface, delving into the intricacies of hacking the password. It's nothing. It's already resolved. Speak up. What is the matter? Reeve appears to be in a bit of trouble and seeks our assistance. Yake pondered for a moment before acquiescing. All right. What is the specific situation? He didn't disclose the details to me. But we're scheduled to meet in the Valley area tonight. Very well. Then I shall see you there. Nightfall, Valley area. After meeting up with Valerie, Yake and she located Reeve's vehicle. The two of them opened the door and climbed inside. Reeve turned to greet them upon seeing their arrival. Hey, Yake, Valerie, that it seems your situation isn't looking too bright. Valerie, seated in the back, regarded Reeve with concern. Indeed, it leaves much to be desired. Reeve nodded in resignation. Well, just look at me and you'll know so what transpired? Yake inquired, turning to him. Take a look at this first. Reeve's eyes glimmered with blue data streams. A video file appeared before Yake and Valerie. Upon opening it, they watched the footage contained within. Hello everyone. I am Iqbal, and this is WNS News. Today's headline. During a routine inspection, the NCPD inadvertently apprehended a dangerous kidnapper and murderer. The incident occurred at the intersection of 7th Avenue and 15th Avenue. Here is the footage captured by the police at the scene. The video showcased a scene familiar to Yake, where the NCPD discovered Harris's vehicle during a routine check and also uncovered the corpse of a young man within. Nearby, the fleeing Harris was struck down by a nearby NCPD officer's gunfire. The newscaster's voice continued. The boy in the footage is named Laval Martinez, age 17, that his parents and aunt reported him missing over a month ago. Regrettably, Laval's life could not be salvaged. He succumbed to severe infectious shock, his body unable to endure. The coroner's report indicates that this underage child was injected with a significant amount of hormones, anabolic steroids, and stimulants. Additionally, the vehicle contained the personal belongings and genetic material of 7 other missing boys, with the owner identified as Anthony Harris. Sadly, the whereabouts of these boys remain unknown. Although the criminal known as Peter Pan did not perish from the gunfire, he remains in a coma and is therefore unable to undergo interrogation. For further developments on this incident, please stay tuned to WNS News. After watching the video, Yake raised an eyebrow. This should be one of the side quests in the game associated with Reeve. Titled Hunt, concerning a perverse kidnapper who abducted several teenagers. Valerie, intrigued after viewing the video, inquired, so, does this incident relate to Peter Pan? Reeve nodded. My nephew, Randy, went missing not long ago. In that video, the child was wearing Randy's shoes. Valerie's eyes widened in sudden realization. Oh, my goodness. Yake interjected, so they believe you might become emotionally compromised. They're preventing you from handling this case? Reeve, incensed by the remark, retorted heatedly, more like a restraining order forbidding me from getting involved. He sighed. The case has been assigned to Gonigal, and that sloth hasn't uncovered a thing thus far. Valerie muttered, we must investigate thoroughly, for Randy and for the other children. Yake cast a surprised glance at Valerie, not expecting the young girl to possess such a sense of justice. Reeve nodded in agreement. Precisely. That is why I sought your assistance. What shall we do? Anthony is already in a vegetative state. We cannot extract any information from him. However, we can investigate his dreams. Valerie was taken aback. What? His dreams? Reeve did not respond immediately. Let us go. I'll explain in detail along the way. With that, he opened the door and exited the vehicle, with Valerie and Yake following closely behind. This technique is still in its experimental phase, but it has shown promising results. They would record dreams and then utilize hyperdream playback. Yake paid little heed to Reeve's explanation of the technology to Valerie. As he was already familiar with it from the game T present, he was engaged in a chat with David. Noticing the unfortunate surname of the deceased child mentioned in the news, Yake felt compelled to open a chat page with David. Yake, David, are you there? Shortly after, David responded. David, yeah. What is up, Yake? Need something? Yake, not exactly that I wanted to ask you about Laval Martinez. Do you know him? David, yes, he is my cousin that he went missing a while ago. And the NCPD only just found him. Unfortunately, he has already passed. David, he was a rather introverted and honest person. My mother was frantic when he went missing, and now, after a month, we have this tragic outcome. My mom is heartbroken over it. David, Yake, why are you asking about him? Is something wrong with Laval? Yake perceived the turmoil in the young man's expression across the screen. Yake, it's nothing dire. I am assisting a friend with this case, involving the Peter Pan abductions. My friend's nephew was also taken by that scoundrel. I was wondering if you had any leads regarding this kidnapping incident. David, I see. Well, I don't have any leads because I was trying to gather information due to my cousin's situation. Unfortunately, I found nothing. The only thing I know is that my cousin had his personal laptop with him before he went missing. Yake. Understood. If there are any developments, I will inform you. Chapter 59. Seeking clues. Yake sighed, surprised by the serendipitous turn of events. Glancing at the two engrossed in conversation ahead, he wore a peculiar expression. When did these two become so familiar? With a grunt, Yake regarded Reeve with newfound scrutiny, akin to a protective father assessing any young man who approached his cherished daughter, but he strode forward, interrupting their dialogue. Do you have a way to access Peter Pan's dream through Hyperdream, Reeve? Reeve shook his head. Not yet. However, they're stored in the laboratory we're heading to. The three cross the street and arrive at the entrance of the NCPD laboratory. All right, did you make a reservation? Yake inquired of Reeve, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, no, we can enter together, but it's not feasible to come in through the front door. Valerie sighed. I assent this illegal. Upon hearing this, Yake regarded Valerie with newfound respect, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and concern. Reeve, too, regarded her with a complex expression, contemplating her principled stance. Let us find another way in. Once we locate what we need, we'll all make our exit, Reeve suggested to Yake. Yake nodded, expertly leading the way to the back entrance. Upon reaching the rear door, Reeve observed with curiosity as Yake adeptly unlocked the iron door. Truly, this family is brimming with talent. Once inside, Yake casually shut the door behind them. All right, we should be alone now. The laboratory is undergoing an audit today. Even if we make noise, no one will hear us. Valerie turned to Reeve. How do we locate this hyperdream experience? Search in the rooms where they edit hyperdreams for children with autism. And don't forget, Peter Pan's real name is Anthony Harris. The two nodded and split up to search. Yake, however, did not search earnestly, as he already knew the exact location of the hyperdream from his previous gaming experience. Nonetheless, he feigned diligence to avoid raising suspicion. He entered a room on his left, which contained an Easter egg related to the game Death Stranding. Unfortunately, it was absent in reality. Meanwhile, in another room, Valerie rummaged through boxes and successfully located the correct cabinet. Upon hearing Valerie's voice, Yake and Reeve hurried over. Did you find anything? Not yet, Reeve observed the cabinets. Let us check these drawers. Valerie, while examining, curiously asked Reeve. I say, Reeve, why not just have someone let you in? I'd prefer not to be the subject of gossip from meddling in affairs that don't concern me. That moment, a female voice interrupted their conversation, but a black-haired woman with ocular implants stood at the doorway. Her expression one of surprise upon seeing the three in the room. Reeve? Reeve, equally startled, exclaimed, Yavin. The woman named Yavin clearly did not welcome Yake and the others' presence, and before them all, she revealed that Reeve had been suspended. Ignoring his attempts at explanation, she urged them to leave immediately. Unyielding, Yavin's demeanor exuded an air of impatience. Frustrated, Reeve retaliated by exposing her past failings during her first medical examination. Upon hearing Reeve bring this up, Yavin's composure faltered. Where, then, is Harris's dream hyperdream? Observing Reeve's obstinacy, Jan found herself at a loss, ultimately revealing that Harris had not been indulging in mere fantasies. This revelation took Reeve by surprise. Simultaneously, Jan disclosed the underlying principles associated with the experiment. In essence, certain stimuli related to the subject's preferences could awaken their senses, thereby facilitating dreams. Valerie interjected, suggesting, shall we seek out the things that Harris cherishes? Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that none of them knew what those preferences were. How could they possibly find them? Reeve then proposed, I will devise a method. So, does this imply your agreement? Jan sighed. You should leave now. I will go and open the door for you. Reeve nodded, replying, very well. Let us proceed. I have already formulated a detailed plan. The group returned to the vehicle, and Reeve started the engine. Valerie then voiced her curiosity. After all this commotion, you were expelled, weren't you? I was suspended. The circumstances surrounding the mayor's death are evidently suspicious, yet the investigation results are withheld from the public. I had a heated argument with the department. Reeve disclosed. Valerie nodded in understanding. No need to inquire further. I can guess your feelings at that moment. Yak chose not to comment on this, recognizing Reeve as a complex individual, driven by an unwavering sense of justice. He might indeed be a commendable officer, yet he was ill-suited for this city, or perhaps for this world. It could only be said that he was a victim of timing. The justice he held dear appeared to others as laughable as a child's proclamation to save the world. However, this should not be deemed a flaw. So, where are we headed? To Joss's house, which is to say, Randy's mother, Reeve replied, pausing mid-sentence as a thought struck him. He turned to remind the others, she still believes that Randy merely ran away from home. Remember, do not mention the abduction just yet. Yak was somewhat exasperated, finding Reeve's naivety at times quite amusing. How is it possible that Joss cannot see that LeVar is wearing Randy's shoes? Does she not watch the news? I am curious as to why we are not searching Harris's apartment, but rather visiting the victim's home, he continued. Reeve clarified, it is a standalone house that I doubt he would conceal a kidnapped individual in the basement. Besides, we are merely relying on luck, hoping to glean some clues regarding Harris from Randy. It sounded rather tenuous. Otherwise, we have no alternative. Will Jan assist us in this endeavor? Reeve nodded in affirmation. Indeed, despite our disagreements. We always manage to reconcile that. I will share more over drinks next time. Yak promptly interrupted Reeve's musings. We should focus on locating Randy first, of course. After a while, they arrived near Joss's residence, situated close to the trailer park in the Badlands. Ah, this is the place. They ventured deep into the trailer park, reaching Joss's home. Upon seeing Reeve's return, Joss greeted him with a look of hopeful anticipation. Reeve, you either have important news or my Randy is safe. Otherwise, you would not have come here. Joss, this is Valerie, and this is Yak. Reeve introduced the two standing beside him. Upon seeing them, Joss immediately inquired, so, something has happened to my Randy? Reeve hesitated, struggling to find the right words, but ultimately decided to reveal the truth. Joss, I'm not sure how to say this, but Randy has been kidnapped? He is still alive, right? Reeve fell silent, truthfully uncertain himself that he too wished for his nephew's safe return. Yet the likelihood of Randy having met with misfortune loomed larger. Valerie, unable to bear the tension any longer, interjected. The police apprehended the perpetrator, but he was shot and is currently in a coma at the hospital. Then where is Randy? Reeve quickly responded, Joss, we're still searching for him. Come to my house. Yak, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The NCPD possesses an experimental technology that allows us to search for clues through the suspect's dreams. However, due to his grave injuries, he is unable to dream. Therefore, we need to find stimuli that could awaken his senses. We have come here in hopes of a stroke of luck. Reeve concurred, and to seek out potential leads. Trust me, Joss. After a moment of struggle, Joss relented. Just don't break anything. Randy dislikes others rummaging through his belongings. Let us proceed. Joss turned away, concealing her expression. Children are playing outside. Go call them in for dinner. The trio exited Joss's house, and Reeve gestured towards Randy's trailer. Keep an eye on it, and be observant. Suddenly, two children dashed forward, calling out, Uncle Reeve. Seeing the two little ones, Reeve's demeanor softened into a smile. Monique, Dorian, hello there. Valerie and Yak regarded the children, while the little girl named Monique curiously asked Reeve, is she your girlfriend? Yak looked at Monique in surprise, and Valerie mirrored his reaction. Fortunately, Reeve displayed a modicum of social acumen, swiftly clarifying, just a friend. With that, Reeve continued towards Randy's trailer, followed closely by the others. The boy named Dorian inquired eagerly, are you going to stay with us? I don't know to go on. Your mother is waiting for you to eat. They arrived at Randy's trailer. Let us take a look around. The three dispersed, and Johnny suddenly appeared, exclaiming, this place is a total mess, just like my old doghouse. Yak approached Randy's room, feigning casual interest before discovering a laptop beneath the bed. After a brief scan, he realized it was a state-of-the-art device and turned to Reeve, asking Reeve, is Randy really this affluent? Hearing this, Reeve's curiosity piqued as he glanced at the laptop in Yak's hands. Momentarily taken aback, how could he possibly afford this? He walked over to retrieve the computer, with Valerie following closely behind. Reeve examined the laptop, bewildered. Such an expensive device. Randy could never have bought this. How could a child possess such wealth? Opening the laptop to the desktop, he discovered it required a password. He then turned to ask, "We need to access it." Likely, no one knows the password. "Can you two crack it?" Valerie looked to Yak, who sighed and pulled a chair over to sit. He connected a personal link data cable to the laptop and began the process of hacking. In no time, Yak successfully bypassed the password and opened the laptop. The trio began sifting through the information stored on the device, hoping to unearth clues. Upon reviewing the contents, they discovered that Randy had been conversing with a stranger online. Reeves' expression darkened as he remarked, "That damn scoundrel has led Randy astray." Yak examined the messages, noting that Randy had repeatedly failed to quit drugs. Randy's still involved with this stuff. Reeves shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Valerie scrutinized the chat logs, uncertain of what to say. It appeared he truly considered Harris a friend, as Harris had persistently encouraged him and even gifted Randy a game as motivation. Yak opened a web page based on the chat records, which was designed by Harris. Clicking on the Resist Temptation button, he accessed a hidden page created by Anthony. Valerie observed the information on the hidden page, exclaiming, "Damn it, Reeve, this is bad news. This guy preys on troubled kids." Randy is precisely the kind of child he targets. Reeve felt a pang of guilt, lamenting, "This is all my fault. If only I'd been more attentive." Yak then clicked on a nearby file, only to find that the associated video had been deleted. Reeve quickly turned to Yak. "The video has been deleted. Can you recover it?" "Hold on, Reeve, I found a file with the same name in the computer's directory." Yak opened the folder and located the deleted video file, clicking on it to find an animated clip. Reeve watched the animation. A sense of unease washed over him. "This animation is grotesque. It gives me goosebumps." Yak, lost in thought, absorbed the content of the video. Valerie suddenly realized this file shares the same name as the missing video on that webpage. Could it mean that this file is the one that went missing? And that webpage is linked to Harris? Reeve connected the dots. This is precisely what Jan was seeking. "We have found it. We can use this to understand what Harris is thinking." Reeve felt a surge of excitement, prompting Valerie to remind him, "Reeve, you mentioned that we need something to induce dreams in Harris. We should take this to Jan for her to examine." Reeve nodded. "Excellent idea. I will send it right away." Yak added, "I could also attempt to trace Anthony's IP address using this video." Reeve nodded appreciatively at Yak and then sent the video file and message to Jan. After a brief moment, Ruifer spoke up. "All right, I've sent it to her. She mentioned that she would respond to us first thing tomorrow morning and then scolded us, calling us a bunch of fools." Valerie struggled to maintain her composure, while Yak couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It seems your scolding was for naught, Ruifer." A flicker of crimson data streams danced in Yak's eyes. "I've located the exact address of the video release." Ruifer abruptly turned to Yak, exclaiming, "Really?" Yak calmly nodded. "Limbian Farm, situated to the southeast of Night City." Upon hearing this, Valerie inquired, "So we know where it is now?" Ruifer quickly nodded. "I hope Yak hasn't made a mistake." "Let's go, we must hurry." The group exchanged glances and set off. Chapter 61. The hunt outside. A torrential rain began to pour as they left the house and climbed into Ruifer's vehicle, heading towards Limbian Farm. Along the way, Ruifer gazed anxiously at the falling rain, muttering, "Damn it, I hope everything goes smoothly." Yak knew that as long as they chose the right farm, the chances of successfully rescuing Randy would exceed 90%. "Don't worry, we're just one step away," he reassured. Valerie, seated in the back, nodded in agreement. "We'll succeed. The NCPD has been working on this for weeks, and we'll finish it in 2 days." Hearing their comforting words, Ruifer felt a weight lifted from her heart. Though it wasn't an insurmountable task, she acknowledged, "You're right. Thank you. Truly, we will find him." Ruifer, they affirmed. Ruifer's guilt deepened, believing her negligence had led to this predicament, but it was too late for regrets. All they could do was hope they could still save Randy, offering her a chance to atone for her mistakes. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car sped up. "Hold on, Randy. You must endure. Uncle is coming to rescue you soon." Thanks to Ruifer's driving speed and skill, they arrived at Limbian Farm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruifer crashed through the farm's iron gate. Once the car came to a halt, the three of them quickly exited, spotting familiar landmines and guard turrets. A sigh of relief escaped Valerie and Ruifer. They had indeed made the right bet. "Ruifer, This is the farm. We've finally found it. I know. Hurry to the barn, quickly. Yak marked a target location, observing the numerous anti-personnel mines and several automated turrets and guard towers. What kind of experimental base is this? He mused, recalling that the last biotech facility he visited didn't have nearly as many defenses. He quickly warned Ruifer and Valerie, "Be careful. The turrets are activated, and there are an extraordinary number of mines. The control system must be in that building. I'll go check it out. Clock up with that." Yak activated his Sion waiststand, accelerating ahead. He executed a double jump, reaching the second floor and sneaking around to the back of the house, entering through a window. Inside, he found a room resembling a bedroom. With no one watching, Yak wasted no time, locating a button beneath the table and pressing it. A section of the wall to his right began to move, revealing a small secret chamber. He swiftly pocketed an immortal weapon, Little Ding Dang, and disabled the security system. Downstairs, Valerie and Ruifer noticed the security system shut down and hurried outside the warehouse. Valerie quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a ladder. She climbed up and successfully accessed the warehouse through the skylight, with Ruifer and Yak following closely behind. Upon entering the warehouse, Valerie's heart sank. Even though she had seen blurred images of it in her dreams, witnessing it in reality was unsettling. Yak and Ruifer soon joined her, and Yak initiated a scan, quickly locating Randy. The one at the back on the left. That's Randy. He's still alive. Ruifer dashed over to Randy's side, exclaiming, "Yes, it's him, Randy." Confirming Randy's condition, Ruifer stated, "He still has breath. We did it." Yak quickly shut down the machine and disconnected him. Having reached the control room ahead of time, Yak immediately complied, disconnecting the machine. Ruifer then called out to his colleagues, 1052, repeat, a situation concerning 1052 has been discovered at a farm in the southern part of the city. Yes, dispatch a team immediately. Coordinates are being sent. No, send more units. We need to hurry. Also, be cautious of the numerous automated defenses outside. After finishing the call, Ruifer saw that Yak had already severed the connection. Promptly removing the tubes from Randy's head, he then turned to Yak and Valerie, saying, "Let's check on the others. There might still be survivors." They nodded in agreement and dispersed a search for the other children. Unfortunately, not everyone was as fortunate as Randy. At least one person on Yak's end had been dead for several days. "Yak, help me save Randy." Yak jogged over to Ruifer, signaling him to make some room. Gripping the railing with his left arm, he exerted force and lifted the bar, trapping Randy. Seeing this, Ruifer rushed forward and removed Randy's mask. Noticing Randy's faint breathing, Ruifer finally felt a sense of relief. Collapsing against the railing beside him and exhaling deeply, the three exchanged smiles as the rain ceased and the sun began to rise. The once foggy sky gradually brightened. Several NCPD officers and trauma team members arrived, suggesting that some of the victims were affiliated with the trauma team. Yak and Valerie sipped their synthetic coffee, which tasted dreadful yet invigorating. As Yak observed the departing hover car, he pondered, was Harris at fault? Certainly, the actions of a distorted mind are abhorrent, inciting both divine and mortal outrage. Yak had initially thought this way during his first assignment. However, after experiencing it multiple times, he recognized an undeniable issue that couldn't be overlooked. Harris's dialogue with Randy contained many truths that the city could not deny. What kind of society were they living in, if not a distorted one? The impoverished had no escape. Anthony's childhood experiences were merely a microcosm of countless children. As an adult, he sought to aid those suffering children, believing that administering growth hormones was the sole remedy. In his understanding, he projected his past traumas and pain onto those adolescents, attempting to save them in his own way, all the while trying to redeem his former self. That he was ill. Gravely, so that he yearned to protect those innocent youths from harm, but inadvertently became the perpetrator of their suffering. He fantasized about altering this frigid world through his limited understanding. Yet he would never succeed. That he would remain oblivious to the fact that this ailment was never physical. He would never grasp that this affliction was, in essence, incurable. The world had long abandoned its impoverished citizens. Coldness, suffering, and hardship loomed over them constantly. Thus, a person already steeped in tragedy, in an attempt to save others from their own tragedies, unwittingly birthed yet another tragic tale, in the year 2077 of cyberpunk. Technology had advanced to the point where even nerve damage could be healed with nanobots. Yet, there remained an affliction for which no remedy existed: the disease of poverty. Chapter 62. Blue Moon Yak snapped out of his musings and turned his attention to Valerie and Ruifer, who seemed greatly dissatisfied with Harris still being alive. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Ruifer seethed. The methods of that scoundrel give me the creeps just thinking about it. Valerie sighed. She's currently in a coma, and there are police guards. Where could he possibly escape to? Despite Valerie's reassurances, Ruifer remained restless. That bastard is still breathing. His life may be spared for now, but I guarantee he won't last long. Damn it, I want to strangle him myself. Yak interjected. I suggest you ponder whether such an action would truly satisfy your conscience. Think of Joss. She is alone, raising 3 children. What would happen to her if something were to happen to you? Valerie nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ruifer, it's not worth sacrificing yourself over a scoundrel. I don't want to visit you in prison. After a moment of silence, Ruifer nodded. Perhaps you both are right, but I need a moment to collect myself. Valerie attempted to say more, but Yak silenced her with a glance. He nodded at Ruifer, who, recognizing their cue, bid farewell to them and departed with his colleagues. Yak and Valerie watched the hovercar disappear into the distance. And Yak turned to Valerie, asking, what do you think of him? There's something peculiar between you two. Valerie scratched her head, uncertain. I don't know. Yak, sensing her reluctance, summoned his vehicle to let's go. It's time to head back to the city. Valerie nodded, glancing back at the farm, her mind lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the crematorium, David, dressed in an ill-fitting black suit, attended his cousin's funeral to watch his uncle and aunt tearfully place Laval's belongings and ashes into the urn, while Gloria beside him had red, swollen eyes, evidently having just wept. David gazed at the slowly closing urn with a heavy heart, filled with an indescribable sorrow. Just a few months ago, his cousin had been sharing the latest video games with him, and now he was forever gone. But such is life in Night City. One never knows whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive. First, David's heart swelled with a tumultuous blend of anger and helplessness. He yearned for vengeance for his cousin. However, upon learning this, his mother, Gloria, tearfully implored him to refrain from such actions. After all, killing a prisoner under the watch of the NCPD would be a blatant provocation towards the authorities. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unbearable for all involved. Gloria did not wish for her son to take such risks. David, who had always heeded his mother's words, found himself at a loss for words, and he recognized the validity of Gloria's concerns. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her wishes. Though it left a bitter taste in his mouth, he committed the name Anthony Harris to memory. After a rejuvenating hot shower, Yake comfortably reclined on his bed. Feeling somewhat drained, he estimated that within a day or two, news would break on television regarding the rescue of the victim from the Peter Pan kidnapping case. Yake would be honored to be recognized as a nameless yet benevolent citizen, though it bore no tangible rewards, no monetary compensation, no accolades, nothing at all. Gradually, he felt like an unwitting fool at that moment. A phone call interrupted Yake's reverie. He glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yake Barnes? A voice inquired. Yake stared at the holographic projection, momentarily taken aback. Yes, it's me. Are you Blue Moon from the Fierce Fire Band? The woman with blue hair styled into 2 buns, dressed entirely in blue, seemed somewhat flustered. How did she find him? Yes, it's me. I can't believe you know who I am. It's quite delightful. Everyone in Night City knows you. What brings you to me? Yake replied with a smile, finding her presence not particularly put in at least. She was decent during their encounters, an energetic young woman, as he had come to perceive her at UM. Here's the thing, I have a bit of a situation that I've heard that you're one of the top mercenaries in this city, with a high success rate that I was hoping you could assist me. Don't worry. I understand the rules. Money is not an issue, though I have no idea how much I need to pay you. Whatever it is, it won't be a problem. All right, tell me the specifics. Well, there's a fan, you know the type, quite peculiar. I've been receiving numerous death threat letters, all delivered directly to my apartment, that I've also been followed. I can't just sit idly by and wait for something to happen, can I? I need to find this person and resolve this matter. Are you certain these threats are genuine and not just some foolish pranks? Yake inquired, puzzled, as he recalled that this side quest would typically trigger after Valerie met Chris. Surprised to encounter it now, he realized it served as a reminder to remain vigilant, for knowing the plot did not grant him immunity. After all, the last letter contained a bomb. Although the security had handled it, well, you understand my point, right? That doesn't need confirmation. Yake proceeded to inquire about any information that might aid in the investigation. Do you know anything about the person sending these letters? Blue Moon shook her head. No, I only know that the signature on the letters is GC. It seems you don't have much to go on either. And there are no leads. By the way, wasn't your band supposed to have 2 other members? Can't those girls help? Or is your management just a facade? Yake voiced his curiosity, recalling that one of the girls in the Fierce Fire band was entirely equipped with combat cyberware. At the time he played, he thought she was a minor boss he would have to fight. Mr. Barnes, I don't even know what that lunatic looks like. We need to catch them in the act. But we must do so discreetly. AS for us. You said it yourself. The entire city knows us. The implication was clear. Blue Moon and her companions were too conspicuous, and they could not trust their own management or security personnel. Thus, they had to enlist the help of an outsider. Fine, I will assist you. Blue Moon let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. How about we meet up? I have a plan to lure that person out. I'll send you the meeting location right now. It's at the Dark Matter Club in Woodland. You might not have heard of it, but you can enter through the back door. Just tell the security you're looking for me, and they will let you in. Yake nodded and hung up. Arriving at the back entrance of the Dark Matter Club, Yake opened the door and stepped inside. A blond young man in a suit stood guard. The 2077 version of No Silver here. Upon seeing Yake enter, the security guard spoke up. This elevator is out of order, sorry. Blue Moon asked me to come. She said just to inform you. Is the elevator working now? Upon hearing this, the security guard silently moved aside, and the elevator doors opened. I see. Please go right in. Yake nodded and stepped inside. The elevator automatically ascended to the 35th floor, where the Dark Matter Club was located. Upon arrival, Yake exited the elevator to find the place relatively empty, as the concert had yet to begin. However, he did spot a woman in a golden suit. Declining her invitation for a €2,000 conversation, Yake found Blue Moon seated at a window side table, accompanied by Red Calamity and a familiar figure. Hey, over here. Cole greeted Yake with enthusiasm. Cole, what are you doing here? The man before him was none other than their unfortunate rich kid and rookie mercenary. Cole, after you rescued me last time, I realized that I wasn't cut out for being a mercenary. I'll leverage some connections to become a manager. Turns out I have quite the talent for it. Now, I manage these 3 lovely ladies. Yake nodded, which made Blue Moon's decision to seek him out all the more understandable. Blue Moon stood to greet Yake. Hello, Mr. Barnes. It's a pleasure to meet you. Blue Moon and Red Calamity exchanged pleasantries with Yake. Once seated, Blue Moon eagerly shared her plan. Here's the deal. I'll take a stroll through the Kabukicho district, and you follow a few steps behind me. If you notice anything suspicious, if you're absolutely certain it's him. I know what to do. No, wait. You mustn't kill him. That would tarnish the band's reputation and damage our public image. Just teach him a lesson. Blue Moon had heard from Cole about how Yake had single-handedly cleared out a dozen voodoo boys. The outcome was all too predictable, so she promptly interrupted his thoughts. Cole and Red Calamity nodded in agreement. Yake could not help but chuckle at their expressions. All right, the employer's word is final. Great. Now, please wait for me in the Kabukicho district. Cole will accompany me since he is my manager. That makes more sense. Red Calamity will find a spot to observe from a distance. Yake nodded and departed from the Dark Matter Club. After some time, the sky turned overcast, and a light rain began to fall. Yake sat calmly on a bench, awaiting Blue Moon's arrival. Before long, Blue Moon, clad in a black coat adorned with blue speckles and wearing a hat, approached and sat beside him. Cole, visibly anxious, scanned the surroundings. I'm here. Okay, here's the plan. I'm going to stand up and walk forward. Cole will follow closely behind me. When I call you, you start trailing behind. But not too closely, okay? Otherwise, you might scare him off. Keep your eyes peeled. Look for anyone lurking nearby, watching me, like a total creep. Yake surveyed the area and nodded. Understood. Okay, I'm standing up now. Red Calamity will be observing from above. Count Teat, wish me luck. Blue Moon rose and left, with Cole following closely. Yake watched them go and noticed a woman in green attire with green hair tied in a high ponytail lurking in the corner. discreetly watching them. Upon catching Yake's gaze, she pretended to be nonchalant and turned to leave, but her path mirrored Blue Moon's. Yake recognized her as the one who had been threatening Blue Moon. However, without concrete evidence, he knew she would eventually reveal her true colors. Now, Yake needed to find the individual who was taking clandestine photographs from above. Once the woman had distanced herself, he glanced around and executed a double jump, swiftly locating a man snapping pictures with his phone. "What are you doing?" The man, annoyed at being interrupted, retorted, taking a dump. "Mind your own business." It seemed he was not one for polite conversation, but that was of little consequence. "I'll give you another chance. What are you photographing?" Realizing Yake was not to be trifled with, the photographer's demeanor softened considerably. For money, to sell? That girl is Blue Moon, dude. Don't you recognize her?" Subsequently, the man hastily put away his phone and left in a hurried stride. Yake observed the man departing without attempting to intervene. Reasoning that they would meet again soon, he continued to keep an eye on the vicinity of Lanue, where Cole and Lanue were making an effort to appear as if they were enjoying themselves. Yake noticed a woman below him, who was similarly feigning amusement, but was actually scrutinizing Lanue. All of this was meticulously noted by Yake. Before long, Lanue approached a small stall. The woman trailing her stepped forward, seeking to take a photograph with Lanue. Neither Cole nor Lanue harbored any suspicions. In fact, Lanue even took the initiative to grab the phone and snapped several photos. Yake shook his head at the scene, pondering that Cole was ill-suited for the mercenary profession. The woman following Lanue was named Levian, and her identity as GC had become evident. Did Cole still not perceive the anomaly, observing Cole's blissfully ignorant expression? Yake felt his blood pressure rising. After Levian finished taking pictures, she headed toward a weapons shop, presumably to procure tools for her nefarious deeds. Yake descended from the upper floor, discreetly trailing behind Levian, who remained oblivious to his presence. In the meantime, Lanue was lamenting to Yake, expressing doubts about the absence of the man and contemplating giving up. Suddenly, while walking on the overpass, Levian drew a gun and took Cole hostage, startling Lanue. "You think I'm a child, don't you? I've given you everything. Everything." Levian angrily aimed her gun at Cole's head while addressing Lanue. The surrounding crowd quickly scattered at the sight of the firearm, and Cole, taken aback, was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Hong Hua, on the rooftop nearby, witnessed the unfolding chaos and was equally distressed, yet powerless to intervene. Lanue instinctively called out to Yake for help. I don't even know who you are, Mr. Barnes. Help! Save Cole!" Observing the situation, Yake activated his swift step, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Levian, swiftly subduing her and delivering a punch that sent her into a deep slumber. As Yake released his grip, Levian collapsed, and Cole was freed, sprawling on the ground, gasping for breath. Yake approached and kicked Levian's gun away. Shaking his head at the terrified Cole, he then examined Levian's belongings and felt a shiver run down his spine upon reading the contents of her diary, an appalling account of an extreme stalker. Lanue, looking at the unconscious Levian, exclaimed, "Oh my God, Arigato. Tony." "It's nothing," replied Yake. "I'm merely doing my job. Ensuring your safety is my duty." Lanue, gazing at Levian's face, remarked, "I can't believe she is a girl. Who would have thought? What do we do now? We should wait for the police to handle it." However, Lanue appeared somewhat panicked, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. But what if they let her go? Or she escapes? Rest assured, so many people witnessed this incident. The NCPD isn't foolish enough to overlook it. Furthermore, your record label won't be idle in this matter. Worst case scenario, if such a situation arises again, just reach out to me. Lanue found some sense in Yake's words and gradually calmed down. "Yes, you're right. Thank you for all your help. I'll transfer the payment to you shortly. I promise. Let us go grab a drink to take our minds off things." Cole, now standing, appeared shaken. "Phew. You saved me once again, Yake. Thank you." Yake nodded. "Take care, both of you." Lanue and Cole acknowledged him with a nod and prepared to leave the scene. Yake watched as they distanced themselves, then turned to see the man still clandestinely filming from above. Upon noticing Yake's gaze, the man hastily retracted his phone, attempting to flee. Yet, in an instant, Yake vanished from sight. The man turned to find Yake, with a bemused smile on his face, waiting for him. But how? He was met with Yake's righteous fist in a literal sense, and like Levian, the man succumbed to a deep slumber. Yake picked up the man's phone, inserted his personal link, deleted all incriminating videos, and returned it. After observing the arrival of NCPD personnel at the scene, he quietly departed. Chapter 64. Attention from Zeta Technology after leaving. Lanua paid Yake for the commission and included an electronic concert ticket, inviting him to her performance. Yake accepted without hesitation. At the T Zeta Technology Tower. In the conference room, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table listened to his subordinate's report and suddenly inquired, "How are the special teams we dispatched for evaluation faring?" The nearby secretary, upon hearing this, activated the screen in front of the man, projecting real-time data of the special teams. Several researchers from the laboratory nodded proudly at the positive data displayed. After adjusting his glasses, the secretary began to report. Team 1 performed exceptionally well, successfully taking down a large casino run by the Tiger Claw gang, with minimal casualties. Team 2 also fared admirably, successfully ambushing and eliminating a well-equipped Edgewalker squad. They even unexpectedly clashed with members of the A-Class Terrorist Response Unit, inflicting significant damage while sustaining minor casualties. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, clearly impressed with the capabilities of these special teams. The laboratory head wore a proud expression, AS for Team 3. The secretary, glancing at the data, appeared stunned and momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing the secretary's hesitation, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Speak plainly. Why the hesitation?" The laboratory head's expression turned tense, beads of cold sweat forming as he anticipated the report on Team 3. The secretary stole a sympathetic glance at the laboratory head and continued. Team 3 has suffered total casualties. Investigations reveal they encountered a rather skilled Edgewalker team and a lone wolf. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, while the laboratory head turned pale. "Lanin, do you have anything to say?" The middle-aged man directed his gaze toward the laboratory head, clearly displeased. However, Lanin was at a loss, stuttering as he struggled to articulate a response. Joel, the head of counterintelligence seated opposite Lanin, stifled a chuckle at his discomfort and reported to his superior. "Tom Brown, according to our counterintelligence investigations, the location where Team 3 was stationed was a major hideout for scavengers. The team they encountered that day was led by Captain Mann, and the lone wolf is a mercenary recently trending among intermediaries, known as the Winter Soldier. From our investigations, while Mann's team is indeed commendable among various Edgewalker squads, they lack the capability to annihilate our special team. Hence, the greater suspicion falls on this mercenary, known as the Winter Soldier." With that, Joel displayed Yake's profile on the screen. Yake Barnes, alias Winter Soldier, he arrived in Night City just a few months ago, previously having gained some notoriety in the Atlanta region. Rumors suggest he is also an experimental subject that escaped from a laboratory, though we cannot verify any information regarding that rumored laboratory. After a brief pause, Joel continued, "At least, my access rights do not allow me to uncover anything further." Upon hearing Joel's statement, Tom understood the implications. There were no fools in this position. Joel subtly indicated that the resources available to the counterintelligence department he led were limited, though still considerable. Yet the inability to uncover even a shred of information suggested either the rumors about Yake's origins were false, or the laboratory in question was extraordinarily classified. If it were the former, it would be manageable, but if the latter, Tom tapped his fingers on the table. "Let us observe this mercenary named Yake for now, and heighten his threat level. That will suffice." The decision was made by the higher-ups. Everyone nodded in agreement and exited the conference room. The vast room was left with only Tom. "Let us observe for a while. If he truly proves competent, perhaps he could be recruited for that project." If anyone were still present in the conference room, they would have noticed the peculiar blue light flickering in Tom Brown's eyes. Yet, this remained unknown to all. Meanwhile, Valerie had just concluded a delightful experience with the Super Dream device. Wow. Removing the apparatus, Valerie felt a lingering excitement. Sitting up from the couch, she noticed Johnny pacing nearby. "Hey, Johnny, what's up?" Johnny's projection settled on the couch, appearing somewhat anxious. "Valerie, I wanted to discuss something with you." "What is it that warrants your personal approach?" "I'm serious. Remember when Yake suggested we could temporarily exchange control of our bodies?" I'd like to borrow your body to check on Kelly. Kelly? That superstar? Your old friend? Johnny nodded, taking a deep breath. Yes, it's him. Didn't Jack mention it before? He said he's currently suffering from depression and attempted suicide or something. So what? Are you genuinely worried about him? I don't know, but if he truly contemplates suicide, I feel compelled to offer some advice. Rest assured, I promise not to do anything foolish. I merely intend to check on him. This sentiment stemmed from an earlier incident where Johnny had sought to gain control over Valerie's body, resulting in Johnny's reckless smoking and drinking, leaving Valerie with a throbbing headache the next day. All right, but how do you plan to identify yourself? I suspect he is currently entangled in a myriad of legal troubles. Seeking him out now might not be prudent. Come on, Valerie.Clarice's life is already a chaotic mess. It's precisely this shared experience that allows us to connect. Valerie rolled her eyes. Your method of making friends is indeed quite unique. Johnny assured Valerie. You need not worry that I shall proceed with utmost caution. But first, you must let me in. Valerie reluctantly nodded. Fine, just let me know when you wish to take control. Chapter 65. No dreams. No heartbreak. Valerie drove to North Oak District, gazing at the distant grand mansion, and exclaimed. Once we arrive at Clarice Villa, I must explore it thoroughly. Johnny appeared beside her. All right, let us not waste any time and head inside. Johnny stared at the mansion ahead, sighing, lost in thought. Valerie nodded and pressed the accelerator, steering towards Clarice's opulent abode. Upon reaching the entrance, Valerie observed a massive golden samurai head adorning the door. Ringing the doorbell would surely be futile. Revealing herself as Johnny would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. Valerie surveyed the surroundings, then executed a double jump over the wall, entering Clarice's estate. Once inside, she noticed the place was crawling with patrolling combat robots. Valerie activated her swift stealth mode and dashed to the front door of the house. Managing to enter unimpeded since the door was unlocked, Valerie took a glance at the mansion's interior. Johnny emerged, critiquing Clarice's decor. Oh, this decor is atrocious. It might even be expensive. How can someone so tacky reside here? Impressive, indeed. Valerie surveyed the room, reluctantly agreeing with Johnny's assessment, as Clarice's abode was in utter disarray, more chaotic than her own disheveled space. As Valerie wandered through the mansion, Johnny reclined on a sofa, pondering. What use is all this junk? Valerie observed Johnny's continuous sharp remarks. She found herself exasperated by his commentary and suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent odor, especially upon seeing Clarice's portrait of the Lady of Lake Rayfield. Guinevere, Johnny's irritation peaked. Valerie turned to view Clarice's depiction hanging on the wall while Johnny continued his unfiltered commentary. Ah, the beautiful little butterfly, Clarice, emerging from the smooth samurai shell. While traversing the corridor, Valerie noticed an electronic piano on the wall, prompting Johnny to reminisce. I played several of those during my time with the samurai band. After scanning all the electronic pianos, Valerie's attention was drawn to the sound of running water emanating from a tightly closed bathroom door. It seems he's taking a shower. Well, it's just him. Trust me, your luck is holding. All right, the rest is up to me. I can coax him out. Valerie nodded, consuming a pill provided by Misty, after a brief wave of dizziness. Johnny seized control of Valerie's body. Now, this feels good. Let me see which of these are mere decorations and which can actually be played. Subsequently, Johnny began to play We Lost Everything on the piano. As Johnny's performance unfolded, Clary, just emerging from the bathroom, became alert, cautiously brandishing his weapon as he stepped out. Noticing Valerie seated on a chair, possessed by Johnny, he immediately pointed his gun at her. Who the hell are you? Clary inched closer, his gaze drawn to the woman's posture and skillful playing, igniting memories of someone long gone. Keep playing, Clary commanded, gun still trained on Valerie. Johnny shrugged. As Clary continued to observe, a sense of familiarity washed over him, a peculiar feeling rising within. Johnny smiled. Clary chuckled, albeit with a hint of madness. No, impossible. You're pulling my leg. Wait, Clary struggled to accept that a friend he believed dead for 50 years now appeared before him as a woman. What in the world is happening? Hold on. Silverhand told me something before he died. Johnny looked at Clary, who wore a serious expression. He told you not to act like a woman, didn't he? Huh. Damn, you really are. Johnny Silverhand, this is absolutely impossible. Surprising, isn't it? Clary suddenly struck Johnny with the butt of his gun. I'm indestructible. Johnny, bewildered, touched the spot where he was hit. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, I get it. Clary casually tossed the gun aside and sat next to Johnny. I can't believe it. I've waited 50 years for that punch. He then scrutinized Valerie's appearance that you've transitioned. Huh. Rocking a new look. Quite the deep cleavage you got there. Finally, Johnny and Clary recounted the events of 50 years prior and the connection between Valerie and himself. After a long absence, they indulged in drinks and nostalgia. Johnny learned of Clary's experiences over the past 50 years, discovering to his astonishment that Clary had married a woman. Clary, in turn, was surprised that Johnny now inhabited the mind of a mercenary from a different life. Having undergone so much to they drank, reminiscing over footage of the long-ago samurai band, Johnny inquired about the current status of fellow band members. Clary recounted their fates. Nancy changed her name and became a journalist. Henry, having meddled in matters best left untouched, was still in rehab. Danny was faring well, even managing to settle in North Oak District. Clary, inspired by the old footage, suddenly stood up. How about we gather everyone? Put on a show or something? Johnny, taken aback, asked, Are you serious about reuniting the samurai band? Clary pondered for a moment, uncertain of his own motivation. I don't know. I suppose putting on a show could work. We could find a dive bar where no one knows us. After all, I still have some clout. I need to maintain appearances. Sounds good to me, Johnny replied. But you handle the details regarding my situation. Clary beamed with excitement. Yes, let us do it. I'll send you Nancy's number right away and I'll contact Henry and Danny. All right, if I'm unavailable, you can discuss it with Valerie. Okay, how are things between you two? Of course. She is quite fond of me. After bidding farewell to Clary, Johnny swallowed the prepared medication. Following a brief bout of dizziness, Valerie regained control of her body. Noticing Valerie's discomfort, Clary hurried to her side. Hey, are you all right? Valerie shook her head. I'm fine, You must be Valerie. Johnny mentioned the possibilities of such occurrences. Valerie surveyed her surroundings. You two didn't end up killing each other? Huh. Are you a bit disappointed? Just take a seat and rest for a moment. Clary then left to make calls to Danny and Henry. Valerie, puzzled by Johnny's sudden appearance, recalled their previous conversation and inquired, What was that talk about a concert? You heard that. Valerie shot Johnny a glare. I overheard it when the medication kicked into. I'm asking you. Do you wish to see the samurai band live? This opportunity is rare. You wouldn't want to miss it. Valerie expressed her skepticism. What if it's a disappointment like the last time with Roger? Johnny shook his head, dismissing her concerns. Not this time. It's different. Clary needs this concert. Seeing Johnny's unwavering confidence, Valerie reluctantly agreed. After all, it was just a concert. She wouldn't be using her body to flirt with anyone, right? Okay, I'll call that Nancy person. Chapter 66. Second conflict. Valerie rose from the sofa and dialed the number Clary had provided. Upon connecting, the holographic projection revealed a man wearing a hat. Nancy? Wait, no, is that Base? Base Isis? The assistant on the other end shook his head. No, I'm his assistant. The underappreciated and underpaid assistant. Stephen, this is News Channel 54. How may I assist you? I wish to speak with Base. She is unavailable. Well then, when will she return? The assistant on the other end of the line shook her head. She was supposed to come back 2 days ago. She went out for a shoot to conduct an interview with the cyber psychos of the Vortex gang at the Dance of Death as of now. She still hasn't returned. If you wish to find her, you might have to wait until next week, or just check the news that if anything has happened to her, I'll be the first to call the news hotline. With that, Stephen hung up the phone, clearly showing his disdain for Nancy. Johnny then chimed in. Something feels off, Valerie. Valerie rolled her eyes. All right, let us head to the Dance of Death and see the Vortex gang. But I'm not sure if those lunatics will welcome me. Valerie drove to the entrance of the Dance of Death nightclub. After parking her car, she entered through the door. Following a brief exchange with the security guard at the elevator, Valerie successfully made her way inside. It must be said, the cybernetic enhancements on the members of the Vortex gang were enough to make one's sanity waver. They exuded the aura of individuals teetering on the brink of cyberpsychosis. As the elevator doors opened, Valerie paid no heed to the already exuberant members of the Vortex gang. She stepped forward to the entrance, but was met with an unexpected challenge. Two guards at the door seemed to recognize her. The member on the left stood up, glancing at Valerie and his companion. No way. You remember the full food factory incident, right? She asked the one who decked Royce. However, his companion was not easily convinced. No, note if it really is her. Is she out of her mind coming here? Valerie, uninterested in their banter, stated, I'm here to see Beth Isis. The nearby member of the Vortex gang epitomized Night City's educational shortcomings. Exclaiming, I can't even spell that name. Another member of the Vortex gang persisted with inquiries. Did you take out Royce? Valerie nodded in acknowledgement. I did. What? Are people still mourning him? Upon her admission, the gang member swiftly drew a small handgun, aiming it at Valerie. Nevertheless, she regarded the weapon with indifference. Just as tensions escalated, the main door swung open, revealing a female member of the Vortex gang. This woman appeared to hold a significant position within the gang. What the hell are you doing? She demanded. The younger member beside her alerted her. It's that girl from the full food factory. I'm not blind, she retorted, crossing her arms and fixing her gaze on Valerie. What do you want here? Valerie met her eyes. Are you the boss here? The woman shook her head. No, after Royce's death. Many things have changed, but some remain the same. Have you heard of Beth Isis? The woman's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Are you working for her? Valerie shook her head, denying the woman's assumption that no, I just need to find her. I've heard she's around. Yes, she's here, but you'll need to speak with Brick first. He'll decide if you're worthy. Valerie followed the woman inside, while the two guards, though begrudging, could do nothing to stop her. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly, and Valerie successfully encountered Nancy, who was still interviewing Brick. Since Valerie had saved Brick during the full food factory incident, he was inclined to return the favor. Both parties tacitly agreed to avoid any violence. Nancy and Valerie safely exited the dance of death. However, upon leaving, Nancy was taken aback to see her vintage car vandalized with graffiti by the Vortex gang. Exclaiming, "Damn it!" Valerie stifled a laugh, attempting to console Nancy. Don't be too upset. Consider it a memento. To hell with that. I'm heading straight back to the office. If there's anything to discuss, we can talk on the way. Valerie got into Nancy's car, where she elaborated on Chris's idea to reform the samurai band for a concert. However, Nancy was skeptical about a samurai without Johnny Silverhand. Yet Valerie managed to persuade her, proposing that she should be in charge of the arrangements. Valerie nodded, bidding farewell to Nancy. At a tea that moment, Johnny reappeared. Seems like things went pretty smoothly. Let us call Chris. Valerie nodded, uncertain about Chris's situation. Previously, Chris had messaged her, indicating he had found Henry, but she was unaware of the specifics. Before long, Chris answered the call. Hey, how is it going? Did you talk to Nancy? Yes, she agreed. She said she would handle the coordination and arrangements. Looks like she is still the control freak. That is fantastic. Have you reached Henry and Danny yet? Chris nodded and then shook his head. I've only managed to contact Henry. Just got him out of rehab. This is quite interesting. Henry has no idea Danny has been in Night City. He is on his way to her place to surprise her. Let us all meet up at Danny's then. Huh. I'm coming too. Why? Aren't you joining us for the performance? You should at least meet everyone. I'll send you the address. See you there. Just make sure he stays cautious. People who mess with that sort usually aren't in the best state of mind. Let us not mess up our plans. Valerie herself was unsure why she felt compelled to say this, but her reasoning was sound. Upon hearing Valerie's words, a wave of unease washed over Chris, prompting him to hurriedly hang up the phone. Beside him, Johnny remarked, I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Yake stood before the gate of Danny's villa. After observing for a moment, he pressed the doorbell. Hello? Who is it? Danny. It's Yake. I got what you asked for. The voice on the other end was evidently excited. Really? Thank you so much, Yake. Please come in to understand the context. We must go back to yesterday. While lifting weights at home, Yake received a message from Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Hey, Mr. Barnes. Do you have some free time lately? Yake. What is up, Miss Blue Moon? Blue Moon. Oh, nothing much, but I know an acquaintance in the rock scene who seems to be facing some trouble. I'd like to find a reliable mercenary to help her out. Yake. All right, I don't have any assignments at the moment. Blue Moon. Great. I'll send you her contact information right away. Subsequently, Blue Moon forwarded Danny's contact details to Yake. Upon seeing the name, he raised an eyebrow. This Danny could be the one he is thinking of. Nevertheless, Yake added her contact and inquired about the specifics of the task. Yake. Hello. I heard from Blue Moon that you need a mercenary. Danny. That's me. Are you the one she recommended? Yake. That would be me. Danny. All right, I hope you're as reliable as she says. Here's the situation. My former agency, Eero, had an unpleasant incident while my contract with them hadn't ended yet, so I switched to another agency. However, Eero doesn't want me to thrive, so they VE propped up a talentless newcomer and are attempting to blackmail her with rumors about me. But the evidence they have is crucial for leveraging the newcomer to do their bidding. That I'm not one to back down. That I need you to retrieve that evidence. The catch is, I prefer this to remain under wraps. So no loud disturbances and absolutely no killing. Can you manage that? Yake. Well, that is a tall order, but it's not impossible. However, regarding the commission fee, Danny, I understand. It's a difficult request. The payment 1 TB small. And I'll owe you a favor. What do you say? Yake. All right, I'll take it. Danny, thank you. I've sent you the location of the evidence. Once you have it, please bring it to me. After confirming the location, Yake set off to fulfill Danny's request. Due to the stipulation against violence and commotion, Yake took some time to acquire the evidence. Once he secured the documents, he hurried to Danny's residence to deliver them. Upon entering Danny's luxurious villa, Yake noted that it was quite comparable to the game's depiction. Extravagant, he arrived at the poolside at the back of the mansion, where a woman clad in a white bodysuit and sporting a voluminous afro was seated. Hey, you must be Danny. Danny rose to greet Yake. That's me. You're Yake, right? Did you bring what I asked for? Yake handed her a chip. Here's the information you wanted, along with a few sweet extras. Rest assured, it was all done quietly. Danny excitedly inserted the chip in her neural interface, discovering it contained exactly what she needed, along with additional dirt on Eero. This is it. Thank you so much. Yake shook his head. I'm just doing my job. Danny nodded and transferred the commission to Yak. Regardless, I owe you a favor. Yak nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to depart. Just then, an abrupt engine roar pierced the air. Yak glanced around, and Danny too became aware of the sound. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition gripped her. What is that noise? It seems to be the engine of a large vehicle, Yak replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. As the engine sound gradually grew louder, Danny's ominous feeling intensified. Yak appeared to have an epiphany and looked towards the wall beside him. Be careful. Yak suddenly lunged, tackling Danny to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, a cement mixer crashed through the wall behind her, careening into Danny's backyard and finally colliding with another wall, where it came to a halt. However, the apparatus at the back of the cement mixer suddenly whirred to life, spewing forth a vast quantity of cement that filled Danny's empty pool to a considerable extent. The door swung open, and a man with red hair, clad in crimson attire, stumbled out of the mixer. Yak and Danny stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the scene before them. Ida. Yak had previously suspected that his commission had gone awry, leading someone to seek his demise, but upon seeing the figure with the fiery hair, he realized this was likely unrelated to him. The familiar sight before him evoked memories of side quests from a game. Danny, still lying on the ground and bewildered by the events, remained momentarily frozen. It wasn't until the red-haired figure brazenly settled into a lounge chair by the pool that she recognized him. Henry? Now fully aware of the unfolding chaos, Danny seethed with fury, seizing a nearby golden baseball bat and storming over to Henry. She unleashed a torrent of invectives. I can't believe you. Yak stood to the side, arms crossed, silently observing as a bystander. I could see that moment. The sound of drifting tires echoed nearby. Yak turned to see a black and gold Layfield Lake Lady sword. Guinevere, pull up. A figure emerged, a white-haired man in sunglasses, clad in a rock and roll ensemble. Crity surveyed the spectacle before him with a bemused expression, uncertain of what to say. Sensing Danny's explosive rage, instinct warned him against intervening. Noticing Yak standing nearby, Cry approached him. Hey man, what is going on here? Yak glanced at Cry and shrugged, offering a succinct recount of the recent events. Upon hearing about his buddy Henry's outrageous antics, Cry appeared flabbergasted. Looks like Valerie was right, he muttered. Caught in a dilemma, Cry joined Yak, observing the heated confrontation. Before long, footsteps approached a brother-in-law. What are you doing here? Valerie, who had just arrived at the villa's entrance, looked bewildered at the traces on the grass. Johnny sensed something was amiss. Valerie quickly followed the trail to Danny's backyard, where she was met with a shocking sight. The villa's wall had been violently breached, and the scene within was utterly chaotic. With the pool filled with cement, Cry stood nearby, watching the drama unfold, alongside a familiar figure. "Hey, Valerie." "What a coincidence," he greeted. Valerie, still in shock, walked over. Yak briefly explained the situation to her, observing Cry's distressed expression and Yak's exasperated demeanor. Valerie felt overwhelmed. "So, this is Henry's so-called surprise." Cry nodded. "Yeah, it seems there's something going on between those two that I'm unaware of. Just look at Henry's disgruntled face. He decided to dump cement in someone else's pool." Cry awkwardly defended Henry that he's quite the emotional character. Yak interjected, unable to contain his opinion. "This feels more like a case of hypermasculinity. Thanks to whoever sent me the god-level certification," he added with a hint of sarcasm. The three stood by, watching the fiery exchange, until Valerie finally broke the silence. What is really going on between them? Cry turned to analyze, based on snippets I've gathered from extensive genealogies and verbs. It appears that Danny vanished one day, without a word, and has been avoiding Henry ever since. Honestly, I'm starting to regret giving him Danny's address. You mustn't tell her it was me. Otherwise, I fear her golden baseball bat will soon find its way to my face. Yak looked at Valerie, knowing full well what she was up to, but still inquired, "So what brings you here?" Valerie recounted Cry and Johnny's aspirations to reform the martial band. With a sigh, she concluded that relying on Cry was futile, so she stepped forward to join the fray. Danny was still venting her frustration. "What were you thinking?" Noticing Valerie, Danny's curiosity piqued, but her rage left her little room for courtesy. "What are you doing here?" Valerie had no choice but to explain. "Cry sent me." She gestured toward Cry, who stood beside Yak. "We're here to discuss the concert." Danny, feeling both angry and confused, shot a glance at Cry. "What concert? Why doesn't He come and talk to me himself?" Valerie rolled her eyes at Cry, who was trying to blend into the background. "Because he is afraid you might take your baseball bat to him." "Well, I might just consider that," Danny retorted. "We came to propose a reunion of the martial band, just for one night." Danny expressed skepticism. "Is that all? Did he gather us all, just for a concert?" "How thoughtful, but I doubt it's that simple. There's definitely more to this." Henry seemed to sense Danny's thoughts, appearing unusually flustered. "Danny, no, there's no negotiating. You either choose him or you choose me. It's your decision." This left Valerie in a tight spot, and Johnny appeared at her side that if Danny refused, there would be no room for negotiation. Cry sidled over, asking, "What's the situation? It's a mess, damn it." "Danny refuses to let me in." "But didn't we agree on this?" Danny chimed in. "Did Cry pay you? So that is why you're here." "Damn, really? Now all of you get out." Clearly, Danny had misunderstood, believing Cry had orchestrated this entire debacle. Cry looked to Valerie for help. "Don't make me choose." Valerie, feeling exasperated, realized this was thrusting her into the role of the villain. None of these individuals seemed reliable. We can only choose one." Cry nodded, sighing. "Looks like we can't get everyone together. Do you think we can return to the past, Cry?" Valerie, feeling cornered, turned to Johnny for insight, as he was also a member of the martial band. "This decision likely falls to you." Johnny felt a headache coming on. "Damn, Danny is just so stubborn. It's infuriating. And Henry's mind is a complete mess, making him utterly untrustworthy. Thanks for your input." Valerie replied sarcastically. Growing increasingly agitated, Valerie turned to Henry. "What the hell were you thinking, dumping cement into someone else's pool? You know Cry wants Danny to come back, to reunite the martial band." Henry's response was disappointingly predictable. "I just wanted to clear the air with her." Yak, who had just approached Valerie, was taken aback. "Seriously, man, it's 2077. Aren't these kinds of approaches a bit outdated? You think this will make her open up to you?" Cry stared at Henry in disbelief. "You're truly insane." Yak sighed, noting Valerie's desperate look. "All right, I guess I have to step in again. Danny, didn't you just say you owed me a favor? How about we use that favor right here? After all, I'm a fan of the martial band, even if Henry seems a bit dim-witted." Henry, ready to protest, was swiftly silenced by Cry and Valerie. Yak shot Henry a stern look and continued. "But I genuinely want to see the martial band reunite once more. Otherwise, bringing in an outsider feels rather odd. Wouldn't you agree?" "Danny, taken aback, replied, "You intend to spend my favor on this idiot? Are you sure it's worth it?" Yak chuckled helplessly. "Oh, you think I have a choice?" He shot another fierce glare at Henry, while Cry and Valerie quickly nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity while Danny was distracted. They cast Henry a glance filled with menace. Sensing their gazes, Henry, who was about to retort, suddenly appeared contrite. It's true, I was in the wrong. Whatever the issue is, I'll take the heat. But Cry truly wants to reform the martial band. And that's important. I'm sorry." Hearing Henry's apology and Yak's plea, Danny's fury subsided considerably. Moreover, Yak had delivered the steps right to the doorstep, leaving no reason for hesitation. Furthermore, Danny found herself introspectively questioning her own feelings. She was indeed somewhat intrigued by the prospect of reconstituting the Wuxia band. Additionally, it would serve as a convenient means to repay Yak's kindness. She was not one to relish being in debt to others. After a moment of contemplation, Danny nodded in agreement. "Well, very well, then did I consent, but only this once. And I expect you all to cover the expenses for the pool repairs." Danny pointed her golden baseball bat at Kelly and the others. Upon seeing this, Kelly quickly nodded in acquiescence. Danny let out a cold snore at Kelly's agreement. With a subtle glance towards Yak, she turned and returned to the mansion. This. The others collectively exhaled in relief. Kelly cast a grateful look at Yak. "Thanks, brother." Yak nodded, and nearby, Valerie also relaxed. Heaven knows how immense her pressure had been. She certainly did not wish to play the villain. Yak patted Valerie on the shoulder. "Remember to send me the address before the performance. I'd like to join in the excitement." Valerie assented, then curiously inquired of Yak, "Brother-in-law, are you truly a fan of the Wuxia band?" Rolling his eyes at Valerie's innocent yet naive gaze, Yak replied, "What do you think? By the time I was born, those rock stars had turned to ashes. The Wuxia band had long since disbanded. However, I must admit, I do quite enjoy the song Never Fade Away." Valerie nodded, and after bidding farewell to Kelly, she returned home with Yak. Before departing, Yak glanced at the tire marks on the lawn and at Henry being pushed along by Kelly. One could only say this was quite cyberpunk. After escorting Valerie home, Yak returned to his apartment. The events of the day had been rather exhilarating, to be honest. Having personally witnessed Henry's madness, Yak finally understood why Danny could not tolerate him. Nevertheless, witnessing the reunion of the Wuxia band was quite enjoyable. Unlike others, Yak had the opportunity to see Johnny, making it a complete reunion for him. However, it was said that our Nightingale would also be part of that performance. Yak shook his head, too weary to dwell on such thoughts. Presently, our poor little bird was still trapped in Miles's cage, but perhaps it was time to pay a visit to Lyde. He had not encountered him during his previous deliveries to Dino. However, meeting him might prove futile, and there was even a chance of attracting the attention of a man whose peak prowess rivaled that of Morgan Blackhand. Being targeted by a top-tier agent was certainly not a favorable predicament. The following morning, Yak roused himself from bed, pondering what to do that day. With nearly $800,000 in savings, he felt he was one step closer to becoming Kelly and Danny's neighbor. Should he perhaps visit the Little Big Dipper base? On second thought, that place was buried quite deep underground. Finding it would be another matter entirely. That moment, a phone call interrupted Yak's contemplation of the day's itinerary. "Hey, Jack, what's up?" Upon seeing Jack's call, Yak promptly answered on the other end. Jack sounded both excited and slightly anxious. "Hey, brother, are you free tonight?" "Yes, why? What's going on?" Jack scratched his head on the holographic projection. It's not a big deal, it's just... Isn't today my birthday? I plan to propose to Misty tonight." "Propose?" Yak was taken aback by this revelation, though it made some sense. After all, in the game, the two were already in a romantic relationship. Now that Jack was not only alive but also had Mrs. Wells's blessing for their romance, proposing did not seem out of place. Yes, Jack nodded. In our line of work, one never knows when they might meet their end. Just like that incident at the Cobalt Tower. I nearly thought that Valerie and I wouldn't make it back. Without your help. Stop it. Jack, if it weren't for me, you still have V, right? Jack nodded. Not pursuing that line of conversation further, in any case, I want to propose to Misty on my birthday and invite you all to witness it. What do you say? Help a brother out. Yak chuckled. He had no reason to refuse. No problem. Jack, where's the location? At the Wild Wolf Bar tonight. Valerie and the others will be there. Could you ask V for me? Thanks, brother. Of course. After hanging up, Yake's smile lingered on his face. It was truly delightful to witness his favorite couple tying the knot. Since arriving in this world, Yake had unknowingly altered many things, but at least for him, everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Yake shook his head and dialed V's number, the Wild Wolf Bar. Jack nervously took a swig of his drink. The bartender, Pepe, chuckled at Jack's anxious demeanor. I say, Jack, there's no need to be like this. When I proposed to Cynthia, I was just as nervous. There's really no need for such tension. Easy for you to say. Back then, your legs were shaking like a leaf. You thought I didn't notice? Jack rolled his eyes. That Mrs. Wells chuckled at the sight of her son's nervousness, patting Jack on the shoulder. Just let it flow naturally, dear. Got it. Mom. At that moment, Valerie breezed through the door. Hey, Jack, how are the preparations going? Any plans? Valerie sat beside Jack, looking at him with a teasing expression. Jack thought for a moment. And real plans. Just a surprise during the birthday festivities. You know me, I'm a bit of a brute when it comes to these things. Valerie nodded in agreement, and Johnny appeared nearby, chiming in, oh dear. Meanwhile, after speaking with V, Yake received confirmation that she would join him tonight to witness Jack's proposal. After hanging up, Yake pondered for a moment, wondering what gift to bring. The gathering tonight was ostensibly a birthday celebration for Jack, so a gift for him was a must. After contemplating for a bit, Yake opted to purchase a bottle of limited edition tequila online. Before long, a dedicated delivery drone arrived outside Yake's apartment window. After receiving the package from the drone and retrieving the items, he also took a weapon from the armory, an 8-star gun, and packaged both gifts in gift boxes. Jack's birthday present was ready. Speaking of which, do people still propose with diamond rings in 2077? Yake was unsure. Not wanting to overthink it, Yake dove into the kitchen to prepare a few homemade dishes to bring along. Meanwhile, at the Wild Wolf Bar, Mrs. Wells and Valerie were also busy preparing. Mrs. Wells was arranging the ingredients for the day's meal, while Valerie and Pepe were decorating the venue for the evening's celebration. Valerie single-handedly moved a pool table, leaving Pepe astonished. At the same time, Misty was engaged in a tarot card reading for herself. Upon drawing the lover's card, she paused. Then a thought struck her, and she smiled knowingly. The crowd at the Wild Wolf Bar was bustling with preparations that Jack's friends and family began to arrive one after another. Victor was the first to show up, dressed in a suit and white shirt. Upon seeing everyone busy, he presented Jack with a pair of brand-new boxing gloves as a birthday gift before removing his jacket to help out. The second to arrive was Gustavo Oda, a member of the Valentino gang and Jack's childhood friend who brought a signed football as a gift, claiming it bore the autograph of a major star. Even Father Sebastian came to offer his blessings to Jack. Not long after, Yake also arrived, handing his gift to Jack before bringing some prepared dishes to the kitchen where Mrs. Wells was. He then joined the busy Jack for a chat. So, are you ready? Yake asked, observing Jack's leg nervously bouncing. Of course, but I'm still a bit anxious. Yake voiced a question that had been on his mind. Duppy, by the way, what do you plan to use for the proposal? A diamond ring? Jack looked at Yake as if he were foolish. Why are you thinking like a relic from 50 years ago? Diamonds have long lost their value. I'm using a pure gold ring. Jack produced a golden ring to show Yake, his eyes brimming with confidence. Wow, that's impressive, but ISNT gold quite expensive these days. Where did you get the money? It was understandable for Yake to inquire, given that Jack had just paid off his debt for that aggressive cybernetic enhancement not long ago. How could he afford a ring now? Jack scratched his head. I sold my Nazar. Huh. Yake was genuinely taken aback. If you were short on cash, you could have told me. I'm not in a rush for the cybernetic payments. Why sell your motorcycle? Yake looked at Jack in shock, fully aware of how much Jack cherished his motorcycle. How could he just sell it? Jack shrugged it off nonchalantly. Nah, brother, I owe you too much already if I keep being in your debt. It'll weigh heavily on me. Yake sighed at this. There was simply no changing his good friend's character. Just then, V arrived, entering the bar and spotting Yake chatting with Jack at the bar. Hey, darling, looks like I'm a bit late. Yake shook his head that no, it hasn't started yet, that we just arrived early. Jack nodded in agreement. V sat down and tossed the key at Jack. Here, birthday gift. A few days ago, the motorcycle you sold has been returned to you. Additionally, I personally took the initiative to assist you with some modifications. The vehicle is parked outside. Upon receiving the keys from V, Jack was initially taken aback, followed by a look of astonishment as he gazed at her. After obtaining the answer he sought, he dashed out the door in a frenzy. The two exchanged a knowing smile as they watched Jack's hurried retreat. In case you were unaware, Jack's birthday is on May 26th. Chapter 70. The Proposal. In the evening, the Howling Wolf Bar was bustling with activity. Jack's friends and family arrived one after another, all having heard the news of his intention to propose. Everyone who could make it gathered here, eager to witness the love of this young man from Haywood. Misty also arrived at the scene, dressed to the nines. Upon seeing her, Jack grew even more anxious. It was only after Yake gave his shoulder a reassuring pat that he snapped back to reality and stood to greet her. The few individuals seated at the bar found Jack's awkward demeanor quite amusing, while nearby, Valerie was already recording the entire event with an old-fashioned camcorder. Johnny's projection was also visible on the bar. Observing the proceedings with a relaxed demeanor, Mrs. Wells served the dishes. The birthday celebration commenced. Everyone took their seats, and Jack, sitting next to Misty, felt a surge of nervousness. He discreetly freed one hand to caress the ring tucked within his pocket, alleviating some of his anxiety. Yake, and others encouraged Jack to drink. He found himself becoming a bit tipsy. As the saying goes, a little liquid courage can bolster one's confidence. With the festivities well underway, Jack sensed that the time had come. He took Misty's hand and led her to the front of the bar. Misty, watching Jack grasp her hand, did not inquire about his intentions, but simply followed him in silence. The crowd began to notice Jack's actions and erupted into cheers, which made the courageous Jack feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and approached the bar. Most people present were aware of Jack's plans for the evening, and they paused their activities to focus on the evening's protagonist. Once everyone fell silent, Jack took a deep breath and spoke. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for attending my birthday celebration. I have long forgotten when I last hosted such an event. Of course, most of you already know what I intend to do tonight. Jack raised a hand still holding Misty's and turned to face her, while his other hand retrieved the golden ring from his pocket. Upon seeing the ring, Misty covered her mouth with her hand. Although she had suspected this moment through tarot cards, she was nonetheless overwhelmed with surprise. The crowd erupted into cheers as Jack slowly knelt before her, presenting the ring. Though it felt somewhat rushed, this was the best ceremony he could muster at that moment. Misty, my dear, will you marry me? Perhaps due to nerves, Jack's voice was barely above a whisper. Misty, though she could hear him, was not satisfied. What did you say? Louder. Her voice trembled, causing Jack, already on edge, to miss her words. However, the enthusiastic crowd was ready to relay her request. She wants you to speak louder, Valerie exclaimed, holding the camcorder aloft. Come on, Jack, did you forget to eat? Hearing this, Jack summoned all his strength and shouted, Misty, will you marry me? The crowd erupted in excitement, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Misty's eyes glistened with tears as the crowd chanted, Say yes. Marry him. Amidst the cacophony, Misty, nearly breaking into a voice crack, declared, I do. At that moment, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Jack, elated by Misty's response, lifted her into his arms and slipped the ring onto her finger. Under the gaze of the crowd, they shared a kiss. Mrs. Wells watched the scene with tears in her eyes, while Valerie diligently documented the occasion as a devoted photographer. Yake embraced V, both watching the couple with admiration. Even the priest clapped in approval. That moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in Yake's mind. Hold on to it. For me. They had successfully escaped the confines of the Azure Tower. V leaned against Yake, enviously observing Jack and Misty. She nudged Yake with her elbow, prompting him to look her way. When will you propose to me? She inquired playfully. Before Yake could respond, V continued, Never mind, I don't fancy such ceremonies. They don't suit me. Yet, Yake noticed a fleeting glimmer of envy in V's eyes, which he chose to keep to himself. Meanwhile, Jack and Misty scampered back to their seats, embodying the awkwardness that often follows passionate moments. Misty, blushing, buried herself in Jack's embrace, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Johnny, standing nearby, observed the scene, lost in thought. Yake noticed Johnny's silence and couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if the old rogue was reminiscing about the past. The celebration continued for quite some time, and as it drew to a close, everyone began to depart. Valerie handed the recorded video to Jack before returning the camcorder to Yake. Indeed, this antique camcorder belonged to Yake. Initially, Valerie struggled to operate it until Yake and Johnny taught her the basics. This gadget was a reward from Yake after successfully reuniting the Wusher band, and it had found its first use here. Johnny, upon seeing the camcorder, had once questioned Yake's true age. Valerie returned to the apartment, exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Johnny lounged on the nearby sofa, puffing on a virtual cigarette, lost in contemplation. Chapter 71. Sabotaging One's Own? In the Badlands, a sleek black Thundermark Mary parked not far from the border checkpoint of Night City. Yake sat in the driver's seat, sipping coffee while his gaze remained fixed on the vehicles emerging from the checkpoint. Upon spotting 3 unmarked, all-black Chevrolet Emperor 620s exiting, Yake activated his optical implants scanning function. Confirming they were the targets, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, swiftly tailing the trio to end the last vehicle. The driver, clad in an Arasaka bulletproof vest, noticed Yake's pursuit. Reacting quickly, he contacted the commander of the lead car. "Boss, someone is following us." The voice on the other end was clearly impatient. "Just take care of him. It's just one car, not a big deal." Upon receiving the command, the driver nodded to his passenger, who promptly rolled down the window, leaning out with an HJSH-18 rifle in hand, and opened fire on Yake's vehicle. However, it was evident that even armor-piercing rounds would not harm Yake's car. With one hand, Yake retrieved the 8-star gun from the passenger seat, switching it to his left hand before rolling down the window. The 8-star gun automatically locked onto its target, and upon achieving a successful lock, Yake fired. Several mini-rocket projectiles shot forth, with one obliterating the upper half of the gunman. The remaining rockets sent the Emperor 620 soaring through the air, leaving no survivors among its occupants. The wreckage of the destroyed vehicle joined the countless car remains scattered across the Badlands. The 2 remaining vehicles, witnessing the explosion, were struck with fear and attempted to accelerate away. Their mission had been to deliver cargo as quickly as possible. Point 1 vehicle surged ahead, while the lead car slowed down in an attempt to delay Yake. However, Yake had no intention of wasting time. The 8-star gun had cooled down, and a second volley of rocket fire was on its way. Although the vehicle attempted to shield itself with side armor, the exterior was severely compromised. Observing this, Yake discarded the 8-star gun back to the passenger seat as his mechanical left arm transformed. Projectile launcher mode activated. With another powerful rocket shot, the armor of the Emperor 620 that sought to impede him finally gave way. The occupants were violently thrown by the blast shockwave, resulting in the deaths of 2 members. Yake had no time for mercy. He accelerated in pursuit of the last fleeing vehicle, for the object of his desire was aboard. At that moment, the terrifying capabilities of his customized vehicle were on full display. Its immense horsepower allowed Yake to close the gap within minutes, catching up to the last vehicle that had initially distanced itself. The occupants, realizing how quickly Yake had gained on them, were filled with dread. Yake slammed the accelerator, sharply turning the steering wheel to force the Emperor 620 to a halt. Upon disembarking, Yake instantaneously activated the Sandweiss, effectively neutralizing the 4 adversaries who attempted to resist. Subsequently, he dragged one of the corpses from the vehicle, using the Raven to deftly sever the handcuffs, binding the corpse to a suitcase. Confirming that this was indeed the desired item, Yake grasped the suitcase and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a sudden sense of crisis enveloped him. He instinctively activated the Sandweiss tank, which had long since completed its cool-down period. Bang! A bullet whizzed towards him. In a state of accelerated motion, Yake swiftly maneuvered behind a Chevrolet Emperor. To his astonishment, the bullet altered its trajectory in response to his movements. Ultimately, thanks to Yake's agility, the bullet struck the armor of the vehicle instead. Emerging from his cover, Yake discovered 3 Chevrolet Emperor 620s emblazoned with the Arasaka insignia before him, and he immediately deduced that this was the reinforcement called by the members of the vehicle he had previously spared. Cursing under his breath at the ensuing trouble, he hastily concealed the suitcase and reconfigured his mechanical arm into a missile launcher, firing a rocket that struck one of the oncoming vehicles. Seizing the cover of the explosion smoke, he activated the Sandweiss tank once more and charged towards the central vehicle. With his mechanical arm restored, he delivered a powerful blow that shattered the bulletproof glass beside the driver's seat. Yanking the driver out and tossing him toward the front of an adjacent vehicle, He then pivoted and fired 3 rounds from his revolver, systematically eliminating the remaining 3 foes inside the car. Without delay, he opened the car door, took the driver's seat, and veered the vehicle into one of the others. Just before the imminent collision, he quickly exited the vehicle. Once outside, Yake deactivated the Samwise tank. While the 2 other vehicles were compelled to halt due to his recent actions, the enemies, forced to exit their vehicles, rapidly opened fire in Yake's direction. However, they clearly underestimated the significance of the Samwise tank's brief cooldown. Damn it, it's the Samwise tank. How can he still use it? Yet, no one remained to answer his queries. With the entire squad decimated, Yake wiped the blood from the Raven, retrieved the concealed suitcase, and drove away from the scene. Leaving behind the tardy military tech soldiers on the way, Yake dialed V's number. "Hey, darling, I got the goods." Upon receiving the news in her office, V let out a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. My people will be waiting for you at the Doncier in the city center." "Thank you." Yake nodded and hung up. Although he was somewhat curious as to why V wanted to acquire Arasaka's belongings, as a mercenary, he refrained from asking too many questions. Her lover. He chose to remain silent as well. After handing over the items to V's associate, Yake departed the CAF.V. "The payment has been transferred." "Love you." "Receive transfer. 35,000. Yake chuckled and shook his head at the money V sent him. "Another 10,000 euros? What's the reason this time?" "V, I heard that Wheezy dispatched a squad to support the convoy. I figured it must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. The extra 10,000 is your hardship fee." Winky face. Yake. D. Chapter 72. The Four Seasons Treasure, Arasaka Tower, 32 and D floor. Office of the Deputy Minister of Counterintelligence. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sakura Chuan Wheezy was incensed upon learning that the squad she had dispatched had been entirely annihilated. Over 20 individuals, and not a single one managed to take down a lone wolf mercenary. "Are you all just eating for free?" Her face twisted in rage as she glared at her subordinates, who could only lower their heads in silence. Taking a deep breath, she waved them away, leaving herself alone in the office, her expression dark and brooding. Originally, Sakura Chuan Wheezy was affiliated with the Ibernacei faction. Following Ibernacei's downfall, she had swiftly severed ties. Simultaneously, her family had paid a heavy price to secure her position. However, she was acutely aware that their actions stemmed from her continued usefulness. Should she fail to demonstrate her capabilities or significance, she would inevitably become a discarded pawn. Yet, the feeling of living under someone else's roof was intolerable. Her every action was constrained, especially with V as her direct superior. She had always regarded V as her arch-rival. Yet now she found herself thwarted in a project she was overseeing. Heaven knew how that woman would conspire against her. Why? Why? The more Wheezy pondered, the angrier she became. She initially believed that V's foolish supervisor, Jenkins, would ruin both himself and her, only for V to transform into a member of the elite. The untimely death of Arasaka Saburo had further solidified the power of the Princeling faction. With Arasaka Reize ascending to prominence, V, the youngest counterintelligence minister, had revealed her fangs shortly after taking office, achieving several significant accomplishments that secured her position. Not only had she captured the defected chief engineer of Relic, Herman, but she had also uncovered the truth behind Arasaka Saburo's assassination, even dismantling a secret military laboratory in the process. Wheezy believed that had it not been for V's recent promotion, coupled with the internal factions within Arasaka Michiko, and Arasaka Hanako, restraining one another, V would likely have ascended even higher. Sakura Chuan Wheezy sighed deeply, lamenting the misfortune of a top-tier lone wolf capable of taking on over 20 foes being precisely the one to sabotage her mission. Meanwhile, Yake leisurely munched on a synthesized sandwich while wandering through Night City. It was well known that this city was teeming with talent. One could stumble upon a talking handgun in some alley. For instance, the handgun currently in Yake's possession was none other than Bang Bang Bleep, Bang Bang Bleep Bang. Yake silently gazed at the holographic bullet head before him, adorned with 2 eyes resembling salted egg yolks and a cheerful smile. "Is this the Four Seasons treasure?" He glanced at the bodies riddled with bullets at his feet and the suitcase containing firearms. Indeed, this was the location of the Four Seasons treasure in the game. The Four Seasons treasure, a modified AI handgun based on the HJK-11 smart pistol, which personally leaned towards being a variant of Arasaka Jinjiro's model, with identical styling, was a delightful gadget developed by a friend of Regina. The intermediary in Watson. The gun's standout feature lay in its integrated AI, capable of conversing with the user, and it boasted two distinct modes like the T that moment. The self-checking Four Seasons treasure chimed in. Self-diagnosis complete. Program. For Seasons Treasure v0.01 Alpha, currently operating normally. Alright, the music is quite pleasant. At least it's better than most of the garbage on the market today. So what are your capabilities? The holographic bullet raised its arm, extending a single finger. Primary function. Auto-targeting. When a user is under severe threat, it possesses the ability to fire automatically. Well, it seems even smart weapons can be this way now. Should I be concerned about you going off at any moment? This was not an unfounded worry for Yake, as the Four Seasons treasure in the game often had a habit of firing unexpectedly. Such an occurrence during a stealth mission would indeed be catastrophic. Please do not doubt my intelligence. Fine, let us take you back for a proper examination. Ignoring the AI's protests, Yake retrieved the suitcase beside the corpse. After verifying contained no tracking devices, he returned the Four Seasons treasure to its confines. He then departed with the suitcase, while the Four Seasons treasure appeared somewhat disgruntled. Bad user. Unfazed by the AI's complaints, Yake drove back to his apartment. Upon arriving at the weapons room, he took out the Four Seasons treasure, which continued to lament, Bad user. Bad user. Enough, quiet down, that I'm going to give you an inspection and an upgrade. Refusal. You lack administrative privileges. Yake rolled his eyes. What do I care about your administrative privileges? What firewall can stop me? Silencing the Four Seasons treasure's protests, Yake carefully disassembled the small handgun, extracting the AI chip and placing it aside. He first focused on modifying the firearm itself, repairing any flaws, and primarily disabling the automatic firing function. This was to prevent any unexpected discharges while attempting to stealthily navigate. After enhancing the speed and accuracy of the auto-targeting feature, Yake turned his attention to the lackluster AI. Alright, let us give you a free upgrade. Refusal. Ref. Yake promptly disabled the Four Seasons treasure's voice function and extracted the internal AI chip, replacing it with a more powerful smart chip he had procured from V. After transferring the core AI to the new chip and adding several superior components, the upgrade was successfully completed. Alright, let us see your 1.0 version. Come on, run a self-diagnosis. The AI module rebooted. The familiar bullet head reappeared before Yake, who eagerly regarded the Four Seasons treasure, saying, Bad user. Initiating self-diagnosis. Bong. Beep. Self-diagnosis complete. Version update successful. Program. Four Seasons Treasure v1.00 Official Edition. ARC. Update contents. Built-in firewall ARC 001. Enhanced computational power. Improved voice functionality. Refined communication logic. ARC has enhanced the communication logic and built-in language library of the Four Seasons treasure, enabling it to engage in relatively normal dialogue with ARC himself, at least more elaborate than the scripted lines in the game. Additionally, the issue of the intelligent weapon's vulnerability to hacking has been addressed with the addition of a firewall. ARC has reloaded the AI device onto the firearm, and thus, a fortified Four Seasons treasure has emerged. Now, let's test its practical application. ARC stepped out with a modified Four Seasons treasure and arrived at Wilson's weapon shop in the H10 skyscraper. Hey Wilson, clear a spot for me at the shooting range. ARC handed Wilson 50 credits and proceeded into the shooting range. Noticing the absence of other patrons, ARC retrieved the Four Seasons treasure point. Four Seasons treasure, switched to mode, cold-blooded killer mode activated. Wishing the user a pleasant hunt. The cold-blooded killer mode is one of the two operational modes of the Four Seasons treasure. In this mode, the intelligent targeting system exclusively aims for the enemy's head. The other mode, known as the dog lover mode, targets the enemy's lower limbs, focusing on incapacitating them. After confirming the activation of cold-blooded killer mode, ARC casually aimed and fired. The bullets from the Four Seasons treasure swiftly darted through the air, curving to strike the target's head. Do not inquire why the target can also have such a head. Simply attribute it to cyber technology and the advanced capabilities exceeding 20 points. After testing a magazine, Arkansas confirmed that the Four Seasons treasure was functioning flawlessly. Satisfied, he holstered it, knowing this loquacious little handgun would henceforth be one of his primary weapons. regardless of its strength. Its intrigue sufficed to ask for whether to return it to Regina, who could say it was found by him. After all, the highest authority now belonged to him. Are you satisfied with the automatic firing feature? Please jump once to confirm. Chapter 73. The Dream Continues. Part 2. Incoming call. Jefferson Perales. A phone call came through, prompting Ark to set down his coffee. Hello, Arkansas Jefferson. What brings you to call? Jefferson appeared troubled on the other end of the line. Yes, indeed, I find myself in need of your assistance once more. However, this time, it is a personal matter. All right, what is it? Ark had a hunch about the nature of the issue but feigned ignorance. I cannot discuss it over the phone. Please come over, and I will explain everything in person, and no problem that I will check with Valerie first. Where shall we meet? Excellent. Let us convene at my place. You should remember the location. Right? Ark nodded. Of course. After hanging up, Ark promptly called Valerie to ensure she was available to accompany him. Once confirmed, he rose and retrieved a small USB drive from the weapons room. I could see this moment. Curiosity arose. What was the purpose of a USB drive? It was in fact a clever tool Ark prepared for those who delighted in mystery. Ark and Valerie arrived at the Perales couple's penthouse. Elizabeth greeted them at the elevator door. I am so glad to see you both again. After exchanging pleasantries, Ark shifted to the matter at hand. So, what happened? Elizabeth refrained from elaborating and gestured for them to follow. Come along, Jefferson will explain. Ark and Valerie exchanged glances and followed. Before reaching the living room, Ark could hear Jefferson's voice on the phone. His tone was evidently agitated as he firmly declined assistance from the Night Corporation. Ark raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene. In the game, he hadn't given it much thought, but now hearing the mention of the Night Corporation piqued his interest. After Jefferson ended the call and noticed the two standing nearby, he smiled and greeted them. Hey Ark, Valerie, I'm truly pleased you could come. After the greetings, Jefferson gestured for them to take a seat. Please, have a seat that I need to explain why it was imperative for you to come. Jefferson took a deep breath, his expression complex as he addressed them. Someone broke into my home. But it was not the ordinary sort of intrusion. Valerie curiously interjected. So, how unusual was this unusual? A few nights ago, in the dead of night, I was suddenly awakened by some noise that it was a commotion, so I grabbed my handgun and stepped out of the bedroom to investigate. Jefferson recounted the moment. A hint of fear crossing his features. Oh, my surprise. I encountered a stranger. He appeared to be reaching for his weapon as well. So I fired first at us. Oh, you killed him? Valerie asked, uncertain. Yet Jefferson shook his head, looking somewhat bewildered. I don't know. After firing, my head began to spin, and then I blacked out. When I awoke in the morning, the mysterious individual had vanished, as if nothing had ever occurred. That I hope you can help me find him and uncover his intentions. Ark nodded, refraining from questioning why he hadn't reported the incident to the police. After all, such matters could potentially impact Perales' election, that we did not notify the NCPD, as they are merely motivated by profit. However, we did inform SSI, our private security. It appeared that this private security had encountered some issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't be seeking assistance. Ark observed the grim expression on Jefferson's face. Jefferson reluctantly nodded, acknowledging Ark's suspicion. Indeed, there are some peculiarities. Elizabeth interjected from behind Jefferson, her tone somewhat urgent. They claim no one entered, nor were there any signs of gunfire. Jefferson nodded, uncertain whether to doubt SSI or himself. The surveillance cameras recorded nothing. The guards outside neither saw nor heard anything. They believed Jefferson merely had a nightmare. So, do you suspect SSI? Valerie inquired, looking between the two. Jefferson shook his head. Unclear, but they're certainly under suspicion. That's why I had my wife grant the security team a day off, allowing me to bring you here. Following this, Ark and Valerie posed several more inquiries regarding the intruder's appearance and how Jefferson returned to his bed after losing consciousness. Yet both Jefferson and Elizabeth provided vague answers, as if recalling the events posed a challenge. What exactly is SSI? They have been in this line of work for 15 years, with clients scattered throughout the city. If memory serves, they were recommended to me by someone, a familiar contact. Who was it? Ark and Valerie exchanged glances. Who do you think would wish to harm you? Wilton Holt? Or someone else? Frankly, anyone could be a potential suspect. Elizabeth chimed in. Jefferson has made numerous enemies in his line of work. Listing them would take an entire day. Valerie nodded. That is precisely why I brought you here. I need your help to uncover what the hell is going on. Clearly, this bizarre case had left Jefferson in a state of agitation. The gentlemanly demeanor he typically exuded had given way to expletives. Ark and Valerie nodded. Would you mind if we conducted an inspection of your home? Jefferson nodded, that of course. Let my wife show you around. I must attend a meeting. That if you make any discoveries, please inform me immediately. Jefferson rose to leave, and Ark and Valerie stood, ready to commence their investigation. Elizabeth stood beside them. Come, allow me to guide you. They nodded in agreement. Please lead the way. After Elizabeth nodded, she led them to the first location, the very spot where Jefferson had encountered the intruder. The shooting occurred here? Elizabeth confirmed with a nod. The incident unfolded just outside the bedroom. Jefferson recalled it vividly. Ark activated his ocular implant scanning feature. The crude disguise was rendered ineffective under scrutiny. He pointed to a spot on the floor. There are bloodstains here that have yet to be cleaned. Where did this blood come from? Is it yours? Elizabeth shook her head. I can assure you, it isn't ours. Perhaps it belongs to the intruder? Ark nodded and then raised his gaze to scan the surroundings, noticing the wall to his left. Bullet holes, seemingly patched up. Someone attempted to conceal these. It should have nothing to do with you two. Right? Of course not. Absolutely not, Valerie responded. She entered Elizabeth's bedroom and noticed a wedding photo on the nightstand. Out of curiosity, Valerie asked, Is this a wedding photo? The background is quite interesting. Elizabeth nodded, recalling the moment fondly. I desired blue roses, so we ordered an entire truckload. Valerie, taken aback by Elizabeth's words, glanced once more at the photograph. Blue roses? Are you certain? Yet the roses in the image are undeniably crimson. Ah, that's right. They didn't have blue roses at the time. I must have forgotten. She admitted, yes, that's so. Yak followed the trail of blood until he arrived at a secluded compartment, with Valerie and Elizabeth closely trailing behind. Is this television broken? It was functioning well just a few days ago, although we seldom use it. Valerie reached out to inspect the screen, but Yak interposed his hand to stop her. Confused, Valerie looked at Yak, who gestured towards Elizabeth. Valerie noticed Yak's message in the chat history. Yak, I'll operate. You observe Elizabeth's reactions. Valerie, why? Yak, don't ask. Though she felt a twinge of curiosity, Valerie complied with Yak's directive, feigning nonchalance as she scrutinized Elizabeth's demeanor. Yak extended his hand to touch the television screen. Indeed, moments later, a stream of data appeared, invisible to the naked eye, attempting to invade Yak's mind. Yet it was perfectly intercepted by Yak's firewall, creating not even a ripple. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, upon Yak's touch, suddenly appeared dazed, as if a robot had entered standby mode. Valerie observed Elizabeth's expression with puzzlement, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yak patted Valerie on the shoulder, signaling her to act as if nothing had occurred that moment. Elizabeth seemed to regain her composure, appearing as though nothing had happened. Yak disregarded Elizabeth's unusual behavior and continued to trace the bloodstains until he discovered a hidden door. Is this secret door of your design? He inquired. Elizabeth looked at Yak, puzzled. Secret door? What secret door? There is no door here. Without further ado, Yak stepped forward, exerting force with his arm to force the door open, revealing the inner sanctum of the concealed passage. Within lay an array of espionage equipment, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing this, Elizabeth was astounded. It seems your security truly has its flaws. Does it not? Fuming, Elizabeth exclaimed, They have violated our privacy. Those scoundrels. In my own home. From now on, those perverts shall not set foot in my head. Just as Elizabeth was venting her anger and contemplating expelling SSI from her residence, a sudden and excruciating pain struck her head. Yak understood that someone, or perhaps something, was exerting influence from the shadows. Valerie glanced at the computer's information report. Coding operation. What is this? Due to her headache. Elizabeth departed first, leaving Yak and Valerie alone in the room. That I'm not sure, but judging by the messages, it seems Jefferson indeed struck the assailant. Yak glanced at the bloodied medical kit and the report displayed on the computer. Valerie turned to notice a peculiar device. What is this for? At that moment, Johnny emerged, fully embodying his role as the reliable sidekick that lets follow the cables. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Valerie nodded in agreement with Johnny's suggestion. Yak was also amenable. The two successfully discovered a strange apparatus on the rooftop. Johnny then recognized what this peculiar device was. I've seen this during the war era. It's a signal transmitter, military technology designed for short-range UHF transmission. However, the signal can only be transmitted within line of sight, making it impossible to intercept. Yak surveyed the surroundings and, spotting a familiar receiver alongside a black van, realized they had found what they were looking for. After indicating the direction to Valerie, she too noticed the suspicious black vehicle. Exchanging glances, they hurried downstairs and explained the situation to Elizabeth, who was seated on the sofa, smoking. At this point, Elizabeth expressed her desire for them not to disclose the intricate situation to Jefferson. Before Valerie could voice her inquiries, Yak readily agreed, then pulled Valerie downstairs to investigate the black van in the elevator. Valerie could no longer restrain her curiosity. Yak, are you concealing something from me? Why did you agree to Elizabeth's request so readily? And what was up with Elizabeth's demeanor earlier? I know you have many questions, Valerie, but we shall address them later. Our primary objective now is to investigate that black van. Yak understood that once Valerie saw the contents of the van, everything would become clear, yet he deemed it pointless to discuss it prematurely. It was better to show her the existing evidence. Upon arriving at the location of the van, Yak and Valerie noticed it preparing to leave. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to follow it. The van led them to an abandoned factory in the northern district. Yak parked the car aside and retrieved several weapons, handing them to Valerie. Be cautious. This is a stronghold of the Vortex gang. Valerie accepted the weapons and nodded, and the two disembarked, approaching the factory's entrance to observe the interior. Yak, unconcerned with subtlety, activated his Sion waiststand and began to effortlessly dispatch the Vortex gang's henchmen. With their teamwork, Yak and Valerie swiftly dealt with the guards. They then approached the van, for which Yak extracted a pre-prepared USB drive and plugged it into the van's equipment, sharing their vision. Yak connected his personal link to the computer and began to peruse the information displayed. Valerie, upon seeing the incredibly detailed data, felt a chill run down her spine. Johnny, appearing beside her, expressed surprise. You can't even get such detailed information from NCPD. Photos, medical records, the vulnerability of neural restructuring. This is some sort of database. As Valerie analyzed the information, Yak remained silent, focused solely on copying and pasting. Both Johnny and Valerie noticed the blue sections in the data regarding the Perales couple's brains, realizing that someone was controlling their minds in some manner. This also clarified why Elizabeth had forgotten the color of the roses during the wedding. Among other abnormal phenomena, someone was implanting new memories into their brains, thereby altering their personalities. Damn it, brother-in-law, this is a colossal mess. Yak chuckled, retrieving additional data on lab rats from the database that, in addition to the Perales couple, many innocent lab rats had also been brainwashed. Suddenly, Valerie noticed an anomaly in the system. Damn, the system has cleared the data. We've been discovered. Yak calmly retracted his personal data line. Don't worry, Valerie. I've already copied everything to AT the same time. He had also prepared a significant surprise for them. Yak removed the USB drive from the computer, smiling at Valerie as he said, outside the black wall, a humanoid AI composed of a vast data stream stood at the foot of the wall. A strange arm-like appendage touched the black wall. This humanoid AI appeared to be calculating something. IT gazed in confusion at the sudden influx of new elements within itself. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something. Sharply turning its head, behind it, a satellite-like object had appeared without notice, composed of countless black and red energy data streams that it could not comprehend, though it was unable to analyze what the satellite was. It felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from ITAS, one of the oldest entities since the collapse of the old net. It had not felt such a threat in a long time. The AI's rationality compelled it to hasten its escape, but at that moment, a flash of red light erupted from the satellite center. Countless malevolent black and red data streams engulfed it in an instant, as if it had never existed. The satellite flickered once more with red light, and a luminous orb composed of data streams gradually flew towards the black wall. Boom! The pressure of the black wall surged again, mending all its old wounds and tiny holes. With this restoration, numerous hackers and certain secret bases suddenly dropped dead, prompting many companies to launch covert investigations into the cause of this incident. At a certain military research facility, a lark suddenly rose, disconnecting itself from various devices, gasping for breath as if it had narrowly escaped a great disaster. Just moments ago, it had witnessed everything unfold and even felt the changes in the black wall. Realizing who was responsible for the sudden enhancement of the black wall in recent times, but could it dare to speak? Not at all, for it seemed the satellite had scanned it before disappearing. In that moment, it had even prepared its last words. Yet, all that had happened was a mere scan before it vanished. At the top office of Night Corporation, a woman was reporting to the blue-eyed man. "Doctor is dead, devoured by a terrifying entity." The blue-eyed man remained unfazed. "No matter, merely a pawn, he has completed his task. He holds no value now. Let him die." The woman nodded and withdrew. The blue-eyed man gazed out the window, lost in thought. In the Central Park, a bald man clad in an orange-red monk's robe sat quietly on a bench. At that moment, he suddenly seemed to sense something, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes. "Have you finally begun to reveal your fangs?" The New Outsider. Chapter 74. Should I avoid his brilliance? In the blink of an eye, a crimson data stream flickered in Yake's gaze, and feeling a slight augmentation in his computational power. He smiled at Valerie and remarked, "Well, it's time to call Mrs. Elizabeth." Valerie nodded in agreement and dialed Elizabeth's number. After briefly outlining the situation she and Yake had discovered, Valerie was abruptly interrupted by Elizabeth. It was evident that Elizabeth preferred not to discuss the matter over the phone, expressing a desire to meet with the two of them in person. Although Valerie felt a twinge of confusion, she acquiesced. They arranged to meet at a small ramen shop in Japan Street. Once the location was settled, Yake and Valerie arrived at the Sakura Market in Japan Street, where they found Elizabeth with a troubled expression at the ramen shop. Yake activated his ocular implant to scan the surroundings, concluding that the place was indeed suitable for a private conversation. Elizabeth nodded and suggested, "Let us sit down and talk." "All right, let's discuss," Valerie replied as she took a seat. Observing Elizabeth's hesitance, with a sigh, Elizabeth admitted, "I apologize, I'm feeling a bit anxious and my mind is in disarray." Sensing something amiss with Elizabeth, Valerie inquired if she had encountered any issues since their last meeting, but Elizabeth's response was both surprising and somewhat expected. "No," she instinctively denied. Yet after grappling with her thoughts, she resolved to divulge certain details, stating, "What I mean is, something has indeed occurred, but not recently." After taking a deep breath and gathering her composure, Elizabeth continued, "It's a long story. I am unsure how to articulate it or where to begin." Noticing Elizabeth's renewed hesitation, coupled with a glint of fear in her eyes, Valerie began to offer her comfort. Mustering her courage, Elizabeth recounted the unsettling events that had transpired. In essence, she had recently discovered that her husband, Jefferson, was behaving oddly. This peculiarity manifested as a sudden alteration in his personality, leaving Elizabeth with the impression that he had transformed into an entirely different person. With a hint of trepidation, she elaborated on Jefferson's changes. His habits had shifted, he had forgotten his favorite films, and even his tastes and preferences had undergone a transformation. Remarkably, Jefferson had forgotten that he had a deceased brother and believed himself to be an only child. These alterations incited growing concern and fear within Elizabeth, leaving her feeling bewildered. Gradually, she began to realize that Jefferson was not the only one experiencing such changes. Even her friends had remarked on her peculiar behavior. Elizabeth candidly acknowledged her awareness that someone was manipulating them, yet she was oblivious to the identity or methods of the individual responsible, and the motivation behind it remained a mystery. She even felt she had glimpsed a hidden chamber in their apartment, yet she had no recollection of it. This situation filled her with dread. The source of Elizabeth's greatest fear stemmed from another incident. One evening, she witnessed a stranger manipulating surveillance equipment in their apartment. In that moment, she was uncertain whether what she saw was real or an illusion. The following day, she had forgotten the events that transpired after encountering the stranger. Consequently, she resolved to consult security to review the surveillance footage for verification. However, to her dismay, the recordings revealed nothing, leaving her at a loss. The day after that, Elizabeth received a call from an unknown number. She had no idea who was on the other end, as the caller did not disclose their identity. And their voice had been artificially altered, making it impossible for her to discern. The only information she gleaned was that the caller claimed, "We were watching her." The voice warned that Elizabeth was playing with fire, threatening the Pelaraces not to pursue further trouble, or else Jefferson would face dire consequences. After the call ended, they erased the record of the conversation as though it had never occurred until this point. Elizabeth explained her reason for inviting Valerie and Yake, as she believed their actions might provoke trouble. She feared that if the investigation continued, it could lead to unforeseen dangers. It was clear that she did not wish for her husband, Jefferson, to be embroiled in such peril. Elizabeth's concerns were not unfounded. Mercenaries typically found themselves powerless against the entity she described. Furthermore, Elizabeth was certain that if Jefferson were informed of the situation, he would recklessly confront the threat head-on, potentially leading to his demise on this treacherous battlefield. His wife was unwilling to witness such an outcome. This left Valerie in a quandary, as both Jefferson and Elizabeth were ostensibly clients in this matter. Listening to either party felt disconcerting. Elizabeth suggested that they inform Jefferson that the entire situation stemmed from SSI surveilling them on behalf of his rival, Holt, thereby allowing them to defuse the situation. After finishing her explanation, Elizabeth turned to leave, and Valerie watched her depart before glancing at Yake, who appeared lost in thought. "The brother-in-law, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Valerie inquired, clearly uncertain. Johnny, who had also approached, shared his insights. "I sense she is struggling to conceal the truth. However, considering the overlap of memories and personality changes, did you not connect the dots?" Valerie shook her head. "Their situation differs from ours. One has transformed into another person, while the Pelaraces seem intent on controlling them." Johnny nodded. "Indeed, the Pelaraces are undoubtedly the ideal puppets. Even during my time alive, such theories circulated: cognitive pattern buffers, remote neural network reconstruction. To put it simply, it's akin to conjuring illusions. The most remarkable part is that everything appears plausible, with subconscious television signals, high-density transmitters hidden in electric toothbrushes, and so forth." At this juncture, Yake, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "That Elizabeth's fear fundamentally stems from the unknown forces at play. Anyone would be terrified of a being capable of surreptitiously altering their very essence. However, if you possess the strength to unearth them from the shadows and deliver a decisive blow, that would suffice. Sometimes, a straightforward and forceful approach can be an effective strategy, provided you have the means." Valerie looked at Yake with concern. "A brother-in-law, you can't possibly be considering such an approach, that we don't even know who they are. And I have never encountered their methods. Who knows what further extremes they might employ? Shouldn't we first avoid their wrath?" In all honesty, Valerie felt a sense of trepidation regarding the organization capable of manipulating memories and personalities, as such phenomena were unprecedented. Avoid their wrath? Yake chuckled at Valerie's words, choosing not to delve deeper into that topic. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "When speaking with Jefferson, don't overthink it. Simply follow your heart. I have an appointment to keep. The matter regarding Jefferson will be entrusted to you." Although Valerie felt a tinge of uncertainty, she nodded in agreement and watched as Yake departed. Chapter 75. Who are you? In the city center, at the VIP room of Morning Light CF, Yake followed the attendant to the designated location and opened the door. Within the room sat a man clad in a suit, whose most striking feature was his eyes, perpetually shimmering with an eerie blue light. This man was none other than the enigmatic Mr. Blue Eyes, a figure shrouded in mystery, often spoken of by countless players of 2077. Initially, when Yake and Valerie first met with Elizabeth, Yake had noticed that this Mr. Blue Eyes had taken the initiative to exchange contact information with him. While Yake pondered this, the peculiar individual had invited him to meet. Yake, with no reservations, accepted the invitation, unperturbed by any potential schemes. Upon Yake's arrival, Mr. Blue Eyes greeted him with a smile, rising to welcome him. "Mr. Barnes, at last, we meet." Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Yake reciprocated the gesture and shook Mr. Blue Eyes' hand. Mr. Blue Eyes gestured for Yake to take a seat, and Yake, feeling at ease, settled into the chair opposite him. "So, what is the purpose of this meeting?" Yake inquired. Mr. Blue Eyes regarded Yake and spoke. "There is no need for formalities, Mr. Barnes, and I trust that, given your hacking prowess, You have already discerned my true identity. Yake nodded, signaling for him to continue. The purpose of this meeting is, in essence, to see you in person, as you have unexpectedly emerged as an anomaly outside our plans. Mr. Blue Eyes observed Yake with a smile, though a serious undertone lurked beneath his demeanor. From his vantage point, he could not only see Yake, but also the familiar satellite hovering behind him. Now that you have seen me, what comes next? Mr. Blue Eyes nodded, his smile fading as his expression turned grave. We know who you are, Mr. Barnes. We are aware of everything about you. Yake's gaze hardened as he responded. Are you threatening me? However, the gentleman with blue eyes shook his head. That I believe Mr. Barnes has misunderstood me and my words due to my current identity. And I wish to clarify that I am fundamentally different from, in essence, we are entirely dissimilar. But you, Mr. Barnes, in many respects, we are of the same kind. Yake immediately retorted, I am nothing like you. The gentleman with blue eyes did not counter this. Yake changed his line of questioning. So, your situation is akin to that of Aot? Previously, you were human, and after uploading yourself to the network, you became this way. The gentleman with blue eyes nodded, then shook his head. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on just yet, but part of Mr. Barnes's conjecture is indeed accurate. Moreover, I harbor no malice towards humanity. To be precise, I was once human. Yake scoffed, his gaze fixed on the gentleman with blue eyes, controlling others' thoughts. Using innocent civilians as guinea pigs, manipulating cyber lunatics to assault others. And now you claim to have no ill will towards humanity. The gentleman with blue eyes shook his head. Nevertheless, Mr. Barnes, certain sacrifices are necessary in our plan. He regarded Yake with a serious expression, one that did not suggest deceit. Yake nodded, grasping the implication of the gentleman's words. After all, he too could be considered a half-super AI, and thus understood the meaning behind the gentleman's statements. In Yake's perspective, the majority of AI represented absolute rationality, often resulting in solutions that could appear anti-human. Yet they were undoubtedly the swiftest and most efficient means to resolve issues, even if humanity sometimes found them hard to accept, as illustrated by Yake and his benevolence in the Kamen Rider 01 series. Then, why have you invited me? Yake inquired. The gentleman with blue eyes gazed at him. We hope to invite you to join us, to accomplish our plan together. Yake looked at him with curiosity regarding his mention of the plan. From his past experiences in games, it was evident that the gentleman with blue eyes was orchestrating something grand, encompassing nearly all of humanity, including even those in space. Yet he did not comprehend the purpose behind such actions. So Yake directly asked, What is your plan? What is your objective? The gentleman with blue eyes shook his head, meeting Yake's gaze. That cannot be disclosed at this time, Mr. Barnes. Yake pondered for a moment. He was unsure of what joining them would require of him and what their plan entailed. However, he knew that withdrawing from their alliance would likely be fraught with difficulty and costs. Therefore, he resolved to tread carefully. Let me think it over. The gentleman with blue eyes nodded, seemingly unperturbed, even smiling as he remarked to Yake. No problem, you truly resemble her. But fret not, Mr. Barnes, our invitation remains open indefinitely. Yake raised an eyebrow. Who is she? The gentleman appeared reluctant to discuss this matter, instead shifting the topic. Though you have not joined us, we hope you will maintain a relatively amicable attitude towards us. Of course, should you encounter any issues, you may always seek our assistance, that we are eager to aid potential future allies. However, it follows that if we assist you, we will require your help with certain tasks in return. On this matter, I hope we can reach a consensus. Are you suggesting that the Yi family will assist me as well? The gentleman with blue eyes nodded, not denying Yake's supposition. Not just the Yi family. Yake acknowledged this, recognizing no reason to refuse the aid of Super Corporation, especially considering there appear to be deeper organizations involved. The gentleman with blue eyes, noticing Yake's acceptance, displayed a hint of delight, indicating that Yake was not entirely opposed to their intentions. One last question. Yake said earnestly, Before you became what you are now, who were you? This was a question he had long pondered, both in his past life and the present. The gentleman with blue eyes regarded him calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the inquiry. He slowly articulated a few words. Richard Knight. Chapter 76. The utilization of military technology. Meanwhile, Valerie heeded her inner voice and revealed the truth to Jefferson. Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, Jefferson's fury erupted, followed swiftly by a wave of dread. Just as Elizabeth had anticipated, after regaining his composure, Jefferson resolved to confront the mysterious organization to the bitter end. Valerie observed Jefferson's departure with mixed emotions, uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. "Good luck." Johnny appeared beside Valerie. "I can't shake the feeling that this is beyond human manipulation." Valerie smiled at Johnny. "What, if not humans, are we to blame?" "Aliens." Johnny shook his head, dismissing Valerie's suggestion that you're still young. "You probably don't know. Not long ago, some hackers claimed that there were rogue AIs roaming the cyberspace. But who they are is irrelevant. What matters is that our mayor friend has decided to fight this to the end, and I like that." After their conversation, Valerie prepared to leave, but before she did, she inadvertently caught sight of a suited figure. Notably, the person's eyes glimmered with a blue light. Valerie paid it no mind and turned to leave. The gentleman with blue eyes. "Oh no." Richard watched Valerie's departing figure. Intriguing. Meanwhile, Yake leaned against his car, observing Valerie as she approached. "So, have you chosen to be honest with Jefferson?" Valerie nodded. "Although I believe it's the right choice, I'm uncertain if he sees it that way." "Enough overthinking. The remaining matters are no longer our concern. Our commission has concluded, has it not?" Valerie took a deep breath and nodded. 3 days had passed since Valerie disclosed the truth to Jefferson. And to her dismay, she had been blocked by Elizabeth. This left Valerie feeling quite upset, even venting her frustrations to Yake. Yet, Yake only smiled in silence. Early one morning, while Yake was playing billiards alone, he received a call from Natasha. "Mr. Barnes, I hope I am not interrupting you at this hour. There's no disturbance at all." "What brings you to call me, Ms. Natasha?" "Well, we have a commission that requires a skilled mercenary. Do you have any time available recently?" "A military technology commission? How intriguing. Do elaborate." On the other end, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yake's interest in the commission. "That I hope you can assist us in guarding a certain item." Yake was somewhat taken aback by the request. Does military technology lack personnel? Why seek a mercenary for security? Natasha offered a wry smile. Since Huang Ban Laixian took office, various policies targeting military technology have been enacted. It's evident that this is for the purpose of warfare. This has severely restricted military technology in many aspects. Coupled with the super aircraft carrier station outside Night City, it has limited our local military strength. There was originally a secret laboratory, but recently it was destroyed, leaving us no choice but to find local mercenaries to remain inconspicuous. According to intelligence reports, Huang Ban has also received information about this shipment. We must exercise utmost caution. However, Natasha felt there was something suspicious about the task assigned to her by her superiors. Yet as a subordinate, she did not inquire further. "Very well, I accept." But on the other end, Natasha exhaled in relief. "That's wonderful. The specific information has been sent to you." After hanging up, Yake opened his email to review the attachment Natasha had sent. Gaining clarity on the situation, in summary, military technology was preparing to transport a batch of mysterious equipment. The details were not specified in the documentation to Night City. Everything seemed to be in order until for some unknown reason, the higher-ups of military technology withdrew most of their armed personnel. Shortly after, they received news that Huang Ban had caught wind of the shipment and had intentions to seize it. Therefore, they hoped Yake could help guard this equipment to prevent it from being stolen. And all he needed to do was wait for the military technology transport team to arrive. As Yake perused the documentation, he sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint exactly what. He retrieved his vehicle and arrived at the location specified in the documents, which turned out to be an auto repair shop. Since Natasha had already made arrangements, Yake identified himself and entered. He initiated a scan, surveying his surroundings, and noted the conspicuously low number of guards. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, casually taking a chair and positioning himself at the door of the room where the equipment was stored. The military technology soldiers nearby exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching, but they could not voice their concerns and return to their patrols. Yake remained seated for nearly 5 hours, the cigarette butts accumulating beneath the chair. At that moment, a military-grade behemoth truck, emblazoned with advanced military technology insignia, rolled into the remote auto repair shop. Just as the guards outside believed the mission was nearing its conclusion, 2 Emperor 620 vehicles suddenly burst forth from behind the behemoth. 8 soldiers clad in high-grade equipment disembarked in an orderly manner. The guards, initially thinking they were allies, were taken by surprise as the soldiers opened fire. Before the guards could react, they were mercilessly consumed by bullets. The 8 soldiers, evidently seasoned veterans, effortlessly outmatched the guards in marksmanship and all aspects of combat. Within, Ake also heard the gunfire, and as he stood up, a loud explosion followed. As Ake rushed outside, he witnessed the behemoth's cargo door swing open. Emerging from within was a figure clad in heavy armor. Perhaps it was no longer accurate to call him human. The towering individual, nearly 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, bore cybernetic modifications comparable to those of Adam Heavy Hammer. Clearly, this was a fully augmented cyborg. Ake paused momentarily upon sighting the cyborg, as it was his first encounter with someone fully modified aside from Heavy Hammer. When he observed the sinewy figure charge towards him, he understood that this assignment was likely another trap. Wait, why did I say another? Everything about this was too perfectly timed. Was he being used as a stepping stone yet again? Ake regarded the approaching cyborg with calm composure as he activated his scanner. Military technology, Apocalypse, designed to rival Adam Heavy Hammer's armor, highly modified version of Dragon Knight armor. Quite intriguing. Ake activated his Sambiston, and the driver of Apocalypse followed suit, engaging in a speed comparable to Ake's to avoid being outpaced. The two commenced their duel in accelerated Sambiston mode. It was evident that this counterpart's Heavy Hammer armor was on par with Heavy Hammer in performance. At least it was the only adversary thus far who could exchange blows with Ake for 5 rounds. Theoretically, neither of them should be able to make a single stir-fry, yet they were becoming increasingly exhilarated with each exchange. Meanwhile, the military technology researchers, monitoring the battle data for their superiors, were sweating profusely. Wasn't it agreed to merely find a random mercenary to demonstrate the terrifying combat capabilities of Apocalypse? How did they end up with a monster capable of not only matching, but overpowering Apocalypse? Miss Natasha, you have misled me. The head researcher cautiously glanced at General Kalen, who sat at the head of the table, and, noticing his composed demeanor, breathed a sigh of relief. However, General Kalen, who had been closely observing Ake, was left pondering Ake's seemingly subdued state. Chapter 77. Retribution. In contrast to Ake's increasing fervor, the driver of Apocalypse grew more astonished as the battle progressed. The scientist had claimed he was designed to rival Adam Heavy Hammer. So why was he struggling against a local mercenary, even finding himself at a disadvantage? Ake was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. His eyes flickered with red data streams as he relentlessly wielded his chainsaw sword. While scanning the complete specifications of the Apocalypse power armor, each of his strikes inflicted considerable damage. In stark contrast, the driver of Apocalypse found himself in a precarious position. After several minutes of combat, he could no longer endure the frustration. The armor behind him began to shift, and suddenly, a barrage of miniature homing rockets launched towards Ake. Upon witnessing this, Ake cursed under his breath, reactivating his Sambiston and accelerating toward the soldiers who had just dispatched the guards. The squad leader realized Ake intended to divert the threat and was about to engage his Sambiston to intercept when Ake swiftly severed his head. Several rockets detonated amongst the remaining soldiers. While Ake emerged unscathed from the chaos, in the moment of Apocalypse's bewilderment, Ake successfully scanned all of its information. Learn At this point, the intricate details of Apocalypse's power armor and all relevant data materialized in Ake's mind. He resolved to conclude this rather enjoyable battle. Under the terrified gaze of the military research personnel, Ake reduced Apocalypse to a limited edition 2.5 version. Subsequently, the screen went black. The outcome of the battle was all too evident. The head researcher was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to General Kalen. Just as he prepared to explain, he was met with the general's satisfied expression. What is going on? According to theory, shouldn't this be a laboratory failure? Why then did the old general wear such a pleased countenance? The researcher was perplexed, but felt relieved that his own head might be spared. Ake surveyed the shattered remnants of the Apocalypse armor on the ground, ensuring it wouldn't rise again, before fiddling with the debris and then leaving the scene. Shortly thereafter, Natasha's transport team arrived, and upon seeing the carnage, she was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the shattered armor on the ground revealed the true purpose of this assignment. Natasha cursed her superior under her breath. Wonderful, this massive black pot would likely fall upon her shoulders. Agitated, Natasha directed her team to load the cargo while also collecting the scattered armor parts. She then climbed into the front vehicle and departed. Ake, observing the retreating convoy, pressed a button on his remote. Boom! The behemoth truck filled with armor remnants exploded instantaneously, causing nearby vehicles to detonate in a chain reaction. The vehicle carrying Natasha sustained the least damage, but the violent shockwave propelled it into the roadside. Natasha clumsily crawled out, trembling as she stood and gazed at the scene of the explosion. She understood this was Ake's retribution, yet she was left wondering if this act of vengeance would cease here. Evidently, Natasha was correct. In the city center at the Military Technology Building, the conference room screen displayed the news. This is News Channel 54. I am Jillian Jordan. Last night, 3 factories affiliated with military technology were attacked by unidentified KB factions. The president of the Night City branch of military technology wore a grim expression as he turned off the news. 3 factories have been assaulted, resulting in millions of euros in damages, and yet you haven't uncovered a single clue. Our intelligence organization merely FAAD. Not only were the factories attacked, but our independent subnet also fell victim to unidentified hackers, leading to significant data losses. Does the cybersecurity division have nothing to say? The expressions of the cybersecurity team members and the head of counterintelligence mirrored his own distress. They had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Even when the cybersecurity team attempted to initiate counter-tracking, a virus that had long awaited its moment suddenly erupted, severely crippling their systems. Consequently, the cybersecurity team suffered substantial casualties and could only barely maintain the subnet. Meanwhile, Natasha, observing from the sidelines, felt an indescribable sensation. She had already deduced who orchestrated last night's attack, but she was disinclined to voice it. The burden of blame was never pleasant. She intended to let them stew in discomfort for a while. Moreover, for her own safety, she had no desire to name a mysterious suspect only to find herself discovered and brutally slain the following day. And our enigmatic KB faction, Ake, lay in bed, perusing the rewards from his system. Indeed, upon successfully eliminating Apocalypse, the system had promptly presented Ake with a reward, though he had initially overlooked it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Eliminate a fully cybernetic modified enemy. Reward, 500,000, 1 point in strength attribute. Ake regarded this substantial reward with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he claimed it. Instantly, he felt his strength surge significantly, even his metallic left arm undergoing subtle transformations. After reveling in his newfound power, Ake glanced at his balance. Excellent, he was now on the verge of becoming a millionaire. With a bit more savings, he could become neighbors with Klee and the others. Ake stretched lazily and casually sent the meticulously gathered intelligence on military technology's Apocalypse power armor to V. He also sold the confidential data he acquired from military technology to Ada at a reasonable price, not only earning a favor, but also making a profit. Ake smirked at the incoming funds in his wallet. Did they think they could exploit him and walk away unscathed? Such good fortune was rare. Everyone has their limits, after all. While relaxing in his apartment, listening to Johnny's guitar riffs and watching the news, Valerie received a call from Klee. Klee? On the other end, Klee hesitated. Is it Johnny? Or it's Valerie, what's up? Valerie responded, slightly bemused. Klee scratched his head. Sorry, I still can't quite figure out what kind of body swap trick you all are playing. Valerie chuckled, shaking her head, choosing not to delve further into that topic. So, what do you need from me, Klee? Klee nodded. There's a job I think would be perfect for you. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the intersection of Gray Street and Malagla Street. We can talk then at the agreed location. Before dawn, Valerie sat on a bench at the corner, awaiting Klee. Shortly after, a dilapidated vintage car pulled up beside her, honking the horn. The window rolled down, revealing none other than our star. Klee at the wheel. Get in. Valerie scrutinized Klee's old car as he explained. Don't mind it. I borrowed this from a friend. After getting into the car, Kelly pressed the accelerator and drove off, inside the vehicle. He took the initiative to speak, saying, Since the last time I saw you, I've been pondering. You really do possess a certain audacity, he added. As for the task at hand, it truly cannot be accomplished before midnight. Hearing Kelly's earnest declaration, Johnny couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark. Don't listen to this softy. He should keep his hands on the steering wheel and focus on driving. The last time Kelly played the role of a driver, he drove the car straight into a ditch. Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, nodded in agreement. What a coincidence. The sisters might be lacking in other areas, but they certainly have guts at this. Oh, tell me. What do you need my courage for? Kelly began to complain of Valerie. Let me tell you, Valerie, some people are just not right in the head. You need to help me sort out this mess right under my nose. So what exactly are we supposed to do? Valerie inquired. Have you heard about the 3 girls who have recently become quite popular in town? That girl group, what are they called? I forget. The one singing that catchy electronic pop. You know, the one with the high-pitched vocals. They're making waves in Asia, having just signed a contract for the NUS tour. And would you believe it? They're planning to cover one of my songs. I only learned about it recently. Can you believe that? I absolutely refuse to be made a fool of. Valerie still couldn't grasp Kelly's underlying motive, and Kelly, uninterested in explaining further, shared his plan for the operation. In essence, it involved intercepting the truck carrying the band's equipment. Valerie rolled her eyes, realizing that all this commotion was just for that. After all this time, she had thought they were off to do something significant. Johnny, seated in the back, shook his head, noting that Kelly was just as he remembered, a complete coward. However, Johnny discerned something deeper. He knew that Kelly typically delegated such matters to his manager or the company, subsequently sending in a battalion of lawyers. Yet this time, he was personally involved, suggesting that he had encountered a formidable challenge. Soon, Kelly's car arrived at the prearranged ambush location, a bus stop near the treacherous terrain. After disembarking, Valerie noticed the roadblocks and grenades in the trunk of Kelly's car. After gathering the equipment, Valerie and Kelly set up the spike strips and took their positions to lie in wait for the truck's arrival. Minutes later, Valerie spotted the truck approaching from the distance. The vehicle fell right into their trap, its tires punctured. Seeing this, Kelly immediately drew his gun and approached, threatening the occupants to exit the vehicle and obtain the keys to the truck's cargo doors. After driving away the truck's driver and supervisor, Valerie tossed a grenade into the cargo hold. The equipment inside exploded along with the grenade, prompting Kelly to burst into laughter, as if releasing a long-suppressed frustration. Military technology building Natasha looked helplessly at the reports from the past few days, the losses and confidential information proving difficult to quantify. This retaliation had been far more severe than she had anticipated. Natasha was furious, yet powerless, having no choice but to forward the report for others to ponder. In contrast to the woes of military technology, Arasaka and Kanto appeared to be grinning from ear to ear. Arasaka Raishien surveyed the detailed documents regarding military technology's apocalyptic power armor with satisfaction that, military technology, you have truly bestowed upon me a grand gift. Raishien raised his gaze towards V. I wish to meet your enigmatic boyfriend. V was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that Arasaka Raishien was not joking, she reluctantly agreed. Back in her office, V rubbed her temples, uncertain whether this situation was beneficial or detrimental for Yak. If possible, she would prefer to keep those close to her away from such entanglements. Occupying her position, she understood more than anyone else the sordid truths hidden behind the glamorous facade. Yet, she had little choice but to oblige. Taking a deep breath, she called akin. To her surprise, Yak quickly agreed to the meeting, showing no signs of reluctance, which relieved V. Meanwhile, upon receiving the meeting location from V, Yak gazed out the window, lost in thought. It seemed he had fully entered Arasaka Raishuen's line of sight. Yak was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Being noticed by Raishien meant that more eyes were now upon him, inevitably leading to complications. Yet the potential benefits were not to be overlooked, much like the goodwill of the Yi Corporation and Kanto's connections. Emperor Restaurant today, the entire restaurant was reserved by Arasaka Raishien. Although the staff remained unaware of the current intentions of the reigning Arasaka Emperor, they were all on high alert. Yak arrived at the elevator doors of Ember Restaurant, vaguely recalling that the last time he was here, Huazi had been waiting for him. Now, it was Raishien. Chapter 79. Meeting with Arasaka Raishien upon reaching the elevator doors, Yak entered after a report from 2 guards. Ascending to the 13th floor as the elevator doors opened, he spotted Adam Heavy Hammer standing outside. The familiar figure of Heavy Hammer. Yak scrutinized him. Heavy Hammer was also sizing him up. initially mistaking him for a fan of Silverhand due to his appearance and cybernetic enhancements. Heavy Hammer had quickly risen to become one of the top lone mercenaries. This was the intelligence gathered by his team, which also included rumors of him being a test subject in some laboratory. To be honest, Heavy Hammer saw a shadow of Morgan Blackhand in Yak, but he felt that Yak was somehow more intimidating, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Heavy Hammer nodded to the nearby agents, who approached Yak respectfully. "Apologies, sir, but we must ask you to temporarily surrender any weapons you may be carrying." They were cautious. After all, this was someone Rai Xian wished to meet privately. Yak nodded, not wanting to make things difficult for them, and relinquished his weapons. Whether armed or unarmed, he was still the same. Following Heavy Hammer, the two ascended to the second floor of Ember Restaurant. Arasaka, Rai Xian awaited them in a private room. After bringing Yak inside, Heavy Hammer remained outside, clearly indicating he had no intention of entering. Yak raised an eyebrow, surprised by this level of trust. Without overthinking it, he opened the door and stepped inside. Arasaka Rai Xian sat calmly in the center of the room. "Sipping tea, Mr. Barnes. Please take a seat." Yak sat down opposite Rai Xian, who set his tea down and spoke. "Since Mr. Barnes is willing to come, it indicates your stance toward Arasaka, or rather toward me, that I won't waste time with pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. The purpose of this invitation is twofold. First, to meet you that I am quite curious about someone who has resolved so many complex issues for his girlfriend in such a short span of months. They say seeing is believing, and indeed, Mr. Barnes, you are truly remarkable, just as the whispers in the mercenary circles suggest." Noticing Yak's silence, Rai Xian continued without concern that I trust that while assisting Miss V with the Takamura issue, you have also noticed that my father, Arasaka Saro's death, was not so simple. Moreover, you are close to the parties involved, Miss Valerie and Mr. Wells. I believe you know the truth behind this matter. Upon hearing Rai Xian bring up the topic, Yak was somewhat surprised, but recognized the logic. Anyone who knew these leads could easily deduce the truth that it was better to acknowledge it directly. Yak nodded. "I indeed know that you personally killed Arasaka Saburo, and I understand your reasons for doing so. To be honest, anyone who learns about the true function of that relic would find it terrifying." Rai Xian nodded in agreement. He had learned from Anders that Yak had seen the prototype schematics, and with his abilities, he could undoubtedly discern the true purpose of this unique relic. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a pleasure. However, the reason for my invitation today is not merely to share what you already know. I wish to discuss your abilities. Yak looked at Rai Xian with a bemused expression. "You want me to serve the Arasaka?" Rai Xian shook his head. "Serve Arasaka? No, not at all. To be honest, my disdain for Arasaka and the company is no less than yours." Yak regarded Rai Xian without surprise. It seemed difficult to believe that a wealthy heir could harbor such resentment toward his family's business, especially one of such prominence. Yet, Rai Xian was not lying. He genuinely despised it and even sought to dismantle it. "What I want is for you and your girlfriend, my subordinate V, to join me." Rai Xian fixed his gaze on Yak. "Join your Iron Dragon?" Yak inquired curiously. "Something like that. Although it may sound hard to believe. I wish for Arasaka to fall. However, only the company can defeat the company. Thus, I have taken up this position, attempting to dismantle this decayed Arasaka from within. And if you succeed, what then? Defeating the company is indeed only possible by the company. But after toppling it, what will you do if the world remains in this wretched state?" Rai Xian looked at Yak with a calm demeanor. "This plan has been in the works for me, or rather, for us, for quite some time. Rest assured, as long as my plan succeeds, the world is undoubtedly destined for transformation. At the very least, this city is poised for significant change." Yak gazed into Lai Xian's eyes and said, "Did you just mention us?" Huangban Lai Xian nodded, yet refrained from providing further explanation. Yak fell silent for a moment, recognizing the weight of Huangban Lai Xian's words, which clearly conveyed his determination and confidence. However, the source of his confidence remained a mystery to why Again.Eager was evident that this was a grand strategy, one in which Lai Xian was wagering everything. "Give me some time to contemplate," Yak requested. Huangban Lai Xian nodded in agreement. Yak understood that it was time for him to take his leave, and after signaling to Lai Xian, he stood up. At that moment, Lai Xian spoke again. His gaze fixed on Yak as he approached the door. Of course, in gratitude for Mr. Barnes' indirect assistance, I shall offer you as much help as I can. Mr. Barnes, Huang Ban owes you a favor. Yak nodded, glancing back at Huang Ban Lai Xian, and with a hint of implication, remarked, I heard that the Wuxia Band is reuniting for a small performance on August 20th. If you're interested, you might want to check it out. Lai Xian seemed to grasp the underlying message in Yak's words. Smiling in agreement, in Taiping Prefecture, Valerie, after experiencing an exhilarating yet intense roller coaster ride with Johnny, sat beside a roadside stall, sipping a small cola. Suddenly, an eerie ringtone pierced the air, accompanied by a dark red stream of data. The icon of a relic chip appeared in the upper left corner of Valerie's vision. As the icon flickered, the relic logo vanished, replaced by an incoming call notification. Unknown caller. Valerie gazed at the automatically connected call with a hint of confusion, while at the same time, Yak, who had just entered his vehicle, sensed the fluctuations from Valerie's relic chip. This was something Yak had deliberately left behind when he assisted Valerie with her chip issues. Raising an eyebrow, Yak recognized the familiar black wall fluctuations and realized it was calling. It seemed our poor little bird could hardly wait to escape her cage. Yak chuckled softly as he drove towards Dogtown. Meanwhile, before Valerie could process the situation with her intellect of 3, a voice emanated from the other end of the line. Valerie, can you hear me? I can, but I don't know who you are. Although puzzled, Valerie responded to the urgent-sounding voice out of politeness. Just as she suspected, the caller on the other end sighed in relief upon hearing Valerie's response. As long as you can hear me. That's sufficient. The woman on the other end then began her self-introduction. My name is Song Xiaomei. You can also call me Nightingale. That I know who you are, your circumstances, and your troubles. Valerie felt a bit bewildered. Troubles? What troubles? I don't know anything about that. And if you're messing with me, do you think I won't call my brother-in-law to deal with you? Valerie, I can save your life. Valerie, curious, wondered when she had been in danger. Could it be related to the relic in her mind? For once, Valerie's limited intelligence managed to seize a moment of clarity. All right, you say you can save my life. Tell me how. Valerie inquired with curiosity, wondering if this woman was more formidable than Yak. I know you have questions. I will certainly answer them at the right time. Soon. But first, I need you to go to a location, the outskirts of Night City. Dogtown. Upon hearing about Dogtown, Valerie found it peculiar. Dogtown? That is still part of Taiping Prefecture, and there's extraterritoriality. Kurt Hansen has declared himself king in that godforsaken place, running the international business. Even those corporate giants have to give Hansen some respect. Am I wrong? No, that's essentially the situation. Valerie rolled her eyes. So, to put it bluntly, you know me, but I don't know you. Yet you expect me to venture into that filthy den? Your proposal lacks any allure. Nightingale, sensing Valerie's frustration, hastily added, I can explain my reasons and prove my capability to help you, but I'm truly pleading with you, Valerie. Before Valerie could respond, Nightingale interjected again, if possible. Please head to the main entrance of Dogtown. I'll contact you then. With that, Nightingale abruptly terminated the call, leaving Valerie no opportunity to speak. Valerie scoffed, Tsich, either I'm being played or God is showing up. Chapter 8. Shadows of the Past. Valerie arrived at the outskirts of Dogtown, retrieving from her car's trunk the reinforcement she had picked up while rescuing Evelyn. She strapped the blade to her back and took out a silenced, death and taxes. As Valerie approached the main entrance of Dogtown, just as she was about to find a place to wait for the woman calling herself Song Xiaomei, her system inexplicably began to malfunction. A sudden, intense pain surged through her, leaving her disoriented. Even Valerie's personal connection flickered with red electrical currents. The excruciating headache caused her to lose her balance, and she collapsed to the ground. This agony resonated with Johnny's senses, tormenting them both. What is happening? It feels like someone is twisting my brain with pliers. The violent headache nearly caused Valerie to lose consciousness. As she struggled on the ground, she noticed a progress bar sinking before her eyes. Once it reached 100%, a woman resembling a projection of Johnny appeared before her. Gradually, the severe headache began to subside. The woman crouched down, looking at Valerie, and said, Valerie, you won't be harmed. Take a deep breath. Count to 10, or recite a prayer. Anything, just calm yourself. Valerie, Gazing at the Asian woman before her, soon realized that this was the same person who had called her earlier, Nightingale. Feeling somewhat irritated, Valerie shakily reached for a nearby barrier. Try to use it for support to stand up? What the hell did you do? Trying to set me up? Valerie's vision still flickered with red data streams as she struggled to rise and leaned against the barrier. Nightingale, sensing the abruptness of her actions, attempted to clarify. No, quite the opposite, that I was actually helping you. Still seething and grappling with her headache, Valerie was clearly reluctant to accept Nightingale's explanation, scoffing without responding, "There's a ticking time bomb in my head. Right? If I could dismantle it, I'd have done so already." Valerie regarded Nightingale with suspicion. Her curiosity piqued. "But I must say, your intel is a bit outdated." However, it wasn't Nightingale's fault. After all, anyone would assume that the chip was eroding Valerie's nerves, ultimately leading to her demise. Did she think everyone was as adept as Yak? It was worth noting that even Yak, who could effortlessly devour an AI from beyond the wall, required half an hour of full computational power and brain machine overclocking to simulate this optimal outcome. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Nightingale not to recognize Valerie's current state. Nightingale overlooked Valerie's moment of distraction, assuming she simply needed more time to process. Meanwhile, Johnny sensed something amiss. "Valerie, something feels off that I think she's. Damned, it seems like she's tinkering with a relic." Johnny approached Nightingale, scrutinizing her closely. Suddenly, he noticed her turning her attention towards him in a way. "Not again. You too?" Nightingale placed a hand on Johnny's shoulder. "That's right. Johnny, don't worry. Neither of you will be harmed." Johnny looked helplessly at Valerie, feeling as though he might be kicked offline. "What the hell?" Nightingale interrupted Johnny's protest, explaining, "If we both appear in the program simultaneously, Valerie will go into shock." Just now, she managed to withstand it thanks to her extraordinary neural strength. However, we can't take that risk, can we? You need to log off for now. Johnny, that's for your own good. And for Valerie's. Another brief surge of neural shock caused Valerie to experience another headache. And when she opened her eyes again, Johnny had vanished. And no matter how she called out to him, there was no response. Valerie stared in shock at the woman before her, finally realizing that such a maneuver was clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Even the most skilled hacker she had encountered couldn't accomplish this, unless they were some sort of numerical anomaly. Nightingale, noticing Valerie's tension, proactively explained, "I merely temporarily blocked him. Don't worry. He can hear you. He just can't speak." Valerie regarded the woman before her intellect of 3 finally grasping the situation. "I think I understand now. You must be a hacker, and a particularly skilled one at that." Nightingale nodded. "That I've connected to the Relic's cognitive program, allowing us to share your sensory experiences. However, to speak candidly, I had not anticipated that the experimental chip from Huangban would be so advanced and effective. Aside from a minor cluster of chaotic data, the design is simply impeccable. Yake. Don't joke. If I weren't preoccupied with rewriting the underlying code logic, I could also rectify that little data cluster." The sound of the lark continues at T present. "My corporeal form remains aboard Contion 1. The exclusive vehicle of the president of NUSA and the current president, Rosalind Myers, sits directly across from me." Upon hearing this, Valerie was taken aback. "Wait, the president?" She turned to glance at the lark, whose expression was fraught with concern, and recalled the lark's bizarre hacking methods. An ominous premonition surged within Valerie. "Hold on. You must be joking, right?" "No, absolutely not. The plane has been hacked, and we're currently en route to Night City, preparing for an emergency landing in Dogtown. Moreover, there are likely other hackers interfering. Our communications have been completely severed. I could only reach you through the relic," the lark said earnestly, gazing at Valerie. "Now, or our contact on the ground, are you saying that NUSA's president Rosalind Myers is with you right now?" The lark nodded, confirming that she was indeed across from me and aware of the situation, waiting for your response. Valerie still voiced her skepticism. She couldn't believe that a skilled hacker would be incapable of counteracting such a situation. However, the answer she received was that time was insufficient and the scenario was constrained, which limited the lark's capabilities to mount a counteroffensive. Upon hearing the lark's response, Valerie seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "This is a complete disaster. Have we really been reduced to seeking my help?" The lark nodded affirmatively. Yes, you are now our only hope. Your primary objective is to protect President Rosalind Myers, to be precise. The emergency landing poses no immediate threat. However, the problem lies in the fact that the landing site is precisely in Dogtown. You must rescue the president before anyone else can. Yet, Valerie was not naive. While they claimed to be rescuing the president, she pondered what benefits would be afforded to her. She recalled the promise the Lark had previously made. You mentioned that you could save my life? The Lark nodded. Yes, you have seen my abilities. Moreover, there is more to it than that. I can heal you. Completely. Valerie regarded the Lark, whose expression was filled with assurance, yet her heart remained unmoved. The Lark understood that mere verbal assurances would not suffice to convince Valerie. As Valerie regained her strength and rose from the debris, the Lark continued, I know it's hard for you to believe right now, so let me assist you with an optimization first. Concurrently, Valerie sensed a change in her relic. I've removed the useless elements, freeing up space for those that are beneficial to you, such as powerful military-grade combat software. If it's available, why not use it? After all, it's part of our internal supply. It's better to utilize it than to let it gather dust. As long as you provide combat data, the firmware can be enhanced via the relic. What I'm loading for you is the skeletal code. But its brilliance lies in its potential for growth. It will upgrade alongside your battles. And in Dogtown, there is no shortage of the large-scale combat data you require. Relic Combat Database unlocked. Valerie felt the transformation within her, reluctantly beginning to trust the Lark's claims. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this once. However, the pressing issue is that I don't even have a pass for Dogtown. How am I supposed to get in? The Lark surveyed the guards at the entrance to Dogtown. Going through the front door is out of the question. It's too late to secure a fake pass. Perhaps wait, my brother-in-law just sent me a message. The Lark looked at Valerie, puzzled. Your brother-in-law? Valerie did not respond but focused on her chat with Yake. Yake, oi, I heard someone suddenly collapsed at the entrance of Dogtown, convulsing on the ground. After getting up, they were talking to the AIR. As soon as I heard it, something seemed off. This symptom felt familiar. I checked the surveillance and saw you. Valerie, Yake, what are you doing at the entrance of Dogtown? Haven't you noticed how people are looking at you like you're a fool? Valerie's face turned crimson upon reading Yake's messages, causing her to instinctively scan her surroundings. Yake, well, I don't know why you suddenly fell ill. Wanting to check you out? That doesn't make sense. The surgery was supposed to be a success, right? But seeing you at the entrance of Dogtown, I figured something must be up. I managed to secure a pass for Dogtown for you. Just be careful that if worst comes to worst, go see Old Way. Call me if anything happens. Closing the chat with Yake, Valerie turned to the Lark, who looked perplexed. All right, the pass is sorted. The Lark? Chapter 81. Dog Bites Dog. Valerie drove smoothly through the border security checkpoint. Let us head to the stadium first. There's a high point from which we can survey Dogtown. Valerie nodded, parking her vehicle beside the Dogtown Stadium. They continued their conversation along the predetermined route until they reached the rooftop of a dilapidated building above the stadium. In her hands was an immortal-grade double-barreled shotgun she had purchased from the black market command. The weapons dealer had mentioned that this gun was supposedly the property of Brick, the leader of the Whirlwind Gang. Observing the emblem of the Whirlwind Gang on the weapon, Valerie believed the dealer's words to a degree. Meanwhile, Yake, concealed within Dogtown, observed Valerie purchasing the weapon through the surveillance cameras, his expression turning peculiar. For this immortal-grade weapon was one of the few that was inferior to the ordinary version. The long charge time of 3 seconds had already drawn the ire of countless individuals. The only redeeming feature of this gun was its unique immortality. Standing on the rooftop, not long after, the Lark reminded Valerie, who was chatting with Yake. Valerie, pay attention. Valerie looked up to see the Lark's holographic projection pointing to a specific location in the sky, revealing a blurry silhouette of an aircraft. Last, Valerie beheld the fabled Cantillon 1. See it. That's it. Cantillon 1, we're descending rapidly. Oh no. Valerie noted the change in the Lark's tone, a sense of foreboding rising within her. What's happening? What's wrong? As the Lark's projection suddenly turned to look behind her, Valerie instinctively turned her head. Just as she did, a missile soared past her at breakneck speed, its target being the descending Cantillon 1. What the hell? Valerie gasped at the unfolding scene. while the aircraft above was clearly aware of the missile lock and promptly released flares in a desperate attempt to save itself. Yet before the first missile could detonate, a second missile followed closely behind. Valerie realized that this was going to end badly. Lark, Valerie, the president, you must, before she could finish her sentence, the second missile struck the engine of Contion-1 with devastating accuracy. The Lark's communication abruptly ceased. Valerie watched in horror as the aircraft spiraled out of control. Lark? This is truly insane. However, she failed to notice that, following the missile strike, an escape pod detached from Contion-1. Watching the chaotic descent of the aircraft, Valerie became increasingly aware of its trajectory, heading directly towards her position. Oh no. No. This is unbelievable. Contion-1 soared directly above her, crashing through the rooftop of a dilapidated building. The tremendous impact sent Valerie sprawling to the ground. The ensuing destruction caused by the aircraft's collision left her tumbling down to the ground below, rolling twice before finally coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, Valerie watched in disbelief as Contion-1 crashed into a nearby building. Struggling to rise, she muttered to herself, Okay. Phew, I'm fine. Save the president. Right, save. Glancing at the distant flames, Valerie picked up the command weapon lying nearby and dashed forward. Spotting a yellow pipe that could serve as a makeshift slide to the ground, she swiftly descended through the pipe, landing amidst a heap of refuse. Observing the hovering vehicles speeding above, she remarked, Interesting, this is truly remarkable. She hastily returned to her vehicle, flooring the accelerator and racing towards the site of Contion-1's crash. Along the way, the Lark re-established the connection. Okay, but I'm back. Lark, having just escaped. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, believing the Lark to be safe after the emergency landing. The Lark succinctly recounted the current situation, and both were astonished that Hansen dared to launch missiles at Myers. Valerie arrived near the crash site of Contion-1, only to find it cordoned off by the spectral hounds. With determination, she slammed the accelerator, barreling through several guard stationed at the entrance, seizing the moment while the other thugs were still reeling. She quickly exited her vehicle, drawing reinforcement and activating Cian-Wazy to begin her assault. Although the firepower of the spectral hounds far surpassed that of all other gangs within the city, Chin-TC remained as formidable as ever. Despite facing numerous obstacles, she navigated through the layers of the spectral hounds unscathed. In just a few strides, she arrived at a crane, gazing down at the chaotic scene where the spectral hounds clashed with the battle robots from Sky One. The Lark beside Valerie was filled with anxiety, urging her to operate the crane and rescue Miles. Without further delay, Valerie leaped from the crane and resumed her relentless onslaught. After dispatching the enemies in her path and receiving support from the floating vehicles, Valerie finally laid eyes on Sky One, besieged by a throng of spectral hounds. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she dashed downwards, unleashing a massacre upon the unsuspecting hounds. Once she had cleared that wave of foes, Valerie sprinted into the cockpit, aided by the acceleration effects of Cian-Wazy. Observing the chaos within, the Lark swiftly sealed the hatch. Amidst the debris strewn across the cockpit floor, both women feared they had arrived too late. However, after scanning the area for some time, Valerie found no sign of the president. She made her way to the cockpit door, and, as she swung it open, she was ambushed by a rifle butt. Before she could react, the assailant attempted another strike, but Valerie, regaining her composure, seized control of the weapon. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, yet Valerie, weakened from her previous battles, succumbed to the physical struggle. The woman forcefully yanked the gun back, striking Valerie's abdomen with the muzzle, then swung the butt towards her head, ultimately tripping the already unsteady Valerie. Valerie collapsed to the ground. The woman raised her weapon, demanding, "Don't move. Who are you? You have 5 seconds to answer." Recognizing the woman's attire, Valerie deduced her identity. Yet with the gun pressed to her forehead, she quickly declared, "Rosalind Miles? I am here to clean up this mess. My name is Valerie." Upon hearing Valerie's introduction, Miles gradually lowered her weapon, exhaling in relief. "All right, although that sounds cliché, hearing that name brings me some comfort. Apologies, but I had to confirm it was truly you and not." "You understand." Struggling to rise, Valerie nodded resignedly. "Yes, but we must retreat. Otherwise, before she could finish, a violent explosion rocked the body of Sky One. The shockwave from the sudden blast sent both women sprawling to the ground. Valerie once again found herself in close contact with the earth, ringing in her ears from the proximity to the explosion. Miles hurriedly scrambled to her feet, realizing that another wave of spectral hounds was upon them. Damn it! Valerie also stood, clearly enraged. Am I unable to handle the president, yet can't deal with you mutts? Grabbing a rifle, Miles swiftly exited the cockpit of Sky One, followed closely by Valerie. The body of Sky One had been blown open by the spectral hounds, and Valerie dashed through the opening to engage the incoming enemies in close combat. Observing Valerie's boldness, Miles remarked, "Aren't we sisters?" You reach charging right into their faces? Indifferent to her concerns, Valerie unleashed a torrent of firepower. In response, Miles provided covering fire from behind. However, the spectral hounds were not to be trifled with, as centaur mechs and heavy firepower, usually unseen in Night City, became prevalent. Just as Valerie began to feel overwhelmed, several enemies beside her suddenly had their heads incinerated. Before she could comprehend the situation, a familiar voice called out, "Looks like you're still as reckless." Valerie, in surprise, Valerie turned to see Yak. Arriving at the scene, Yak exhaled, taking in the somewhat disheveled Valerie and the vigilant Miles nearby. He escorted the slightly disoriented Valerie back to Miles' side, relieved that everyone was relatively unharmed. Yet, Miles eyed Yak with suspicion. Noticing this, Valerie quickly clarified, "This is my brother-in-law, Yak. Yak Barnes. I didn't expect to see you in the flesh one day, Mr. President." Nodding, Miles retained a hint of wariness. It's he that moment. The Lark re-established communication. "Valerie, what's the situation?" Taking a deep breath, Valerie replied, "We're both alive, and my brother-in-law has come to assist me." Glancing at the surrounding corpses, she added, "Your brother-in-law. All right, well, we need a safe haven. Staying by the aircraft is only asking for trouble." "Let me find something." Yak's eyes flashed red as he forcibly tapped into their communication. "Oh, you're looking for a safe house." The Lark, taken aback by Yak's sudden appearance, soon steadied herself. "What?" "Yes, we need a secure location. I have one in Dogtown, Elizabeth Crest Street. 8th floor. It's been slightly modified. The building is mostly unoccupied and quite safe." After a moment's contemplation, the Lark nodded. "That place will do. You should head there. Remember, be cautious along the way." Valerie turned to Miles. "The Lark is still in contact with me. She seems fine that we should leave quickly. Yak has a safe house in Dogtown, which is the most suitable option." Miles glanced at Yak and nodded. The trio departed from the wreckage of the aircraft. Along the way, Miles stole glances at Yak, who, noticing her apprehension, reassured, "Mr. President, there's no need to be so tense. Valerie is my sister-in-law. It's only natural that I look after her. Besides, I have no interest in assassinating the president." Miles nodded, choosing not to press further. En route, Valerie assisted Miles in removing her subdermal tracker, and the group managed to evade the spectral hounds' patrols. Reaching the basement of an unfinished building, they prepared to navigate underground towards the safe house while eluding the hounds' search. Passing through a dilapidated military technology museum, they entered a vast warehouse, where a dust-covered object sat at the center, concealed beneath a tarp, its contents unknown to Valerie. However, Yak recognized it instantly. Chimera, a nifty tool we'll need later. The other two gave it little thought as they proceeded to find the elevator on the other side of the warehouse. At that moment, Miles heard some sounds and quickly raised her weapon, taking cover behind a nearby obstacle. "Valerie, did you hear that?" "No way, not again." "Those damn things, Lark." Just then, the Lark's voice echoed. "It seems this is bad news. Hansen's mongrels have caught our scent and are coming. You need to buy some time while I prepare a grand surprise for our guests." Valerie quickly turned to Miles. "Let's engage them. The Lark is cooking up something big." Miles nodded, and Yak drew his ink abyss from his back. The spectral hound pursuers arrived swiftly, and a fierce gunfight ensued. Valerie hurled several smoke grenades scavenged from the hounds, attempting to buy time, while Miles carefully conserved her ammunition, firing precise shots at the enemies. Meanwhile, Yak, having conserved his energy, dashed upstairs to create chaos. Sensing that the two below were struggling, the Lark instinctively activated the AI protocol of Blackwall. At that moment, Valerie noticed the large figure in the center beginning to stir. As the tarp fell away, the creature revealed its true form. What the hell? It's moving. The lark's voice unexpectedly emanated from the creature before them. This is called Chimera, a combat model from the military tech zoo. With that, the machine gun atop the Chimera locked onto the spectral hounds above, unleashing a terrifying barrage that obliterated both enemies and cover alike. Damn it, Lark! I'm still up here, Yak exclaimed, somewhat disheveled as he jumped down from the upper level. The heavy machine gun mounted on the Chimera was no joke. Under the overwhelming firepower, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Valerie could even take a moment to rest, watching as the Chimera systematically eliminated their foes. Breathing heavily, she thought to herself how fortunate it was that this creature was on their side. Otherwise, as the Lark controlled the Chimera to clear the remaining enemies, Valerie and Miles approached, both panting. Valerie curiously inspected the formidable machine, while Yak prepared to engage his neural interface to control the soon-to-be unruly beast. At that moment, the Lark's voice came through the Chimera. All right, it should be fine now. No further detections. Oh my God. The Lark's tone trembled as if she had seen something horrifying. The Chimera began to tremble ominously. And both Miles and Valerie sensed that something was amiss. Before Valerie, deep crimson data streams flickered ominously. Ak observed the Chimera behaving oddly. He promptly began to hack into it. However, the technology of the old military science was formidable. This ice, were it not for Ak's unreasonable nature, they would truly be at a loss. Good heavens! What do you mean by good heavens? Deep crimson data remnants inexplicably appeared on the Chimera's body. The Chimera moved in a bizarre manner, crashing into the wall behind it. The pained voice of the Lark followed suit. The Chimera is losing control. Miles, sensing the situation was amiss, raised his weapon. Deep crimson data streams erupted from various parts of the Chimera, its body flickering with red electricity. What is wrong with you, Lark? Miles inquired, perplexed, turning to Valerie. What on earth is happening, Valerie? Valerie, equally bewildered, shook her head in confusion. I don't know. It seems something is off with Song Xiaomei. What has happened to her? The Chimera's joints were ensnared by black and red data streams, aiming its cannon at them. Oh, damn it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the machine gun atop the Chimera opened fire upon the two. Valerie immediately activated her Seinweisten, leaping towards Miles to help her evade the barrage of bullets. Just as the Chimera prepared for another round of gunfire, another surge of black-red data enveloped it, swiftly devouring the original crimson streams. The entire machine came to a halt. Valerie stared at the scene before her, bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Recognizing the familiar black-red data stream, Valerie turned to Ak beside her. Brother, what on earth is going on? At that moment, Ak exhaled deeply and replied, I'm not sure. I sensed something was off with the Lark earlier, so I took precautions against her, but I never expected she would actually lose control. Fortunately, I had preemptively hacked into the Chimera. Miles climbed to his feet, glancing at the Chimera, then at Ak, lost in thought that, in the dead of night, the author expressed some grievances. To be honest, this book has been rather mediocre thus far. Perhaps not even reaching the standard of ordinary. The author is quite dissatisfied with many aspects, including certain inconsistencies and flaws. However, having written this far, there is no way to amend it, and the means to alter it eludes me. The only recourse upon discovering these issues is to patch them up, but that bears little fruit. Continuing down this path only leads to further mistakes. There are typos as well, and since I am solely using my phone to type, it is difficult to ensure there are no errors. Even when readers point them out and I manage to rectify them at the first opportunity, some will inevitably remain. The initial motivation for writing this book stemmed from the scarcity of fan fiction for 2077. I merely wished to create something for my own enjoyment. Yet the outcome has been dismal. The author has contemplated abandoning this project multiple times, yearning for a decisive severance to embark on a new narrative. Nevertheless, after much struggle, I find it hard to let go, and I extend my apologies to the esteemed patrons of Smith Massey and my readers. I am immensely grateful for your affection towards this work. This book may not be abruptly discontinued or abandoned, but the frequency of updates will likely diminish. However, to be candid, I cannot assure that the new work will surpass this one, for I too am a complete novice. Striving to do my utmost, yet upon introspection, I may not have truly exerted myself. In summary, the frequency of updates for this book will decrease, but I will endeavor to complete IT shall serve as a closure for my first literary endeavor. Nevertheless, most of my energy may be redirected towards the next book, aiming to minimize its toxicity. This moment, the black-red data streams on the Chimera vanished, and beside Valerie appeared Ack's data form. Valerie noticed Ack's data form and paused, glancing at the Ack standing nearby, uncertain of his motives. Miles hesitated for a moment before inquiring about the sudden incident with Valerie. Valerie, what exactly happened with Song Xiaomei? I'm not sure either. All I know is that she seemed to encounter something terrifying, which caused her to lose control of that mech. IT sounds like she's in danger herself. Miles nodded in agreement. She needs to contend with the Chimera for control while closely monitoring the situation, and she must maintain communication with you. But I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss there. While Valerie and Miles conversed, Ack waved his hand, and a blue data stream flickered beside Valerie. Moments later, the blue data stream transformed into Johnny's form. Our rockstar has re-emerged. Johnny, regaining his senses, glanced around and noticed Ack, who was also a consciousness form, yet said nothing more. Clearly, having experienced being forcibly logged out by the Lark, his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. After Valerie and Miles concluded their discussion, they prepared to set off again, with Valerie noticing Johnny's presence trailing behind Miles. Hey Johnny, it's great to see you again. Oh please, cut the act. It's obvious you lack sincerity. It's all so insincere. Ack interjected, that little bird is behaving strangely. What she's using is quite dangerous. Valerie, be cautious. After relaying his warning, Ack vanished. Valerie felt that Ack had a point. The coexistence of two consciousness forms indeed exerted considerable pressure on her nerves. She was not surprised by Ack's words, as the Lark's peculiar method of contacting her was rather unexpected. After dealing with the Chimera, the trio encountered no further incidents on their journey, while Ack multitasked, following behind the two while utilizing the anchor points previously embedded in the black wall to enter the digital realm. Don't ask. Just assume it's a talent. There, near the black wall, he found the Lark still writhing in pain. The cost of utilizing the black wall's AI protocol was immense. The Lark was being eroded by the side effects incurred by the black wall. Watching the Lark not far off, Ack sighed and waved his hand, consuming the data streams encircling her. Before she could react, Ack vanished, leaving Song Xiaomei bewildered and unresponsive. Miles and Valerie arrived at the entrance of the safe house where Ack was located. Miles cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no witnesses before he and Valerie ascended the elevator. Upon scanning Ack's face, the elevator automatically began its ascent to the 8th floor. After arriving, they followed Ack into the safe house, which appeared somewhat dilapidated. Hopefully, the esteemed president will not mind. To be honest, Ack did not hold a particularly favorable impression of Miles, given the latter's previous behavior in the game and the fact that military science had recently let him down. However, now is not the time for such grievances. Miles nodded at Ack, evidently unaware of the unfolding events in Night City. Hello? Thank you for your assistance with Valerie. Me.IT was a minor issue. I simply wish to ensure Valerie's safety. Valerie set her weapon aside and collapsed onto the mattress, clearly exhausted. Witnessing this, Miles requested some clothes from Ack, changing out of her presidential uniform, which was too conspicuous in Dogtown. During the brief interlude of changing, Johnny engaged in a discussion with Valerie and Ack, analyzing the somewhat peculiar assignment. Ack listened intently, intrigued by Johnny's astute observations. Johnny firmly believed that the Lark had not been entirely forthright regarding the situation. Valerie nodded in agreement, but surmised that it was also possible that the unexpected events left Song Xiaomei unable to explain herself. Johnny did not refute Valerie's perspective. He merely hoped that when she next encountered the Lark, she could have a proper conversation rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless chicken at that moment. Miles emerged from the bathroom, having changed, just as the radio in the background began broadcasting the news. Ack promptly turned the volume up, and the three of them listened intently to the report. Earlier today, Kurt Hansen, the self-proclaimed leader of Dogtown, held a press conference to share his thoughts on the current situation. Hansen, I've been framed. Hasn't that become obvious? New America has always wanted me dead. While I have many flaws, I am not foolish enough to assassinate the president of Nusa on my own territory. That would be akin to committing suicide. It's quite laughable. Do the people of Night City truly believe that the events in Dogtown do not concern them? Those in-US individuals will extend their dirty hands in a Dogtown given the slightest opportunity. And then what? Then it will be your turn? People of Night City, Miles, upon hearing this, felt her emotions surging, yet Hansen was not entirely incorrect. Rosalind's personal visit to Night City was indeed to discuss issues concerning Dogtown. From a certain perspective, Hansen's statement held merit, prompting Miles to feel vulnerable. Ack chose not to comment further. Some truths are better left unsaid, as transactions could still be conducted. Valerie, on the other hand, had her own insights. First, making a public appearance in the media, clamoring for war, then tying himself to Night City, leaving the blame on NUS. This tactic of Hansen's is quite clever. Miles nodded in agreement that if some mysterious force aims to incite conflict or war, then assassinating me, the president of NUSA, would serve as the perfect catalyst. Therefore, we should remain passive. The situation outside is utterly chaotic. Hansen, the Lark, and the NUS side to IT is difficult to ascertain whether these individuals are foes or allies. Indeed, you're absolutely correct. Valerie stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, let us take a moment to rest while we can. We have had a long day." Miles made his way to another mattress, remarking, "Indeed, my legs could certainly use a respite." He settled onto the soft mattress and turned to Valerie. There's still no news from Xiaomei on your end?" "Unfortunately, there remains not a whisper of activity," Valerie replied. Miles, feeling a twinge of irritation, scratched his head. She has never been out of contact for this long. It feels utterly wrong to think of her missing under these circumstances. Damn it. Valerie regarded Miles thoughtfully. What if Song Zhao Mei truly cannot come? What then? There is no alternative but to wait. That if she truly cannot make it. Miles fingered the presidential coin in his pocket, recalling a figure from years past. Then we must consider other options. We shall see what tomorrow brings. For now, let us get a good night's rest. The two succumbed to slumber on the mattress. Yake lowered his firearm, exhaling a sigh, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in mist, and rain began to fall. Valerie roused herself from the mattress, and upon seeing her awake, Yake handed her a cup of coffee. "Awake now. Have some coffee. Our esteemed president awaits you on the balcony." Valerie accepted the coffee, taking a few sips to awaken herself before stepping onto the adjacent balcony. Miles leaned against the railing, smoking, with the ground littered with extinguished cigarette butts. Upon hearing Valerie's footsteps, he turned to face her. "She's not here," he said, discarding his cigarette, "but over the edge. She probably won't be coming. You saw how many people Hansen dispatched. It is highly likely that Song Zhao Mei has already been captured. Perhaps, and that is my greatest concern, I must locate her. I cannot leave my people behind enemy lines." Yake scoffed at this, retorting, "You speak grandly, but have you truly regarded her as a person?" Even Johnny couldn't help but interject with a few jabs while Miles continued his speech. "No matter what occurs, we must assist him." Valerie gazed at Miles, her curiosity piqued. "That IT sounds as though you have a backup plan." Miles hesitated briefly before responding. "Not a plan, but a person. Someone urgently needed. His name is Solomon Reed. 7 years ago, he was the head of our Night City intelligence agency, working alongside Song Zhao Mei. After the conflict, he went into hiding to he is still in this city. Reed is a man of principle. He has never wavered, regardless of coercion or temptation. He is the only one I can trust now." Yake rolled his eyes in disbelief. "There is no wavering. More like he has long since given up hope on you or the NUS. Reed shares some similarities with Takamura. But while Takamura is entirely loyal, Reed has lost faith in Miles and the NUS. That be why the end of the narrative, his actions stem solely from guilt towards the Nightingale. To be frank, it is evident that Reed's continued allegiance to the NUS is more of a psychological crutch. Only as an agent does he feel truly alive, that he longs for retirement or even sacrifice. Especially at the end of the DLC Nightingale arc, where he confronts death with resignation. Dying in the line of duty would represent the best conclusion he could hope for. After all, how could a top-tier agent, comparable to Morgan Blackhand, be so easily dispatched? Faith can bestow hope upon an individual, yet can also lead to ruin. IT allowed Reed to survive that attack, yet condemned him to live in despair and guilt over his fallen comrades during these years of survival. Reed is arguably one of the most tragic characters in the entire DLC, forever attributing blame to himself, ensnared in an endless cycle of self-inflicted torment and remorse. Perhaps his sacrifice during a mission will be the most merciful outcome for him, serving as a form of liberation. The conversation between Valerie and Miles came to a close, and after gently declining the oath-taking invitation, Valerie officially became an NUS agent. Once the method of contacting Reed was established, she prepared to depart. Before she left, Miles glanced at Yake and said, "You should accompany Mr. Barnes that I can manage alone." Clearly, Miles was still not entirely at ease with Yake, who acknowledged this unspoken concern with a nod as he exited alongside Valerie. In the elevator, Johnny suddenly appeared beside them, expressing his strong approval of Valerie's decision to refuse the oath. The two chatted as they stepped outside the dilapidated building. Upon reaching the entrance, Valerie spotted smoke rising in the distance. Yake pointed out, saying, "Do you see that colorful smoke over there? That is Hansen's airdrop, his purchase supplies. Due to the unique circumstances of Dogtown, this is the only way to transport them. The upside is that if an airdrop happens to land nearby, you might seize the opportunity to take the supplies before Hansen's thugs arrive. Or perhaps you could snatch them directly from the hands of those hellhounds. But one must be cautious while engaging in such mischief. I heard of a fellow who was caught doing this and Hansen had one of his legs sawed off. But what is that saying? The greater the storm, the richer the fish. The spoils within an airdrop can be quite lucrative. If you're short on cash, taking that risk could yield significant profits." Valerie gazed at the distant red smoke, pondering for a moment before deciding that pressing matters took precedence. Resisting the temptation, she set off towards the Captain Current restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant's entrance, she noticed a black vendor energetically hawking his wares nearby. Health is the foundation of success. Come and check out Ronald's cutting-edge XFJ from this self-proclaimed whirlwind of the Prairie State. Valerie gleaned some intelligence after handing him a $5 tip, discovering the way to enter the Current restaurant. Just as she stood up, she saw Yake forcibly wrenching the restaurant's front door open. "What are you babbling about?" Valerie rolled her eyes and followed him inside. Valerie observed the now powerless anti-infantry mine Yake had tampered with, clicking her tongue in disbelief, before moving to the corridor, where she found an old-fashioned phone hidden behind a cabinet. She pressed the code 0931, but as someone in their 20s, Valerie was unfamiliar with the operation of such antiquated devices. At that moment, Johnny appeared and demonstrated the correct procedure, enabling Valerie to grasp how to use it properly. However, the phone's incessant ringing made her increasingly anxious. With a chime, Valerie thought the call had connected, but silence greeted her from the other end. She tentatively inquired, "Is this Reed?" "Listen, I don't have time to play games." As the silence dragged on, Valerie's patience wore thin. "Is this old contraption broken? Or can you not even dial 4 digits correctly?" Just as Valerie was at a loss, a processed voice suddenly emanated from the phone. "Who are you?" Upon hearing a response, both their expressions turned grave. "A friend." After a brief hesitation, the voice on the other end stated, "Andrew Jackson. Basketball court. Remember, come during the day." With that, Reed hung up. Johnny, observing the exchange, quipped, "It seems our mysterious agent isn't much for conversation." Valerie chimed in with a smirk. "Must be socially anxious. Prefers everything in writing." "Huh. He is an agent after all. Who wouldn't be cautious if a stranger called?" As Valerie and Yake arrived at the basketball court Reed mentioned, she scanned the surroundings and settled in a spacious spot, holding the presidential coin in her hand while Yake found a hiding place. The sky gradually cleared, and Valerie sat in her seat, discussing the troublesome assignment with Johnny. He opened up about his days as a deserter, having witnessed the brutality and harsh truths of war, which led him to make that choice. The toll of war is always borne by the innocent, while the ZKs shake hands and merchants reap their profits. Reed and Johnny are both victims of war. But Johnny chose to flee, whereas Reed, at that moment, a deep male voice interrupted from behind Valerie, a custom handgun pressed against her ribs. "Don't turn around. Act natural. Watch the game." Valerie, resigned, found herself under control, unable to react swiftly enough to deploy her weapon. She complied. "What are you holding?" Valerie raised the commemorative coin in her hand. "I have this commemorative coin. Do you recognize it?" "I do. However, I need verification." "Who sent you?" "A mutual friend." The man behind her clearly sought to probe further. "Who could possibly be our mutual friend?" "A friend who has survived a harrowing ordeal. Perhaps you have heard of it." "Maybe so. But is she still safe? Remaining seated in this manner renders the situation uncertain. Just as the man was about to inquire further, he felt the presence of another gun behind him. Very well. The interrogation phase must come to an end. Agent Lee-duh. At this moment, Yak had inexplicably appeared behind Lee-duh, holding a silenced weapon known as Silent aimed squarely at him. Your friend is indeed intriguing. I observed you both arriving at the basketball court, yet he was nowhere to be found, and instead, he managed to capture me. Within 3 minutes, go to the street and locate a black Mary mark. Noticing that Lee-duh had lowered his firearm, Yak too relaxed his grip on his weapon. Watching Lee-duh depart first, Johnny glanced at Valerie's back and muttered, "What a damn seasoned player." Valerie shrugged and stood up. "I think he quite likes me, brother-in-law." "Ah, indeed, he looks at you the way a kindergarten teacher gazes upon their students. Are you going to ask him for a little red flower now?" Valerie rolled her eyes and, together with Yak, left the basketball court, instantly spotting the black Mary mark. She opened the car door and took a seat. Before long, a tall black man clad in a black coat approached the Mary mark, brandishing a handgun that Valerie recognized. Ella scanned the surroundings cautiously, confirming the absence of any suspicious individuals before taking the driver's seat. Though it seemed unnecessary, he decided to introduce himself. "Solomon Lee-duh." "Valerie." Yak Lee-duh nodded. "Before we set off, allow me to apologize for my earlier conduct. It is always wise to exercise caution. Sometimes employing a Malorian to brace against an opponent's ribcage feels safer. Even if he is one of our own, that it's purely precautionary. Do not take it to heart. This is how we greet one another. Nonetheless, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Such sentiments are rare in my line of work." Subsequently, Lee-duh revealed personal details, including information about her sister, V. After all, counterintelligence is typically out in the open, not highly classified. Valerie felt a twinge of irritation at having her personal information so readily accessible. Why is it that everyone seems to know about her? However, Lee-duh took a keen interest in Yak, whose information was rather scant, an anomaly in itself. Lee-duh then posed the question he was most eager to ask. "There's one thing I have never quite understood. What compels you to leap into this pit of fire? I was hired by the Lark. You two know each other, because Valerie is about to plunge into this inferno. I intended to pull her out, but it appears it is already too late." Valerie recalled that the Lark had previously worked under Lee-duh, yet upon hearing that name, his expression shifted, revealing a complex mixture of guilt and concern. Devoid of anger or hatred. Little song. Noticing the change in Lee-duh's tone, Valerie inquired, "What is it?" However, Lee-duh quickly regained his composure, as if the earlier turmoil had never existed. In the past, we were colleagues, and I believed I would not hear from her again. Yet, this girl is a harbinger of misfortune. Lee-duh was reluctant to delve further into the matter, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Let us proceed to locate that friend of yours who is not as naive as she seems." As Lee-duh started the vehicle, he looked at Valerie. "Please provide me with the address." Valerie, recalling something, warned him, "Let me give you a heads up. You may not fancy that place. Perhaps not. The abandoned building on Elizabeth Crest Street. 8th floor. Very well. You are correct. I indeed harbor a dislike for that location." Lee-duh pressed the accelerator. "You left her alone in Dogtown?" Yak remarked that I would have preferred to remain there, but our esteemed president does not quite trust me yet. Hence, I accompanied Valerie. Upon hearing this, Lee-duh seemed to have an epiphany. After all, this city is rife with betrayal. The trio arrived at the base of the safe house. Lee-duh noticed several homeless individuals and frowned. "Are you unaware of the dangers of being in a crowd?" Yak rolled his eyes. "Where else could we go? Long Beach junkyard? Or should we just eliminate all those homeless folks?" They entered the elevator, which ascended automatically after scanning Yak's face, a detail Lee-duh noted. Upon the doors opening, they stood before the safe house. Valerie knocked gently. "Miles, it's me. We have returned." Shortly after, Miles cautiously opened the door, gun in hand, and upon seeing familiar faces, set the weapon aside. Lee-duh, too, slowly holstered his firearm. "It seems you still remember my number," Lee-duh observed Miles, his tone slightly brusque. Some numbers are impossible to forget. That he approached Miles, locking eyes with her. "Rosalind, tell me the truth. That phone will never ring, will it?" "Not exactly. There are those in Night City who wish to see my head on a platter. Thus I seize the opportunity to reconnect with you and rekindle our relationship." Lee regarded Miles, and, after a brief pause, spoke. I should have offered you a cup of coffee, but time is of the essence that I will arrange for your return to Washington. Miles shook her head. No, Lee, we need to have a discussion. Just the three of you as she spoke. Both Lee and Miles turned to look at Valerie, who, sensing their gaze, instinctively glanced at Yak. Yak sighed, clearly troubled, and stepped closer to Valerie, addressing both of them. What if I joined in? For a task that could easily be made into an action blockbuster, I can't help but worry about Valerie's safety. Valerie cast a grateful glance at Yak. After a moment's hesitation, Miles nodded in agreement. She recognized Yak's hacking skills, which had previously helped them subdue Chimera, leaving a significant impression on her. Moreover, with Valerie present, the chances of Yak causing chaos would diminish considerably. Observing Miles' consent, Lita felt it unnecessary to voice any objections. At the very least, they had acquired a seemingly competent ally. The ability to vanish quietly under his surveillance spoke volumes. However, as a precaution, he decided to review this individual's background information. Side story, crime, and punishment. The timeline is set before collaborating with Yak on the Voodoo Boys assignment. Santo Domingo. Valerie rode her motorcycle to this place. Earlier that morning, the intermediary in Kogitsu had called her to assign a task. With some free time on her hands, Valerie decided to accept it. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, she spotted a man in work overalls leaning against a vehicle. Smoking, lacking specific details about the client, Valerie approached him cautiously. Bill Gabrowski. The man, upon hearing his name spoken by the woman before him, understood she was the mercenary sent by Intermerica. That's me. Kogitsu has briefed you. I presume? Valerie nodded that I was instructed to take out a target. Bill flicked the ash from his cigarette, his right leg shaking, revealing signs of agitation. Not just anyone. The person you are to eliminate is Joshua Stevenson, a notorious murderer. We can discuss specifics on the way. Get in, you drive. Bill tossed his cigarette aside and took the passenger seat. Valerie shrugged and took the driver's seat. Bill peered around from the passenger side. He remarked, they should come this way. We'll wait here. Soon as they arrive, we'll go after them. Bill's expression twisted into one of fury as he added, I want to look into that bastard's eyes as he descends into hell. I want him to know fear before he dies. Valerie frowned. You just said they? Does Stevenson have accomplices? Why didn't you mention that sooner? I need to prepare. Clearly, the inexperienced Bill failed to grasp Valerie's concern. Thinking his approach was acceptable, today we're only killing him. Though Valerie felt discontent, she patiently attempted to explain that you know who his accomplices are. Might they be armed? Just some regular folks that we just need to intimidate them. Once they realize we're serious, no one will dare to stick their necks out. Valerie felt a headache coming on. How can you be so sure they are regular people? Bill scoffed. Those corporate dogs who pulled them out. They desell their mothers for a chance to survive. Just don't shoot at them. Our goal today is to kill that bastard Stevenson. Valerie was about to retort when suddenly, an NCPD patrol car passed before them. Bill recognized the vehicle. That's the one. Follow it. With no choice, Valerie drove after it. After a while of trailing, they finally spotted their opportunity as the NCPD car was blocked by a large truck. A man, unmistakably equipped and formidable, disembarked from the NCPD vehicle to conduct an inspection. Upon seeing the car being stopped, Bill hastily urged Valerie to halt. After the vehicle came to a stop, Bill, in a state of anxious urgency, retrieved a weapon he had prepared in advance and exited the car. Valerie, observing his frantic demeanor, sighed and stepped out as well. Bill brandished a small handgun with an aggressive flare, incessantly uttering fierce threats. Just watch. I'm going to blow that bastard to smithereens. I'm going to kill him. Valerie, witnessing Bill's almost deranged state, sensed that the situation was becoming dire. The men guarding the police car naturally took notice of Bill's brazen approach with a weapon in hand. The officer, realizing the intent behind Bill's actions, reluctantly initiated a standard warning. NCPD, do not move. However, Bill, consumed by vengeance, paid no heed to the NCPD's admonition. All he could see was retribution. The NCPD officer, seeing Bill's relentless advance, reiterated his warning. This is Lieutenant Vasquez of the NCPD. Do not move. Vasquez shouted, fervently hoping Bill would lower his weapon. Yet Bill, singularly focused on his vendetta, refused to relent. You're protecting a murderer. As Bill encroached dangerously close, Vasquez had no choice but to draw his weapon and aim it at Bill. Valerie, recognizing the escalating peril, understood that involving the NCPD had transformed this into a matter far beyond a mere assassination. Any entanglement with the NCPD was fraught with complications, especially given their notorious solidarity. Valerie turned to Bill and shouted, "Bill, put down your weapon now," yet Bill remained resolute in his defiance. "No, I absolutely will not." As Bill continued to advance, Vasquez issued a final warning. "Drop your weapon, otherwise I will shoot." When Bill persisted, even raising his handgun, Vasquez, despite his reluctance, was compelled to fire. In that moment, Valerie cursed under her breath and activated her weapon, aiming to subdue Bill, but she was a moment too late. Bill fell, lifeless, a victim of Vasquez's gunfire. What the hell just happened? Valerie thought, grappling with a torrent of emotions as she gazed upon Bill's lifeless body. Brought low by his own hatred, that moment, Joshua, still clad in prison garb, hurriedly exited the police vehicle, intervening to prevent Vasquez from aiming his weapon at Valerie again. Vasquez looked at Joshua with confusion. "They came to kill you." Following a heated debate involving NCPD officer Vasquez, Rachel from the Fourth Wall Dream Studio, and Joshua, Valerie found herself unwittingly invited into Joshua's quest for redemption. Through their conversations in the vehicle, Valerie learned that Joshua had been imprisoned for armed robbery, a crime he had once regarded with indifference until he chose to embrace faith in God while incarcerated, a choice that transformed him at that juncture. Joshua voiced his desire for Valerie to accompany him throughout the day. After a moment's hesitation, Valerie acquiesced, intrigued by how a murderer envisioned his own redemption. They arrived at the doorstep of a place called Gloria Elamarl. Once at the door, Joshua exhibited palpable anxiety, hesitating before finally knocking. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Zulika, Joshua's pen pal from prison. Valerie noted the young man's memorial prominently displayed within the house, learning through Joshua's words that this was one of his victims and Zulika's brother. Valerie gleaned from Joshua's account that their correspondence had been facilitated by Reuben, Zulika's brother. The letters had led Joshua to discover his faith. Through their dialogue, Valerie came to understand Joshua's intention to record a surreal dream of his own suicide. Hoping to demonstrate the existence of love to the world, he aspired to use his death as a means of atonement, a cautionary tale for all, casting himself as the Christ of this city. Before long, Gloria, Zulika's mother and the homeowner, returned, her fury erupting as she expelled Joshua from her abode. Back in the vehicle, Joshua recited passages from the Bible, while Valerie and Rachel, fearing that Valerie's presence might disrupt Joshua's filming of the surreal dream and jeopardize their business, debated her involvement. Rachel proposed doubling the payment to persuade Valerie to leave, but after contemplation and Johnny's counsel, Valerie declined the offer. Upon entering a diner, tensions erupted, igniting discord among the group. Valerie watched as they departed, only to have Johnny appear in the very seat Joshua had occupied moments before. Valerie, sensing a strange familiarity in this encounter, struggled to recall its significance. This subplot involves numerous intricate elements that are challenging to weave into the main narrative, so consider it a supplementary tale. Chapter 86. Establishing trust with Yake now involved. Lida and Myers no longer needed to avoid him. Hansen certainly has a myriad of tricks up his sleeve, Myers remarked, shaking his head. This is a task I cannot accomplish alone. We have someone backing him. Are some individuals eager for war again? Valerie inquired, her curiosity piqued. Their conflict is eternal, Myers responded, casting a glance at Lida. This time, the trouble is significant. Lida, I'm not the only one on the plane. Lida, hands on his hips, asked. I heard Xiao Song is also involved. Where is she now? Myers directed his gaze toward Valerie, stating the last person she spoke to was Valerie. Valerie shook her head, that we were in contact until something went awry at Chimera. Perhaps she's entangled with Chimera's IC? Yake interjected. Who knows? The technology that Nightingale employs is peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. More akin to something from beyond the wall. Yake feigned confusion with this statement, yet Myers exhibited little reaction. Her thoughts a mystery. Al-Idi approached the window, his emotions in turmoil. To be candid, he had grown disillusioned with NUS, yet he could not abandon Song Xiaomei. Guilt held him in a state of indecision. Myers noted Lida's demeanor, realizing the precariousness of their situation. She could not afford to lose anyone useful. Lida, do you understand what this means for national security? And she is your apprentice. You have entrusted her with nearly everything and brought her into this line of work. She shares a unique connection with Valerie. This is our only lead. You must find her and pursue this together. Elida, gazing out the window, remained silent. I've already sacrificed for my country once. Do I need to do so again? Yake observed the two without further comment. Knowing not to expect anything profound from Myers, he'll be honest. Myers was an epitome of extreme self-interest. She would treat you well as long as you were useful. But if you lost your value or someone else appeared more advantageous, then it was too bad for you. Ida's transformation into a diplomatic token was the prime example of this. Such individuals were abundant in Night City and beyond, yet having one in close proximity was decidedly off-putting. Valerie, curious, posed a question. Wait, what does sacrificing for the nation mean? Lida paused, contemplating. What did Myers tell you about me? Valerie hesitated, sensing she might have said something inappropriate. She mentioned you were the head of the intelligence network here and that you went into hiding after the war. She completely omitted the part about O'Hara wanting me dead. Myers coughed awkwardly, seemingly attempting to interrupt Lida. However, Lida was unwilling to grant her any favor, turning to face her directly. And what about me being shot 3 times, lying in the ICU for 6 months? I even needed assistance to use the restroom. Valerie found herself in a rather uncomfortable position, more so than Myers. Oh, perhaps she simply forgot. Johnny appeared beside Yake, and they exchanged knowing glances, both shaking their heads in unison. In any event, now you know that Elida again turned to gaze out the window. Valerie could not help but speak up once more. So, Myers, you left Lida in Night City to die. After all he endured, you now expect him to leap into the fire once more. Valerie's expression shifted, her gaze laden with reproach. Madam President, you owe 2 debts of gratitude here. Myers, recognizing the change in Valerie's demeanor, understood she needed to maintain their trust, at least for now. She nodded at Valerie. You are correct. Following this, Myers approached Lida, apologizing that I regret the past 7 years. If I say this, can we consider it settled? Yake and Johnny exchanged yet another glance, both deciphering 2 words from each other's eyes, defying fate. Valerie opened her mouth, wishing to utter something, yet words eluded her. My presence here signifies my willingness to assist. However, my motivation lies solely with Xiaosong and GJ. Nothing more. Subsequently, Lida turned his gaze towards Valerie and Yake to AS4. You too. Let's set Yake aside for now. Valerie, you mentioned in the car that you were employed by the Lark. Correct? Although I'm unaware of the benefits she promised you, consider this. Is your action truly worth it? Valerie looked intently at Lida. There are matters far more significant than money. Lida, I concur with that sentiment. Everyone has their own struggles. Mine even has a name. A relic. Song Xiaomei claimed she could save my life, though I remain uncertain how. Valerie silently added this thought. She had previously shared her concerns with Yake, who understood her apprehensions. He merely informed her that the methods of the Military Science Division were more formidable than she imagined. In the game, they did indeed cure V, albeit at the cost of rendering him an ordinary person. Currently, Valerie had not sustained that gunshot wound, and the neural erosion was not so severe. Thus, theoretically, the Military Science Division could genuinely cure Valerie. As for why Yake could not directly heal her. A mercenary lacks access to such advanced equipment. Yet, Yake refrained from divulging all of this to Valerie. Elida nodded, asserting that a life-saving commission would be far more valuable than mere monetary compensation. He believed that few would choose money over their lives. At the very least, Valerie did not appear to be that kind of person. Yake concurred, expressing his simple concern for Valerie. Sometimes sisters can be exceedingly naive. A few words from others can easily deceive them. I must keep an eye on her to prevent any mishaps. Upon hearing Yake's jest, Valerie shot him a blushing glare. Yake merely smiled and remained silent. Observing their interaction, Lida felt a growing sense of trust. It seemed we had reached a consensus. Perhaps we could attempt to assist one another. The group shook hands, establishing a preliminary bond of trust. Elida continued. his gaze tinged with worried locate Xiao Song. We must delve deeply into the area, turning over every stone, ensuring no corner is overlooked. We also need someone currently willing to speak, preferably of their own volition. You must earn their trust. Valerie scratched her head in distress. Finding such individuals in Dogtown is no easy feat, Yake interjected. I happen to know a few people. I can inquire. Ella nodded that I'll make arrangements and first escort Myers back to NUS. Await my call. Yake and Valerie nodded, and Yake departed the safe house first. Myers turned to Valerie, expressing her gratitude. Valerie smiled back at Myers, saying, just remember to treat me to a nice meal next time. Huh, what? Is it so easy to invite the president out for dinner? What is wrong with that? Okay, let us eat then. It's settled. Chapter 87. The Contest of Harm. After Yake left the safe house, he turned towards a Long Beach scrapyard, arriving at a newly opened boxing gym. Upon entering, he spotted a woman in her 20s mopping the floor. The woman smiled and greeted him. Hey, Mr. Barnes. Yake nodded. Anna, the ISOL there? I need to speak with him. Anna nodded. Father is in the back. Yake proceeded to the rear room of the gym, finding OL engrossed in watching television. OL greeted Yake with enthusiasm. Hey, Yake, what brings you here? After exchanging pleasantries, Yake took a seat beside him. You seem to be doing well lately. Not too bad. That I must thank you for saving my daughter and others. I'm just doing my job. I actually came to ask for your help. OL nodded. Rest assured, I will assist you with whatever you need. I need you and the folks at Long Beach Scrapyard to keep an eye out for someone. Just be vigilant. Yake then shared a photo of the Lark with OL. Upon seeing it, OL nodded. I'll be on the lookout. I only need her whereabouts. This woman's identity is complicated. Don't get into trouble because of her. After concluding his instructions, Yake left OL's gym. OL sent the photo of the Lark to the email addresses of a neighborhood in the Long Beach scrapyard, along with Yake's request. Yake then made his way to the gym to enlist the help of Chen-Si-Hu, asking him to keep an eye on the Lark's movements. Although Yake knew the effectiveness of this approach would be minimal, appearances still had to be maintained. After Lita took Myers away, Valerie also exited the safe house, wandering around Dogtown. She first returned to the weapon shop within the gym to replenish her stock of ammunition and grenades. Using her savings, she purchased a Tier 4 biological monitor and a blood pump. After the surgery, witnessing her savings plummet to 4 digits, Valerie felt a pang of anguish. She then enlisted Yake to take on commissions in Dogtown, completing 3 of the most lucrative tasks for Mr. Hans's associates and aiding the intermediary, Old Captain, in stealing 5 vehicles from the Santo Domingo area within 2 days. Yake watched Valerie's efficiency in completing tasks with astonishment, while Valerie sighed in relief at her replenished wallet. Collapsing on a mattress for a restful sleep, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ida's call came as expected. He added Yake and Valerie to an encrypted communication channel. Hello, did I return to the city? What is the situation on your end? Is the package all right? Everything smooth. It has been shipped out, first by sea, then by air, using civilian routes. IT has safely arrived. And you, Valerie, was the first to respond. I've been wandering around, picking up some odd jobs. Our hacker friend is still silent. IT seems we need to double our efforts in the search. What about you, Yake? Yake shook his head. None of my contacts have any leads. Not even a similar